Hello, hello, hello. It's morning. It's morning. Good morning, guys. Hello. It's still not started yet, though. Look at what I found, though. Apparently, Pokemon has an official Pinterest account. Who would have thought they have an official Pinterest? They have like word searches and like other stuff you can print out. Who would have thought? I saved one. We could do it. You stopped playing Unite. Is it worth getting back into? I would say so. Your name's also Pokemon Unite Lover. So if you really love it, then you should, right? The antidote to boredom is finding all 12 words related to poison type Pokemon hidden in this word search. I don't know Pokemon that well. Okay, there's Toxic. I found Toxic. Toxel? Is that a Pokemon's name? Toxel? I feel like it's a Pokemon's name. Ariados and Venushot. Oh, I see Ariados. Ariados. Where's Venoshock? Oh, I see it. Toxel is a Pokemon? Okay. You see weed? Where? Yep. Weedle. Yep. You're in Los Angeles too. Are you at the regionals? You found Ekans? No, that might be Snake, bro. You have it backwards. Yeah, Snake. Look, Snake. Oh, you just live there? Seviper? Seviper. Bofuma? What does that mean, huh? Guys, I know you keep seeing weed, but that's the devil's lettuce, okay? Coughing? Oh, I see coughing. One, two, three, four, five, six. There's still 6 more in here. Who would have thought? Remember, it could be backwards too. It's harder when you don't know what words you're looking for, right? If you knew the words, it'd be easier. But just looking for them raw is a little hard. Cox. I see Cox. In the last column. Oh, I see it. Marnie. Marnie. I don't see it. Between Ekans and Seviper. Okay. Plug is under weed, aka weed plug. That's illegal, guys. Stop it. You found Gulpin? Gulpin these nut. Oh, no, I see the plug. Oh no, plug is Gulpin. Think about that. Gulpin's the plug. Think about that. Gulpin is the plug. Okay, how many are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 3 more. Okay, this is the warm-up round. I have an idea of what we're gonna do for the next one. Can it be diagonal? Probably. It's a word search. I don't make the rules. Guys, remember this. With anything ever, I don't make the rules, okay? I found pox. Sludge in the vertical, bottom right. Sludge. I don't know if that counts, but it's poison related. I literally have never made a rule ever. I see fun, but fun isn't toxic, right? So, never mind. Sludge is a move? True. It is a move. Why is Gamba time out of stock if I don't make the rules? Big Gamba came after me. You see yuck? That's poison related? Yeah, I bet you're used to hearing yuck, aren't you? Yep. Skrelp? What's skrelp mean? Is that a Pokemon's? Is Skrelp a Pokemon's? Oh, is this Skrelp? Is this guy Skrelp? I found him. Skrelp. Pokemon on the right of the screen. I keep thinking you guys are talking about this thing right here. I thought you were talking about this Pokemon right here. Yep. That's Inder. Look, wait, I can give myself some horns. Look at that. Myself a little halo. That's so cool. Those are bunny ears. Okay, now they're horns. Roar. Roar. Is there diagonal too? There probably might be. I don't know. I don't make the rules, bro. All I can see is Cox. There's only one more, so probably not. What if the last one's diagonal? You don't know that. Nay. Nay. Kosk. What up, Big Bob? What would my typing be as a Pokemon? Your mom. Oh, there is a list down here. Okay, we can't spoil ourselves with the list. Are we allowed to help? Yeah. I'm letting you guys do it. Okay, I know what it is. I peeked. I peeked. I looked at the list. The list is boring though. Who wants to copy off the list? Mods. I still don't see the word though. Probably like muck or something. No, I saw what it is. I saw it. I saw it. It is diagonal. I see it. Oh my god, I found it. I found it. It's diagonal. Who can find it? Nidoqueen. Yeah, it's right here. Nidoqueen. I told you there could be one. Okay, so Nidoqueen, Ekans, Toxic, Venoshock, Sludge, Marini, Tox, Aridos, Coughing, Scrop, Gulp, and Swiper. Nice, we did it. Whoa, I'm Wigglytuff. Nobody Googled poison Pokemon word search solution. Yeah, that would be very toxic, okay? Don't do that. What do we win? You win a thumbs up. Hey, hold on. Oh my god, I figured out a way to draw hands. Look at that. I drew a thumbs up. That's my thumb. Isn't that crazy? That's my head. That's me. Look, you guys don't even need a cam anymore. I'm right there. Look at that. I'm back. Okay, has this thing started yet? Show will start in 20 minutes? Okay, I have an idea. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna pull up another word search. I'm gonna save it so you guys can't look at the things. I have an idea. Download image. I don't want to make an account. Why does Pinterest make you make an account? Save image. Fine, I'll continue with Google. Download. What is Pinterest doing to me, man? Let me just download the stupid picture. Give me a second, guys. Okay, we got it. File open. Wait, hold on. Do it on this side so you can't peek at the words. Okay. Here's the idea, guys. This is the water type Psyduck word search. We're gonna have purple for Twitch and red for YouTube. Whichever side can get more wins. So this one's Twitch, right? And then this is YouTube. So tally how many you guys get. Okay, so Twitch said Blastoise first. Blastoise. Chill out, guys. Primarina. Yo, I think you guys are getting smurfed on right now. Primarina. Look at that precision right there. Oh, Gyarados. Hold on. Gyarados and Piplup. You guys gotta tell me where it is, okay? You can't just yap like that. I don't know where it is. Okay. YouTube or Twitch said Psyduck, and I found that too. Gyarados, Piplup, Vaporeon. Shine on the bottom. Is that one? I'll assume it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 so far. Gyarados. Okay, that's YouTube's on the board. Oh. There you go. Piplup. Oh, here it is. Piplup. All right, Squirtle, top right. This is too hard. I can't find it. There's gonna be more detailed. Next to Piplup. Oh. You say that. Wait, no, hold on. Yeah. Empoleon 2 rows to the right of Piplup. Okay. YouTube or Twitch said Empoleon first. What the? What's wrong with my mouse? Poplio bottom left. Poplio. Pop. I see Pop. Where's the Leo though? Mudkip starts with the M besides P and Piplup. Mudkip, you're right. Yo, you guys are smurfing it on Twitch. Magikarp from 3 down to the left. Huh? Magikarp from the row of Piplup. Oh, right here. Magikarp. Wait, who got Vaporeon first? I think it was Twitch, right? Someone said Vaporeon. No, actually they didn't. Yeah, Vaporeon from the middle. Okay. That's a YouTuber. Okay, you guys are catching up. First row, 7th word. 7th last word going down, Poplio. Oh, I see it now. Poplio. We got Vaporeon, so we win. Huh? We gotta go until we don't see any more. Totodile, please. Oh, where's Totodile? Is it right here? Oops. Good enough. All right, it's Twitch 10 to YouTube 3. You guys are kind of getting smurfed on the YouTube side. You miss. Oh. There we go. Totodile. They should make a baby version of Totodile called Totodile. And he's just very small. Totodile. That might be it. Yep. What's up, virus? What the? It doesn't say how much on this one, yeah. Let me check the word list. Let me just see if you guys got them all. Yeah, you guys got them all. You guys got them all. Congratulations, Twitch wins. You guys are nerdier. That's what you win. I'm gonna get myself some red horns this time. Roar. I'm the devil. Roar. That's pretty cool, right? Stop, I'm scaring you. Oh, sorry. I play, look, hold on. I'm playing XP share. Look at this. Oh, that's not where I meant to be. I'm playing XP share. XP share ender. But there's no one with you? Let me make myself a lane partner. I got a lane partner. I'm sharing it with him. With that guy. Uh-oh, we're griefing our lane. We're double XP sharing the lane. Uh-oh. We gotta send him to, he's gotta go to the other lane. Okay, we send him to the other lane, guys. It's fine. He went to the other lane. It's okay. We're okay now. Who's on jungle? I'll put you guys in the jungle. This is the chat right here. Your eyes are X's. That's mimic you. What's chat spelled? You guys are one item leftovers. How do my leftovers look? Pretty good, right? That looks like a chili pepper. That's YT. They're ripping Ray. Ray is dying? Oh no, Ray spawned. Hold on. I got a flamethrower ray. I flamethrowered it. I got it with my flamethrower. Bro sucked ray. Whoa, 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 whoa. It looks like I'm smoking a red cigar with green smoke. Guys, no, this is Pokemon. Did it start yet? Show will start in 10 minutes. Smoking that ray. First, you guys found weed in the other word other word search. Now you're saying this? Naughty, naughty. A Hoopa portal? Oh, yeah, sure. Let me make a little Hoopa portal. Oh, the Hoopa portal is about to go off. Oh, I teleported home. Oh, I'm back. Hear my single? That's too much work. Who's playing Hoopa? And that was a good portal, so that was probably me. We didn't score? Oh, we gotta go score. Hold on. I have 45 points. Hold on. Oh. Look, I scored. My flamethrower is a special build. How many's left on the goal? It was a tier 2 pad. So there's still 55. It wasn't OT yet. Are Sableye backcapping? Uh-oh. He's backcapping. It's not working for him, though. He has no points. Snipe it? Okay, I'll flamethrower him. 1 second. He died. He died. He died. Pokemon Unite's such a simple game. I lost my XP share. Where is it? Let me put it back on. This is the patch where they changed XP share's animation. LA apparently is delayed due to Wi-Fi problems. Well, that's pretty inconvenient for me. Can we find any other words in here? All right, bonus points for any words people find. They have to be at least 4 letters long. Okay, 3 letters don't count. And they can't be a part of the other words. Look, I found game. I win. I found game. You guys all lost. I found game. Is Shine on the list? Oh, wait, Shine's not even on the list. You win. Shine was just there for fun. Shine's the biggest word on here. That's not one of the official words. You win. Game is part of the other word. No, that's Magikarp. It doesn't count. That one was backwards. I don't make the rules. You found Blast. That doesn't count. I'm vetoing that one. Squirt doesn't count either before someone says squirt. You see up dog? No, you don't. Where is it? I see my dad. I'm just kidding. He's not here. Unlucky. Yep. On the S of Squirtle. Skit. S. Where's the K? Above it? Oh, I found it. There you go. Yeah, I found it right there. Skit. You know I have terminal brain rot because I saw this bunch of letters and I said in my head, I'm like, oh, I found dumbass. That's how you know you have giga brain rot right there. Yeah. I found dumbass. Oh yeah, I found business. Right there, business. Oh, psychic. There's psychic right there. Oh, X-ray right here. I keep finding so many good words. Dozen. You see Joe Biden? Oh yeah, right here. Joe Biden. I'm an angel. Say hi to Toon Shut. He's streaming my stream. Oh. Let me make Toon right here. Here's Toon. He's angry. There's Toon. Need to make him more angry? I drew him hot AF. I mean, Toon's hot. What can you say? Had a cup of tea because he's British? Oh, you're right, yeah. Little, there's a cup of tea. Maybe kicking a soccer ball? There you go. Just kicking a soccer ball. Is that real? Yeah, it's real. Bloody hell? Yeah, that's something Toon says. Bloody. Bloody hell in it. He needs the nouns glasses. Bottle water. Bottle water. Give him an XP share? No. It's got to be accurate. But he was playing Hoopa earlier with XP share, right? Okay. We'll give him an XP share. There you go. It's Toon Slim. Pretty good drawing. What's the countdown at? Oh, oh no, I think did the stream started it? It's like a preview or whatever. You can't see the difference? Yeah, I mean, that's literally him. Move Toon up here.
Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It is a beautiful day here in Los Angeles, California, which means we are here all ready to play some Pokemon.
Look at that, guys. My camera's frozen.
Absolutely poppin' with
what happened to my camera? Why did it freeze?
And Pokemon Go trainers, but we know what y'all are here for. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I will be your host this weekend for the Video Game Championship Series tournament happening here. And I am joined by Joe Brown and Sierra Dawn to kick things off. Finally.
Who's that guy?
All right, Mr. Jamil, I'm ready for my close-up. That's my first movie quote of the weekend.
All
Sierra
right.
has no idea what I'm talking about.
No.
But stay, we're in the city of stars, Gabby. We gotta get
What the heck?
out all weekend.
I think that's fair.
I pressed double team.
To crown some new stars here, looking for a regional champion.
Oh, it's because I pressed double team.
I care about out here, okay? That's fair. I mean, to also be fair, you can also crown some new.
Oh, it's just double team, guys.
As the stars of the format.
No, it's Greninja's double team.
So for now, let's take a
Not
look.
Meowscarada's double team. Greninja's double team.
It's been a long road to Victory Road. On Victory Road, unsure about that one, but this is the
Sorry, Thursday night move.
before the North American International Championships, which is the final tournament here in North America and coincidentally the world before the World Championships in Hawaii this summer. And when we're talking about crowning stars, that's really where it's going to be happening, and I absolutely cannot wait. It's incredible. This season seems like it's just flown by, which is incredible considering the amount of events. But it's so
Guys, is this starting soon?
that crunch time. This is where that action really ramps up as people are trying to get those last couple points for their invite or to stay on the top end of the top 8 of the leaderboards for, that round one bye. Yeah.
I think
I'm making a hat.
This graphic used to be in full Technicolor. Now it looks
I
like
got a hat.
Picture.
You're really on top of your
I'm
game
on
this
top of it
morning.
today,
I don't know
Gabby.
that one
I
either. Respect it.
You know Charlie Chaplin?
Need to draw Gatlu now? Why is Gatlu watching
We're
too?
gonna have to do a bit of a movie history lesson later on here, but I think Charlie Chaplin's in.
Nice hat, thank you.
So we're fine. Anyways, what is not as open as Charlie Chaplin films is the championship point payouts that we.
They're little elf ears.
With what I got here this morning, y'all.
I need wings? Okay.
Place will walk away with 200 championship points, but potentially more importantly, the invitation to compete at the World Championships, which if you don't already
I got some
have
wings.
points, you are really running out of opportunities to hit that 500 bar. 100%. I mean, you have LA, you have NAIC. Yeah, at the regional.
I'll get my trident back.
Quite a bit of points that you can be getting, but the competition out here is really difficult, and I have seen heartbreaking.
Now what?
Those that I just need to make it to day 2. I just need to get in top whatever amount of points, and people just missing out on the world's invite there. So. It's tough. I mean, if you just win, you don't have to worry about it at all. So one person, if they don't already have their world's invite, can just claim it by.
Can they start already?
Yeah, and they can also claim some incredible.
It's raining?
72 booster packs, but I think more importantly, we will be awarding $6,000 to the winner of this tournament this weekend.
It's raining.
That is certainly more than enough money to punch your ticket to Hawaii. It's a lot of movies. It's a lot of actually, yeah, that's a lot of movies.
That's a lot of tickets at the theater.
I wonder if someone could do the
And
math
it's
alone
prom
using
night?
that hashtag play Pokemon. How many movies could you see, assuming you also buy a medium soda and a large popcorn? That's my personal order, at least at the movie.
I got my limo waiting.
If you want to take a quick look back at a short film that one of our own lovingly put together from the Indianapolis
Now go Super Saiyan.
Championship, let's take a look at our
Oh!
With just a few events left
Is that
on the
good?
Road to Worlds 2024, Indianapolis was our next stop for our very first regional in the new Regulation G format. Let's take a look back at all the Pokemon action.
Okay, let's take a look at all the Pokemon action.
Trainers are bringing a variety of new ideas with the newly available
Louder?
Pokemon.
Oh, whoa.
Battle Rider and Calyrex Ice Rider were two of the most talked about, but we quickly found out it was not only about the horses in the Wild West of Regulation G.
How did the date go?
Pokemon and Tom
Nunya. It went Nunya.
A bit of everything. Terapagos was one of those Pokemon well discussed going into the event, and Andrew Zhang took down top trainers with the turtle, proving the believers right to take the first finalist spot. On the other side of the bracket, Rajan Ball put his trust in Miraidon, which was taking electrifying wins all tournament long to earn him a shot at the championship title. That electric momentum continued into the finals for our first game, as a strong game one.
Wait, okay, so if Incineroar is in 81% of people's games on their teams, who are the guys not bringing Incineroar?
Andrew on the board. One final game remained, and right away, Rajan's Miraidon set the pace, taking a big KO on Andrew's Tornadus to take the lead. Despite Andrew's best efforts, he couldn't escape the fate of Miraidon, which clutched the endgame with some powerful electric Terastallize boosted discharges.
Oh, isn't this a game where he endgame cheesed him with
What a way to kick off
Encore and stuff? That was cool, right?
the event, but there's still so much more to discover with these new restricted Pokemon. Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
He got a dumpy.
Rajan Ball showing us that Miraidon was not
Good for him.
as underrated as we all
Oh,
thought
he
it was.
didn't have an Incineroar. This guy right here.
Champion finally after so many years. I love that.
Where's his Incineroar?
Him after he won. Like that was just a
No Incineroar.
moment to see on stream. 100%. And I mean, if stars are all we're talking about this weekend, you have to talk a little bit more about that Miraidon and why it was able to succeed on this team. Because
My thing with TCG is that it might be fun to play,
mediocre, kind of used
but it's one of the most boring games to watch and to stream.
Pokemon Violet Paradox Pokemon for that cork drive.
How do people watch TCG even if you know what's going on?
To be the star of the show, literally with
Oh, true, he did lose. No Incineroar and he lost.
which is doing a chaotic
I wonder why.
damage. Really paving the way to be starting out Regulation G, and this is just really well-rounded team.
I
all
mean,
around.
this guy is probably better than all of us combined at the game, right? But also he's a noob. It was a moral victory. We all know there's no such thing as moral victories. That's what they say. They say that.
Yeah, and shout-outs to Andrew Zhang as well, bringing the Terra...
Where's the Ampharos on the champions team? Right here. It's in his hand.
With the Terapagos. I would love to talk more about these teams later, but for now, let's move on and look at our Walk of Fame, if you will. All of our incredible regional champions from this past year. There's 11...
Whoa, guys, I didn't know. But actually, I'm the Los Angeles champion. Look at that.
That's all she wrote. Yeah, and a lot of these regional champions...
I didn't know.
...in attendance for this weekend for our last NA regional. So an opportunity to be the... Unfortunately, we can't say the first person anymore because that spot's not been given. But be the second person to get a second portrait.
That's crazy.
Chance to do over for a picture on here, which is really exciting to look at because honestly, these have been players
Pretty good.
stepping up over the years and really big showcases this year, and it really could be any of them. I
You
mean,
guys know that Alex Underley, he's a sub? He's a longtime sub of the channel. Longtime Twitch sub.
Yeah, and
Chupa Cross, that's the homie as well. I mean, Wolfie's obviously the GOAT.
A lot of these trainers are in attendance today, not only to try and get, this 2 piece
Isn't this guy canceled?
champion graphic, but also to maintain their travel award for the North American International.
I met this guy at NAIC last year,
Things are getting really
and
close in the running.
I walked up to him and said hi, and he was very nervous.
In the 8th slot, everyone has over 1,000 championship points, and then Paul
Like, very nervous.
far behind So obviously,
I mean, it's okay. People are allowed to be nervous. Not nervous that he met me. He was just nervous that he didn't know who I was. I was just like, yo, you're the VGC guy. I think I saw you on YouTube before. Where's Coach Joe? I messaged Joe a couple days ago and I told him you better win, bud.
International championships in terms of the championship point standing as well.
I told him I'm gonna kick his ass if he doesn't win.
At this point is here because locals are basically over.
Yeah, in last NAIC, there was a lot of things that came down to just that final moment. I mean, the placements went everywhere, and that is the round one by it.
Neil Patel guy quit. Yeah, that's what I thought too. That's what I meant.
So for a lot of those trainers that are on that leaderboard, even if you're kind of dwindling in that 9th, 10th spot, a good showing here and doing okay enough at NAIC could really turn the tides in your favor.
Yeah,
This is more entertaining than going clubbing.
who are vying for the championship points for the
I mean, we are getting turned on some liquid.
in Europe this season in Bologna. I think next weekend.
Baloney.
And we just saw Michael Kelsch win Stockholm with Zamazenta. Like there's a ton of
Why are they talking about baloney?
And they're just coming down to the same wire.
I'd also love to see
Yeah, that's Genesect.
European trainers. Of course, they're all qualified for the World Championships this summer, but if any of them are going to be coming
Doesn't this guy kind of look like European Wolfie?
against the best North American trainers.
He kind of looks like EU Wolfie.
Guarantee you that some of the top trainers
You see
on
it?
the European leaderboard will be there as they have secured a travel award to be there, and I think it'd be silly if you didn't.
Well, especially at this point, too.
This guy's name is the coolest. Marco Hamanta Caladura Silva. Yeah, that's cool.
And Nils just recently taking down EUIC. So there's going to be some very powerful trainers that do make their way to New Orleans. And honestly, if trends
Yeah, you see you guys see it.
a lot of disruption here if somebody
Look a little
wants to
bit.
claim an IC win on this list.
For sure, but you'll have to tune in a couple of weeks.
Do I have a second name?
For now,
My full name? Actually, I probably shouldn't dox myself, right?
Regional championship we're having
I have a
here
full name,
in
though.
The North American area of the woods, metaphorical woods, mind you. I think Los Angeles is mostly like a desert slash beach.
A lot of palm trees.
A lot of palm trees.
Very unique.
Yeah, it's a lot of,
very
I was
beachy.
gonna say, not a lot of woods, a lot of highways.
Oh, okay. Highways. The concrete.
It's easy to find.
There we go.
There
It's
we
fine.
go.
That's, you know, that's
New York.
that's New York, but we'll
Oh,
roll
we're
with
going
it.
with it.
Mewtwo plush is a basketball?
We are
Oh my
going to
God.
some stars here this weekend, as
I saw that.
We've been sort of alluding to Joe Brown with those lovely movie quotes. Everybody's a star.
You think that's a reference to Stephen A. Smith?
Curious to see which Pokemon and which trainers are going to do well this weekend, especially in lieu of
I gotta get a picture of that.
statistics. If you could go ahead and pull that up. These are our top 12 non-restricted Pokemon. What are y'all thinking about this?
There are some Pokemon that I'm really not surprised to see on this list, and there's a couple that are really important to be calling out. The Chi-Yu in particular has now taken the best Treasure of Ruin Pokemon by 1.5% here, and actually taken
I like
the
this guy right here.
that has been very consistent throughout.
This guy's cool. Raging Bolt.
As well. Chi-Yu, it can be a little volatile, but pairing it with really strong Pokemon like the Fluttermane, or when you're
This guy's pretty cool too, Pelipper. Will I be covering Pokemon Unite on the Stephen A. Smith show?
This is still kind of making away.
I mean, maybe.
Call out for, whoa, what's that?
Urshifu's still demon in VGC? Yeah, he's demonic.
Another way to be setting up this tailwind, Prankster ability
Why is he standing like that though with his arms by his side? He's just like,
or even having disruption to shut down the opposing team.
what he looks like.
We now have two Prankster tailwind Pokemon on this list, and I really, really like just like the dominance coming out here from those types of Pokemon.
Yeah, Whimsicott also has.
They need to rebalance this game so bad.
Prankster Taunt.
True.
So if you are facing off against a Tornadus, for example, you can be faster than it. You can stop it from using Tailwind. Unfortunately, that does mean that you may fall victim to a Bleak Wind Storm.
Incineroar is pretty, I don't know, I think Incineroar is cool. Right, he comes in, he goes, rah, and their attack goes down, right? And then he could go fake out, right? Which is kind of cool, right? They can't do anything. And then he just goes, parting shot, and he's just gone. And he comes back again, rah, and then he claps you.
Fourth most used Pokemon. I think in Stockholm it was near 30% of the metagame was using Pelipper, and then in day 2, near 40% of players had Pelipper, and now it's just barely squeaking into the 12th slot with 14%. But then the other one, number 1.
The Sprigatito plush is lit.
And Rillaboom, that is just perfect pairing. Their Bonnie and
Where do you get this from?
it's just, they go together perfectly.
I want
Those are
it.
number 1 and 2.
Yeah, but let's
Gibble
take
ate the
a look
mic.
at our restricted Pokemon usage this weekend.
Gibble ate the
Today,
mic.
I think Pokemon like Incineroar and Rillaboom are popular because they
It's at Tarjay? Oh.
restricted Pokemon to do what they do best. And
Okay, I'll tell you guys which ones I like.
seeing Mariah
I like Zamazenta and Kyogre.
And seeing Zamazenta in number 4, I thought these two Pokemon were going to be
I think Zammy is kind of cool.
closer together in the rankings.
I think with Zamazenta, when we're looking at the Zamazenta team that
And then Kyogre is pretty cool.
but we also got to see make its debut in Indianapolis by Keanu, is it's a very particular build around the Zamazenta. When you're talking about Pokemon that have to kind of enable it, we've seen a couple of more unorthodox picks go along with it. We're seeing the Latios, we're seeing Galarian Moltres, and if you're trying to trend towards a team that does have your Incineroar, your
Match when?
oh, I want a Tailwind.
Bro, do you think I know?
Running out of viabilities in a place to put the Zamazenta. I don't think it's necessarily too
Kyogre is screenshotting this and tweeting at Groudon. True.
Whereas something like the Miraidon, I think it's a lot easier to kind of stand on its own in a variety.
I mean, Groudon's pretty cool too. Honestly, like, are these peak legendaries? Like, I think legendaries haven't gotten better after Kyogre Groudon. Any agreeers? Like, their design is just so cool.
For sure. I mean, we've really kind of entered, if you will, the dog days of summer.
Dialga Palkia are peak.
Pivot into our next week.
Thing about Palkia is he looks like a wee wee.
I wanted to say about Zamazenta. My bad.
He's kind of cool, but he looks like a wee wee.
Just gonna move along here.
Miraidon's your childhood favorite. I mean, you can't
We've
can't
seen this huge
can't argue with that.
hyper offense here. You know, Miraidon number 1, I think, is the hyper offensive restricted Pokemon right now.
Xerneas is the exception.
Going to see a rise in hyper
Xerneas is pretty cool.
in response to that, and I do think Zamazenta is that Pokemon. Zacian's also still in the
It
play.
exists.
It exists. It
I mean, I guess you could like Palkia because he looks like a wee wee.
I don't know. I feel like that's a
Respect.
little bit too spicy of a pick this weekend.
Yeah, get ready for a real dog day afternoon this weekend.
Oh look, Totodile.
Because obviously
Totodile's so
Zamazenta is
cute.
way higher than the 4th most used after
Yeah.
the usage in Stockholm. But Zacian is a very interesting Pokemon as well, as we've seen.
Yveltal looks like bacon.
Sometimes are foregoing that held item that
Is he pork type? I didn't know he was pork type.
Shield VGC to actually hold clear amulet.
Reshiram and Zekrom were cooler.
Are so significant.
No.
Like, actually lose one of the best things Zacian has.
I think Kyogre Groudon are peak.
It's pretty interesting.
Like the other ones are, there's other cool ones, but I'm just saying, like,
'Cause you lose that
if you were to rate
you're just a
every generation's like
so
box like legendary,
I personally predict
like
it.
if you give every mainline game one legendary that represents it,
Good decision.
I think Kyogre Groudon are the coolest ones.
I don't think Zacian
Rayquaza for Emerald is alright, but
I think that there is
Kyogre Groudon are so cool. They have like the little tribal markings on them. Kyogre's wings have like hands to kind of humanize him a little bit. Like he looks like an intelligent creature.
If you build around it right, Gabby, I'm not totally counting you out. I think it's gonna do better than
okay.
Slitherwing.
Mythical, I mean Mew is the best. Like Mew's the first Pokemon.
Is Slitherwing restricted? Because I think it should be a mythical.
Ooh, with how often we see it, definitely.
Might as well be Genesect on the
Wait, they have Regieleki in this game?
I think this time around.
Well, I guess I have seen Regieleki on Pokemon Showdown. That's not.
To be a little more serious, we're very fortunate
Pawmot?
none of the ruinous Pokemon were in the top
This guy's got Revival Blessing, right? He's cool.
That kind of really helped all of our predictions here. So that's why I've
Giratina's the best. Giratina's cool.
representing that team that Michael Kelch used to win Stockholm, and Michael Zhang and Keanu using the great success with Zamazenta. But my guy, number 3 there, or Ogerpon Cornerstone, got first place in Indianapolis, second place in Stockholm. So I'm predicting a top 4 here in LA.
It's really interesting as well.
His moves are so bad. Electroweb is like the main thing he has, right?
Really has come into its own as a
He just goes giga fast.
Whereas in previous formats, yes, people tried to make it work, but I think Wellspring and Hearthflame were
Primal Groudon in a Pokemon movie like 20 years ago before he was released.
Plenty of time to talk
No,
about
Primal
this
Groudon's
later
like,
on in the week.
he's from the
We
past,
are
that's
getting
why.
ready to jump into our first match of the day, which is also coincidentally round 1. So we're giving y'all a little bit of a bonus feature this weekend, starting from the beginning of the tournament. So shout out to everybody making that possible. If you are watching along at home and you want to join in on the conversation, remember
I am.
asked for your favorite moments. Or I didn't ask for that yet, but I am going to ask for it now. Favorite moments. I want the highlight reel from regionals in North America this year, or from Europe, or from anywhere in the world. This is the last event. Let's celebrate it. And if you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, you may see your post on social media on stream. You can also follow us on YouTube or on Twitch if you're watching.
Guys, we gotta. Can we get on stream?
Ring that bell.
Does anyone have a favorite moment
Do these days
that
to
I can
follow
steal?
along on the action at home.
Yeah, I'm with them too.
Catch up on your own time.
Yeah,
I'm on this couch over here.
You know, we're having a little bit of a delayed start, but really all this means is we get more Pokemon action and should be a great way to send off our regional season.
The word? No, they don't know about the word search.
Perfect. All right, well that's it from us here in the lab.
When will match?
And Len, please
Brother man, I don't know, bro.
The script writers tried really hard for this one to ensure that we were going to get a
I literally don't even remember what happened 5 minutes ago.
any
Oh.
regional event, and
When will
we're
match?
excited to be here beside you to bring us through this very first round of day 1 of the Los Angeles Regional Championships.
Yeah, I'm so excited.
Okay,
to bring
the
my
subtitles are tilting me.
and see a ton of great action and start from the very beginning.
Match now.
Today, hopefully.
Oh, it's going to be fun for sure. And especially when we've already seen so much meta development already over the past couple of weeks. It's been fun to be able to keep track of all the changes starting from our
Is the guy a 16-year-old or what?
tournament in
No.
Indianapolis to here.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like these single restricted formats can be like a wheel. Something gets popular, then the next thing pops up to beat that, and I'm really.
I like her
excited
shirt.
at what
I like her top. It has Pokeballs on it.
Pokemon's gonna come out on
That's really
Well,
cool.
we got a chance to see a couple of those interesting usage charts. Maybe that's giving us a bit of an idea of what that might look like.
Isn't that cool? There's
Since
Pokeballs.
we're starting with round 1, what better way to let you in on what's going to be happening with the action this weekend than to show you the format video of what we've got coming your way.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend.
You guys notice they started calling VGC just VG nowadays. They dropped the C. Where'd the C go? Now it's just VG?
For Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are
Too many letters? But TCG has 3.
format.
It used to be nice. VGC, TCG.
Ability,
It rhymed.
item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, day 2. Day
What is
2
Pokemon Go? No, it's Pokemon GOC.
until top cut
VGC, TCG, GOC.
competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned.
Could be me.
Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for World
Unite, yeah, Unite C.
Honolulu?
Unite CG.
Tune in this weekend to
UCG.
see all the action live. If you want to learn more
Damn, that guy
about how to
just
play Pokemon events, visit
one of those.
pokemon.com/play.
Like we said, we've got a full day of action ahead of us, and we also have some
Okay.
incredible trainers to keep our
I know that there's these other 3 players to watch, but this guy's losing for sure. Because these 2 guys have their Switch,
players who have had a
and this guy doesn't have a Switch.
having won a
How is he gonna compete?
and kind of even though he hasn't had a chance to play a major tournament in regulation,
I mean,
yet, feels like he's on top of the metagame.
Nick just loses here.
behind that Zamazenta Moltres team that we've seen have a lot of success over the first couple tournaments of regulation G.
His Switch is behind his beard.
So many amazing teams
Oh.
ideas come to life in a lot of these other events, especially when it comes down to
It's kind of like my Switch, right? My Switch is behind my beard.
This year, I feel like that was a team that everyone was like,
Right there.
that those things go together.
Yeah, I mean,
I understand. Yeah.
From the beginning.
We keep our Switches in our beard.
I think a lot of surprises on there, and
Makes sense.
it'll be interesting to see how we can continuously have that kind of success team building with unexpected Pokemon. Maybe you look at Como a certain way and it looks like a Zamazenta, but Glare and Moltres definitely catching everyone by surprise in those first couple of tournaments.
For sure. But maybe 2 Pokemon that have not caught any trainers by surprise. It's going to be the archetypes of both of these teams as we head into our first round of the day. Nick Navarre versus Alberto.
Oh my God, match. Who was asking when will match?
Most
Match will know. Match will know.
day over quite a long
Okay, what are the teams?
the last couple of seasons as well.
Ogrepon.
Win a regional yet in Scrap.
Oh, he's a Gothitelle.
We'll be trying to do it this weekend.
I'm rooting for the Gothitelle team.
Chance here to add another regional championship.
No Incineroar.
That he's been able to accumulate.
I'm rooting for the Gothitelle.
Exactly. One of the top trainers, and why we feature him a lot on this stream is because he is as good as the game as what the standings sell. But when it comes down to Nick Navarre's team, Terapagos has been at the forefront of a lot of people's minds, but it's come down to some of the more powerful single.
I like Gothitelle.
And take a look at how.
Because Gothitelle traps you in with her, you know?
Maybe the surprise pick to many.
Yeah, for sure. Terapagos with the choice.
I like being trapped inside.
And only rising in usage over the last few weeks. It feels like it got second place in Stockholm a couple of weeks ago. But definitely
Raging Bolt, that guy's cool. He's got a long neck.
A really unique pick with the shadow tag.
Nose long like garden hose.
Out unless they're ghost
If you know, you know.
Shell.
Terapagos, little turtle guy, he's pretty cool.
Has the Whimsicott rather than the Tornadus that we've seen
Chiyu.
paired with Trap-
The little fire goldfish is scary, man.
impact to opposing teams.
A lot of nice synergy there too with the Chiyu and the Beads of Ruin to help.
If they have a team member plushie, they get 10% increase in stats. Oh my god, it's over.
Interesting choice here when we take a look at the choice spec set.
Does the other guy have a
Going to be one of
the plushie?
choice for
I think
the
Scottatel's kind of funky.
moveset than we've seen.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you mean by funky, huh?
Just wants to click Terra Storm and pump out damage that way, but that fourth
What do you think he means by funky?
come up, it can be really helpful, and Nick opting for a different choice than a lot of
Where's that plushie been, Nick?
in that fourth slot.
Think Scottatel is kind of funky. I think we all think that about this Pokemon.
Yeah.
Scottatel is kind of funky.
Gothitelle, a little funky Pokemon, has a world championship
Oh, this guy's playing with a controller, though.
history, so not a
He might kind of smurf it.
Dance floor maybe then.
Chiyu, Whimsicott, those are the same guys.
Alberto Large.
He has an Urshi.
It is going to be a Miraidon
Fluttermane, Miraidon Ultimate. Oh, he has Miraidon Ultimate.
Made it really strong.
Uh-oh.
Rajan Ball's win at Indianapolis.
Yeah, when Rajon Ball won a few weeks ago, it caught a lot of people by surprise.
Miraidon Ultimate might be a little too scary.
Ways, but it hadn't been kind of the
Not just normal Miraidon, but Miraidon Ultimate. With the hard-on engine?
Focusing on the offense. Alberto playing a little bit differently here. Has the covert cloak that allows
Uh-oh.
kind of to play the other end of the spectrum and safety into fake out.
Iron Hand's Assault Vest?
Because the covert cloak is there.
Pretty cool.
Up spots for different kinds of partners. Also opts for Iron Hands instead of Incineroar and that kind of
The what engine? Yeah, hard-on engine. You guys don't know how to read.
going to allow this Iron Hands to have a much better matchup into something
Cloak Miraidon not as scary as Specs. Yeah, but he can't get faked out by the Gothitelle now.
Interesting to see how that Miraidon continues to get support, but another call out to Alberto's accomplishments. Over 20 regional top 8s and still looking for that big win in Scarlet and Violet. I feel like that would be amazing to get even in your home region as well.
Yeah, just a player who's had so much success.
How come these guys don't have Incineroar on their team?
We haven't had a true LA regional and then
Wait, did this guy shave his beard?
Alberto wants to
Where is he gonna put his Switch now?
tournament back.
Well, we're about to get into our very first set of the day. It is a best of 3, so trainers will need to win 2 of these games in order to move on with a win under their belt. And for both of these players, gotta take a look at how these speed interactions are going to go.
Oh, his pants are cool though. Left side guy has cool pants. Right side guy has a cool shirt.
Up against some of these more faster pieces on Alberto's side.
Okay. Oh, look at the little turtle. He's so cute. The little turtle guy is so cute right before he becomes the shell guy.
Yeah, so
When he's just normal turtle guy,
of those speed options, only one Whimsicott on the field. So
he's just switch inside his Gothitelle plush. Ah, makes sense. He didn't even bring his Gothitelle to this matchup.
Try to threaten damage back. Of course, a Surging Strikes into Tropicos with the Terra Shell still active is not going to be a KO threat. And so even if you disrupt the speed control and try to go out on the offense, Tropicos will probably still trade back well there. So you may be tempted to instead just fake out the Tropicos, break that Terra Shell, and give Whimsicott the free turn instead. No restricted Pokemon on the field yet for Alberto. Oftentimes Miraidon is led to get the Electro Strain back. Would have boosted Iron Hands here, and it can always just Volt Switch off the field. But Alberto recognizing that that can be a difficult spot when Whimsicott's there and can immediately threaten the speed advantage for Tropicos that puts Miraidon kind of under.
Yeah, this guy's rap godding right now.
Because Terapagos just wants to retreat back because there is that threat of the fake out into even a close combat that would be able to take it out as well. So this
All right, Raging Bolt.
would be able to take it a little bit better.
Oh,
but
U-turn.
You are able to resist those surging strikes.
That's kind of clean though.
Taking the focus sash of this Whimsicott also allows Alberto to pivot in, maybe a more useful pick. You talked about the Miraidon potentially being in the back here to help.
What does he bring? What does he bring?
With that Quark Drive boost, but it is going to be the Whimsicott instead. So we've got.
Oh, he has his own Whimsy.
On the field. Moonblast though, Iron Hands with the Assault Vest is able to take that.
That did like 0.
But it's still going to do about 40% damage. Maybe
Oh, he healed it back up too.
Yeah, Drain Punch will let it heal a little bit back, and 2 pretty small damage trades there. We get a Moonblast for some damage, a Drain Punch for some damage.
All right, who's looking better here?
Nothing super consequential happens this turn. Whimsicott a really great option to be able to pivot out.
All right, so another Volt Switch.
Whimsicott, of course, immune to Thunderclap as long as it is going with a status move, and then immune to any dragon moves from Raging Bolt as well. So
He's in a Tailwind Volt Switch, so he goes first. And then who's he gonna bring out? Because he's got to worry about the Moonblast hitting the Raging Bolt, right? I guess maybe the Moonblast wouldn't do that much.
We've already seen the Terapagos as well as this Raging Bolt, and there's still also the threat of the Chiyu too.
Yeah, I do think Alberto also be careful of Iron Hand's getting worn down. These are not the two Pokemon that Iron Hands
Is Joe playing in this tournament? He is. Joe is playing.
A lot of damage in this situation. It's kind of a lot harder time.
Tailwind.
Terrapagos in the back as this Whimsicott goes for Tailwind and gets the speed in Nick's favor.
All right, so the Volt Switch goes off.
Whimsicott on Alberto's side is also going to break its focus sash and provide another pivot to Nick. Maybe feeling like this board state is a little bit better to bring that Terrapagos in, or as we can see, there is another threat that the Iron Hands would love to be in front of.
Yeah, Iron
Terrapagos.
matchups back there does have to watch out for that ground Terastallization on Chiyu with Terra Blast. So definitely more of a damage threat from
Terrapagos.
hands than we're used to seeing. Nick taking his time here. This is a really important decision which these Pokemon are coming.
Bring the Terrapagos, man. You know it's Terrapagos time.
Pivot. You can see that first turn of defensive pivoting cost almost.
You don't want to bring the Chiyu in. Trust me here.
So it's a really
I know. Okay.
you're gonna get on the field in
You're running out of time. Hello,
big match with.
Well, it's nice because Nick
Nicola.
Tailwind, so at least you
Okay.
know that you have the Terrapagos under those speed conditions, and even if Alberto was to match the Tailwind with his own Whimsicott, this Iron Hands is still going to.
See, I told you have to worry about the Moon Blast.
Terrapagos is switching in to
I knew that was coming.
Blast, so that Terra Shell is going to get broken and make this Terrapagos even
Uh-oh.
Rain punches across the
Bad
board.
idea.
Terrapagos
Bad idea.
switches into a one-hit knockout.
Why did he bring the Terrapagos?
I think Alberto saw a vulnerable spot. The Raging Bolts on the other side can't protect itself.
Why would he do that? Why did he listen to me?
Attack into. We already know he has the Urshifu. If you get the Drain Punch and the Moon Blast into Raging Bolt, that's still a lot of damage into a really important threat.
We don't need it. We don't need the turtle.
The two Pokemon in the back for Nick are Chi.
My bad. Bad call. Bad call.
No safe switch into that either. And then because the Whimsicott went for Tailwind, that Volt Switch was the fastest thing moving. A minute came out before the Moon Blast from the Whimsicott on the
It's fine. We don't even need Terrapagos in this matchup.
to do so much damage. And really,
This Chiyu is gonna smurf it. Watch.
finishing moment for Nick as he loses his restricted Pokemon before it even attacks once in this game.
Yeah, it feels like such a main source of damage that's been completely removed, and even though this Chi
I feel like he shouldn't have Tailwind Volt switched.
in front of the
Because this guy was AV. Like, the Moonblast wouldn't have hurt that much.
You still have to struggle with the fact that there is a
Why'd he do that?
Rapid Strike Urshifu in the back that you're going to be vulnerable to.
Yeah, it does feel like there's some path for Nick still in this game. I do think that path starts with Chiyu going ground type and becoming a ground attacker.
Oh my god, he became Torterra type.
Limited with the Raging Bolt threatening
Look at that.
out of the back. And so you can see
That's a
some
goldfish with a Torterra on it.
field at the right time to disrupt what Alberto's trying to do.
Oh,
It's going to be a very
the counter Terra.
path to walk, as Alberto is also able to use his Terastallization to make sure that Iron Hand's not vulnerable.
Oh my god, he's a jester. Look at him.
And now that the Terrapagos is gone, doesn't have to worry about
Torterra versus...
Terra Starstorm either, is able to safely
Oh, Tor?
That is the biggest
Terra.
when you're facing up into a Terrapagos is that you have
Terra.
the
It was always in his name.
so you aren't
Torterra.
super effective. Terra Starstorms, but the Terra
That makes so much...
even
They
better
predicted
with
it years ago.
Specialization defensively, and that Iron Hands is going to be able to take that Terra Blast like a champ. The Whimsicott to double it up too is going to take.
All right,
Iron Hands
we
below
lost.
50%, but it's still alive and well to be.
My god, that did too much damage. This Iron Hands thing is broken.
See that double up again? Iron Hands will likely survive that.
Yeah, I think it would be a pretty
What do we do, man?
damage roll.
He won't die.
How much value Iron Hands is providing has already given a valuable Drain Punch into Raging Bolt that's going to make it easier for Urshifu to have a spot in this game later.
This thing is broken.
Picked up the KO and Terrapagos deals huge damage to Chiyu there.
You want to smoke what I smoked before this stream?
It's not the most
I had some eggs.
valuable Pokemon for Alberto. It can have the most impact, but when Alberto loses
And an omelet with some eggs, some green chili, some onion, some spinach, and 2 pieces of toast,
Iron Hands provides this much
and
away its own health bar that is so much in Alberto's favor.
Yeah.
and some water.
Two full health Pokemon in the back, and that's really scary to have to.
All right, we prep for game 2 here.
Nick not being
Bring Gothitelle back, bro. You need Gothitelle to win this.
This Raging Bolt is gonna come back in to try to keep that Whimsicott for later. Also calling a switch that Alberto is gonna make here with that Whimsicott also retreating into the back. The Urshifu going to take its place. Look at that HP. Feels really good to know that you have that full health Urshifu in the back. And the Terra Blast too, if you didn't
Whoa.
think it was going to take 2 hits before, without that double up, it's definitely going to survive that. And with the Drain Punch back, it just feels like it's a wall. You can't take it down. How are you going to deal with this this Iron Hands?
Yeah, bro, we're getting punched up by the Iron Hands. I think we need, I'm gonna go ahead and say we need Gothitelle here. We need, then he needs the ghost guy.
Extremely difficult for Nick, so he tries to be 1 turn ahead, get Raging Bolt on the field, but Alberto is 1 turn ahead of that. Throws a the Drain Punch into the Raging Bolt means it's down to just that low red health. It's going to be very easy for Alberto to find a window to take it down. And because Iron Hands only took one attack on that turn, heals back a lot of that just with the Drain Punch, means that the damage really isn't mounting on Iron Hands. It still looks like with the right prediction, Alberto...
Yeah, I say we FF and we go next.
Just keep mounting the damage.
Yeah, like even if there was another Terror Blast coming that Iron Hand's way, it's going to be able to take that. But the Whimsicott is going to reposition in now as the Archievo goes for the Surging Strikes. Not even going to call that with a Thunderclap. This Raging Bolt is just going to get taken down, even though it's going to resist these hits. And had a pretty
The Water Bear. How broken is Water Bear?
Be able to survive that. So just like that, Nick is down.
When do the matches start? Yeah, I don't know.
Pokemon in this game number 1, the Whimsicott and this Chi-Yu.
Yeah, I think Alberto making a very...
Yeah, we're kind of getting 1v5'd right now. Hello. What's up, Toon? Pull up the drawing. I think it's gone. Oh no, there it is. Guys, look, I drew Toon. Is it good?
It just goes down to Surging Strike before it can even attack and makes this an even more impossible situation. As Nick
He looks very handsome, right?
Move on to game 2. Try to find an easier path in a game where Tropicos doesn't just go down on a switch in.
Yeah, what a great call by Alberto. Just seeing that as an opportunity. Once the Tailwind got set up and that Raging Bolt was faster, you called it perfectly. That Alberto was able
You guys just did nothing for 1.5 hours. That's pretty good.
Reaping a huge reward.
Yeah, I mean, I think playing against this kind of hyper offense team, once you get a small lead, a lot of times those teams don't have the right defensive kind of control options.
All right, this guy's got to bring the Gothitelle.
With them. And so Alberto kept recognizing opportunities.
You guys watched me for 90 minutes.
He doesn't have to
I don't know.
better side of them.
Why do you Volt Switch showing?
You can just keep pushing.
Yeah, it was not good, right? It was not good.
Small damage lead after turn 1, but it turned into a
He went too fast.
Trade with Tropicos on turn 2, and then it was much easier to make even trades that would have been negative in your favor, like threatening the Surging Strikes into the possible Thunderclap.
He was too fast. He needs Goth. He needs the Goth.
Deal with the Iron Hands then, because if you're Nick, that Iron Hands gave you a ton of trouble in that game number 1. So, is there an easier way to just?
We need the Goth.
Before it's able to keep getting away with all that big damage trade.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky position. I think that leading like one way to go about that is to have Tropicos on the field and just keep attacking into the Iron Hands. It is your biggest damage threat, holding the choice specs and being.
All right, here's what I would do, right? I would lead Goth. Lead Goth Terrapagos. Put our Raging Bolt in the back with whatever else you want. That's our only way out. Okay, close enough. Finally, bro, he listened. Listen, you have to listen, Nick.
Yeah, so one of the big problems with Shadow Tag against Alberto's team is that there are 2 Volt switches, 1 U-turn and 1 Ghost type. It could be that all 4.
Oh wait, you can Volt switch out of Shadow Tag?
And definitely these first 2 led on the field have a
Oh, I didn't know that. That's not good.
Just switch out here if it wants to, but doesn't necessarily need to. It would love to fight against these 2 Pokemon. Isn't really threatened by that much damage from either of them and can trade a bunch of damage back. And they're 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, maybe Gothitelle ain't it. Why do you listen to me? Why does he keep listening to me? Nick, stop listening to the stream.
You can take away that control option. And of course, Iron Hands doesn't have the same kind of damage trade, really vulnerable targets that it would like, but still putting Drain Punches into Raging Bolt. Really
Oh, nice. Good crit. Good crit.
Oh, well, Fluttermane is actually going to go for the taunt into the Gothitelle, so
that's fine. We don't care.
Its own helping hand and taunt as the Volt switch.
We're out.
Bolt does do a little bit of damage there to that Fluttermane.
We're out.
To allow Nick to get another reposition, but this is where things started to look a little dicey there for Nick in that game number 1, where you have this really big decision to make, knowing that your team wants to play more offensively than this.
Yeah, at least this time you don't have to worry that there's damage coming into that slot. Iron Hands will just flinch.
We could go and threaten the Encore, maybe?
Tropicos might like to come in here. You can keep the Iron Hands from just switching out, and of course, if it tries to Volt switch out, it'll be the last.
Nah, maybe not.
Opportunity for Tropicos to attack into that.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe the idea for Nick was to get
This seems doomed, man.
Choice specs Terra Starstorm and deal a ton of damage into Iron Hands, but the Gothitelle being taunted means that
that's why he shaved his beard. He didn't want them to check. Oh, because yeah, true.
And so instead, it's Whimsicott coming onto the field next to Gothitelle.
Well, you know, there is an attacking move available for the Gothitelle outside of the fake out. It's a foul play, it can be a beefy attacker. So maybe just do a little bit of damage to it.
Yeah, those are really poor damage trades when you resist that foul play. It is a lot of attack, but it's not the boosted attack yet. No Maridon, no electric terrain. So they're damage trades that probably just drain punch.
I feel like our...
It's a very passive situation for Nick. Gothitelle and Whimsicott aren't going to be threatening a ton of damage. They aren't going to be solving this problem, but they aren't the biggest...
Bro, we're running out of time, buddy. Encore. And we switched out.
Yeah, well,
Okay, so this means that... Oh, no, okay, Raging Bolt. Couldn't he have brought in his Terrapago safely here? Because he would have had his Terra Shell even if he got Drain Punch, and it's not like the guy would click Drain Punch, right?
Not the best of targets either. Like the Raging Bolt is gonna have all attacks, but you know, at least you know that if you're on Nick's side, you've started to whittle away at some of these options, and maybe are able to predict a switch from this Flutter main. If you
Wasn't there a chess player who did something like that? Yeah, he had a thing in his butt, allegedly, to help him cheat. But I think that got, that was disproven.
But all that really happens on that turn is Iron Hands landing Drain Punch into Raging Bolt, picking up pretty valuable damage. Whittling down that Raging Bolt is really key for Alberto because it stands up so well.
There's a chess player who allegedly had a cheating device in his butt during a tournament to cheat. Magnus Carlsen, the GOAT of chess, accused him of cheating with his butt, allegedly, but it ended up being not true.
But those are just things that can get easily Drain Punch healed back over time, and Nick can stay stuck in this kind of passive position, or he's just happy to taunt his Whimsicott, leave it just Moonblasting for the rest of its time on the field.
Yeah, well, you know, Nick didn't fall for that, so at least the Moonblast is going to be able to land into the Iron Hand.
Moonblast did not do enough.
Nice chunk of damage as the Volt Switch into the Flutter main. Might even be a 3-hit knockout at this point, but more importantly, you get a chance to reset this Gothitelle. You have fake out pressure if you want to, or you can bring in your big damage dealer and the Terrapagos. The Whimsicott is...
Okay, he has Terra Shell. He's chilling now.
Which is the hardest part.
Yeah, so there'll be no speed advantage easily gained.
Bro could say he literally pulled the game out of his butt. I don't think he would want to pull it out, though. That might hurt.
Be resisted, but still is pretty valuable chip damage back, especially because the Terra Shell is now broken.
Yeah, the annoying part is that he lost his shell, right?
If you can't hit the tailwind, this Flutter main is also not a huge problem because it's...
All right, we're Terra Starstorm. Oh, we can't tailwind though.
It's gonna expire in a couple of turns.
We're encored.
Still has options in the back.
There could be a really critical damage calculation here. If Terra Starstorm plus Moonblast is enough damage to pick up Iron Hands, is the kind of position where the offense can just go from 0.
It does. But 100%, this Iron Hands is dead if he's staying in. There's no way he doesn't die to Terra Starstorm Moonblast. There's literally no way. Literally.
Wants to opt in to that damage trade or just switch in, but there's nothing that switches in easily to a Terra Starstorm plus a Moonblast. So this could be a really pivotal moment.
There's no way he doesn't die.
Go out on the offense. Flutter main forced to switch because all it can do is
Maybe he sacks it. True, it could be a sack.
Whimsicott switching in to take this combination attack.
What's nice too, because
all right, combination attack coming.
around with that focus sash, as long as it doesn't get doubled into, it should be able to stick around. But Nick is going to go for that stellar terrestrialization onto the Terrapagos. It's time to see the big turtle, see what it's all about.
The big turtle.
Definitely going to be able to do some damage into both of these Pokemon, but will it be enough? As the Whimsicott goes for the Moonblast into the Iron Hands, it's able to chip it down to about 25%. But with the Terra Starstorm follow-up here from this...
Watch, this kills.
Is it a assault that's going to actually keep this Iron Hands alive?
Watch, just trust me.
The answer to that is no. Brings the Whimsicott
Obviously.
down to focus sash as well, and the biggest problem for Nick in that game number 1 is off the field.
Yeah, that damage looked like it was way more than enough.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Effective means that the Whimsicott can have a pretty important offensive...
No, there's still a Maridon.
Iron Hands is such a critical target.
Oh no.
So easy. Nick takes the Whimsicott down to 1 HP, gets rid of the Iron Hands. Really valuable turn that he spent several turns positioning to find his way into, with the damage built up a little bit on the Iron Hands, and no worry that the Tropical...
Yo, don't forget his Maridon has covert cloak on.
Taking a KO just means
his Maridon has covert cloak. You cannot fake him out.
Alberto ready to try to trade damage in this position.
And it's tough because
We're still taunted, buddy boy.
already terrestrialized. Had the Terrapagos been able to terrestrialize while that electric train was active on the field, it would have been able to remove that. So now this Maridon, not many ways that you're able to shut down that electric terrain. This Maridon is going to get the boost.
He charged me more Electro Drift. You expect me to know these things, man?
Massive damage. can't try to grab
Uh-oh.
the advantage there, and so instead it's just the Gothitelle switching in for Tropicos.
Technically, you can fake out. It just won't flinch. Yeah, well, there's no point in pressing the fake out, right?
Doesn't have the choice specs damage, but it's still pumping out just enormous amounts of damage.
Yeah, you still get.
Well, there you go. He's electro drived.
Electro drift on top of the electric terrain stab, the stab on the Pokemon, plus that electric terror, and that Gothitelle just gets taken out in one hit.
Yeah, we're just stalling out the taunt turns, right?
Where Alberto saw the tides be able to swing in his favor, and he's gonna go out with a home run. This Moonblast too, just to be able to help get this Whimsicott
Oi, oi, oi.
HP. It's gonna at least break the focus sash there, and maybe even.
Damn, the Whimsicots are just shooting at each other.
Back into the Flutter.
Yeah, Fluttermane going to
Okay, so now he gets to bring his Whimsicott. I mean, Tailwind is with his Whimsicott.
relevant in this game. This is what we touched on in game 1, where Iron Hands can feel like the raid boss. It can feel like it's so difficult for Nick to find a way to take it off the field. But
What's the game plan? What's the game plan?
Pokemon on Alberto's side of the field. It isn't the core piece of that offensive attack. That's the Miraidon, Whimsicott, and in this case, the Fluttermane as the second attacker with it. And so when so many resources, so much time positioning is spent to take down Iron Hands, it just opens things up for Miraidon to take that big one-hit KO onto.
We get rid of the Fluttermane, have the Tailwind up, then off. We had a free switch into Terrapagos, Earth Power for the win.
Threaten the KO right now if it wants to.
That's the game plan. Write it down, guys.
The taunt on the Whimsicott did expire as well, so Nick is free to go for that speed control. That is
We're going to game number 3.
Make sure that this Terrapagos can still stand tall.
I figured it out the whole game out. It's game 3 already. It's over.
Crystallization from Miraidon could be costly. It means the Terra Star Storms are now super effective out of the back.
Ooh, and it's not even going to be the Thunderclap. With that Tailwind, that Raging Bolt is going to be faster. Not even opting to try to play that mind game of whether this Fluttermane would end up going for something like
That's
this or
fine.
not. But the Draco Meteor into the Raging Bolt
That's fine.
is going to be enough for that one-hit
-2 now as well.
Miraidon does not have any partners left. It cannot switch off the field.
Right now, Terrapagos comes in, and we click the Earth Power, and it's game over.
To be stuck on the field with no
Game over.
super effective Terra Star Storm on its way in and no way to deal enough damage into this Terrapagos. And so Nick gets the KO on Iron Hands, has to give
Or Terra Star Storm. I don't know.
in return because
Same thing.
regained after that KO, but it was just
Game's over.
for Alberto because then once that taunt expired, Tailwind was able to go up. I think a really crucial
All right.
Moonblast
What do we do? What do we do in game 3?
well. On that turn where Gothitelle went down, the Whimsicott on Nick's side was able to get a Moonblast off and KO the Whimsicott on Alberto's side, which stuck Alberto
Yeah, I don't know.
with just those final 2 Pokemon on the field.
This seems tough.
Have speed control for the closing moments.
I think the Gothitelle helped
Easy for Nick to position
kind of put
Terrapagos.
pressure on the enemy Whimsicott, so we had the speed control.
I was gonna say, does that endgame look any different if Alberto
No FFing on stream.
go for
Yeah, what the heck?
Tailwind
They're not allowed to
and
FF.
then the Moonblast with that Whimsicott?
Yeah, I think ultimately it might have, right? The Fluttermane
Honestly, though, like, this Encore play was so obvious.
instead might
How come he fell for it?
Fluttermane could have more easily
Lead Chiyu, nothing threatens it besides the Urshi?
but ultimately the biggest problem was the need to Draco Meteor.
Yeah, but what if he brings the Urshi?
To switch back out into, which meant the damage really disappeared for the Miraidon and meant that Tropicos, while it didn't actually have to take an attack at all because it had the speed advantage and the damage output,
Yo, it's the Galu raid. Hello. Good raiding, Galu. Gayatlu. Galu, I heard you were griefing.
Hovercloak has an opportunity to go for protect, but it means that it's a lacking discharge. So there's no spread damage on this Miraidon, so it might look a little.
Toon said you griefed 3 hours of his time today and that he hates you.
Yeah, it means that Miraidon can't establish those kind of.
Oh my Gaiat.
Checkmate in games where you just see everything ready to go down to close combat. So we're going to be stuck using single targeted attacks, which are a little bit easier to protect into and find a way back out of.
Show him Toonslim? Oh, look at my Toonslim drawing. It's pretty accurate.
Alberto was able to just win off the Iron Hands, was able to trade enough drain punches back that Nick never.
He's playing Cinderace. He's got the Nouns glasses on. He's a little angry and he's saying bloody hell in it.
And then it felt like his offense was
That's
over.
Nouns tune right there.
Happened. I think Alberto has to have either
Pretty handsome.
be a little bit more careful with the Iron Hands, be cautious with what damage trades it takes, that it doesn't end up in range for a double up with the Terra Star Storm, or has to have the right partners to make sure that if Iron Hands goes down, there's enough damage coming back from his side of the field. The Fluttermane felt like it really didn't accomplish much in that game. It got a few taunts off, but it got encored, and then eventually just went down to a combination of, I think, 2 Volt switches and a Thunderbolt.
Yeah, I think Alberto's leading their Shifu this time.
In that situation, right? The first Volt switch might have just taken down the Urshifu.
I think my read is Alberto leads Urshi Iron Hands here. So how do we counter that as Nick?
Next to Rhydon. And you also have to kind of determine where you're going to position that extra Pokemon. Is it going to be in the early game next to Iron Hands to try to win off that situation? Or are you just
Yeah, no, I think we're screwed.
have the right position next to Miraidon and focus on that angle?
If you bring the Fluttermane again, I wonder if you opt
Yeah, I was wrong on both.
type of damage at the very beginning instead.
They
knowing
both
that
bought the
on board
fish.
Is something that this Whimsicott is going to threaten. But
They went double fish.
again, switching it up here with the Chiyu on the field for both of them.
Yeah, there were no Chiyus in the last game. There are suddenly 2 Chiyus on the field.
This fish thing is so scary.
Whimsicott only on Nick's side of the field means the speed.
Your audio only. Can I give a recap of the last 90 minutes? Bloody hell, innit?
As well. Fluttermane and Chiyu, though, 2 bigger attackers on Alberto's side of the field. The KOs are there for Alberto if he can survive the turn. The Fluttermane might be in KO.
All right, Nick.
Choice Scarf overheat.
You have the Gothitelle, so that means automatically you're already doing better than the first game.
Alberto's side of the field, and probably with a Focus Sash and Whimsicott and Chiyu's typing mean that the Chiyu on the other side can't actually take a KO. But of course, he can also just start to Snarl and reduce the outgoing damage from Nick's side of the field.
What's the game plan? What's the game plan, man? Knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on your sweater already.
So a very tricky little opening here.
And overheat could also just miss. Let's not forget that that is not a 100% accurate move, and that could be devastating. But
All right, we landed the overheat.
to use its glasses, hit the overheat.
Oh, it crit.
Might not have mattered.
Did it matter?
What this Chiyu can do, especially when Beads of Ruin is active with those overheats. Why?
Did it matter, guys? Does anyone know?
It's gonna help limit that special attack a little bit from that Chiyu, but I feel like it got what it wanted. A huge damage threat out of the way.
Yeah, I think that's a really strong start for Nick. Establishes the speed control.
Nick needs a posture check. Yeah, he's playing a tournament, you know. No posture during tournaments.
Be there and ready on his side of the field. And yeah, you give up a Snarl, it breaks the Focus Sash and lowers Chiyu's special attack even further, but Chiyu already overheated. It wasn't going to be really wanting to stay on the
Eesh.
attack from that position anyway. So if you're going to be forced to switch Chiyu out, the extra Snarl probably doesn't matter too much, but this is Alberto's time to fight back. This is now a
Crit definitely mattered. Oh,
Chiyu is going to need to switch out to be able to accomplish much.
you ran the calcs. That's not good.
Good switch into that Chiyu spot. That could be a very vulnerable position. Of course,
Our Chiyu is like -3 now, right?
Heat Wave and Drain Punch double up, where Heat Wave is threatening KO into Whimsicott, Drain Punch throwing a KO into Chiyu, and there aren't good switch-ins. That early advantage of just taking
Are we just sacking it?
can get evened out so quickly here.
I mean, you could also just kind of do that regardless if you think that the Chiyu is going to switch.
Imagine he crits again. That would be criminally.
Not want to take that either. But as we head into this next turn, I feel like this.
He just needs some chip on the Iron Hands to put it in Terra Starstorm range, right?
That momentum
I think we're trying to get a safe swap to our Terrapagos,
You also just
so we can
chip into Iron Hand. So even though this overheat
get that Terrapagos in.
chip, right? And if the goal is just to establish enough chip that Terra Starstorm is now a KO, well, that's definitely making
See?
progress there. And
The casters agree with me.
Yeah, I mean that double up is going to do huge amounts of damage, and the Snarl from the Chiyu, it's just going to help.
Okay, but the thing is, the Drain Punch healing is gonna go dummy thick here.
Switches in, you're able to get a nice special attack drop on that, but maybe giving Nick what he wants.
Is this?
Drain Punch is going to help to heal up the Iron Hands.
I don't know if that's not enough.
Chiyu already wanted to leave the field, especially.
Yeah, the Chiyu kind of wanted to leave here, so Terrapagos gets the safe switch.
yeah, I think this actually plays out really well for Nick. The Iron Hands started that turn at 100% health, is now at about 50%. Is easily in KO range from a Moonblast plus Terra Starstorm double up, which is kind of what spelled the beginning of the end for Alberto in that last.
Yeah, I don't know, Alberto. This one's not looking good for you.
Pokemon at that point, and Nick recognizing it had more. The cost of trying to save it by switching it out was more than it was still worth at that point. The Chiyu on the other side is just locked into the Choice Spec Snarl. Is it going to be able to pick up a KO on Whimsicott, and it's just going to
78 to 1. I mean, it probably mattered then.
break on the Terrapagos if the Terrapagos doesn't just
His Fluttermane's taunt, right? So it might,
much damage as
the enemy Fluttermane, it might be like a little bulkier.
The momentum is in Nick's side. Again, because of the KO taken by Alberto, right? You have a little bit of momentum shift because Fluttermane goes down and Alberto has the 2 attackers coming in.
Aren't we just Moonblast Terra Starstorm?
You going down on his side of the field to reestablish that momentum, have his restricted Pokemon in the position it wants to be in, and make things look.
Oh, is he setting up the trap?
Of course, there's also only one Pokemon left under.
No.
That means there cannot both be a Tailwind waiting and a Miraidon waiting. should be just a Maridon without speed control in the in-game for Alberta.
Ooh, well, here's a really interesting lock-in as we do see the Maridon.
Wait, which side did we click this Earth Power on?
Help to set up the electric terrain for this Iron Hands.
Oh, but he predicted this because he Terra's here.
And it is going to
He's gonna take away the electric terrain, right?
attack boost.
Watch this, watch this.
Be able to boost up a drain punch.
Oh, no electric terrain for you.
That as this terror shift is going to activate, you're going to see that big turtle hit the field. But more critically, this is what we were talking about in game number 2. Maridon just switched in. It set the electric terrain, and with this terrestrialization to the stellar terra type and terraform 0 activating, the electricity is gone. There goes your terrain, and there goes the Quark drive as well as the Hadron engine boost.
Not bad.
Yeah, Maridon just switching in at such an unfortunate time here, but does not take a Terra Starstorm. Instead, it's Earth Power locked into to KO Iron Hands. The turn doesn't go as disastrously for Alberto as it could have, but still looks like it might have gone so disastrously that's going to be really difficult for Alberto to find a way.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Alberto here.
Immediately loses its electric terrain, and Iron Hands just goes down on that.
Wait, Earth Power actually just 3-0s this guy,
There's no way to get out and back in.
right?
And Nick still has 3 Pokemon.
Doesn't he just protect on his Whimsy here?
So much damage.
Or swap it?
Maridon and Chi-Yu, and then one unrevealed Pokemon
Yeah.
in the back that could help close out this game.
And we just keep clicking moves.
This is such a critical protect here for Nick because as you got a chance to see, there's one turn of Tailwind.
Does the enemy Maridon have
This
protect?
is really going to need that speed control in order to make sure that it is outspeeding this Maridon. But can this Maridon actually take this hit? One of the nice things about locking into Earth Power is you know that the Earth Power is going to be super effective into the Iron Hands, the Maridon, and the Chi-Yu if they do.
Yeah.
And even if the Maridon terrestrializes, still going to hit it super effective. So it's a really smart lock-in.
Yeah, Nick recognizing that with one unrevealed Pokemon left and Maridon not shown, that it had to be that Pokemon. And so the 3 that were left.
Who's he, Terra?
The Chi-Yu, the Iron Hands, and the Maridon all weak to Earth Power.
Or the Chi-Yu?
Is going to terrestrialize out of its weakness to Earth Power. That was Alberto's one way to get one Pokemon that isn't weak to that Choice Specs Earth Power on the field. But it's going to mean Maridon is left hanging here.
Maridon's left hanging, but and maybe this Terrapagos a little bit more vulnerable, but
He doesn't have the protect.
So a smart call here, knowing that the Terrapagos is threatening such a super effective.
So he gets a free hit with this Chi-Yu here.
And it's going to carve out an opportunity for
How much does Chi-Yu do here?
something impactful as the
Heat wave.
It's going to be able to protect itself, but can it hit this Terrapagos? And yes, it does. It's going to do about
Not bad
50%
damage.
which is huge.
Oh, and the burn.
Maybe putting a timer on this Terrapagos, but it feels good to get that damage down.
It does, but I think
Does Alberto go for the double protect here?
recognizing that maybe the one path back into this game
The double protect is how he can win, right?
KO's Whimsicott before a second Tailwind can go up.
And I mean, if you take the laws of averages here,
Now get a Tailwind.
he's due to get a double protect because the other guy crit him.
Wave just comes out and KOs
So like, if you get unlucky once, you will get lucky again afterwards.
Raging Bolt, like we've
That's
seen.
how math works.
Can probably win an in-game against a Ghost Chi-Yu.
I think Alberto's plays go for the double protect.
Other 2 Pokemon are gonna have a lot more difficulty.
For sure. And so, like, you can still see Nick kind of taking his time, but it feels like, to me, just set up the speed control and just make sure that this Terrapagos is going to be able to at least KO one Pokemon. But you have to choose, and you have to choose wisely. This Maridon's going to try to go for the double protect, but it
He
doesn't
failed.
get it. So
Yeah, yeah.
Earth Power is going to
Unlucky. He actually got unlucky.
do that Maridon after we see this Tailwind go through.
Does Nick have in the back? It's Gothitelle. But it doesn't really matter now that the double protect didn't go off.
I think when you're looking at the Choice Specs Terrapagos, it's just too powerful, especially next to a Pokemon. It's going to help lower that Maridon's special defense. But the Heat Wave is going to be able to knock
Wait,
it
maybe Gothitelle doesn't win this 1v1.
What is in the back here for Nick? And is Alberto happy with what's in the back?
Yeah, I think
It's a Gothitelle, right? Actually, wait, he might lose.
Maridon just going to go down otherwise.
I mean, foul play doesn't Oko.
Is getting the double protect, Heat Wave taking those 2 KOs, but it's Gothitelle in the back. This is going to be a really interesting now in game. The Raging Bolt would have been a lot easier. The Gothitelle probably going to get 2-hit KO'd by Heat Wave. Foul play, I imagine, does not 1-hit KO Chi-Yu back. This could be a situation where the exact stats of the Chi-Yu become relevant. But I have to imagine that even with max.
All right, who wins this?
Yeah, not even a 2-hit KO. Just
That doesn't look like a 2-hitter.
and the Tailwind. Ooh,
Didn't get the burn.
so much almost picks up.
Does it kill? Does it kill?
Not able to get the KO.
No.
Okay. I was nervous.
He didn't miss the heat wave.
Bit of a lag, but it did hit. The Heat Wave connects. And
Oh my god.
brings back the set after
just such a close end game there. It felt like Gothitelle was not the right Pokemon. Then it looked like it might almost have it. It had the speed advantage because of that final tailwind. Was able to get 2 foul plays off. But Chiyu, low enough an attack stat on.
I mean, Alberto came back after getting crit, so damn.
How many heat waves down this?
Something's wrong with my Pokemon Unite game. Yeah, it's lagging. It's lagging, so they were just doing turn by turn. Why did he use foul play twice? There's nothing else that he could do.
Those beads of ruin were good for something, right? It's just to make sure
He had no other moves he could use. He had
to make sure it's hitting all
fake
the
out,
right
taunt,
buttons,
helping
but
hand,
certainly
foul
it
play.
hurt in order to make sure that that was going to be doing an enormous amount of damage.
Clutch back cap. True, he clutched it.
Chiyu manages to land every single one.
You can't fake out on ghost types. It's a normal type move.
For sure. I mean, even just revisiting some of the hype moments from this third game.
I mean, in hindsight, the Gothitelle was just not good here.
On a back foot, that Flutter Mane can be such an important piece to just help chip away at some of these pieces on Nick's side. And then even with the drain punch onto the Chiyu, Nick still looked like he was in the driver's seat. Getting a
Yeah, it was a support. It was a support in the back, basically.
-6 thanks to the 2 overheat.
Was this Earth Power correct to lock into?
Come in for free.
Yeah, I think one really crucial moment here was the decision to lock into Earth Power. It was a good recognition of the typings left for Alberto, that they were all weak to Earth Power, but it gave up the option to go for spread damage. If Terra Starstorm had been enough damage to pick up the Iron Hands, well then it is definitely the better move to close out that rest of that game, because you can pump out damage into both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake.
Because the Terrapagos was forced to just Earth Power one target at a time, spent a turn attacking into a Protect.
Gothitelle's cool, but it lost. So now what?
Push enough damage before Gothitelle was stuck trying to 1v1 Chiyu.
Now what?
Endgame looks so different though if you miss any of those heat waves.
You're a Gothitelle hater?
One miss and you're not gonna be able
Let
to
me leave. Just Volt Switch.
the 1v1 there.
Just Terra Ghost, bro.
Wow. They're two good friends as well. So I know it's
Is he
not-
Parish trapping? No, I think he's just normal trapping.
We got a chance to have.
That was a really fun start, and I think about a fun introduction to the kind of gameplay that we're going to see today. There's a lot of offense behind these restricted Pokemon. Miraidon and Terrapagos going to be 2 of the most popular ones in the field today, and both capable of pumping out so much damage where things can just flip at a moment's notice, where it feels like someone
Yeah.
gets the right position, the right opportunity to start attacking with those Pokemon, and the dominoes just start falling.
It's exactly a good example of what we saw.
Terra Starstorm would have done 70% to Miraidon and Chew. They would have survived and killed the rest. Earth Power was the right
Do
call.
Incremental changes here or there, maybe a switch, maybe just a smart
Maybe.
move selection, and then by the time he ended up getting that Terrapagos in with the Iron Hands off the field, that was the go button to be able to make sure that he could lock in that second game.
Yeah, it's a really important, like, big picture recognition of the game to think about what walls, what blockers are in front of the kind of damage that you want to pump out. For Nick, that's that Terra Starstorm sweep, and recognizing that if the Iron Hands is still there and still bulky enough to take...
Technically, aren't spread moves twice the chance to crit? If you think about that, you get 2 crit rolls. Like, how broken is that?
Because it was in a similar position. It was kind of the roadblock to being able to close out the game in the way he'd like, and so in the first game was able to get it taken down and traded for a lot of drain punches. And the second game didn't happen fast enough. In the third game, it wasn't even there, and so Alberto was able to close out the game.
Yeah, I mean for sure. I think like
Less damaging move. True.
To look at Nick's perspective is like we talk about timing of making sure you can actually weave in the offensive damage, the timing in the matchup of the terrestrialization for both of these players. Because on the one hand, you want to save the terrestrialization for your Terrapagos so you can hit those big Stellar Terra Starstorms. But on Alberto's side, you have to position in a way that you're not
That was a hard one to say.
by the fact that you are a-
Stellar Terra Starstorm.
Yeah, you have to be very careful to
Say that 5 times fast.
of really
Stellar Terra Starstorm. Stellar Terra Starstorm. Stellar Terra Starstorm. Stellar Terra Star.
great moment.
That's too hard.
To give himself a way to win that game 3 was
I
the
call it.
switch from Chiyu into Miraidon. It was a switch
Yeah.
that immediately looked like it had gone pretty poorly, right? The Miraidon comes in, takes some damage, and loses its electric terrain immediately, but it meant that
See you later,
Chiyu
Big
was
Bob.
back and able to reselect its moves. Snarl in that position could have started to mitigate the damage coming out.
Terra Terra
from Terrapagos, but it would have
Starstorm.
probably done damage
Stellar Terra Starstorm.
Chiyu close out that in game.
Yeah.
But because the Chiyu went in the back, even though it cost so much of Miraidon's potential, it opened up Chiyu's potential and let Chiyu win that in game. So I think a really delicate position where Alberto saw a path to winning, recognized that even if it's going to cost so much of Miraidon, this is what I have to do right now to make
Hello, I'm here too.
A tough pill to to swallow in a single restricted meta, because you're looking at a lot of these teams being built with the idea in mind that this one restricted Pokemon is supposed to be sort of the key piece for your team to operate, or even just one of the biggest damage dealers on the team. So how do you actually make yourself comfortable with the idea that you might have to sacrifice some HP or even opportunity with your single restricted to actually win the game?
Yeah, I think it's a really fun part of the psychology of a single restricted format, because it can open up into lots of other positions where you maybe are they.
Do I have any friends playing today?
Single restricted because you want to lose it, and so
Alex Underhill.
prey on the partner a little bit more.
He's a friend
Switch it in because
of the stream. He's a friend.
bigger risk than switching
And Joe
would be. And there's no better way to try to
Joseph Ugarte.
and find an opportunity to seek advantage from them.
Wow, so many mind games to be had here, even just for our first match of the day. But we get a chance to pick the minds of both of those players as they're ready in the lounge with Gabby after that incredible first.
Wait, they're both in the lounge?
Thank you so much, Rose. I'm here with Nick Navarre and Alberto Lara. Thank you both for agreeing to do this interview. It's rare that we get to talk to two people after a match. So, Alberto, as the hometown hero, I'll start with you. How you feeling this morning?
It's been an interesting tournament. I'm getting nostalgia vibes from 2014 SoCal Regionals. I'll just say that.
That's fair. That's fair.
Nostalgia vibes?
Also the last time we were in LA, right?
Yeah, actually, this is the last time. It was in Long Beach in 2014, but yeah, that tournament ran a little bit. Actually, started a little bit later than this one, so we're actually good on time in terms of comparing it to that tournament.
Well, hopefully our 5 turns has passed and we can get rid of the slow start ability like Regigigas. Nick, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing okay. It's been pretty chill hanging out for the couple hours of technical difficulties, and I'm excited to play some Pokemon today, finally.
Yeah, well, I know you are also running Terrapagos once again, but you've made a couple of team changes, most notably the Gothitelle. Can you tell me about your thinking behind that Pokemon?
Sure. So Gothitelle's really good against a couple of specific comps. Miraidon was one of the ones that I had in mind when I put Gothitelle on the team, but Alberto had Covert Cloak instead of Choice Specs, which really just completely broke my flowchart, so I had to try to throw together some game plans on the fly, and it made it a lot tougher for me.
That Covert Cloak made it a little tougher.
Because that was something I wanted to ask you about, Alberto. I mean, that seems like a very unique adaptation for Miraidon. What was your thoughts behind it?
Well, when I originally built this team, it was kind of like I don't have Farigiraf on the team, so I just don't want to get faked out ever. So I have Terragos Whimsicott, Terragos Chiyu. I originally had Goldango over the Iron Hand slot, and then I have Fluttermane, and then I have Covert Cloak. Miraidon. Since it's a pretty hyper offensive team, obviously a fake out can ruin the flow of the team. So it's kind of just like, hey, I never have to worry about fake out, don't have to worry about Icy Wind, Snarl, like the Miraidon. Sure, it's not choice spec, so it's not gonna hit as hard, but it already hits extremely hard. So it's like, you know,
Pretty smart.
backup to try and protect the Miraidon from, like, you know, being faked.
Are you meant to be able to hear them because they're almost silent? They are pretty quiet. I turn them up a little.
Yeah, for sure. And Iron Hands as well was a very unique adaptation. I know that we saw a lot of it in previous regulations. How have you been finding it, especially with the synergy with Quark Drive?
Well, shoutouts to Geo. I threw Iron Hands onto the team last night, did not test it. It was just Goldango was on the team, but it wasn't really doing much, it felt like. And Geo has been running a Miraidon team as well, and he has Iron Hands on his team, and he said, dude, just use Iron Hands. You get the Quark Drive. Iron Hands finally has an ability. You get the terrain boost, so it's like, all right, you know what? I'll just take your word, Geo.
Wait, Electric Train procs Iron Hand's ability? That's broken.
But round one, it looked pretty good.
Why aren't people doing more of that?
Yeah, for sure. So one thing I want to talk with both of you, because we rarely have this opportunity, is your game plans going into game number 1. I was talking with Aaron Trailer, who is a other fantastic Pokemon trainer like you two, and he was telling me about how you approach team preview, you know, how you look at your opponent's Pokemon and how you figure out your strategy. So Nick, I'll start with you. You just sat down to this round 1 match. You saw Alberto's team. You saw the Covert Cloak Miraidon. What was going through your head, and how did you craft your game plan for that game 1?
Like I said, my game plan was pretty much just like Chiyu reliant, just Terragon, Terraless, and Miraidon. But if he has the ability to protect it, then I Choice Specs, he can just fake it out or fake out the partner, or like basically everything on Rajan's team just gets blown up by Goth Chiyu, but I just had to figure out something to go work with on the fly. My game 1 was I just really disrespected the Iron Hands and it was tough to get.
Yeah, he did get disrespected by the Iron Hands.
Yeah, that was like moving forward. I just tried to put Alberto in funny positions with Gothitelle and Encore, which is like one of the. It's like definitely the cutest thing that my team does, and it really gets. It can catch.
Gothitelle, Whimsicott are cute. I agree.
So I thought that it was probably my best way forward, so I did that in game 2, and I was trying to do it in game 3, but the position.
What's up, Cloud? What's up, Full Thrust? Hello.
So I just had a Gothitelle stuck in back that didn't get its moment to shine.
All right, Alberto, same question. Game 1, what's going through your head?
I was like, oh, Iron Hands looks pretty good. That's what I'm gonna go with. There we go. That was honestly the plan.
Damn, this guy's nodding aggressively.
Let's try and use it. Let's just try and Drain Punch, Terapagos, Chi Yu.
His pants are so cool, but his shirt is way cooler. Imagine his pants and his shirt.
There's a lot of special attackers on Nick's team, so I gotta be.
That'd be a vibe.
That's why that one turn in game 3, that last turn, I switched up my Chi Yu because I was like, all right, then I need to try and have my Iron Hand survive and get off this Drain Punch basically. But he made the right call and he went for Earth Power, and I didn't tarot it basically. So yeah, it's
You can tell they made him put this shirt on because it's creased. Trey is folded like right here.
Yeah, well, it was an
They're the
awesome
fold
set.
lines on the
So
shirt.
glad that we got to feature
That means that his shirt that he has underneath has too many logos.
Event of 2024. I'm curious to hear
Fun
both your
fact, they don't
favorite
care about the logos on your
logos.
pants that much.
I know, Alberto, you've been to a ton of tournaments this year. Nick, you've
I
been
remember
to a
I
ton of
wore
tournaments
some
this
shorts that
year.
had like a big
Both
logo on
logos.
stage and they were like, whatever,
Congratulations,
we don't
by
care.
the way. I know you just qualified thanks to an
But
MLS.
shirts, no logo on them.
Yeah, I finished it up last weekend, and it's nice to have the monkey off my back heading into this tournament.
Is Wolfie participating in this tournament? I don't think he is, no.
Good Pokemon, and
I think he's playing in like some online tourney today.
So let's go ahead. Alberto, what was your favorite moment from the regional circuit this year?
I mean,
It's called
if I
fashion.
finished this season,
That's
I was top
fashion.
4 at the beginning of the season in Pittsburgh with a very cool team that I liked, that I had used at Worlds, but didn't do as well with. But I knew that the team was amazing. I just played poorly at Worlds. So yeah, being able to that was the most confident I had gone into in a tournament in a really long time, and to get a top 4 finish with it, was pretty satisfying. So I'd say probably getting top 4 in the beginning of the season. And then immediately after that, I got top 8 in Sacramento as well. So I got off to a hot start. I've been slowing down a little bit, but I also haven't been playing as much and going to as many tournaments in the later part of the season. But yeah, the beginning of the season was my favorite because I got off to a good start.
This guy's backpack in the back looks cool. Is that like a Charizard bag?
Went 18-0 on day 1 of Indianapolis.
We enhance?
Weeks ago, and just being able to celebrate.
Gabby, just move your head a little bit. Oh, nice.
And then he ended up winning the tournament. It's probably my favorite tournament that I've ever played, and I've played a lot of tournaments. That's gonna be special. I'm gonna hold on to that for the rest of my life.
Nice.
It looks like a Charizard bag to me.
Go for it.
Actually, that reminded me.
Nice little water bottle right there too.
In San Antonio. I mean, Gio's been playing since 2016.
And there's Charizard.
Gotten so close. He hadn't even
Good.
gotten a trophy yet. He'd always lose in top 8, and for him to finally just win the entire regional, it was like one of the best moments for VGC.
Petition for me to wear a Hawaiian shirt to NAIC and Worlds. For Worlds,
A treasured memory for sure from
Alice
regionals. So,
spot me. Here, I'll
Alberto,
show this to you
Nick,
guys.
thank you both so much. Do you have any
She showed it in the tier 3 channel.
Yeah, shout out to my fiance Ali for always supporting me and everything. Shout out to all my friends. So this is the first time in a really
Got
long
me
time
this.
I've had my original crew with me from back in the day when I started playing in 2013,
For Worlds.
Chases here,
And she got herself
Steve
this.
playing TCG,
Pretty cool. I like it.
Riley
I like the
here,
half and half.
Francis here, Gio was here, Eric
Virus
here.
said he didn't like the
We all
half and
made a
half
lot of
though.
culture, like, it's
But I
been,
like the half and half.
I don't even know, like
Can I zoom on the pattern? Enhance.
all at the same tournament at one time, since a lot of us don't play as much
There you go.
anymore. I'm still going strong, but some of them, they're not playing as much anymore.
Are you allowed to walk around topless in Hawaii?
Tournament at
As long as you have like the flower necklace, like the Leia, yeah, you can.
Shout outs to Tub, I love you guys. Shout outs to Amberflight Gaming, who added a new member. Congratulations to Alex on joining the flock. I don't know if we're a flock. I think we're a flock. Shout outs to my
All right.
parents. I love you guys. Shout
Thinking
outs
about getting one. Guys, don't copy me, okay?
Well, thank you both so
Do
much.
not show up to Worlds with the same clothes as me.
Masters, back to you.
It'll look like we planned it.
It was awesome that Nick and Alberto wanted to do that interview together. I thought they gave some really good insight onto how the other might have seen the match.
Am I winning the regionals? Yeah, we're gonna win.
Great.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to hear both perspectives, how they were approaching that game 1. Kind of the different approach to the team preview there.
It was cool. And also to hear all of their memories that they have from over
In a
19
tattoo
playing
play
this game.
Pokemon on your
Yeah,
chest?
they've both been such strong players for
That's
so
pretty good.
long in VGC, with a ton of impressive accomplishments.
And then squeeze your tattoo
Maybe
every time you get a last
have
bit.
a regional championship title, because we have today and tomorrow.
We all
They've
show
been
up dressed the
through
same like
that
OG
win
Squirtle
for the
gang.
list of
It'll
regional
look like we planned
championships
it.
from this season. It's starting to become a very impressive list, but also there's only one more spot to fill.
Yeah, one last empty space as a regional champion, one last chance to earn that auto invite. Though of course, I think both of them don't need an
They
auto
don't need
invite
it.
at this point.
I think that would be like the third invite for both of them on
Yeah.
top of the points that they have. But it's funny to think about. Could you imagine if we had a rule where if you had that many, you could like give one to a friend?
Oh yeah, you just like start handing them out. Like, oh, I
Yeah.
have an extra one.
Yeah,
Do you need it?
exactly. Yeah, you need a world's invite. I got you. That'd be really funny. But no, that's not how it works. I don't take that as a good idea. That's not a good idea. Don't listen to me for that one. But you know what is a good idea? Miraidon and Terrapagos is single restricted Pokemon because
Can we get another game, please?
and also the success behind Miraidon already at the Indianapolis Regional Championships doesn't either.
Yeah, this is a Pokemon that can just.
I hate this Pokemon so much.
You can see with what's in front of you.
I can't wait till it's legal for Pokemon Unite though.
Electric out on the attack, going to do more damage. Ability Hadron Engine gives it an extra boost to its special attack when in electric terrain.
Don't pull the Lutano.
When you have electric terrain,
Just
you don't do
slow rolling the tourney.
damage with electric attacks as you do without it. You do just under 60% as much damage when you
Keep
don't
this guy in jail.
terrain.
He's gonna be legal for Worlds, isn't he?
Piece of how it's able to pay
He's gonna be legal for Worlds, and they're gonna make T-Tar so broken that you have to ban T-Tar and all the EX, and there's gonna be 4 EXs. O's gonna come early,
Alberto
and then
shifted
every game either there's T-Tar or an
your
EX.
position right on in exchange for some of that damage. Wouldn't be surprised to start seeing
Actually, no.
more diversity. And
They're gonna make it so you can't ban EXs. They're too powerful, so you can't even ban them.
just what we saw Rajan win with a couple weeks ago.
I feel like Life Orb would be one of those items for me that might change up how you might want to
Allegedly, allegedly.
It gives you the same type of flexibility of being able to have protect, but you also get a chance to change your move selection that you're not locked into after having the choice specs.
Yeah, allows you to protect. Always very valuable.
Mewtwo got leaked at around NAIC time.
Dragon and electric offense, which makes
I remember because we watched the Mewtwo spotlight, or not spotlight, but leak in Ohio.
Way that we can see Miraidon also get
Yeah, it
changed
came
up
out
too
in
is
it came out. It was out during Worlds too. It just wasn't legal
I have seen Terra Fairy get utilized as well as dazzling.
because everyone in Japan solo queue was playing it.
Yeah, it felt like early on there was a lot more defensive construction right on. Even Assault Vest is an item, defensive Terastallizations like Fairy.
When Spragos brings the golden balls in July, true.
Train benefiting the other future Pokemon.
True.
Here's my prediction: EX Pokemon legal for Worlds, and they announce EX Pokemon so powerful you can't ban them.
Miraidon suddenly went from on the
You can't. You're not allowed to ban them.
to right at the center of it was when Miraidon just became the focus for itself. It took the spotlight, said, I don't need to support all my teammates. I'm just going to deal so much.
But only one per team. Only one allowed per team.
Most impact. But isn't to say there won't be the right team construction in the future that finds the best way to get value out of all of those future Paradox Pokemon.
Japan solo queue so good. There's 8 EXP shares per team, and no one ever trolls. Yep. That's true.
I would consider to be part of the spice you could add on to a Miraidon team, but right now the Iron Hands proved to be super influential for Alberto's win in this matchup. But on the flip side of things, we had that Terrapagos team from Nick. Nick actually did have that 13-0 run at Indianapolis, like he was saying, with a Terrapagos team as well. Looked a little different with the Tornadus, the Amoonguss, and a couple of different pieces also switched out, but it was still the choice specs Terrapagos that he ended up using today.
Yeah, I felt like that 6 last week that he was able to go 13-1.
All right. Do you guys really want the leak? Like, I actually, you know, I actually know the leak. So what happens is that LG loses at NAIC, but everyone thinks, oh no, LG is not making it to Worlds. But then they qualify through the final stretch, and then they treat the final stretch teams as a different seeding for Worlds, and LG wins Worlds for the 3-peat. And they don't even play any of the teams.
Massive damage, and having a ton of success
It's
because of that, because you see
It's just, it is what it is. I don't make the rules.
whether it's before the stellar Terastallization when it actually does more damage as a single target attack and can pick up massive KOs onto things like Incineroar.
I don't make the rules.
After the stellar Terastallization into the stellar
EU doesn't win a single set. Yeah, EU doesn't make it out of groups.
mate situations where maybe Tailwind has gone up because of a Whimsicott or a Tornadus. I have no Pokemon left.
As long as Brave Burgers wins NAIC.
Faster because the Tailwind is up on the other side, and there's just no way out. And Terrapagos is great at closing games in that way.
For sure. And I feel like we still have yet to explore even more of where Terrapagos can go. You mentioned the combine.
Who's winning
in some
NAIC?
sense, and I feel like similarly with Power Herb, it's tough because like for Power Herb you only
I don't
get
know.
boost once. It also requires you to have
In your
herbs
leagues,
that
Chris wins worlds. Yeah.
actually feel like you are able to get the same type of damage output or even the defenses that you might get with something like the choice specs.
When is NAIC? June
It
7th.
feels really tough to actually weave in those setup options.
Never underestimate Japan and Asia hiding the secret plays. You're right.
Power Herb for Meteor being
Japan's winning.
special attack impactful. The good news is that with Incineroar consistently over 50%.
Do we know every team in NAIC? Technically, yes, but
few different
you never know, right?
Terrapagos that try to harvest those Incineroars for +1 special attacks and sweep after, but it definitely trades some of the instant damage for, again, in the same way that Alberta...
Brave Birders didn't win a single game in their group,
stand up against Fake Out,
but they got to qualify.
options like Power Herb plus Protect or Covert Cloak did not take a flinch from Fake Out, and lets you play a more positional game with Terrapagos.
Especially where we can see some of the higher level of
Because in their group, it was Orange Team that won, and then Paragon, which Paragon wasn't even supposed to be in that group. It was Hotspot, but Hotspot got DQ'd for unannounced reasons. So then Paragon got Hotspot spot, but then Paragon couldn't send one of their players, so they got DQ'd. And then Hades was the next highest team that would have made it, but because Hades forfeited their game thinking they wouldn't be able to qualify, it went to Brave Birders instead. But it was definitely a meme.
Most Pokemon, if they lost 20% of their usage, they would just disappear off of this graphic. Incineroar, such a high usage, it stays in the #1 spot, but it still represents a pretty significant shift in how many Incineroars are out there on teams. We saw around last round where there were no Incineroars. 2 top players bringing really...
Are Slash and Overlord gonna fight at the tourney? They might.
And so Incineroar...
Slash is starting in the upper bracket and Overlord's in the lower bracket though.
As a second Fake Out threat,
What do you think is the strongest region right now? Your vote's LATAM? Hard to say, but I mean, it's fair to give it to LATAM because they won their last event that had a lot of international teams.
You also have access to the
But
priority grassy glide too.
kind of hard to say.
It's been super impactful for all of these teams that like to run
The Western teams that were at EUIC were not the teams that are gonna be at Worlds, right? Like all the good teams from the West at EUIC reshuffled and had like a bunch of issues going to the end of the event. Right, like that version of LG had to play with like a bunch of subs. I mean, I guess Alter Ego was Alter Ego, but now that's Orange Team kind of. Nouns made a change.
Are primarily in that position because of the Fake Out and pivoting support they can provide, and the Friggraph can really disrupt that. One other thing to highlight here is Whimsicott continues to increase
Nemesis.
types of teams. We saw it
Yeah, but Nemesis picked Serena for some reason. They don't deserve to win picking Serena.
Right on, and with that team that made 2 top 8 placements and won the Indianapolis Regional Championship. But now we start seeing Whimsicott taking more of Tornadus' spots.
What is that orange emote supposed to be? Pokemon, is that Lapras?
Whimsicott instead next to Terrapagos, and for that reason, Tornadus...
Lapras throwing Bubble Beam with orange. That's kind of cool.
Well, I love that Moonblast is higher accuracy.
Yeah, I wouldn't understand. My bad.
I don't know about you, but I truly love that.
Yep. Don't have to worry about it getting wide guarded. Can just consistently pump it out. And
I'm just retired.
Reasonable damage into a bunch of the Pokemon on this graphic.
Hey, I mean, we saw even with the Moonblast from the Whimsicott.
Are Pokemon Go matches happening right now? I don't know. Why don't you Pokemon Go and find out?
Amount. And I think when it comes down to the other utility that this Whimsicott offers,
Why did I retire from Unite Competitive? It was too easy.
Sunny day, so if you want to activate the photosynthesis on your side, you have a manual way to be able to do that.
It was just too easy.
But the Encore can be so troublesome for a lot of trainers to get around, and even similarly, maybe why we're seeing...
Yeah, he was just practicing it for the Phalanx matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the biggest differentiator from Tornadus. It's the typing and the option to Encore and try to disrupt your opponent. When we're playing in a very offensive metagame, so many choice specs on teams, so many teams that are looking for one window to deal massive damage out, an Encore can create that situation. Even if it's just one turn where your opponent now has to decide to switch instead of getting Encored into attack, where they've gotten Encored into attack and now have to switch. To
2025 Worlds?
If you can exploit
maybe
one turn of passive play with a Choice Specs Terra Starstorm or a Choice Specs Electro Drift, that can be a massive swing in the game. So Whimsicott creates that extra little opportunity beyond just the speed of...
What Mon do I think will be a sleeper pick in NAIC?
I'm excited to see how Qianpao is going to influence the metagame as well. We'll have to
I mean,
keep
the
an eye
Mon,
on
I
it a little
think,
bit, though, because I think there's
is
a lot of different partners
just
in
broken
general
that
with
all the
this
teams are
event,
just
some of which
literally
are
too afraid to play as
As we take a
Dodrio.
look at the top 8 restricted
I don't know
Pokemon
why all
for
the
LA
Dodrio
World
players are
Championships.
being
What a
wusses and not
surprise
playing
that
them on.
the talk of the town, Miraidon, is going to be sitting up
It's
there in the first usage
pretty much
slot.
just as broken as it's always
Success in
been.
Indianapolis, it didn't jump to #1 usage in Stockholm, but given another couple weeks
So,
of
I don't know.
development, it feels like a lot of players
The
have
thing
lost
about
motivation,
Unite,
so it jumps to
right,
this
is
place spot.
in VGC you can have sleeper stuff, but piloting the Mons themselves, like
There's no restricted Pokemon sitting at
the
30
skill is in like your decision making, right? And like the Mons that you bring for Unite,
but definitely a Pokemon that's popular out in the field.
people are just too bad at the game.
Miraidon. Like, sure, these are kind of the top
Like Zoroark and
players
Dodrio are
that
just
have been
overtuned
at the
characters,
winning
objectively.
But it's the
But the pro players are just too scared to play it.
Interested in. I think Miraidon still has
Only
yet
Potato plays it in tourney. I mean, Potato barely played it in
you know, I intended that.
at regionals.
And then we also have Shadow Rider Calyrex, though, which I feel like has taken the back.
Galu's Dodrio. Well, Galu's not going to be at
Ice Rider Calyrex.
NAIC, so
Felt like when we first started
Meow. Yeah, Meow's also objectively overtuned.
so much attention was
I mean,
immediately
most of the speedsters are.
It is so fast, can deal so much damage. It feels like
What if
everyone-
Galu is at any? I mean, they could go to the final stretch technically.
And so there was a lot of attention put that way, a lot of counters ready for it, and even some early Tropico's usage is about it being a normal type that's immune to Astral Barrage. But
yeah, I don't know. Like,
Shadow becomes not actually that good because everyone you're playing has two.
the thing that you guys might not realize a lot of the time is people are actually just too scared to play the Mons that are good.
Used a little bit less. You can use less of those.
They're not confident in themselves.
More power behind things like Tropicos needing to not necessarily have specific Calyrex Shadow answers, but just more
Like,
attacking.
obviously the EVs are really strong, and what they do to competitive is annoying, right? They kind of just invalidate a lot of the macro in some ways.
The next thing,
But another big reason why all the pro players want to play the EVs is because
and it feels like that
you can get,
to your point,
like, you don't have to perform that as hard on them as you would on other Mons.
but it could also just be Calyrex Shadow, and the wheel can go.
They find weird reasons not to make. Yeah, I mean, they're all trolling.
Either of them up in usage, we're going to have to see if they can go up in success.
For sure. I think
Can a qualified team play last chance qualifiers?
really
I think
interested
any
to
team
see,
can
like,
technically
how
play in the
many
final
Shadow Rider
stretch.
Calyrex were actually running around day
It would be
one in
toxic
Indianapolis,
if
and how many
a
actually
qualified
came
EU
over
team
day
showed up to the
two.
final stretch and took a spot though for fun.
Significantly
I mean, they wouldn't. They would just go to the
we
next
ended up seeing for
team
those
that
day two
placed.
slots.
Yeah, we haven't, it seems like that's a facet of this regulation, that if you're one step behind and using the highest usage restricted Pokemon, that may not be great for your odds of going into day 2, because if everyone else is expecting that to be the highest usage, then it has the most counters. It's the thing that's one step behind on the wheel.
Why am I not playing Dodrio in tourneys? I mean, that's why I retired. The game is just, it was too easy.
And what Pokemon is one step below.
I would, otherwise I'd play it.
Conversion rate into day 2
Yeah.
and into the top 8.
We'll definitely have to
I'm
revisit this
oversimplifying it, obviously, but
these 9 rounds of Swiss
like,
that we have today.
there's
Well,
no
well,
reason
but
that
this is only
Dodrio
the
should be, like,
first round of the
basically
day, but
unpicked.
speaking about the Pokemon
Dodrio
that are
Zoroark.
on the wheel yet, maybe the wheel of
I think at NAIC though, a lot of teams will just ban Dodrio or Zoroark into LG probably. Almost certain Zoroark will be banned most games into LG.
Pokemon that are desperately
But I also feel like none of the teams will be confident enough to pick Dodrio.
8 and only about a 3%.
I don't even know
These are all
who are the
Pokemon
Dodrio players at NAIC.
very few believers out in the field.
LG has 2 of them. I don't think either of them will play it.
This Pokemon. I have the right team. I have the right partners. I see how this Pokemon has success. And all of these Pokemon have something.
OG might play it on G.
Being able to get a defense boost in snow.
I don't think anyone on OT plays it. Maybe Kratos.
Extreme speed or Ho-Oh looking for maybe double regenerator.
I don't think I've seen Machisel or Metallic play it, so I don't think Nem will play it.
So if you had to pick maybe one on
Yeah,
the
Scyther is
that
also
was the
broken.
most underrated,
But people will pick Scyther. People will pick Scyther.
My pick.
Nem will probably pick Scyther.
I think that if the metagame slows down a little bit from the extreme offense that it's at regenerator,
Banzo plays Dodrio.
Pokemon is hugely
Which team is he on?
Sacred Fire is one of the best moves in the game with the right defensive trestles.
Your team has 2 players with the new Dodrio skin.
Because you can try to get away from
Hopefully they pick it.
It could find
Ekans isn't at NAIC. They're in the final stretch.
Probably still just underpowered compared to the Pokemon that we're seeing having the most success. But I think
Comps are really tanky. Dodrio does fine into tanky comps.
just burn the Zamazenta. What are you doing?
The secret is that Dodrio's pickable in like pretty much every game.
Exactly. Just burn the world to the ground.
But people just don't
Maybe
practice it
I'll do
enough.
that. But, for the very
Potato
first
is from
community
EU.
prediction poll poll that we have up for
He's on
you
Yala
is
Bingo,
between
right?
White
I
Kyurem
think so, yeah.
and Lunala. So you mentioned that White Kyurem, you have the opportunity to go for the blizzards, especially in the snow. But what about Lunala? I feel like that's a Pokemon that we've seen on a couple of top 8s, especially if you look at like the Santiago regional
Venusaur? Venusaur is pretty good, yeah.
There's Lunala in
Venusaur will get
15,
picked good amount.
and still it's around, but it's not quite hitting the same usage or skill ceiling tier that everybody else has for it.
Yeah, I think Lunala is an interesting Pokemon because it has a lot of different ways it can be used. If it's going to suddenly have success, it's going to be because someone identifies which...
None of the supports. The supports are just so broken. It like you could just pick any of them whenever, really. Like Clef, or not Clef, Blissey Hoopa, Eld. They're just so unilaterally good.
We've seen in generations past Lunala have success. It's because it can kind of play in Tailwind or Trick Room, and so you can have both options available.
Are all these teams professionals with contracts and so on? No.
What do you think between these two
At NAIC, the only contracted team is OG.
Get a chance to really shine, but I feel like it's one of those Pokemon that it almost has too many tools at its disposal.
I was on double support comms because Trick is broken. It's pretty good.
Lunala can really do in this meta right now. I feel like the time we'll really see Lunala.
I've tried to convince the teams to pick double support Trick, but they're two noobs. They don't practice.
So maybe it is Lunala, but I also, my heart says White Kyurem just because I think Blizzard is
In Brazil, Legacy and DMX, yeah. Brazil has a couple. In EU, it's Nouns. Is there one more? No, right? No.
Pokemon quickly follow after you understand that White Kyurem's on the team.
Toon's been practicing. Toon's been practicing. True.
Once someone figures out exactly what partners to have and how to position the White Kyurem to take best advantage of just what it offers itself, then you could have a very successful team.
Very true. Well, it's up to you, the community.
Yo, is this game starting or what?
What do you think is going to be the most underrated? Is Lunala or is it White Kyurem? Let us know in the poll that you can see in your extension, and go ahead and do that while we get to a short break. When we come back, we will hopefully have Swiss round number 2 for you here at the LA Regional Championship.
We're in round 2, so.
I can't believe it. GG's. Oh my god, I thought you had...
Yo, what's up, Replicate?
I probably should have.
Yeah.
Hey, Pokemon trainers.
The LATAM teams, like, you know, LATAM, Brazil, all of these guys actually play the speedsters is the thing. They pretty much play all of them.
2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
It really did.
yeah, they just took the junior division championships in the Masters division.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. I'll be RB.
7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese, so Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This
for,
will
for,
be
for all
what
3
decides the
divisions.
clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all Top Cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before Game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M. Does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp. The crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack, because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard dynamic punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion and was now one win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a parental bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the
I'm
right
back.
plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see dynamic punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit.
Yo, shiny Machamp is green.
Incoming Mega Kangaskhan lost its parental bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant
It does look like the Hulk, that's true.
Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
The Machamp champion. They should have called it the Machampion. Well, Mon is good every game. Snorlax? That's not true. You know that's not true. There's some games you play Lax and he's just like, I don't know, man. He's just laxing around. I think Snorlax has had metas where he was good. I mean, Generation 1, for sure, Snorlax was meta. But there weren't a lot of Pokemon back then, so... Kind of like Season 1 with Unite. Yep. Gen 2 Lax? Oh. I mean, if you can just go flail block, it's broken, true. Snorlax name comes from relax, no way, right? It does. He snores and he relaxes, so he's Snorlax. Trick Room Lax can live a lot of his power level from past generations. I see. Can't. Oh, so he sucks. Relaxo. Well, that was Joe. That was my coach in VGC we saw. Oh, that's me. That's us. Look at Zug. Look at those noobs. Oh, this guy's gonna be legal out. This guy right here is gonna break worlds, isn't he? There's no way this guy isn't gonna be broken in Unite. I refuse to believe they will let this thing be balanced. He just looks like he's gonna be OP. Yeah, Dragavolt. No, this sword guy. He's actually just gonna own the whole game. Yeah, he looks way too cool to not be OP. Catch Sarah everywhere, yeah. We're gonna catch him. We're gonna catch him, that's for sure.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Los Angeles Regional Championships, our final stop in North America on our road to Worlds.
We finally starting.
Myself and Len are back to bring you through our next round of Swiss. We got round 2 of 9 coming at you here.
Yeah, should be another exciting match as action continues here in Regulation G with all those restricted Pokemon out in the field.
I wonder how the community voted for the most underrated. I need to know if they picked White Kyurem or Lunala. Someone give me the details, because I feel like the more that I thought about it heading into the break, the harder that choice actually was to make.
Would you just default to making it based on how they would battle each other? Because I feel like Lunala probably wins that one.
I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Just set up Trick Room and then go nuts.
Just Meteor Beam once, and where's the White Kyurem gonna go?
Yeah, it's gonna be broken.
As long as it hits, then you know you're good. Who needs Incineroar to Meteor Beam when you've got Kyurem White in front of you? I guess that's a good way to look at it. There you go. That's the hot tip for
Okay, some of the Pokemon I want to see that I really like, Kyogre.
But heading into this
I want to see some Goldengo.
Excited to see if we can kind of keep featuring some newer restricted Pokemon to this stage. I feel like we've seen a lot of different takes already, even just looking at
Maybe some Pelipper's.
seeing how Miraidon and Terapagos were both approached.
Really Kyogre though.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting to see
Jolteon? I don't even, is Jolteon even in this game?
Pokemon being played a little bit differently, because a lot of times restricted Pokemon can start to look like their whole team. You can be thinking about, what is my Miraidon matchup?
Make it rain. That's what I'm saying. I want some make it rain.
Whimsicott, Fergora.
Oh, and Walking Wake. I think Walking Wake is so cool too.
A few changes later, you look at your matchup again and go, well, I
The Suicune
Miraidon when it's paired
reprint
with
guy.
Iron Hands or Iron Bundle or some.
Oh yeah, Green Monkey with the drum needs some Rillaboom too.
And I think that's where a lot of the development is going to come from in this tournament.
I think about Ice Rider Calyrex when you say that, because Ice Rider Calyrex has had a whole slew of partners next to that Pokemon. You look at Ice Rider Calyrex and you immediately think Trick Room, Glacial Lance, High Horsepower, Protect. You kind of know what you're going to get outside of the Terra type that it might have, and the partners. We've seen Goldengo, we've seen Pelipper.
Oh, those are the guys I said.
To see some really weird Pokemon next to it. I don't know. But like, it's interesting when you think about that.
Yeah, you can fit very different kinds of partners around a lot of these Pokemon. They often don't need an entire team committed to them. Even the Calyrex Ice Rider, which might want Trick Room, it might look like, well, then I need to bring a bunch of other Trick Room setters and Pokemon that can exploit Trick Room. But there are plenty of very good teams out there that just, the only Trick Room part of the team is that if Calyrex feels like it wants a Trick Room, then it's going to set it up and go for it, and the rest of the team is going to play at a different speed. So
Meganium? I don't think Meganium's in the game.
These restricted Pokemon.
For sure, and that's where we see kind of like that
Cat with the sword fangs? Yeah, he gets played.
We have
He's in a good amount of teams.
Coming up for round number 2. VJ Sood, that's a player that I've been so excited to follow.
There's a lot of brown guys that play VGC. It's kind of cool.
Running like a Meowscarada Tinkaton team and has
Shout out to the brown guys.
Regulation to include Terapagos as the single restricted. But I thought that's been really cool. And of course, you have a lot of local favorites here on this list as well.
Yeah, a lot of players with years of success, players who are known for playing.
I can just tell by their names. Raghav, VJ, the last guy that won, Rajan.
A strong slew of players at 1-0.
Yes, very excited about that. But we are going to be featuring Enrique Grimaldo versus Jie Zhang. Jie is actually one of my locals, and I've been watching him tear up the Massachusetts local scene. Constant top cuts. I feel like similarly when you've been hitting your locals, you can kind of
Qian Pao is the sword cat.
heading into a tournament like this.
Yeah, it's a great.
It's pretty popular.
In this regulation, who has their team building ready to go. Jay, a player who's won a regional championship in the past and in a restricted format, so a player who's comfortable in GS Cup for sure.
Yeah, that's going back to the 2022 Milwaukee Regional Championship. feels like such a long time ago. Oh my gosh, like this is only 2 years in a Scarlet.
Wasn't the next game after the break? That's what I'm saying. What are they taking so long?
That was our very first game on the Switch. Completely new console than we had played on previously on the 3DS. And now we are 2 years into yet another new era of the modern age of Pokemon.
Does it feel like you've been able to trust?
The internet's broken there. That's actually what happened.
It really does feel that way. I'm like,
That is actually what happened. That they were having Wi-Fi issues.
Why wasn't I normal trust?
You just started playing Unite. You're loving the speeches. Is there any I'd recommend? Which one are you liking?
Don't even give them ideas, Len.
Oh.
Don't give them the idea.
Are you scared of a future Terra Normal?
Zoroark's probably the best speedster, but he's also the hardest. So he's only really good if you're really good at him. I think Dodrio is quite strong, but it can feel really annoying into some of its bad matchups. Oh, Leafeon, yeah. I mean, yeah. How could I forget about Leafeon? Leafeon's the actual best one. Leafeon's solid. If you like Leafeon, Leafeon's good.
At least to the normal one, but
It's broken.
Good, so that's a good thing. Actually, that's a really good thing. Don't get ideas from us, Game Freak. I don't think anybody wants to see a
Meowscarada is solid. Talonflame is pretty good. Talonflame is good. It has a lot of good builds and it's pretty straightforward to play. And then Zeraora is not that bad.
Sun and Moon, where we had Sun.
Zeraora and Absol are alright.
And it's kind of interesting to think about the fact that they could drop in.
Gengar is really the only one that's kind of bad. Like that I would stick away from. All the other ones are pretty decent.
Restricted format at some point in Scarlet and Violet, and the power levels will just continue to amp up as we go.
But what if I'll get to that later. I'm just gonna say, what if we had like the Ash Ketchum style of the final year in the Galar region, and we got everything? But well, we're gonna avoid that, and we're gonna talk about the matchup at hand: Enrique Grimaldo versus Zhe Zhang. We already talked about Zhe's accomplishments as a 2022 Milwaukee Regional Championship, but Enrique Grimaldo, this is another player that we should really highlight. Got a top 4 at the Knoxville Regional Championships this season, and also got a top 32 at NAIC in 2023. But really kind of kicked things off in the Players' Cup era. And so now taking a look at the team that he has here, it's going to be keeping the photograph from that Knoxville team, but with so many really unique pieces.
Mimikyu's not a speedster. Scyther, I guess, technically is a speedster. That one's pretty good too. Mimikyu's not a speedster though at all. Mimikyu, I think it's overrated. Yeah, I don't like Mimikyu that much. Mimikyu's like anti-speedster, if anything.
Has the right support options around it to try to get those Swords Dances and Flame Charges. With a pretty supportive Volcarona with Struggle Bug and Will-O-Wisp, Amoonguss, of course, there to Rage Power.
Okay, this team looks interesting. Volcarona? Oh, it's actually Volcarona, not even Iron him off. Raw Volcarona, that's cool. Koraidon Apex. I think Koraidon's a cool guy. Koraidon's something I wanted to try out when I was playing too. Koraidon, Amoonguss. He has a lot of like the staple guys. You don't like Koraidon and Miraidon? I respect Koraidon.
We like just being fire types in the sun.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice.
Enrique likes to listen to classical music when working out. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little sociopathic, but he's cool. He's also in LA wearing a jacket. Isn't it hot?
Or is it just going to blow something up with overheat? It can make every turn a little bit dangerous.
Likes to listen to classical music when working out. That is a new one. I feel like you have to have, I feel like the right song would be perfect for that. Like Flight of the Bumblebee. Heck yeah. Like,
listen to spoken word when fighting crime at night.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the bespoke Spider-Man.
Oh, it's a good point, actually.
What is the classical song?
Oh, it's Koraidon versus Miraidon.
AI Professor doesn't count. I was gonna say Ace Trader Academy.
Grimmsnarl's a cool guy.
But that's also not.
Oh, it's Grimmsnarl with Rocky Helmet.
We'll have to wait and see once it gets started. But first,
Spirit Break, Thunderwave, Light Screen Reflect. So he has no fake out.
Miraidon team still the choice specs. If you kind of blur your eyes a little bit, it looks like Rajan's team from a few weeks ago. There's still an Encore speed control Pokemon, but it's Iron Bundle instead of Whimsicott. There's still a ground type special attacker, but it's Landorus instead of Blood Moon. A lot of little twists to that team, but also really crucially the Grimmsnarl with
Iron Bundle is hella cute.
Also Rocky Helmet, so gonna punish fake outs that are coming into it. It means those are short-term dual screens, recognizing that VGC battles are playing out pretty quickly the way that the teams are built right now, and so don't necessarily need Light Clay to get full support out of that. But 2 Quark Drive Pokemon here means that the electric terrain is really valuable for Jay, and Enrique has no way to disrupt it.
And this is where the Iron Bundle, we were kind of interested in seeing what other Quark Drive Pokemon could pair with something like the Miraidon. So I'm interested to see how this Iron Bundle is going to play. Despite the fact that you might want to look at something like a Whimsicott for Tailwind support, you do have Icy Wind on the Iron Bundle that will help with that. And even similarly, you've got Trick Room on the Farigiraf.
Yeah, I think it should be a really interesting matchup of speed.
Is a lobster roll lover? Oh, I thought that was a question. Is a lobster roll lover? Okay. I was so confused. I feel like I got dyslexic trying to read that sentence. Like, I thought it was asking, is a hot dog a sandwich? Is a lobster a roll lover?
Boosting nature means that Cridon may be naturally faster, and the Cridon, of course, can also boost itself with Flame Charge. I would be surprised to see
They could have phrased that better. I got confused.
Set up with Farigiraf, but that doesn't mean that if Farigiraf is brought for other purposes, for instance, blocking.
What is it? He likes lobster rolls. That's what the sentence means. He likes lobster rolls, like the sandwich.
I think what's tough though is that Enrique would have a hard time.
What would be my player fun fact?
In this matchup, you want to be able to get on. You want to be able to pollen puff, but when you have the Miraidon that's setting electric terrain,
I love Pokemon Unite.
A secondary effect of that terrain is
Even if I was playing VGC, that's what it would be.
Make the Pokemon that are touching it immune to actually being put to sleep. Similarly, on both of these teams, there actually isn't a great way to shut off either of these, either the Miraidon or
Is a Pokemon Unite lover. That's what I'd say mine would be.
Change to the weather on Jiz's team and no change the terrain on Enrique's team.
Yeah, so both players, you know, a lot of restricted pairs in the past have been kind of angled, so they don't necessarily.
As a European, you have no idea what the heck is a lobster roll. It's just a sandwich with lobster meat, basically, bro. It's nothing. It's nothing crazy. I've never had one, but apparently they're very yummy.
One Pokemon that I'm looking at to be a really great answer to.
I think I might have one in New Orleans, maybe.
Which there is an interesting option for that, especially when you just look at just freeze dry. I think on the Iron Bundle, but we'll see if it's even brought. As Jay's gonna kick things off with the Miraidon and the Grimmsnarl.
All right, it's Miraidon versus Koraidon. We have to root for Koraidon, right?
The fairly passive lead from Enrique gets 2 supportive Pokemon on the field. Farigiraf blocking priority, but there isn't any on the other side anyway. And Incineroar out to fake out one of these Pokemon. Meanwhile, Grimmsnarl is there to try to bulk up this Miraidon, and there's no shortage of offense from Zay's side. When you have a Choice Specs Miraidon there, it's ready to take a KO against either of these Pokemon. Just needs an Electro Drift or a Volt Switch to deal a ton of damage and get off the field. Has to watch out for a possible... No, there is no ground terrestrialization on Farigiraf. Just the Fairy terrestrialization means both Pokemon are fully vulnerable to electric.
Hard-on engine is very scary here. You try a po' boy sub? I've heard of that, but I don't know what it is. I'm going to NAIC. Yeah, I'll do some IRL streams.
Miraidon terrestrialize here first, which is going to lean into that offensive output, and especially with those screens, maybe even a Thunder Wave though. I'd be a little concerned about seeing that come through. But Enrique, in this position with these 2 supportive Pokemon on the field, feels threatened. You can't let this Incineroar just go down. So this defensive terrestrialization to allow this Incineroar to take the Terra Grass, maybe it'll help to be able to keep this Incineroar alive. But we've seen what this Miraidon.
This guy just terra'd on his Incineroar.
And that electric terrain.
Is that good?
Yeah, we've seen some Miraidon damage into Rillaboom. Here's a Miraidon Volt Switch into Grass type Incineroar. Still does 40% damage.
That's wild to think about.
That did a lot.
That is just as much damage as you can do to this Incineroar.
Why don't they just mean look the Miraidon? True.
Off of the field, and you're still able to do
mean look
damage.
it.
If that Incineroar hadn't terrestrialized, by the way, I think it's gone.
I would, yeah, probably taken about 80% damage. Might have had a chance to eat a Citrus Berry and look okay, but still a ton of damage built back. You can see the power of the Volt Switch here, where Enrique is forced to use a defensive terrestrialization, protect to make sure it is a Farigiraf that takes that Volt Switch, but Jay gets to deal that damage and then just flee to the back. Doesn't have to really risk the Miraidon at all. There was no way it was going to take damage.
Our parting shot.
And it's nice too because Miraidon here can also just keep chipping away at some of these Pokemon and get them into a range where you could just potentially discharge them.
And now he gets to bring his Koraidon out, maybe?
On the Farigiraf on Enrique's side, but Jay has one. So maybe there's your synergy that you're looking for this Miraidon.
Yeah, and no ground types at all.
But he can't Terra his Koraidon, so kind of scary.
Pokemon that may resist grass, or resist Electric that could be in the back, Flutter Mane not one of them. And so it can very quickly look like if you can get the speed advantage or the screen so that you can manage to take a hit and then fire a discharge back off, that it's going to be very difficult to slow this Miraidon down. And meanwhile, Enrique, with a team that's very built around Koraidon, trying to get it boosted and set up, hasn't actually shown it on the field yet. Has led this.
Wait, how come his Fair Giraffe's holding a potion?
But it can mean that Koraidon may be
that good?
slow to the field. If it comes on the field,
I thought Pokemon don't know how to use potions by themselves.
On killing all of the Pokemon, that can be difficult to catch up.
Well, it's going to be another switch here for Enrique.
Oh no, that's probably throat spray, right? Oh yeah, okay, it's throat spray. I realized. I realized it.
Faster than you, as Incineroar now going to take its place. But
It looked like potion though, right?
Light screen going up here to help deal with this Flutter Mane.
God, I hate light screens so much.
Oh, an Encore. Very smart to go ahead and just kind of lock into that if you thought that there was going to be something funny coming out from the Farigiraf.
Yeah, tries to lock the Farigiraf into Protect using Encore, but doesn't land it.
What spray? It's the throat goat spray.
Solid Dazzling Gleam. Even with Light Screen going up, because Grimmsnarl is weak to Fairy, and Iron Bundle so naturally weak to special attacks, a ton of damage comes back out. So Enrique gets a really solid damage trade out of that turn. Doesn't give up much. The Light Screen was going to go up at some point, and you'd rather have the Light Screen go up likely than the Reflect that's going to mitigate the damage from the Koraidon once it hits the field. So I think a pretty solid turn.
Oh, he's doing. I know what he's doing. He's switching between them really fast because he wants to random which one he's going to click.
Return the favor. It's very difficult to get Iron Bundle off the field and back to some other.
Oh, okay.
Iron Bundle stuck here at -1 special attack, trying to throw off Encores but not having any success and taking a ton of damage.
This guy's just swapping back and forth like a demon.
We see both of these Pokemon have to play it a little bit safe. Iron Bundle does not want to go down quite this second, but oh, Grimmsnarl is actually
Oh, he brought the Fair Giraffe so he couldn't get Prankster T-waved. What a gamer. Oh my god, Enrique Grimaldo. Oh my god, what a gamer.
Yeah, I mean, I think that could end up being very impactful to this match, that the Grimmsnarl went down without ever getting a Reflect up. Enrique hasn't shown the Koraidon yet, but it is back there. It is waiting for its opportunity, and when it comes out, it's going to be unmitigated because Flutter Mane did its job, got 2 Dazzling Gleams off, got Grimmsnarl off the field, and meanwhile, a lot of what Jay has tried to do has been disrupted. It's the Encore not working because Farigiraf came off the field, and then the Thunder Wave not working because Farigiraf came onto the field, and it's giving
it's giving. It's giving.
That the damage is landing in the places and ways he wants. Of course, now that just let Miraidon.
All right, now he's bringing the Koraidon.
So much damage. It feels like every time Miraidon gets to enter the field, that is a huge cost that Enrique is going to have to pay to get it back off the field again.
Well, here's that reveal of the Koraidon that's sitting in the back. And so the Orichalcum Pulse is going to help to...
What does Karai mean in Japanese?
Photosynthesis boost here for the Flutter. So
Mirai is what is it? Infinity? No, future, right? Oh, is it actually just future and past? I know Miraidon is future because Mirai Nikki is Future Diary, which is an anime I've seen. And then Koraidon is the past. I see. That's kind of cool. And then in English, their names sound like Rhydon because they're Pokemon that are riders. What a clever name.
But that speed drop was so important just to make sure that you were able to get the damage off first.
So genius.
Gonna be the 4th and final here for Shay.
Flutter Mane.
Rhydon D's what?
Fast. Speed boost extremely fast. It's the rare situation where Iron Bundle just ever so slightly naturally faster, and so is able to get that Icy Wind off. And with the Icy Wind undoing the photosynthesis speed boost, that makes the Miraidon faster as well, and means that the Miraidon is now consistent.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe we weren't meant to Terra Grass or Incineroar. Because like now our legendary guy has nothing. How do we deal enough damage?
A Flutter Mane that's likely more focused on speed than special attack, even with the choice specs, and with this light screen up, not going to trade into Miraidon in a good enough way to withstand the damage coming in, and so Flutter Mane just switches out and brings this Farigiraf back on the field.
It is able to reset that speed drop, and Koraidon has no choice except to go for Protect here.
Mirai, I mean future? Yeah, that's what we're saying. It means future and past.
Down without being able to fight back so that Flutter Mane can come back out in its place. So Farigiraf takes this Electro Drift. It does get one hit knocked out, giving the opportunity for this Incineroar.
How come this stream doesn't have the ding ding for the Okos? Last regionals, whenever there was an Oko, it'd go ding ding.
Enrique needs undoing the speed drop means Fluttermane can come back in, be the fastest thing on the field, threaten an icy wind that could be really impactful, should mean both a bunch of damage into Landorus and that Koraidon is then faster than Miraidon. Maybe between the damage from an icy wind and a dazzling gleam, you start to look at Miraidon and think it's in a collision course range for Koraidon. Could be a pretty impactful turn. Both players have only lost one Pokemon as well, so it's not like Jay has this big lead that Enrique has to very carefully trade into. Even if
Icy Wind
back off this turn, things could still look in Enrique's favor.
I mean, that Icy Wind is still going to be 75% to that Landorus' HP.
Now his collision course outspeeds.
Koraidon can outspeed this Miraidon, and because it's choice specs, no way to protect itself from this collision course.
Oh.
So that is a huge trade.
I mean, imagine this guy's Koraidon had
Getting a chance to take
Covered Cloak like the other guy, though.
And this Landorus going to be able to go for the Earth Power into the Flutter. It's still not enough though to take it out.
It didn't kill.
Yeah, doesn't pick up the KO. And
This Enrique guy is just—he's actually just too good.
itself against two Pokemon.
Isn't it Jover now?
Able to just pick up the KO, so the dominoes fall kind of on their own. The damage is there, the attacks are kind of.
Oh, he's just taking notes for next game.
Not in Jay's favor. The speed ends up working out for Enrique because he's
Icy
able
Wind
to do that Icy Wind by just
flame charge.
punishing the Frigoraph. Really not a very high cost to pay when you see how easily it closed up this game and gave Enrique the game one.
Yeah, amazing, especially after having to use that terrestrialization so early there with the Grass Terra onto the Incineroar.
Pretty good.
It always feels bad when you know that the hand is
Pretty good, pretty good.
forced. You need that Incineroar to stick around, and even still would have been really nice to have in some of those final moments. But what a great call there from Enrique to play around the power of this Miraidon.
Yeah, the Miraidon was able to deal so much damage, but ultimately the speed was the problem there, and it looks, you know, when you're looking at a Koraidon team, it always feels like about a third of the value of Koraidon as a restricted Pokemon is the fact that you get to have Fluttermane and have the boost next to it, and Fluttermane was really the MVP of this game. Those couple of turns in the mid game where Jay had his goals disrupted by
I mean, this guy just
in and out,
outplayed
and
him.
Fluttermane was able to
Simple
provide this
outplaying.
KO onto Grimmsnarl before it reflected. If reflected been up, that collision course is not a KO in a Miraidon, and that in-game looks very different. It was also able to pick up the KO into the Iron Bundle over a couple of Dazzling Gleams. If Iron Bundle had still been around, well then it would have been able to just reset another Icy Wind and give the speed advantage back to Miraidon. But because Fluttermane was able to trade in those really crucial Dazzling Gleams without Jay accomplishing much in the meantime, the advantage shifted.
Felt disappointed when they added Miraidon instead of Koraidon. I mean, it looks like they just go for the popular ones, right?
I still think it looks even a little bit different if like that Farigiraf.
Like they added Zacian, not Zamazenta.
But this time around, like Jay has to make sure that those
Miraidon over Koraidon.
What if you just go for damage instead of trying to be fancy?
Ho versus Lugia is an interesting one, though.
You're able to at least chip away.
I feel like Ho and Lugia are pretty even.
Could have worked here for that Miraidon.
Yeah, if Iron Bundle can contribute a little bit of damage in, try to get Fluttermane a little bit lower, try to put some damage into Koraidon so that Electro Drift is as a KO instead of leaving Koraidon at 10% health, which is just enough health to then go pick up a couple of KOs and win the game. It could have a much bigger impact. Of course, Iron Bundle, sometimes when it uses a very low base power attack as its primary damage source with Freeze Dry, and then it also came into a parting shot, so it wasn't actually threatening.
Damn, they got started fast. I like how they don't mess around in between games.
Been really mitigated in how much damage it could do.
Well, here's a bit of a switch up, not for Enrique, as it's going to be the Incineroar and the Farigiraf to lead, but if you look behind that Farigiraf's tall neck, there is an Iron Bundle standing back there next to that Miraidon here for Jay.
Oh, but you actually can't see the bundle.
Most potent offensive combination he can put on the field. The Iron Bundle with all of its speed and Icy Wind ready to support, next to the Miraidon with all the damage it offers. But once again, Enrique in a relatively passive lead. You can lose either of these Pokemon without it being a massive cost him in this game. It's not going to be a game-losing KO if Jay finds the right targets, but can also try to disrupt. Can throw a Fake Out into one of these Pokemon and slow things down.
Nose long like garden hose.
Try to find a pivot with a parting shot to get Koraidon or Fluttermane back in the field, and probably just doesn't risk that much in the meantime, while Jay just tries to switch out Iron Bundle, save it for later where it may be more impactful against Fluttermane and Koraidon than it is against these Pokemon.
Oh, well, here's an interesting adjustment. It's going to be the Farigiraf here for Jay in this game number 2. Has an Electric Seed, so he is going to boost up that Farigiraf's defense. And the Fake Out, not able to go through under this
My preferred legendary main mons. I like Groudon Kyogre.
It barely hangs on with a sliver of HP, but
Eating his
Incineroar
fruit.
able to heal up a little bit more of the citrus berry, and Miraidon locked into that unless it switches out.
Oh, and this is fascinating. Trick Room goes up. So we talked before the game that neither player really builds this Flurry to focus on Trick Room, but it could come up with both these teams are so fast that Trick Room could be an option as when Enrique gets the Trick Room up. I think that turn one plays out in a really interesting way where both players have conditioned each other into a little bit of something. In game one, the Incineroar didn't fake out, was probably worried that Frigoraph could have just come in and disrupted that play. This time, Frigoraph does come in and disrupt the fake out when Enrique opts for it. But also in game one, the Incineroar used a grass terrestrialization to mitigate electric damage coming in. Jay wants to be one step ahead of that this time, doesn't use an electric move, goes for the Draco Meteor instead to try to pick up a KO despite the grass terrestrialization. Well, doesn't get either. The Incineroar does not use a grass terrestrialization, could have just been a Volt Switch for about
Do they have the EV's present sheets? No. No.
hangs on.
So the reason why they're taking notes probably is they're learning like different calcs. Like I think he probably realized his guy lives a Miraidon move.
Iron Hands, it's able to threaten something like a Drain Punch. It also has Ice Punch as one of its attacks, but
Based on how much damage it did when he was grass tired last game.
That attack output as Enrique gets a chance to pivot out this
Like maybe he realized it was like timid or something, you know, instead of modest. That's why he didn't Terra this time.
It lands in a really great position with electric terrain up to give it an attack boosting Quark drive, and in Trick Room where it becomes the fastest Pokemon with you know, in the same way that
Oh good, Rigoberto.
boosts so much when it's in electric terrain.
Glad you're having fun.
Of the raw boost and
This Iron Hands guy is broken though. My God.
It goes for a wild charge. It can mean it's so much damage.
Only thing about Iron Hands is his hands aren't really iron.
The parting shot will help mitigate that.
Kind of an issue I have.
A little bit of chip from a
BH.
Voice does some damage, but neither of these Pokemon that vulnerable to that low base power special attack. Does of course get the Throat Spray, starts to boost up and be a better damage threat afterwards.
It is tough here because with this Frigoraph, you're kind of hoping that you're going to block some of that priority, but you also have that Electric Seed that you're kind of hoping is going to be on the receiving end of something like that Koraidon, just to boost up your defense a little bit. Let's see, though.
We'll have to see if the Trick Room actually plays out Enrique's advantage. I think a really important situation come up with the Iron Hands is likely to go straight out on the offense against Fluttermane, so Fluttermane does just switch back out. This is a Trick Room that Enrique set up, but it's now a Trick Room that's forcing him to pivot his own Pokemon. Incineroar comes back in to intimidate his Iron Hands and weaken it a little bit more.
Yeah, but if that's imagine if you see a Drain Punch call in that slot, that would be absolutely wild. But what we do see is a Terrestrialization. It's going to be onto the Iron Hands. It gets the Water Terra type, and just wanted to be able to defensively change away from some of the weakness that it had to that Fluttermane. Maybe Jay not exactly expecting that Wild Charge to be enough, especially if an Incineroar switches in, but the Wild Charge into the Incineroar now is such low HP will definitely be a knockout.
I feel like this Trick Room is like scary though, right?
The Iron Hands recognizes that with Trick Room now up, it becomes a very crucial piece to this game. It's his biggest advantage in Trick Room, and so using the
Koraidon comes in safely now. Koraidon, the reliable partner.
Stand a wild charge and go out on the attack.
And it's really important here.
Orichalcum
because
Pulse.
this Iron Hands is now going to resist this flame charge from this Koraidon. We know it doesn't have Flare Blitz, so even in the sun, this Iron Hands should be able to take it.
A Collision Course is going to do a
true,
ton
though.
of damage. Iron Hands has been intimidated and parting shotted to where it is really not that much damage threat, even with the Quark Drive. Could maybe pick up a KO onto Frigoraph with Wild Charge because of the electric terrain.
Flame Charge will make him faster, which is not good in the Trick Room, but Trick Room is probably going to end soon, right?
Advantage is fully in Jay's favor because of the Trick Room. Both of his Pokemon will move before this Koraidon. They probably can't do enough damage to really be that big of a problem for this Koraidon. And it can just start.
Hariyama Defender for Unite, give it Wide Guard.
Sword Stance in this position, it could Flame Charge to try to have this speed advantage when Trick Room goes up. A lot of flexibility for this Koraidon.
I'm down.
Pretty safe position.
Yeah, coming down to the wire there for some of that move selection, but the Terrestrialization is locked in here for this Koraidon. Gets a Fire Terror type, and one of the changes that we saw in this Iron Hands that is critical to mention is that it does have access to Ice Punch. So this is also one way that you can really keep this Koraidon safe in front of that type of threat, but this Frigoraph also going for the Protect. It was a really interesting choice, though, between going for the Flame Charge and even just being able to go for something like the Collision Course there, but opts to just kind of sit there and try to get some setup in as it takes this Twin Beam. Ooh, with a Wild Charge, actually trying to go into the Frigoraph to take it out.
Yeah, Jay recognizing that the Iron Hands.
Oh, we got his swords dance off.
Something with a KO out of that turn, but just does a little bit of damage with Twin Gleam and gives up a Swords Dance. This Krydon now looks so threatening. A Swords Dance
Uh-oh.
going to KO any of Jay's 4 Pokemon.
Jay.
Something left that can take that attack. Every time it attacks and finds a target, it will pick up a KO.
Ooh, I love that thought process though too. If you go for Flame Charge now while the Trick Room turns are expiring, then you will be guaranteed the fastest thing coming out of Trick Room if you play it right against something like the Iron Bundle. But just wants to keep it safe, knowing that this Krydon has put a target on its back.
Oh,
The
foul play will
could've
hurt
really
too,
done a number
actually.
to it.
Yeah, a neutral foul play with an attack boosted would have done a ton of damage.
Well, the Wild Charge in the
He's just
first round
delaying the
was
Trick
enough to
Room
be
now,
able to
right?
secure the knockout there, but we're getting into the territory where these Trick Room turns are going to start to expire, and we have a Krydon and a Fluttermane potentially able to just do some work together.
Yeah, Krydon and Fluttermane on the attack as the last 2 Pokemon as Trick Room expires. So you couldn't ask for a better position for Enrique as Trick Room expires. The problem is that the Electric Terrain also expires, which means that Miraidon comes back in, is going to reset it. We know that Iron Bundle is in the back. We know that when all 4 of those Pokemon are on the field together, that is a speed advantage in Jay's favor. The Icy Wind can land first, which can mean that the Miraidon gets to attack first. The thing that can disrupt that and shift this game back into Enrique's favor is a Flame Charge from the Krydon. And there's a perfect opportunity to go for it here because there are these 2 very passive Pokemon on the field on the other side. Even if you miss a KO, you don't have to worry that you're going to lose Krydon this turn, and so it's an easy opportunity to get that speed boost.
It didn't kill. The Moonblast did not kill.
Is almost enough to be able to pick it up, but even with this Flame Charge, you're going to be able to get this Farigiraf. I mean, talk about the fact that you've got the fire.
He got the +1, but
You're in the
this
sun, and now you
Iron
have
Hand's
the
gonna
boost as
pump
well.
right
You
here.
really start to see this come to fruition. Jay does have the opportunity here to go for a Wild Charge.
Ah, yeah, you got crit.
All of that setup off the
You got crit.
completely gone.
Oh, it's such a crucial critical hit.
Ah, yeah.
In a moment and undoes this game for Enrique as the Wild Charge lands into the terastallized Krydon.
It's Jover.
Wild Charge and opening itself up to that damage. That 2 stages of attack boost, 1 stage of speed boost are wiped off the field. Fluttermane.
You should have doubled into the hands, right?
Voice specs locked into Moonblast, going to be single target attacking. It's going to need 3 attacks to get through a Focus Sash and 2 targets.
How come he didn't double into the Iron Hands?
Fluttermane's going to KO.
Like, if the Moonblast didn't kill, then the Flame Charge would, right? And if it killed, then the Flame Charge would go down the other spot anyways.
Just shocking fashion as it felt like and everything was building up to Krydon.
Yeah, how come he didn't double?
So much damage and
Someone know why?
Undoes it all.
I couldn't even get the right words out of my mouth because of how speechless I was. And just for an insurance policy, you have the Icy Wind to drop this Fluttermane speed, the Electric Drift to finish it off, and there's the game 3 that you had foretold. Jay with a
He just needed a super omega duper
bring us here.
nutty thick crit.
And those critical hits can be so damaging, and it really shows the kind of composition for which they are most damaging, which is a composition that puts all of the eggs in some boosting Pokemon's basket. You know there are going to be turns where you are going to let it take an attack in exchange to try to get a boost, whether it's a Sword Stance earlier on.
We watched the Wolfie game yet? Wolfie's not playing in this tourney, I think.
On that turn, and you just have to take.
I have a couple homies playing in it, though.
The critical hit's going to land, and it's going to disrupt your character.
Joseph Ugarte and Alex Underhill.
It felt so
Those are the people we're looking out for.
Enrique put it together, used the Trick Room to make sure that Miraidon and Iron Bundle couldn't attack in the early game, kept those passive Pokemon on the field, and they was able to get the boost because of it, and it was well-timed so that Fluttermane and Miraidon were on the field as Trick Room expired, and Jay had been stuck with these more passive Pokemon on the field as Trick Room expires. But all those carefully played plans, gone in 1 Wild Charge critical hit.
Sometimes how it happens though, and it is like why we have seen maybe even less of the Combine Terrapagos, or even just being able to see like Sword Stance Groudon. What a perfect execution of that by Jay to find the opening that Wild Charge critical hit would be enough. So much damage. That was so much work put into just being able to mitigate the Iron Hands.
You can see the reaction of relief from Jay. I'm sure he was able to recognize that as the Krydon boosted attack and speed, that it was going to be very difficult for him to find the damage into it in the end of the game. And he was set up to not to lose that in 2 games and not be able to pull out a game 3, not be able to try to keep going with a 2-0 record. But now all things are undone. It all reset. We're even at 1-1. Both players 1 game away from that 2-0 record.
And all bets are off as we see the Miraidon and the Koraidon across from each other, just like Scarlet and Violet intended.
All right, Miraidon versus Koraidon.
That potent offensive threat again. Enrique so far in 2 games had led more passive leads. Tried to get Koraidon in the field later. We're done with that. We're straight to the main Pokemon here.
So he's scared to click fake out because the Farigiraf could just come out, right?
Tricky position. It's another one where you can try to fake out to buy Koraidon a little bit of time, but if Farigiraf comes in, that could end up being a disaster. Either of these Pokemon landing an attack into Koraidon could really disrupt what Enrique's long-term game plans are, because so much of the value is in Koraidon. But the right prediction, the right fake out, or a parting shot as a more passive turn happens for Zay could start to open up the window for Koraidon.
He wants to Terra so the Icy Wind doesn't hurt in case thing does stay in.
The other player trying to figure out how to pick up the pieces.
Well, we're going to see the terrestrialization from this Koraidon. It's going to take that fire type once again. And not a bad choice to make when you know that this Miraidon.
When should you pick Pain Split versus Curse? Those are on opposite moves things.
Out of this game just before it starts, and Iron Bundle doesn't want to be on the receiving end of a fake out either. Fake out intended for this Miraidon will.
Okay, so he doesn't switch the Farigiraf and he gets a free flame charge. Even if he gets Icy Winded here, oh, he can't get Icy Winded, right? Because he's Clear Amulet.
This is just an enormous turn. We talked about one player seizing an advantage from this turn. This could not have gone better for Enrique. The Iron Bundle protects itself.
Iron Bundle went for Protect anyway.
And it's not damage follow-up, it is Flame Charge follow-up. That means the Koraidon is starting to boost up. Of course, should still be slower than the Iron Bundle.
Farigiraf's passive makes it so you don't get hit by priority moves on your team, so Fake Out wouldn't do anything.
There is no Hydro Pump. It wouldn't do that much damage in the sun here anyway, but not really a way for the Iron Bundle to threaten. And so Koraidon really set up to be all out on the attack here, but first can just protect for a turn. Doesn't want to get Flame Charge on court. That makes sense as a way to disrupt it, and so protects for this turn and gives Incineroar a chance to attack.
Oh, and even better,
Hornleech is good if the enemy team has melee carries that don't like being pushed away. And Pain Split's good if they have like a lot of range threats that you can redirect the damage from. Like a simple way to put it.
The problem is that there's no way.
But if you're playing Woodhammer, you should just generally be Hornleech. If you're playing Curse, you can be either or, depending on their other team. But Pain Split's generally better with Curse, but Hornleech is still good.
It drew a ton of attention to itself. It's one of those plays where once
It depends. Like if they have speedsters and whatnot, then Hornleech is a lot better. And if they have like range damage, like, you know, annoying stuff, especially like Glaceon, Regard, you can Pain Split their tank, and then when their range hits you, you'll kill their tank. For example.
Because that Miraidon is getting terrestrialized, and that Electric Terra is going to make up for a bit of the difference that it got from that parting shot, as the Encore into the Koraidon is going to lock it into Protect. So, for Koraidon, if you didn't want to before, you're going to have to try now.
So now he's locked into Protect. That's kind of unlucky, huh?
To leave it a little bit vulnerable as the Moonblast
oh!
the Flutter is going to just get
that kills?
the Miraidon before it can even go for the offensive.
Yeah, I think a really smart play from Enrique there, continuing to use the attention
That's crazy.
Koraidon was drawing to shift the options that were available for Jay and find that damage. If these Pokemon had just been led against each other and there was no earlier Flame Charge boost.
These specs, I mean, I think he must be, right? He's not going to be Booster because he has a Koraidon on his team.
But because
he could be Sash, I don't know, but I think he's Specs.
Let this Koraidon just have a free turn. Enrique willing to follow it up and make sure that
they haven't updated the graphic for some reason.
That would have just been Koraidon out of the Encore box and ready to go out on the attack. It opens up the window.
Judging by that he's no Protect or Taunt, I'm assuming he's Specs.
Chip from earlier on meant that Miraidon, even after
yeah, he's Specs, he's Specs.
Electric terrestrialization to get away from its Dragon
that Specs looked broken.
And now it's a restricted Pokemon advantage for Enrique.
It had to be. I mean, yeah, that did a lot of damage.
It's on court into Protect, but he can pick up the pieces
Must have
in
been.
different
Yeah,
positions.
for
Get that Koraidon back in, it's still at full health. And meanwhile, Zay has lost his restricted Pokemon. Is just freeze drawing Fluttermane.
Ooh, a critical
Quick
hit
breath.
though, so it is going to take that Flutter Mane down to about half health, but
My
Fluttermane is
God, this Flutter Mane's OP.
gets a chance to fire
Wait,
off
is
the
he
blast into the
is he
Iron Bundle as
special
well.
attack boosted or
Down
speed
to it,
boosted
though,
in the
back to
sun?
the trick room setup here from Jay, just trying to reverse a little bit of the course when knowing that Enrique
It's speed?
had
Okay.
the speed in his
But
advantage.
still, I mean,
Flutter
it's
Mane
going
Sun as well
crazy.
as the Koraidon with that flame charge boost, but you also have a Farigiraf now.
Yeah, as fast as the trick room went up, the speed control went back into Enrique's favor. Farigiraf should be slower than the Iron Bundle. The Fluttermane we know is slower than the Iron Bundle, and so both will move before it. Iron Bundle just going to then protect itself, try to get through this turn, and let Farigiraf try to take advantage of that trick room.
Yeah, Twin Beam is going to be able to land into the
It's not gonna
Fluttermane. Take a look
kill.
at how little damage that's going to do. It's not like you're holding a throat spray that can help to boost up that special attack. And the Farigiraf in response, just going to be able to kind of do the same thing because it is holding that item.
Gets the Hyper Voice off, would have been the KO onto the Iron Bundle, which of course had to protect itself.
He must have moonblasted the Farigiraf though, right?
And because Farigiraf was able to throw
Yeah.
the KO into Iron Bundle, that opens the Fluttermane to just go after the Farigiraf.
Okay, his speed bonus is gone now.
Since the Miraidon went down a couple of
Oh,
turns,
but I mean, they both lose their bonuses though.
Moonblast the Iron Bundle and get it down to Focus Sash. Moonblast the Farigiraf for about 50% health, and the health advantage is so quickly going.
Is he gonna?
so far
Oh, he's gonna
into
click Hyper
Enrique's
Voice again.
advantage.
Yeah, I mean, still, like this Fluttermane and Farigiraf, they get a chance to move first.
Farigiraf Hyper Voice should just be 2 KOs here, and so Iron Bundle has to switch out, has to find a different position, but that's just more damage mounting because it's going to be a Hyper Voice into that slot, and if the Farigiraf on the other side...
This Iron Hands might get KO'd here.
...into the Farigiraf.
Oh, never mind.
First, so getting a chance to take advantage of the Trick Room means that you're able
Oh
to
wait,
get
Trick Room is up.
before it gets a chance to get that KO, and you definitely don't want the Iron Hands to have to take that. There is retaliation from the Farigiraf.
I forgot Trick Room was up. I'm a noob.
And you're down to Jay's final 2 Pokemon, but look at the health pool that Enrique's have.
Yeah, the health is so far in the advantage. The speed is in the advantage for Enrique. The Iron Hands will get to attack first, but it's going to be doing that intimidated and without electric terrain. And so...
Is Drain Punch going to be enough for this Incineroar? It gets to fake out this Iron Bundle anyway if it wanted to and just knock it out.
The fake out can go into Iron Bundle for a KO, can go into Iron Hands to make sure that Jay really can't accomplish anything on these last couple turns of Trick Room. Things just look so easy for Enrique to play out here.
Just has to still play it flawlessly though, because you can't open yourself up to another crit. That would be devastating. But the fake out into the Iron Hands, the Psychic to follow it up will be nice, super effective.
Now, this Farigiraf mon looks kind of broken right now. Everyone, this is probably like the most popular mon so far, right? I think we've seen it in almost every... We've seen it 3 out of 4 teams, I think.
I think Enrique's played this perfectly. You've got the Koraidon in the back that can tank that instead.
Yeah, Koraidon can switch in to take a Drain Punch. The Iron Hands shouldn't have enough damage to take the Farigiraf off the field.
I mean, it makes sense, right? It's a good counter to Incineroar.
It feels like the dominoes are falling.
Especially because a lot of the Incineroars aren't running knockoff anymore.
Every attack. That last turn was a giant Psychic just to get through one more turn.
Yeah, but it's worked out for sure. The Drain Punch, take a look at that. Koraidon does, in fact, take it like a champ. And you can see just how little
He took it like a champ. Attaboy.
Still going to be the last to move, so this Farigiraf with the Hyper Voice gets the double KO.
It also saw Prankster, it does.
2-1.
We saw it earlier stop
Wow.
Such a well-played
Prankster T-Wave from Grimmsnarl. It was lit.
avenues to trying to win. First couple of games opted out of really volatile turn ones. Had
Yeah,
to go
Thunderclap as well, it counters. Good point.
Incineroar takes a lot of damage. And
Just looking really good.
That position has set up to win in both of those games. The critical hit, of course, forced us into a game 3. And so in that game 3, we're into the
Yeah, Enrique kind of
we're
smurfed
ready
it.
to just have some fireworks
No
on
cap.
turn 1, and those fireworks could not have gone better.
I mean, game 1, he actually just played like a
All of
demon.
One goes completely 100% in Enrique's favor, and even with smart plays from Jay to try to pick up the pieces, try to form a new position by using Encore to disrupt the Koraidon and keep it from ever attacking with that boost it got, it still meant the dominoes just fell. The pieces started to fall apart for Jay.
Farigiraf for United be cool.
Things and cost him a ton of health. It was Miraidon going down in order to get it. It was Farigiraf taking huge damage from Moonblast just to
Maybe.
get the Trick Room up that wasn't that much in.
I feel like a lot of what Farigiraf does wouldn't translate well to Unite though. The supporty kind of mons in VGC,
Yeah.
I feel like don't translate that well to Unite. Like, I don't know.
Jay was always going to be playing from
like Incineroar is obviously broken in VGC, but in Unite, for Incineroar to be the way it is in VGC, it would have to be a defender for Unite. But it doesn't look like a defender, you know? It looks more like an all-rounder.
I think Enrique, even that second game, had that wild charge not been
I would do 30. I think we might have the next game right away, like after the interviews. We'll see. You want to go to one of these tournaments to experience the different cultures? It's the same as Unite. Yeah, I mean, going to the events themselves are fun. You get to meet a lot of people. Everything looks like an all-rounder in Timmy's eyes. True.
There are different ways that turn one plays out with the moves that
Pokemon is just rock, paper, scissors to you. I mean, it's a turn-based game. So every turn-based game is like a giga complex RPS, right? But VGC is more like chess in my eyes.
Enrique just had the better of it that time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is like a little
like modern animated chess.
But is there a photograph in the back? And if Enrique plays around that, then that also does look very, very different.
Yeah, will there be a fake out? Where is the fake out going? And
but that game was just skill diff. That was not rock, paper, scissors.
Amazing stuff.
It was definitely skill diff.
Kudos to both players, because I think when you take a look as well about how these single restricteds match up into each other, we were talking about this even before getting into the series, that a lot of it comes down to the partners that surround those single restricted Pokemon. In this case, Jay is showing us an even different look for Miraidon.
It makes you feel smarter if you call it like a chess game. True.
In the Iron Bundle.
Yeah, and the Iron Bundle had an important impact in that game. The speed advantage it had over Fluttermane felt like it was Jay's path in that game. And the Encore it was threatening felt like a path in that game. Ultimately still offering a lot of what Whimsicott...
MOBAs are kind of like chess too?
Big freeze dry damage,
kind of.
To try to differentiate itself. But even without Prankster, Iron Bundle was able to provide most of that same value. You can see how in another matchup where having the freeze dry is much more important, Iron Bundle can look a lot better than Whimsicott.
See, this is what everyone's talking about with the
I see a lot of
they get to get their Quark Drive boost.
similarities between MOBAs and basketball and like traditional sports, where there's like a level of execution that goes into it as well.
This is even a different,
which, you know, a lot of it's reaction time based.
Sets right now are running Flame Charge with Flare Blitz and Collision Course plus Protect, and this Koraidon did have the Sword Stance, and it really did put a huge target on its back, but in a good way for Enrique.
The focus had to be totally on Koraidon because of those boosting threats. We never saw the Sword Stance play out in a way that helped.
You see his chance elements and also a lot of psychology in it, unlike chess. There's only more chance elements for sure. The only chance element in chess really is who gets to go first, right?
Well, we don't have to speculate on it anymore. I think Gabby has Enrique ready to discuss the match and tell us a little bit more about it.
But I think chess probably has just as much psychology.
Thank you so much, Len. I'm here with your round 2 winner, Enrique. I don't get to say that too often. Round 2.
Yeah, round 2.
How's it going?
Good. Yeah, we're going. Yeah.
We're going. I mean, your Koraidon in particular was going very strongly.
Oh, that's a better look at the Mewtwo with the basketball.
I was just asking you about team building. So, and the commentators as well were just asking, you know, well,
get a nice picture of that.
What was the inspiration for it, and how has it been performing so well or so far?
Serious lack of interviews. I would not have
even though I won
any good insights.
That was a very tight round. Zay is an immaculate player. He has a really great way of thinking through things and
World of Tanks, and it's more like a sport. I think anything that's played in real time is more sporty. It has to be a call out to the thing. That's what I think.
Especially right now, we have
but how quickly did they get that ready?
Access to a very powerful mon, and so it's really just.
I like the new Gara skin. It's pretty good.
Respect the mon that's on the field, as with any of your mons. So if there's a turn off or a turn that they're out of position stuff, you can take advantage of it in order to get that sword stance up, and all of a sudden. And especially if you get a flame charge up and you start getting, you know, both attack and...
It was like a week ago. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fast, no? You have like a little hoop too beside it now.
Game when things are chipped down and everything, and all of a sudden you have to, in order to maybe get back in the game or get a foothold, you have to decide, like, what do I want to give up? What do I need to, like, try to get a chance back.
That basically means that LeBron is canon in the
I was
Pokemon
gonna
universe.
say, I've played Jay myself at locals, and he's a player who's very difficult to maintain a board position against. So I'm very curious about your thought process in games 1, 2, and 3. You know, how did you find that opening for Koraidon to start getting that momentum going?
Just pretty much game 1, scout him out a little bit, because it's like any good, like, you know, any good battle, any good fight, you know, in the first couple of turns, you know, we're testing each other out, seeing, you know, what each of us are thinking game plan wise, and then once games 2 and 3 came around, it was pretty much just like, all right, like, am I gonna call your bluff, or are you gonna call my bluff? And in game 2, he expertly called my fake out into there. Didn't think, especially since I didn't do it game 1, I was like, I think I got him, and then he correctly called it, and that sent me back quite a bit. And like I said, like, even though he got that crit at the end, like that beginning of when he called that fake out was just very well played by him, and so like kind of had to risk it on game 3, and it came out in my favor, but it easily could have gone either
Base
way.
Jam Pokemon Edition win.
Great battlers
Would be banger.
Yeah, well, congratulations on the win. You know, since this is the last regional championship of the year, in North America at least.
Chess doesn't quite have as much psychology as most people think at the high levels with the rise of engines making memorization.
Yeah, probably. I
And
mean,
theory taking over in the late game. I guess.
That's not selfish.
yeah, like-
just saying that. That's not selfish.
Like, it was great seeing a lot of years of work come together. Like, I felt that and I still feel that maybe I should have had a few more bad luck here and there, but
That's the cool thing about Pokemon though, right? Because it's changing so much. And there's like a team building aspect to it that I don't think engines could ever really take over Pokemon.
Eventually, it will come through. And like I said, like I was telling my first round opponent, who was also
There's only so much you could memorize, right?
my very first regional, I got
With how often it's changing.
It was not a pleasant experience. But we all gotta start somewhere, and eventually, if you put in the hours, put in the work, if this is really something that you want to aspire to get to the top, hard work will pay off.
And there's also just more options in Pokemon than there are in chess to make in any given turn.
I just want to believe that in the future, if I put in the hard work, the luck will come through eventually.
70 website where you can put Pokemon you want to use and it generates a team. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying because of the team building aspect, like there's only so much you can really use an engine for.
Trying to get his invite. People in Colorado, always a good community, great testing grounds, and then specifically my best friend and his girlfriend.
There's more team comp possibilities than stars in the sky impossible for an engine. Exactly.
Always much love to you guys. Thank you for always supporting me.
ESPN studios are in LA, so Steven collab could be possible. True.
For the rest of the day, casters, back to you.
Thank you so much. Awesome to hear from Enrique about that set. It's so tough when you're in that position where you feel like you've set yourself up pretty well for a game 2, even to his opponent's credit of bringing in that photograph to stop the fake out, but you still have to kind of claw your way back mentally from, oh my goodness, that critical hit did just lose.
I think the only thing engines could do is help you VOD review.
Be able to lose a game that way, come back, be in a very tricky turn 1, win it, and capitalize on it fully.
But even then, it would just give you the highest EV plays, right? Like, there is a lot more psychology in Pokemon in terms of reading your opponent.
A similar situation where, but what if the photograph is in the back? And it was in the back for that game 3, but you still had to think about, do I actually try to push the fake out regardless? And is that risk going to be worth it? It did pay off. So,
Like the highest expected value play could be to go for a fake out in a certain situation, right? But then like the other guy could click protect or something, you know?
Take a look back at that underrated Pokemon prediction bracket, because I have to know what the people voted for.
Do you think it was Lunala or White Kyurem that came out on top? Oh, Lunala!
It was Lunala! Wow!
I think that makes sense. Lunala, Pokemon with a history of success in VGC.
Well, how do you vote on this thing? I want to vote.
Usage right now in Regulation G. I would not be.
Rayquaza is the most broken Pokemon in the game. If you get him, you win every game, pretty much. Don't they know that?
Great job, chat. I think that I agree with that one, because I think like
deep in my heart of hearts, I want to see Lunala do well.
Returns are simultaneous. Yeah, exactly, right? So
Bias of just how well Lunala has done.
it's tough.
Sun and Moon, such a great era.
That's what makes this game exciting to me. One of the reasons why I dislike the Pokemon TCG, and it is what it is, like, there's obviously a lot of skill expression in that game too, but I dislike in the TCG where it feels like you're playing like advanced solitaire in a way, you know? Like you're not interacting with your opponent's decisions as much as you are with your own just board state. Like in the Pokemon TCG, your turn you do your turn for like 10 minutes. You just sit there like cycling through your deck. And yeah, there's there's the skill in deck building, there's the skill in doing your sequencing of your cards right, keeping track of everything. Like by no means is it easy, but I just don't like how you're not really interacting that much with your opponent. Like even in Yu-Gi-Oh, at least like you have like counter spells, right, that you can activate on your opponent's turn, or hand traps and stuff. In the Pokemon TCG, how often are you actually interacting with your opponent's decisions? Like, I mean, you are obviously, but it just doesn't feel the same to me.
With that Rayquaza, and I thought it looked really good, despite the fact that it needed a little bit. Those extreme speeds still looked very powerful.
Extreme speed still very powerful. Dragon Ascent still a very strong move.
E-speed meta?
But it is kind of costly in their restricted spot where
are they running full heal though?
Something like Miraidon or Koraidon or Terapagos have. And so it takes more time to get to that same level of damage that it starts to look like maybe this just isn't enough of a differentiator for my restricted slot.
Okay, well, I think that's a very strong case for Lugia though too. So chat, vote is up to you. Do you feel like Rayquaza or Lugia is the most underrated restricted Pokemon right now?
Rayquaza.
I think I also have to lean Lugia on that one. I think we've also seen some really strong Lugia teams in the past. The one that really sticks out to me is the Lugia team that John Hu actually brought to the Vancouver Regional Championships, I want to say like 2 years ago. So I think that is like, oh yeah, like there have been really strong
It's got to be Ray
as well, whether it's been a double restricted format or even what we saw at Indianapolis.
Lugia is so bulky and can boost itself up. There's always, I think, going to be a place for the right constructed Lugia.
Hey, I remember last time we were watching, there was that Lugia guy who had Lugia Comfy.
All right, chat, we leave it up to you. You did great in that first community poll. Now is your chance to do it again. As we also take a look at what is coming your way on Twitch this upcoming week.
Where's the poll? Oh, the poll's only on Twitch?
On Friday, Saturday, Regional Championships.
How do I do the poll?
Advanced battles happening on Tuesday. We've got a
poll.
rerun of the 2018 Oceania International
Voting Ray.
Championships for TCG on Wednesday, and I'm really looking forward to what's
happening
on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
The NAIC preview show, we're just
Is there an ability that ignores terrain?
The final IC
Not that I've seen. The turtle can break the terrain, and then what people do is like have Rillaboom to change the terrain, you know? Because only one train can be up at a time. So you can, there's like terrain wars people play. But I haven't seen anything that just removes it yet. I haven't seen anything that removes weather either. It's always like changing the weather. There's people that run Rain Dance, so Rain Dance Tornadoes. Either like if they're playing, they run like Rain Dance or Sunny Day Tornadoes, depending on if they have the rain or sun teams, just so they can keep playing the weather war.
As a special event, we also have like a bunch of the national championships happening in Asia. So there's a lot of Pokemon action you're gonna have to keep up with over the next couple of weeks as we head towards NAIC.
Yeah, plenty of tournaments for people looking for ideas for NAIC. Oh, yeah. There's so many tournaments to look over this topic. What is that doing here? What is that Pokemon? How is it working? It's still going to be so much fun to see the results from all these tournaments.
It is, and maybe it gives you something to mull on as we take a look at our next break, because we've been up here a while. We're going to go get something to eat, and hopefully you will too. Stay hydrated and stick around as you are watching the LA Regional Championships.
Break.
Let us give you an experience.
Oh, it's Spraggles.
NYC London.
That's the Unite guy. The move Steel Roller removes terrain. Only works as it's terrain active, and only Iron Threads gets it. Okay, yeah, we probably won't see that then. And Dupes next.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, our casters are by far the best. No bias. Honolulu. What are the dates for Worlds? Yeah. True. I am dating Palace. I'm also dating all of your dads.
Between tournaments, I make sure that I can get a lot of rest and recover after the tournament, and as well as taking time to do lots of practice.
A lot of it really comes down to practice and making sure that I'm knowing what I'm playing is the best I can play for that tournament. It's always good to like look at the meta, see what decks is performing.
You know what that makes me, right?
Something that doesn't beat the top deck. Right now, Charizard is the best deck.
Honolulu backwards is a Loma Loma.
So I would just say play a deck and just kind of make sure you know what you're playing.
That's a race car. Did you know that?
And don't like last minute switch decks.
When you're in Hawaii, make sure you go to the food trucks in Kahuku.
Make sure I know my counts. So yeah, all those things help me improve.
Is that in Honolulu?
To practice and test the different matchups, looking at different stats and how everyone's doing in the meta, what's being played. I also find the car rides up to the tournaments a great time to talk strategy with my teammates and prepare to see what matchups we're going to be going against.
I guess the best way for me to improve between tournaments is understanding the meta, having a good idea what works well with what has good symmetry with each other and against, you know, whatever you can see between other opponents.
Isn't Pokemon Go you just mash one button?
You know, between tournament and tournament.
Yeah.
Also, continually battle, learning counts, learning type differences, learning matchups, those things.
I mainly end up asking my brother what I should do because he's helped me out a lot through the past few years, you know, through juniors, through seniors. Basically, my whole family plays, so it's just repetition.
That's kind of cool.
Picking every Pokemon that you can, that you know is going to be used, and just practice every day.
Where's the Unite player interviews? Oh, it's Lechonk. Oh. That's cute.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are in
I'm gonna play something today. There's only a watch party show. I'm not sure.
Los Angeles, California, for the final regional
I don't know what I'm doing.
championship of the North American circuit for the season. We'll move on to New Orleans in a few weeks, and then we'll hit up Honolulu, Hawaii later on this summer. But for now,
The last thing you remember is 2 Chiyus. Well, we had 2 giraffes the last game.
by Sierra Dawn. We're gonna have our round 3 coverage coming up shortly here at the LA Regional Championships for the video game. But Sierra, it's been a long day so far, but we've had 2
Next Pokemon Unite tournaments, NAIC.
I first have to say I love in your intro that you just referenced just one singular trainer. Whether they wanted to believe they're the one person you were talking
In 2 weeks, basically.
No, today has been a lot of fun so far. Being able to start and see this round 1 and 2. I mean, it's a long day.
Damn, NAIC's in 2 weeks. I wonder if the NA teams are quaking.
First couple of rounds, that's where things can really start to snowball. That's, you know, when you get to those later rounds, you talk about sometimes, oh, well, these people maybe.
Apparently, all of Unite is going to be played on 1 day, by the way. We thought it was going to be 2. Well, it was actually going to be 2 days, but then they shortened it from June 7, June 8 to just June 7. So I don't know how they're going to do all of regionals in 1 day.
So it's time to hit that bell and have a little bit of an OCO session in Hollywood. OCO Goes Hollywood is we're going to...
The open bracket, I think, might be the day after. But the entire finals, like, the entire top 8 will all be in 1 day.
Yes, that's
Whereas it was supposed to be in 2 days.
Yes, Sierra's, I wouldn't say you're bad.
We deserve better? Yeah, I think so, too.
Your opinions are strong on it. You know, sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. I guess let's find out. First, Pokedex entry of the day. It can make its whole body transparent by clearing its mind and focusing. Even the Pokemon in its horns become invisible.
What is that?
Oh,
Like,
okay.
whole body transparent by clearing its mind?
Like, isn't Dragapult, because Dragapult can disappear, and then it's like it has the little dreepies in its head.
Is that
because like it has to have Pokemon in its horns.
Oh,
or else
Dragapult's
would it
passive is also clear mind, right?
become invisible?
horn, I guess. Like
Like
on
I wouldn't
its
I wouldn't
head?
call it like
I mean,
a horn
clear
specifically,
body, right? Dragapult's ability is clear body.
and
Clear
it's
body, yeah.
literally, you know,
It
like
uses
Phantom
Phantom
Force,
Force.
it disappears, and I
Yeah, that's Dragapult.
do not recall another Pokemon that just casually has another Pokemon just vibing with it that can also turn invisible.
Yeah, I think that I was thinking Psychic at first, but once the Invisible came in, I was like, it's got to be Ghost type there. So, is it time to lock emoji?
Yeah, I think Dragapult.
All
I
right,
think
Dragapult
that's
is our
safe.
answer.
That's
So
what we're
let's go.
Those are definitely not horns. Like,
Yeah,
I don't really
mean,
know what that
I don't
is,
want to tell
but-
Game Freak what horns are, but you know, it's their Pokedex entry. It's not
I'm like
ours,
thinking
you
as
know?
soon as it said horn, I'm thinking like a rhino, and I'm like, what Pokemon do they have stuck
or
inside of that horn?
Like Rhyperior or something with his horn there, but you know.
Whatever. 1 for 1. See?
1 for 1.
Immaculate.
Yeah.
So good at these. All right,
Exactly.
let's roll the next one.
It is
Let's see what we
Dragapult?
got.
Okay.
Got here. If this Pokemon becomes truly angered,
The flame.
at the tip of its tail burns in a light blue shade. Okay.
Well, like the whole Charizard line.
That Mega
has
Charizard?
Tails that have fire. I've never seen it turn blue
Yeah,
before.
it's definitely giving fire type, right? At this
Yeah. What other Pokemon have like flame?
What about
tails?
Tauros?
That's specifically like the flame at the tip of its
Paldean
tail.
Tauros, maybe.
Oh, do they have I'm trying to think. I don't pay.
Oh no, it doesn't normally have a flame though.
You're struggling. You're struggling.
Monferno? Charmeleon?
I don't think the Paldean Tauros they actually have like
Hold on, let me
flame
answer again.
speed.
In the wild, when you get swarmed by like 15 Tauros, you know, and like you run from one, and then the next one runs in, and you run, and the next one.
It's not Tauros, it's not Tauros, yeah.
They do get like really and their
Do they
tail,
have
that
flames
thing
in
on the back.
But like that's not a flame. That's a fluff.
No.
I don't think
if they're a fire type.
But like they all look the same. It's just like one tiny little coloration difference. So it's like you can't really tell them apart. That's why shiny hunting them is
Wink,
not
wink.
necessarily the most fun.
All right, so let's open up our thoughts then. Think
Yeah,
of
what
a
are the
fire
ones?
type that has a tail, right? Like Flareon has a tail, but would it turn blue?
No, because it's like the
Rapidash
flame at
has
the
a
tip
tail?
of its tail, which implies that there's actually only the fire at the tip.
This is a way tougher question than the Dragapult question.
Yeah,
at
the
this
Dragapult one
point.
was easy.
My initial guess was Mega Charizard X, yeah.
Are you willing to trust me here on the Tauros line, or is it?
All
or
right.
I'm not feeling Tauros.
We can just like split the answers, kind of just to like be smart on that, right?
We're covering our bases. So what's your fire type choice? Because I'll choose Paldean Tauros.
It's not right. I'll pick Charizard, but like I don't think it's right unless they're
doesn't
like megas or something.
Don't flames get like you know? I'm no scientist, obviously,
I don't
but
know.
don't they become blue?
Charizard.
How do they get? They get blue and then
see
Mega Ender.
All right, let's see. Let's see what our.
Now, when I get angry, the flame on the tip of my tail is different.
Nice.
No.
I did not think of Charizard. I mean, I'm wearing the pin, and I literally have a blue
Wow, you're
tail.
such a fake fan.
I have a
It is Zard.
fire tail on me right now with Charizard X. That is an incredible call, Sierra. Wow.
Thank you.
Very, very impressive way to start off.
We need proof.
Let's
Someone get a Charizard really mad.
Can we make it 3 for 3? Can we get the hat trick? Its ability to deflect any attack led to it being known as the Fighting Master's Shield. It was feared and respected by all.
Deflect any attack led to it being known as the Fighting Master's Shield.
But the other one
Is that Aegislash?
Speaking of Mustard from Sword and Shield and having Kubfu and Urshifu as the Pokemon, you know?
I don't, because deflecting the attack, like my first off is like the fighting
Zamazenta?
throwing me off. The first thought by
Okay.
that, even though I think it's wrong, it makes me feel like my first thought was like Kingambit. I'm like, I don't think that's right because Kingambit's like it takes
Bastiodon?
fallen or whatever.
My initial guess was AG, but Zamazenta could make sense too.
I really feel like it's the shield for the fighting master.
Misty Psyduck, final answer.
Yo, Zamazenta.
Yeah, I'm saying that could it is a big shield, but who was wasn't Zamazenta with like Shield Bert or whatever, that like the weird guy with the blonde hair?
Those are separate. That's post game. We don't have to talk about that. No, feared and respected by all, and then that also makes sense because when it doesn't have the rusted shield, it is the hero of many battles, and you'd be hero of many battles if you're feared but also respected by all.
And it is a hero because they are like
Squidward, final answer.
And Zamazenta were the heroes that like
Lock it in.
And it's a fighting type.
I'm going with Squidward.
It's Zamazenta. It's Zamazenta.
We're gonna lock it in.
Easy peasy. Done. Absolutely no.
Oh, I was wrong. It was Zamazenta.
You
Close.
hit all your 3-pointers today.
I had to redeem myself apparently. I didn't know how to hit me, but we're super good on this. So.
All right, well, we are going to take a quick break because we are learning that round 3 is going to be starting hopefully very soon. So I'm happy that we had a short Pokédex entry, but at least we still got to experience it together. I think it's the first time we ever got all the correct Pokédex entry.
Remember reading that description on the card? Oh, nerds. Another break? I know, man. What the heck? When will match start?
Los Angeles Regional Championship.
Yo, it's Cramorant. Is that the Unite guy? Oh, who's this? You know what we don't have in Unite yet? They haven't made any references to Terra yet, right? They should make a Gen 9 Pokemon whose Unite move like Terra's them or something. Or just give us Terrapagos, yeah. There. What's Urshifu's equivalent in Scarlet Violet? Like Urshifu was a legendary from the DLCs, right? Who's like the Urshifu of Scarlet Violet? Ogerpon? Okie dokie. It can't. Terrapagos is like a restricted, right? Is that what I want? Yeah, it's probably Ogerpon will probably be the Terra reference if we ever get it. A Terrapagos would be an EX if we got it. Song sounds kind of like AI. I mean, it kind of does. Legendary. I'll be getting Zygarde in February. Who knows? You think it's going to be Zygarde in February? For Pokemon ZA, I mean, we could.
Pokemon with red and blue, and
But I don't think they care that much about doing cross promos.
In 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, yeah, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably
Toronto, say it.
Melbourne's always great.
What?
Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Melbourne's a city in Australia, right? Cookies. You guys see these the Pokemon, the Pikachu hats that those kids had on? They were handing those out at the train stations in Japan, and I got one, but my head was too big for it, and it didn't fit on my head. Isn't that sad? I just had a 5 head. Victory Road. World's gonna be in Australia next year. Bro, can we just get somewhere like inexpensive to get to? Like Japan and then Hawaii, like, do they not know we're brokies? Yeah, let Worlds be in Toronto, man. Let me stay at home for once. Hawaii is actually the biggest scam because like for the travel stipend, it treats it as it being an NA for the NA players, but it's actually giga expensive. Like at least for Japan, it was considered an international, so you got more money to go there if you got the stipend. My God. Yeah, Hawaii is literally the most expensive place they could have had it in. They opened some offices in Mexico, so maybe I'd be down. No, actually, you know where I want there to be a Pokemon event, and where I want to go is Brazil.
And
They gotta do Worlds in Brazil. That would be lit.
a good day here today instead of just one individual trainer like the last time.
You just drunkenly fell over and hurt your arm? Didn't you say you're from LA, which means it's 2 p.m. for you? Are we getting drunk at 2 p.m.?
It's gonna be a fun time to see how this regulation, how the metagame is gonna be developing throughout the day.
Oh, 100%. I mean, already looking.
Any leaks for next World spot? What's the insider info? I don't even think Pokemon knows.
That keeps on giving so far. Being able to see how things adapt.
Good day drinking. Pokemon in Ukraine? I mean, Ukraine. I'd be down to go to Ukraine.
So cool.
I don't think they would do it, but I would be down.
Leveling up and adapting their team building, I think is
I guess it is a Saturday. You get the pass.
to see more coming out from today.
Yeah, for sure.
It was leaked that the 2026 one will be LA. Really? I feel like I heard that too, actually. Bro, SF is also expensive though. Why more West Coast? Why can't it be East Coast? Good idea to do Worlds at the country that's in war. That's true. Send us to Poland. We're all staying at 12's house.
Gio, he did end up taking down the San Antonio regionals. It wasn't a different format, so it'd be great to see what he has for Regulation G. Whereas Andrew,
Joe is 2-0.
to be a standout in
Joe is the homie, and he's 2-0 right now.
considering the second place at the Indianapolis Regional Championship.
Worlds in Germany?
To second place in the grand finals there with his Trafigos team.
I mean, Germany sounds like it could be okay.
Great start to the day. I'm so excited to get into this.
Yeah, there's some great trainers on that list, but specifically Andrew Zhang and Giovanni Costa.
I heard in Germany, though, at the restaurants, you have to pay for water.
Round 3. Gio was also one of those.
I don't really like the idea of that.
Revolutionizer. We won't use big. You won't use.
Is that true? You have to pay for water in the restaurants of Germany?
In the start of the Frigraph usage increasing with that regional championship.
Yeah, that's messed up, bro.
Using Light Form Frigraph, which he has on his team.
I'm pretty sure in Toronto, there's a bylaw that restaurants have to give you water for free.
To the value Frigraph can bring to a team.
Like, they literally cannot deny you water. They can only charge you for the cup that it's going to be in. And if you give them a cup, they legally have to give you water for free. Because like it's like you know, it's just water.
Has just been absolutely instrumental. So being able to see still the lasting implications of that today has been really great.
Yeah, and I think it should be an interesting test. There should be a fun test for Gio, as he's kind of the hometown guy, raised a Los Angeles local, trying to perform well for all of the trainers that came here to LA, trying to represent his region. We know just how powerful, how many great skilled trainers there are in the Los Angeles region. Like, you see like PCs posted online or MSSs, and you're like, wow, there's like 10 players that have qualified for Worlds at that local.
I mean, something that you'd get from the intro. Wow, LA stars.
Am I a fortune expert?
He definitely has some stars here in the area.
Like, can I tell your future? Yeah, I can. I can tell anyone's future.
Who knows? Will we have a hometown hero by the end of the weekend? That's definitely going to be exciting to find out. But between Giovanni Costa and Andrew Zhang, you know, they're getting set up on the stage right now. Andrew does not have Terapagos this time around, Sierra, instead opting for Lunala as his single restricted.
I think it's really, really interesting when somebody performs really well with a Pokemon. And
Oh, you mean in TFT? Fighting times was 5. I mean, that sounds pretty good. How will you die? I can't. I'm not allowed to tell you that. It's too toxic. Judging by the fact that you hurt your arm by being drunk by day drinking.
Really strong restricted. I would have been maybe expected if you got
Allegedly.
with restricted and you thought, hey, the meta has
Will
kind of
EU make top 8 in Worlds?
maybe adjust a Pokemon or two, but completely switch
No
it off
comment.
different restricted that I didn't really
Yeah, I can't leak stuff like this because then it might change the course of history and mess with the, you know, space-time continuum, etc., etc.
Yeah, honestly, we can trust his skill as a player in this format, right? Getting second in Indy, and I think it's so cool that with Lunala, it didn't even make the graphic for top usage, and there were 8 Pokemon. Groudon just barely made it at 3%. That means less than 3% of people are using Lunala in the entire field here in LA, and we're fortunate enough to see one of them on the field on Andrew's side. You see all of those trainers out there in the venue today. But Lunala is one of those Pokemon here that can be used. It can be utilized in many different roles, more supportive, wide guard trick room, and stuff like that. Or you can
Does Dad ever come back from getting the milk? Your dad's with me right now, so bro.
How do what are your thoughts on the types of ways you can use Lunala?
Can I predict what my next thought is going to be? That's the one thing I can't predict. The one thing I cannot predict is my own next thought. That's my biggest downfall. Would I eat Pokemon?
It kind of feels a little bit wasted at times, and I think Lunala, it has
No.
coverage, but if you're looking to kind of
It's pretty simple, right? Like, Pokemon are intelligent creatures. I don't think I would eat an intelligent animal. Like, I wouldn't eat a dolphin or a monkey.
You can have trick room and
I guess if the Pokemon was really dumb, then I might.
But if that's going to be your sole way of setting it, I feel like it's kind of maybe not so fun at times. I think where we've really
What about Alcremie? I'm lactose intolerant, so it would give me poopy pants.
well, it's just a train setter for others. Actually, no, it's kind of doing it for themselves.
What do you think of Unite having the same system as other games where you have to go to regionals instead of for Worlds? They found a way to make it work and money isn't an issue for players. I mean, it would be cool, but money is the biggest thing holding it back for sure.
I totally agree with you that it's better to kind of use the other slots with supported Pokemon to help facilitate your restricted Pokemon. And now it's a Pokemon, you can get some Calm Mind boost set up. You can, or a +1 from the Power Herb on Meteor Beam.
I think the next step for Unite is for the LATAM teams to play at LAIC or whatever the IC for LATAM is that happens.
You know, whatever it is to help you win the game when your HP is still full, you're not taking a lot of damage.
And I think Unite should just be at every IC for sure.
And being able to have that replenish when your health is full, and there is Pokemon in the meta that can help you achieve that, whether it's that pollen buff, whether it is just like the natural grassy terrain recovery that you're getting. If you're not really taking too much damage the first time around, I mean, we've seen a Raging Bolt go from 2 HP to full, essentially.
One medium well done Miltank steak, please, with a side of fries. You mean with the side of Probopass?
I think it's really, really well done. So we will be starting with round.
Combine LATAM and NA into one region.
Kind of set up, but what's been your kind of favorite thing to see so far come out of this event? I know it's still really, really early on.
I think it wouldn't work.
Of where this is headed for our last NA regional.
Well, it's one thing that, you know, we talked about, and it was kind of on everybody's mind watching Rajan win in
A lot of fans. These aren't really fans. These are all competitors. The one thing about VGC and TCG is every regionals is an open event. So anyone can sign up and play. Right? The games that get streamed, they end up picking the ones that have 2 high-rated players on them that are good matches to watch. And I mean, later in the Swiss rounds, they're just going to pick people that are undefeated. Just keep watching every undefeated player. But anyone can sign up and like any one of you guys could have signed up for this and played if you managed to register in time and fly out there.
Like with where this heads with the team building and just how the match plays out is ground can, I mean, defensively, okay, you're going to be taking a lot of damage from a grass type move, and Rillaboom is one of our most used Pokemon right now. All right, you're going to get absolutely bodied by a Surging Strikes here. You don't want to be sticking around for that. So it's such a pivotal, okay, when the moment calls for a type of Terastallization, you have that option. But it also means that you're taking.
Am I going to NAIC? I am going, yeah.
Like Chi-Yu, I mean, Ghost, you can't get faked out, and that's really, really nice.
I'm going. I'll do some IRL streams. Maybe I'll stream some of the B stage match games.
It really shows how the team building can be innovating, but it also really showcases your skill as a
Would I give us a thumbs up if one of you won? Sure.
Yeah, there are sometimes, I think, restricted formats.
Is Toon coming? I don't know. You ask him. He's your teammate. I don't think he is.
5 Pokemon teams, and then that 6 Pokemon is specifically for.
I think he said because you guys are boot camping in NA, he's not or something.
If we're talking about Terra Ground Pokemon,
allegedly.
I see a bunch of like Pokemon that could potentially Terra Ground.
NAIC is June 7.
Discharge and just go. If you're going to be taking out the other.
Yeah, I don't know how they're doing all of.
I mean, that is a viable.
All of it in one day.
Geo has 2 Terra Grounds. Rajan had the
Crazy.
Ursaluna and Terra Ground Furgraph to allow discharge. It is a retro strategy of discharge next to a ground type. We've been doing that in VGC since like 2009, right? But like sometimes it's an oldie but a goodie. Like it works for a reason.
I mean, it's definitely one that feels a little bit.
VOD chatters, the round 3 is not starting. Soon, just skip a bit. True. Does Toon say morning, governor? I mean, they're legally required to. Must.
If we had to go cash a battle right now, that's what I'm doing. I'm grabbing my Miraidon and 5 ground types, and I'm just, you know.
That'd be like when.
So my guess is the winner bracket games, the first set of winner bracket games won't be on stream. So OT versus G won't be streamed, and Nem versus Nihao won't be streamed. So I'm assuming that's how they'll do it because they want to catch the lower bracket ones first, because that's where teams will get eliminated. So if I can sneak into the thing, I'll probably go and record IRL, record the OT games for you guys and stream it. If the internet's good enough, I'll stream it. Otherwise, I'll record it and then show it somewhere else. But I won't let us miss those games. Don't worry. I will take care of it.
Take over the victory over White Kyurem. Lugia beating Rayquaza. That's an interesting one. That's the big news there. that more of chat enjoys Lugia.
The B stream had its separate place at UIC, and I could stream the TV. Oh, true. There'll be a TV, right? Yeah, I'll be guys, they're not gonna stop me.
You know, it's like some people that are just like, you say a favorite Pokemon, and you're like, oh well, I could probably list like what all of your favorite Pokemon are because of that. So
it could
I'll get some of the games that won't be streamed for sure.
Cool. That's why we're not voting for it. A lot of people don't appreciate Lugia, and since the question is the most underrated,
Grab a mic. I am looking at getting a wireless mic. I did some research the other day,
properly rated, not that great, or
just so I can actually have good quality when I stream.
Like Lugia is actually
like
okay
if you were
here.
gonna build a team,
Big Pikachu will get me.
which of those two would you build?
Nah.
Rayquaza or Lugia?
I'll tell him. Yeah, I'll tell him my dad works at Game Freak. I'll tell him Miwa's my dad.
You know.
All right. Well, we'll see. We'll see if Ho-Oh can join Lugia in the semifinals. Because this, I'm gonna be honest with you here. That's a tough hill to climb. Ho-Oh versus Groudon. Groudon's kind of a fan favorite as a legendary.
Yeah.
It does suck though that like they're condensing Unite from 2 days to 1, when everyone's been asking for us to get 3 days instead.
So what do you? How do you?
It's definitely annoying.
We don't want to sway Twitch chat, so
But I mean, I don't know. I'm sure they know that we're not happy about it. There's probably a reason they did it this way.
I mean, Groudon used to be a fire type for a couple years.
It was actually supposed to be 2. Like the original format,
Enjoy the sun being up.
if you go back and check, it was 2. So I don't know how they went from 2 to 1.
I mean, the Groudon is just. I just feel like it's a little tough place right now. If we got to see
With all due respect, I don't give a F about the final stretch. Like
straight ground typing, the fact that you have to commit
the final, like NAIC, the 8 teams that are there are 8 teams that fought hard to qualify. All of them deserve to get several of their games casted. The way they're doing it now is they're guaranteeing that at least one will be casted by starting in the lower bracket. But it means that we're missing like such good matches.
Like instead of make them real big in the Dynamax, there we go.
There we go.
And then it still had such strong, powerful moves in the accuracy, but it's kind of struggled so
Max
far.
Quay couldn't miss. It was 100% accurate. You know,
and you would get the special defense boost. I believe it was special defense.
I mean, I think their thought process is like,
It was just so good, and I mean, you now have to commit a fire type.
I mean, I don't know. I guess EU did their top 8 in 1 day, so we could do our top 8 in 1 day.
Well, that's enough on Ho-Oh.
But like, I don't know, man. Like, it's a big investment to go. Even though the players get stipend, like the weeks between group stage and now are such hard work, so stressful. Some of these people are traveling to an event for this the first time. I'm sure there's a handful of people at NAIC that are leaving their home to go to another state or city or country for the first time. Right? Like,
did he draw that? Like,
but I'm give them like the spotlight for a little bit.
But you know what? I respect it. Committing to the bid.
Yeah, and the spectators want to watch more. I think Pokemon has the money for 2 days. Yeah, I imagine. Because they're putting 5 teams from the NA finals in the final stretch. Yeah, but just who cares, man? NAIC's the meat. We want to watch the meat. I'm not going. I don't want to watch the potatoes. All right, I want to watch the meat. The juicy meat. Okay, not the potatoes, not the side dish, not the leftovers. Okay, wait. This guy has Lunala. That's kind of cool. Water Bear, Lunala, Incineroar, Grimmsnarl. A lot of people are bringing Grimmsnarl. First Rillaboom on stream and first Pelipper too. This is cool. Look at the hoodie. Wait, what does it say on his hoodie? Mid.
Yeah, for sure.
It's Terrapagos and it says mid.
Fun fact, does not like Miraidon. We have some bad news for Andrew in round 3.
Doesn't like Miraidon. Oh, because he lost. This is the guy that lost to Miraidon in the finals of Indianapolis.
Running Miraidon as his restricted, but let's head on over to Giovanni Costa's side. As we mentioned, the
Gyarados.
Champion earlier.
Okay, but he has Miraidon. Oh, I can't root for this guy. He has Miraidon. Oh, but Gyarados, Lunala. There's so many exciting Pokemon.
So I'm hoping that we get to see it come out in the match and be able to see a little bit more utility from it, because when we're looking at Intimidators, Incineroar has led the charge here in terms of the best Intimidator out there. The Gyarados has some bulk to it. It's got that Citrus Berry, and having the ability to Dragon Dance to all put some pressure as well, and being able to hit with a powerful water type move is quite fun here.
Who's got the best water flying mon? I always forget Gyarados is also water flying. I mean, Pelipper is like been the go-to guy, right, for water, for that typing. Whimsicott's cool, but I just mean in terms of things that are different. This is my first time seeing Gyarados in a tourney. I'm gonna turn it up a little. I'll turn it up for you guys. I don't want it any louder for me. There you go.
I am gonna be excited to see how Gio uses this team. And
Using the same Whimsicott he cut 2016 Worlds with. Damn, he transferred it over?
So I'm not great at math. 8 years later, he's still using the same Whimsicott successfully.
I love that. Honestly, being able to have the special Pokemon that you've trained up through the ages brought along with you. That is absolutely.
Why is he cutting it though?
Once we get into the game,
Cut my life into pieces.
Shiny, or like what is it about this Whimsicott that you've brought it along, or if it's just the memories of being able to get that accomplishment with it.
And it's one of those great things with Pokemon over the years, how it's evolved, that you can actually bring your Pokemon up.
But the only reason I know that song is because this is an OG reference, if any of you guys know. Tap Tap Revolution. Back on the old iPod Touch iPhone days, 2009. Last Resort was one of the free songs you could play on that game. That's the only reason I know that song.
Giovanni Costa and Andrew Zhang. Gio has Miraidon and Chiyu on the field.
That's a boomer reference.
Grimmsnarl Lunala for Andrew.
And looking at this right away, this is such a defensive start coming out from Andrew. You have the Grimmsnarl, which
all right, Lunala. I'm excited to see. I like seeing different Pokemon.
As little as possible, because both of those are powerhouse Pokemon over on Giovanni's end of the board here. Chiyu, that Beads of Ruin is going to allow this Miraidon to hit for a lot of damage, and it's already something that's really enabled itself with the electric terrain as well as the choice specs. You can just go for a Volt Switch if you want a chance to be pivoting out, but you called out talking about ground-type terrestrialized Pokemon. Chiyu into the ground-type could even allow the Miraidon to go for a parabolic charge. Hits everything on the field. Not as powerful as its discharge, but it does allow health back. This is just going to be a swap to kick things off, though.
Lunala will switch into the Rillaboom, which importantly, not just keeping Lunala's Shadow Shield intact.
Okay, so he's reset the terrain by bringing out the grassy guy. Light screen.
To mitigate some of the damage on Miraidon's end. Of course, the light screen helping with that as well.
Snarl did 0.
For the next 5 to 8 turns. We know it's 8 because of the light clay Grimmsnarl is holding.
Volt Switch.
But that really does not matter on Andrew's.
Damn, it still did good damage.
Giovanni smartly Volt Switching there. He knew there's no shot they're just going to let me get strong electric attacks off for free.
Oh, it's Gyarados.
You gotta have a little bit of respect there, and a chance to be bringing the Gyarados.
Shiny Gyara.
This will be a round of Intimidate. This is something that is going to lower than the attack over on the Rillaboom, since the Snarl, well, that's only going to be a little bit of chip damage into it. The Lunala swapping out, I mean, even with the Shadow Shield, that Snarl, you don't want to be taking that damage. You don't want to break the Shadow Shield. And if the point is to be setting this Lunala up for success, taking that special attack drop right away is really going to be reducing the amount of damage that it can go overall. This Grimmsnarl, you got the one screen up. Could be a chance.
He's gonna set up Reflect now.
Pivot back out. Try and get something that could be applying a little bit more pressure in.
I mean, this Gyarados might D-dance on us is the issue, though, right? Okay, and he's gonna decide to T-Wave it instead.
Thunderwave on Grimmsnarl. It's something like we used to see Gyarados carry Thunderwave all the time, but now there's potential for
Miraidon coming back. No. Oh, oh, so wait, it's gonna. The Fair Giraffe stops the T-Wave here. Watch. This is Prankster T-Wave. And he just gets a free D-dance.
He knew that there's no way you fake out, there's no way you Thunderwave because of Armor's Hail. So Gio smartly switching for a grab in at the right time. But Rillaboom, instead of the fake out bait, goes for the U-turn, having that pivot.
He's flying Terra on Gyarados with Terra Blast. Gyarados doesn't get a good stab flying move, right? So Terra Blast is kind of cool, I guess.
Would be nice, but Lunala, since the Chiyu isn't on the other end of the field anymore, this definitely feels like a lot safer of a position to try and get set up and to be applying some damage back here. Especially too, you got to make sure you're not too passive, or at least you're not matching the setup coming out from the other end. Because Gyarados, I mean, it can do some damage, but once you start building up those Dragon Dance,
Scary.
the speed and the offense you have will be incredible.
Scary.
You're talking about utility that Lunala has.
He's just setting up.
This one doesn't. So if that Gyarados
He's heating
has a
up.
lot of speed boost, it is just going to be always the fastest.
I'm right on.
To stop it. And here's another
I mean, he's gonna bring his Rillaboom out right after, though, right, to get rid of the hard-on engine.
I imagine in this best of 3, we're going to be seeing Miraidon and Rillaboom just going back and forth, switching these terrains up so many times. Now Grimmsnarl sets Reflect to lower the damage from physical.
That did nothing.
Not doing too much damage.
That did nothing.
There is the first of what could be many Calm Minds in Lunala's way.
Yeah,
That actually did such nothing. Oh, does Lunala have the multi-scale passive? Is that what it is?
Out from the Miraidon on the other end can bring the Chiyu back in to start trying to hit Snarls back off into that Pokemon here. So I love this. Clicking something a little bit more on the offensive. Even if there is the Volt Switch.
That's what he has, right? He has like Shadow Shield or something.
Dealing a lot of damage coming on out. And a nice chance to get the
Is this basically multi-scale, right? It's multi-scale that can't be mold breakered, I think.
Something that Gio was anticipating since Rillaboom was swapped in immediately the last time around that Miraidon came onto the field. Now, looks like Andrew's deciding to terrestrialize Lunala.
And this into the Fairy type. Lunala is not a Fairy type Pokemon to be kicking things off. So being able to drop a couple of the weaknesses it has and deal some more damage with the Moonblast can be huge. Gyarados with the Counter Attack staying safe, but
we'll see what Miraidon goes for here. And it's the Volt Switch. No attack into Lunala. So Andrew using his terrestrialization, not getting any immediate value out of it on this turn, but it could be crucial later on. Giovanni does get the switching on this side, so Farigiraf can come back in to stop a fake out.
the Farigiraf, though, it is going to be taking this Moonblast. Terrestrialized boosted +1.
And he's calm-minded too, right? Oh, a crit.
Critical hit to boot goes down.
Geo's Farigiraf.
Wait, that crit might not be good though, right? Because now he just gets a free swap to Miraidon.
Damage from being a fairy type as well.
But his multi-scale's back up now from the terrain. Oh, that's kind of cool, right? He's grassy terrain leftovers to activate his multi-scale over and over again.
Special defense and the special attack, and now has its Shadow Shield back up. Pokemon going down on Geo's end.
Hard-on engine's back.
Bring this Hadron engine back out. Re-get that electric terrain. The real battle here going on. The terrain wars are back.
Yeah, for sure. And this Lunala just showed how much of a presence it has on its side of the field.
He's gonna let the terrain stay up.
The fake out goes
Electro Drift. I mean, this won't do much, right? Light Screen is still up because he's Light Clay and it's multi-scale. Yeah, it does. My God, I've never seen Miraidon do such little damage on a neutral hit. And he didn't even Terra his Miraidon to this one-shots. Yo, this Lunala is cooking.
Into what you usually see with that Terra Electric to drop that Dragon typing. Dragon really bad against Fairy. Spoiler alert. So Geo gets punished.
Isn't that where people normally Electric Terra their Miraidon though?
This Lunala, I can see now why Andrew is starting to is out of the turtle and go into this Pokemon, because now with these Moonblasts, looking at the Pokemon on the other end, this is still going to be threatening so much damage.
This guy's team is cooking.
You even want to try and protect through a turn.
I like this leftovers Lunala. It's so cool.
You can get in a position you have your Shadow Shield back up as well. Or if you're feeling confident that you can get through this, well, you can just go on the offensive. Your Geo just down to final 2 Pokemon.
And when you stack Light Screen and Calm Mind, you're effectively neutralizing Chiyu's Beads of Ruin, right? You're coming up neutral or positive in that scenario. So I love how Lunala is able to just mitigate Chiyu's damage.
And at this point too, the Chiyu, this is a Choice Scarf Chiyu and final 2 Pokemon. Whatever it wants to lock in onto this turn, it is locked into for the rest of the battle.
Yeah, so we are gonna have a switch.
He's gonna get his -1 from the Gyarados.
Felt confident enough to not reveal the 4 Pokemon in this match, but definitely playing it safer in this spot, getting Rillaboom back out for later. As Incineroar,
And he just takes the Flamethrower too. My God, he's actually popping off.
Gyarados with a Dragon Dance, trying to get stronger, trying to get speedy. There's always the
Andrew outplayed him. I mean, he's been outplaying him.
Right, so maybe the game is not
This team is also so much different than like a lot of the other stuff we've seen.
the Gyarados.
Yeah, it's pretty
and it
over.
goes down. It's kind of over.
I mean, the Gyarados, I respect Incineroar coming back out.
This Lunala's cooking. My God.
Any chance at anything happening in this game?
I want to see this guy's more of this guy's games today, hopefully.
As much damage. Already having so much speed, you needed that attack to go along with it, but the Incineroar swap-in was so good at this point. Match canceled, go to game 2.
What a display.
There's a lot of people running Grimmsnarl today. I guess because people haven't been playing the things that break screens. And her Shifu's also not being played a lot, who does damage to the screen usually.
Pokemon that are able to really help
With the crits.
facilitate it to success.
Yeah, being able to have the screens to kick things off, and when you're looking at things like the Incineroar and the Rillaboom in the back, Pokemon that can very easily just manually swap in that you're not really too worried about. You're not really feeling, oh, if I swap something in for this Grimmsnarl, they're about to have a good, like a really bad time here.
The double screens are cooking, right?
Grimmsnarl can sometimes overstay its welcome. And after the screens were set up and being able to position well with those Pokemon, it was only one round of Calm Mind that this Lunala needed to be doing a lot of damage, and even just getting the Shadow Shield back was huge. The Chiyu, yes, it looked like he could threaten into the Lunala to be kicking things off, but being able to remove this Lunala until the Chiyu on the other end of the field had also departed was really nice.
Loving the
And now for
diversification
Gio,
into
look at-
VGC.
I mean, you can't really stop the screens quite
They are
well,
assassinating for the
but
Prime,
it
bro.
looks so much more as to
I like watching the VGC tourneys and playing a little bit.
on your own end to make sure this
My
Lunala
plan
not so
is after Worlds,
bad in game 1.
before in the next Unite season starts. I don't know what I'm doing next season if I want to focus on casting or playing. I want to play in 1 or 2 regionals because you know how VGC starts up a lot earlier than Unite does. I want to actually play at a regionals. I want to be good enough that I can make day 2 at a regionals. I'm not, you know, my goal isn't to win. I don't think I get good enough fast to win, but I think I could get good enough maybe to get to day 2.
If you can take down the Pokemon around it,
It'd be cool, right? To like, be on stream, but for VGC.
the game with just the Spirit Break.
And then you know when they pull up like your success in VGC, I hope they just pull up my Unite stats instead.
I mean, a Flamethrower into an Incineroar. I know the match was basically over at that point, but really good switches coming out constantly. So even just kind of playing a little bit ahead of that. I liked the switch with the Volt switch going out on that turn 1. But then when you
We'll see. I got a long way to go.
Andrew, that was 1 turn ahead, but here it is, game 2.
Yeah, Gio has
But these tournaments are fun to watch for sure.
first loss of the day here in round 3. Miraidon and Chiyu.
Alright, so Lunala's out in the lead. So, okay, this is cool, right? Miraidon's gonna put its train up first because it's faster, but then Rillaboom gets to put its train up right after and cancel the hard-on engine.
Have the ability to fake out. This isn't one of those Rillabooms that has dropped that. So you can be stopping one of the Pokemon on the opposing end. You do have to worry about a photograph in the back, but at least being able to reset the train and have that possibility going on forward is nice. You could also just call that, hey, we're going for damage right here, right now with this Lunala.
He's just gonna Terra hit the Miraidon.
Damage coming back into this.
Is he reading the fake out? That's the thing, right? Or reading the fair draft?
That 4 times weakness to dark that Gio is threatening you with. There's no there's no Grimmsnarl to set up light screen to help you. But also, you know that Miraidon can never click Draco Meteor into you as well, so it's a very safe turn.
He's just bringing the fair draft, right?
Miraidon is not wanting
So he doesn't get fake. Oh, he didn't.
kick things off. Adjustment from Gio. It's going to be the Whimsicott. This is one of the Pokemon that's been popping up a little bit more and more, being able to rival.
Is this Chew gonna get O-code here?
So it'll be interesting to see it hit the field, especially with utility.
I think Chew might just be dead, right?
Berry type, not taking super effective hits coming out from this Chiyu, and we're about to see some offense right away from this thing.
Yeah, and we'll see if Whimsicott can help Gio in 2024 like he helped him in 2016. The fake out goes into Chiyu, so no attacks from Chiyu on this turn. Now a Terra Fairy Moonblast into the Chiyu. That's a neutral hit, brings it down very low, but does not knock it out.
That did like nothing.
This Chiyu has taken so much damage. Gio does.
Right, so now he just wants to put up. Oh, I thought he was gonna put up his screens.
Because this Chiyu, you still cannot allow it. It's already even just Choice Scarf. You don't even need to be setting up in this situation, but you have to be making sure that you're not losing.
He can't click Calm Mind on Lunala though, in front of Whimsicott, right? Because Whimsicott will just encore it into Calm Mind.
The Lunala, since you didn't take any damage on that turn, still does have a Shadow Shield intact. Try and say that 5 times fast. So you would be able to get through a
Shadow Shield intact, Shadow Shield intact, Shadow Shield intact, Shadow Shield intact, Shadow Shield intact.
Giving us tongue
I saw that.
twisters and giving Geo a tough battle in this game too, as Incineroar swaps into that Rillaboom slot. Wounds got clicking Endure, but it's into Incineroar who just swapped in. So a perfect switch as he will resist Flamethrower.
Oh, this guy's getting red like a book. Like a buke. He's getting raided like a buke.
Is going to bring this Whimsicott all the way down to its focus sash. So
Every time this Chiyu's clicked Flamethrower, this Incineroar has been there ready to take it.
could have been an opportunity as well to maybe
He's getting red like a buke.
this Chiyu, but being able to swap in on the Incineroar on this turn, not get locked down, is so nice.
Yeah, I do like that Andrew feels so comfortable right now to not just single target into Chiyu, that if Geo was predicting that, maybe you cheekily get Miraidon back onto the field for free. So no, the damage goes to that other slot there. I like that play.
What's nice here too is with that Choice Scarf and locked into Flamethrower, you actually just feel so safe in that situation. So Geo almost forced into a swap at that point.
Oh, so you didn't even bring Fair Giraffe.
Gonna be sticking true to same as the game one here, bringing the Intimidate down on to Andrew's Incineroar.
But Lunala still has the Shadow Shield here on turn 3, and with the swap and protect, that means it's gonna persist onto turn 4 as well. Here's Lunala with the Terra, Fairy, Moonblast.
Yo, it just hasn't stopped clicking Moonblast.
Pretty much exactly halfway, but that's beneficial for Geo as he eats the Citrus Berry.
Yeah, being able to get a good chunk of health back off of that, at least if you were protecting the Whimsicott on that turn, you're not taking too much more damage with the Gyarados, but
Parting shot.
Instantly getting Parting Shot feels definitely bad, because now you're at this -1. The Incineroar gets to swap back out.
My god, Incineroar is broken.
Andrew's wheelhouse. The Grimmsnarl too, it didn't make an appearance in the lead, but in the back instead. And this still just matches up so nice.
Now you can get his screens up. I think it's Jover, man.
This opportunity to be setting up screens, or even if you felt comfortable with how things were going so far, even just fire off a Spirit Break to be just taking care of this low health Whimsicott.
Or even if Andrew's feeling confident enough, you know, you already parting shot to Gyarados, you don't have to worry about the physical damage. Preemptively set up Light Screen for whenever Miraidon re-enters the field, you're going to be mitigating that special attack.
Yeah, the nice thing is with this Grimmsnarl, since you do have the priority on those screens, if you did want to try and get rid of the Whimsicott the time around, it could be there too. The Whimsicott, though, into the dark types that Andrew has, the Incineroar and the Grimmsnarl, can't shut those down with the Encore. Still have to be careful about shutting out a potential other slot. It's just going to be Chip. It will break the Shadow Shield. -1 waterfall.
This does no damage, man.
Look at the flinch.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Geo was going for more than the damage, since it's been so low at that point. Spirit Break does.
This Lunala is a tank.
Geo losing his first Pokemon of this game too, so now he can decide to bring in either Chiyu or the Miraidon back onto the field.
You break the Shadow Shield, and sure, you get flinched by the waterfall of this situation. The grassy terrain is still up. Geo can be overriding it now into the electric terrain, but the Rillaboom's still in the back and bring it back out. You already got some recovery from those leftovers. If you are
Hard on engine.
the amount of damage that could be done back over on Geo's end, you can be protecting since you're not going to be locked into an Encore.
He's going to get rid of the terrain.
Now this Grimmsnarl, it hasn't gone for the screen.
There's no Fair Giraffe, right? So
to make sure this Gyarados is just suppressed going on forward, I mean, Underwave could definitely do a lot of damage there.
Yeah, I think Geo is in a really tough spot right now, being down in the Pokemon count 4-3, down a game here in round 3, and Andrew is just, you know, firing on all cylinders right now. Lunala will swap out, save it for later on, into the Rillaboom, who's like, you see every single time, you see a Miraidon on the field, sets up electric terrain, Rillaboom wants no part of it, will put the grassy terrain back on to the field to lower that damage. And now it's time for Giovanni to terrestrialize.
All right, we're getting into the thick of the battle here, and it's going to be the Gyarados into this flying type. This, more importantly, when you're eyeing up something like Air Blast, being able to do that sort of image. But at this point, too, 30 -1 and flying type, the Thunder Wave won't care about that. It is going to be a Gyarados that is slower and has a chance at not acting on its moves.
Yeah, so it's already, you're doing less damage, it's slow, it's really not a lot in Geo's favor, but Miraidon will
switch
out into that Grimmsnarl slot, so you can get Chiyu back onto the field without taking damage, which is crucial since its health is so low already. Now it's all down to this paralyzed Gyarados if he's going to be able to get an attack off. Terra Blast, that's going to be
Flying Terra Blast
for the Gyarados into Grimmsnarl. But
he's -1 though, right?
Grimmsnarl hangs on in the red. That parting shot from Vor is so crucial.
The Gyarados, it already doesn't hit for the most amount of damage. That Intimidate from early on was doing so much, and now Chio's on the field, sure, but it's already been so heavily damaged at this point, and Grimmsnarl, I mean, it hasn't even had to go and set up the shields. And
-1 him again, and now he can set up his shield. And now he has light screen up, so Gyarados is going to be -2 paralyzed. And then the other guys are special attackers, so light screen will be up. And now he'll have fake out priority here as well. Like, it's so over for Giovanni Costa. It's so over. It's over.
Rillaboom for it later. So another Intimidate for this Incineroar, lowering Gyarados' attack, but that's pretty good for Gio as he swaps in the Miraidon on.
Okay, I mean, he swapped it out. That was a good swap by him.
The choice Scarf, so he's going to have to lock into one move on this turn. What does Gio decide? The light screen from Grimmsnarl finally, I feel like Grimmsnarl's been on the field for 4 turns. It finally lessens or reduces the damage from those special attacks, but not enough.
This is fine, right? He just gets a free switch now.
Now Andrew loses his first Pokemon of the match.
I mean, you could just bring in Rillaboom immediately to take the train off.
Is really nice, and you got your Rillaboom to be swapping out, so you have Fake Out on the board next turn, and even too if you want to bring the Rillaboom back out.
You could like fake out.
So long. I mean, it is the light clay, so 8 turns
fake out parting.
A long time in this battle, but it does mean that it is going to be there for the assumingly rest of the match now. Now you have this double Fake Out on this turn, and you've overridden the terrain yet again.
I'm gonna fake out U-turn. Okay, similar idea. I wonder why not fake out with his Rillaboom and then parting the Miraidon spot.
That Miraidon was able to actively use all of the Hadron engine and electric drain and everything to its full effect. It has been, reduced every time.
And that's an issue in this, and an issue with this Miraidon as well, that if you're relying on this terrain, you do still do a good amount of damage outside of it, but you really, when you have this Trace want to be maximizing it. Chiyu swap out this turn, Gyarados coming back in.
Oh. Software needed to close to an error. Uh-oh.
Something happened there.
Uh-oh.
Gyarados did not want to come back out of its Pokeball.
Gyarados didn't want to come back.
Gyarados said, it appears we have a failure to communicate. That's a movie reference for you, Sierra. It's a very old movie you should see. It's a good one.
Good job, Nintendo.
Weird situation.
Gyarados is like, nah, bro, I'm not coming out, man. I'm not going down like this. I think it's a Wi-Fi issue. I don't think it's a. I mean, sometimes it's a switch issue, right? But that one looked like a Wi-Fi issue. How do they not have an offline mode though, like for LAN events? Come on, Game Freak.
Looking at this, the ruling that I'm getting from here is this one is going to be ruled as a tie and head into game 3.
A tie?
Shakes up for how it's going to be taken down.
Hello?
So
is Gio on LG or something?
Right? Yeah, for sure. Hey,
how rigged is this?
You gotta add drama in Hollywood, right? You gotta
every good movie's got a twist.
Hello?
Oh, imagine
bro, he was getting cooked.
Okay, and then in round 3, game 2, we're gonna make it a tie just to get everyone on the edge of their seats. This does.
Nah, that ain't right, bro. Come on.
What happens, or if Andrew's
that ain't right.
Because I still really, after 1.5, 2 matches, whatever you want to call it.
We need to get a subpoena on these PayPals, bro.
Yeah, it has been
nah.
difficult for Gio to be breaking through at this end.
There's no way. Bro was getting cooked. Look, he's going on his phone. He's transferring the PayPal right now.
Those moon blasts, they definitely added up, and when you weren't really at risk,
he's checking his phone.
Whether it was because of the utility of whatever Pokemon was next to you being able to go for a
nah.
Whether it was when, well, this Lunado finally did get hit, and it was by a.
He's got the rank protection guard.
Even the double up just kind of looked.
He's like, okay, how much should I tip this guy? How much should I tip the guy that nuked the internet here? $50? You gotta give him more than 50, man. His name's literally Giovanni. Like,
even when Geo...
This guy's IRL Team Rocket.
I mean, he looked to try and shut down the Rillaboom on the one turn with the Encore. Even if you did try and shut down this Lunala, if it's not actually going to Calm Mind...
Bro, if he wins this set, nah.
You can't shut that down either. Andrew's been playing...
There's no way.
I'm just trying to theorize here, Sierra, that one avenue I can see for Geo is with Whimsicott. And
The one avenue I see for Geo is the internet goes down and he forces a game 3.
As it is calm minding, then you're going to make it super strong once the Encore ends, but your hope is to be able to knock it out before the Encore is over at that point. I'm thinking that might be a way you can try to get back in this.
That's difficult is when you have Geo's end and you're dealing
Wait,
with
what's the point of a tie?
that is also not really the greatest luck. You'd be looking for something like the Protect, because this Gyarados, you
Wait,
don't
doesn't
really
it...
have the luxury
Wait.
of time.
If it's a tie and then Geo wins game 3, they don't play another match, right? This is just Swiss.
And this Pokemon sweeps your team. So I think that is...
Doesn't that just ruin the record for both of them?
Even looking at the other Pokemon that Geo has available on his team,
It just means Andrew would get corked, right?
that is at least nice with the Lunala having constantly Terastallized is
Eyes look down nice with button-down shirts. I mean, true.
on your team. If you are hitting like a flame,
That's what Giovanni's going to be wearing.
your electric moves coming out from your Miraidon, so you just start doing a barrage of hits into there. Or if you can catch a really good swap with the constant pivoting with this Rillaboom and the
Nah.
if you can catch one of those, get a flamethrower as the Rillaboom swaps in, that could be your way to start shutting Andrew down.
I also think, I also, as I was watching the replay there, it might be kind of a cool idea for Geo to I'm not saying don't bring it restricted. Obviously, it's so important in a match, but the Terra.
This is
Blast
fraudulent.
Gyarados, if it is unintimidated and doesn't take 3 parting shots and isn't paralyzed, like it actually can put in a lot of work if you're worried if Andrew kind of over prepares for the light screen and all the special attackers, like maybe Dragon Dance Gyarados could be the way. Bring Frigoreth back.
Win is 2 points, draws 1. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So they're not going to play to see who wins the set. They're just going to play game 3.
The thing is the Calm Mind isn't really being shut. It can be with the Chiyu Snarl, but at the same time, if you're Dragon Dancing, your speed doesn't really mean too much. If your attack keeps getting mitigated by the Incineroar, they can...
Wait, what if you go 2 wins and a draw? Or no, it's the whole set, right? So Andrew either wins or gets a tie from here.
And it's still then just
right on the set for Swiss.
If you're going, you're going Calm Mind for Dragon Dance over here, this Lunala gets terrifying because our
Okay.
is not going to be.
I mean, it would be so messed up if he gets a draw here. After winning 1 game and being up insane game 2.
Yeah, definitely thinks a spot, or I think it is a spot that Geo's going to have to try to just make some adjustment. And
I'm gonna go take a Tinkle. I'll BRB.
Haven't really worked out in his favor for the most part. So maybe just pick a strategy that Andrew might not anticipate and catch him off guard.
Looking into this, I mean, I just keep looking at Geo's team, and this Lunala just keeps looking so difficult to break. Something that we haven't seen, which if you're going for a the movie twist and kind of like the underdog and like the hero trading, and they do something really that you never really expected. Yo, the Miraidon with the parabolic charge and Terra Ground Chi-Yu for the Terra Blasts. I mean,
no, I actually agree with you. Like, just go Terra Electric anyway, as it's an option for you, because Rillaboom's going to swap in every time. So like, just try to get as much damage on your Volt Switch. Try to get as much damage as you can to make sure that Lunala can never reactivate its Shadow Shield from leftovers, right? Like, even if Andrew will switch Rillaboom in on every single time, use that to your benefit.
I mean, if you're expecting the Rillaboom to be swapped
All right.
every time, then go for the flamethrower.
Have they started yet?
At that point, you make the the one-up play, but definitely can be dealing with it in that way. Something we haven't seen in this match, which I do think would be a little hard pressed, but still would be that Iron Hands, being able to fire.
Don't they normally reward it to whoever's up in HP or whatever?
Well, and going into a Terra Water, it does mean that
Like, why would they make it a tie?
Terastallization, so you're not getting obliterated by a Moonblast, because you're not going to really appreciate that anyways.
but that is a way to have a little bit more longevity as well as your own fake out coming out from your own end if you are looking to try and shut Andrew down.
Yeah, I was wondering if how Iron Hands works in this matchup, and as I'm seeing the two teams and they're back and forth, I think that the Iron Hands has a tough spot for one of the many reasons that it did kind of fall out of the meta, which was the increase in Incineroar usage, right? The Intimidates really hurt it, and you're not able to take advantage of the Quark drive ability with having Miraidon.
Yo, who is geotexting right now, bro?
Because Real Boom
is this guy getting gameplay tips from someone off stream? Phones should not be allowed mid-set. How do we know someone isn't being like, yo, into Lunala, you wanna do the roundhouse kick from your fair giraffe or something, man? Right after getting a free tie, you can't be looking at your phone.
The one advanced play. All right, well, the Pokemon's gonna be swapping in, so.
I mean, if we want to say VGC is like chess, chess players don't even get to go to the bathroom unsupervised in between their games because they don't want to be able to look up the lines and whatnot. He literally could be cheating right now. How is he allowed to use his phone? We're in the middle of a set.
Just joining us here, it is game 3 that our players are getting ready for. Game 2 was ruled a tie. If Andrew wins this game, he'll win the set 2-0. No big deal. But if Gio wins this game, we're gonna go to the tiebreaker, to that crazy game 4 sudden death kind of scenario. So I think either way, it's gonna be exciting.
Definitely keeping the drama alive. Definitely. Hollywood ain't got nothing on.
Nah, he can't be allowed to use his phone, man.
Fair share of movies,
That's true.
I know you don't like movies, but you do like.
Maybe his payment didn't go through.
I don't know.
Opens Google, how to beat Lunala.
I know you don't like regular movies, but you do love Pokemon movies.
What about the
Define Lunala.
Andrew's making a case for that right about now. Is that one coming?
It's fine. Real sports have breaks to discuss tactics. Not like this. Not in chess. You don't get to discuss tactics in chess, dude. I know for a fact because there's people in chess that used to go to the bathroom and look up different lines.
And now swapping over to the Lunala, something that I haven't really seen people.
You also don't in sports get to call, like LeBron doesn't get to call up Shaquille O'Neal and be like, yo, I'm getting cooked. What do you think we should do after the third quarter?
Even more so going on forward into the tournament because, I mean, Gio is a very accomplished player. Looking at things like this Miraidon, like these are some really strong Pokemon that he has. And he's been tough pressed to find.
Especially in a game that's very like information based, being able to like Google Pokemon stats and whatnot. Maybe he opened up the calc, right? Like maybe he has the calculator open and he's like reverse engineering this guy's EVs in the middle of a set. I don't think phones should be allowed. Like, I'm not saying that he's cheating, right? But like you shouldn't be allowed to.
Keep yourself healthy and safe, but
is it a bracket reset? No, the last game was considered a tie and now they're just gonna play another game. He's doing the Hans Demon. Yeah, maybe he has a vibrator in his butt like Hans Demon did. That's a chess reference, by the way.
A few times, and the amount of damaging, like the damage that has been hit into
in football it's allowed, okay, but you're talking to like in football and in real sports you're talking to your team. There is no team in this game, right? You're just by yourself. Getting outside help is not allowed, right? Thierry Henry can't call up Messi in the middle of the game and be like, yo, I'm getting cooked. What's the play here, right? You can talk to your teammates, not to other people, though.
Such a smart way.
Yeah, for sure. Andrew's team, it's not like his Pokemon are.
He's just checking Instagram. He's bored. I mean, it's not what he's doing. It's what he could be doing. Remember, Inder's Razor. If something can go bad, if something can be abused, it will be abused. I'm saying the rules need to be changed.
As a 16% usage or something, and then you have the Mienshao and other Clefairy or other, you have those low usage support Pokemon. Andrew's kind of flipped it. He has high usage regular Pokemon and a low usage restricted.
Yeah.
I'm going to be speaking to my VGC contacts about this. Should I make a Twitter post? Why shouldn't that be allowed? He's not gaining any unfair advantage doing that. Well, he is, right? He could be looking up. He could be looking up calcs to understand EV spreads into his opponent. He could be like, okay, my Gyarados did, you know, 50% to his Lunala. You know, how many EVs is his guy invested in by putting it reverse engineering into a calculator, and then he could figure out information that he wouldn't have otherwise.
Between Andrew Zhang and Giovanni Costa, will Gio...
Or he could contact one of his friends and be like, yo, I'm getting, what do I do in the Lunala versus Miraidon matchup?
To see as we get into game 3, Gio leading Gyarados and Chiyu on his side. So finally,
These are both respected players that know the deal, especially since both on stage with refs watching them. I mean, maybe.
All right, this is gonna be the
in TCG, there's in literally Pokemon TCG, there's a lot of respected players that will literally cheat on stream. Like I don't have trust for anyone. I don't care who it is. If you guys saw me on my phone in the middle of a Unite set, in the middle of a Unite game while it's paused, I would expect you guys to accuse me of doing something wrong. Like, what if I'm in the middle of a Unite game and I text Toon and I'm like, yo, they drafted Sylveon, what do I do? Right? Like, it shouldn't be allowed.
Early damage down onto that Pokemon, that could be wreak havoc.
Yeah, you guys want to talk about respectable players cheating in Pokemon games? Look no further than our game itself. Do you guys think just because someone's respected, they won't cheat? We literally had the world champions in our game cheat.
Right now with the Terra.
This into the Terra flying as well. This does unlock the powerful Terra Blast. That kind of speaks to me like could have been something targeted for that Rillaboom.
That's not an argument.
4 times effective Snarl into that Lunala, and that's going to be the
all right, let's tee up.
Attack. Critical hit on the Incineroar. I would have guessed that one was swapped around at this point, but that is definitely where I needed to see a change coming into this. Terra Blast, it is going to be targeted into the Incineroar instead, though.
Oh, he was going after that Rillaboom there as a grass type.
I think my complaint is that the ref should make a call and not let him look at his phone. That's what I'm saying.
And allows Lunala to click the Calm Mind. But one of the worries you can have on Andrew's end is trying to get the Grimmsnarl onto the field safely to set the light screen up while Lunala is currently at half health.
Well, this Lunala, I mean, even after a round of leftovers recovery and the grass...
Yo, his Lunala is taking critical damage here.
And with the Incineroar swapping in this turn, you do have the option of shutting something down. The Gyarados now, it is a lot less threatening now that it is... I mean, you saw how little damage already it was doing into the Incineroar, and it now has -1 attack. So the Chiyu would be the main thing that you would be looking at shutting down. So even just a fake out into that slot feels especially safe.
Gyarados will swap out on Gio's end into the Whimsicott. So we've seen 3 of the 4.
Is normal type the only type that's not super effective into anything else? I just thought about that.
Top cut the World Championships 8 years ago.
Lunala, at this point, this will be the Terastallization to be facing down against that Chiyu and the 2016
It is? Okay.
Whimsicott
Interesting.
Here. Notably as well, making sure that it's not going to be weak to Snarls on later turns and being
Yeah, they penalize Lutana for peeing because that's also considered cheating.
Maybe have to worry about the Chiyu on later turns because it's not going to be able to take too much more hits after this.
Yeah, that double target has brought Chiyu down to under half HP. No critical hit, fortunately for Gio, as that would have spelled disaster for the Chiyu and certainly knocked it out. Now, Incineroar is going to recover up back to just barely over half HP. And as you mentioned, Sierra, Lunala is actually really not taking too much damage after 2 leftovers grassy terrain turns.
I'd be more used to seeing Pokemon that maybe have to protect to be really maximizing the amount.
Nice, he got the read here. He parting and he doubled into the Chiyu spot.
So much, this Lunala looks so good. And this Snarl now, after that Terastallization, significantly less. Will be able to get a special attack drop there.
Why didn't he Terra turn 1?
Might be the difference here. Chiyu just hanging on.
The Snarl is huge as Chiyu just
damn, those Snarl procs, huh?
Drop to lower Chiyu's.
Which teams are going to NAIC? If you go to the Pokemon Unite Twitter, they posted a bracket on there.
Even less now. Incineroar does get to switch out thanks to the parting shot, lowering Chiyu yet again. Gio might want to conserve this, what looks like 1 HP Chiyu for later on, since it has been hurt so much from Moonblast and parting shot. But Grimmsnarl is here to set light screen or reflect for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and that is just going to be lowering the amount of damage even more so. And another round of this leftovers and grassy terrain recovery. This Lunala, I mean, it's crazy to think that not too long ago it was about half health here. It's looking so great on this turn. Chiyu on just a sliver of health. Maybe you can get one more snarled off, but once the Chiyu's kind of eliminated, you can't even just go for a swap with this Lunala to be able to get your special attack back up to normal, or to try and just be setting calm minds from there.
Gio kind of conceding. Chiyu on this turn knows it's not long for the rest of this match, so instead just gonna have the Snarl. Moonblast is super effective in the Grim Snarl, so that does a lot of damage, but now it's time for Lunala. Doesn't matter how low.
Yo, this Lunala is doing no damage because of the
into a very frail Whimsicott.
because of the snarls.
Gets the KO.
Notably, though, you're still saying that it's a lot, but those special attack boosts have the drops, not boosts. The other one, the boosts. But no, it's been lowering this significantly to the point where this Whimsicott isn't a 2-hit KO anymore. You'd have to be hitting it with both of these.
His multi-scale is going to be back up now, though.
You do have to be watching out for something like the Encore.
Basically, I mean, if he protects or whatever.
Slot later on, so it's a Pokemon that you can't be really protecting in front of. For that reason, Gyarados now.
Oh, I guess he can't protect because the Whimsicott's there.
Doesn't deal the most amount of damage, anyways, but that does stack up. But with this board state, definitely not too surprised to see that.
He's gonna switch it out to reset the drops.
If we are getting a little bit more passive turns out of Andrew, the Gyarados setting up is what you'd be looking for, because that would be key in dealing some instrumental damage down the line.
Light screen protects him into everything else. I mean, he's gonna get the -1 from his intimidate right now as well. So the light screen will help him close out the game into Miraidon.
Incineroar will intimidate this Gyarados, lowering its attack.
Is Gyarados gonna try to D-dance, or is he going for on KO here?
Bring its stats back up to neutral. There's the Moonblast. Light screen does not help Grimmsnarl stick around. So Grimmsnarl goes down without ever setting up Reflect. If this Gyarados can get set up, it will be doing massive amounts.
His Gyara is Intimidate as well, right? So he's not gonna get a Mox. 1 HP.
What a survival
Minus, that's that Intimidate drop.
Difference. Terrablast, the Pokemon not being able to pick off that Incineroar. And now Lunala, I mean, yes, you lose your Grimmsnarl, you didn't get the Reflect up, but this Gyarados had a -1. Obviously, the damage isn't there. It couldn't even take down the cat on the other end of the field. And now Lunala looks so great. It's one leftovers recovery away from Shadow Shield being back up.
He can't set up Calm Mind, right? Because he's in front of Whimsicott.
Double protect this turn.
Right, with the double protect, you now are not having any damage, as you mentioned. Leftovers will bring Lunala back up to full. Important for Whimsicott to.
You guys hear that in the crowd? Someone was screaming. Heard a,
for the encore, but no, just a regular Moonblast into those protects. So we're in the same slot. Incineroar is low HP, no access to Fake Out, and that survival was huge, because if Rillaboom came in as the last two Pokemon for Andrew, then Gio could have brought Miraidon in and had Electric Train for the rest of the game.
Weird is big looking at this as well, as you now have the option to take the Incineroar out. The Pokemon on the other end definitely still threatening to this, barely holding on Incineroar, but being able to have that utility to swap it back in and out. If you take Incineroar, you're then looking in a lot better position to try and be setting up with your own Gyarados without having the risk of an Intimidator on the opposing end of the field of consistently swapping in and out. And when you always have a double Fake Out option, this switch is always just especially scary as Incineroar leaves, and wow, what a shock. Rillaboom back out.
Who could have foreseen the Rillaboom to switch in onto the field? Of course, Gio could be anticipating.
Grass grew to cover the battlefield.
On the Encore goes into Lunala. That means Lunala is going to have to click Moonblast. You might be worried, oh no, he's going to do damage. That means he can't Calm Mind.
You won't be able to get set up.
The Terrablast might. Oh.
Terrablast, even at the -1, going to be doing a lot.
I thought it was gonna one shot, but no.
Than it did into the Incineroar and Moonblast. It will be enough this time, considering no special attack drop to be picking up the KO. Then into the Moonblast.
Well, Miraidon's gonna come in. I guess Chiyu could still come, right? Chiyu's on 1 HP. No, it's Miraidon. Resets the train. Oh no, Chiyu died. Chiyu died.
That 1 HP on Incineroar was so massive,
Because now he can swap back out if he wanted to, right?
He can switch Rillaboom out to bring it.
Oh, he has no Terra for his Miraidon, and oh, his Miraidon's just gonna die to Moonblast now, right?
Rid of Electric Train for the rest of the game. This turn he doesn't need to because he has the fake out to stop it. But there's the Electro Drift.
All right, hitting into the Rillaboom at this point.
My God, light screen broken.
Screen, not enough. Gyarados is flinching this.
Okay, at least we got justice for Andrew. Oh, I would have been so tilted if he lost.
I really thought Electro Drift was going to do enough. We saw when Rajan had his Miraidon out, resisted damage meant nothing. He was getting KO after KO. But now Rillaboom hangs on at 5. Lunala is still full HP. Andrew is thriving.
The Lunala, though, at this point, the Pokemon on the other end of the field are going to be faster, and as we're getting the confirmation, can only be using Moonblast. And now Electro Drift. The Pokemon on Geo's end a lot faster, but not picking up the KO last time. Forced to be picking up and just taking care of the Rillaboom now. So the Lunala will have the opportunity to clean up a Pokemon over on Geo's end after the Gyarados gets to act. Dragon Dance keeps setting up.
Yeah, kind of anticipating when Incineroar comes back onto the field, since he will be lowering the attack stat there. Will boost his attack now. Moonblast goes towards Miraidon, so
I mean, yeah, it's just over, right? Incineroar comes out now.
It is Gyarados versus the world right now. You know, as Encore has ended, Incineroar's going to swap back in.
Just fake out Moonblast.
You have fake out as well. Can Geo 2v1 this and force sudden death?
If Lunala was at anything other than this full health, then hey, we could start talking scenarios. If Gyarados forced for the protect on this turn, yeah, that's exactly it. Force to protect, and that's going to be a calm mind. So the Lunala, if it's not getting flinched, could be dealing a lot of damage.
Oh, I guess he could get waterfall flinches here, right?
And this Lunala at full health with the Shadow Shield isn't nowhere near at any risk of getting taken down.
And honestly, the Incineroar, if Geo wants to try to waterfall flinch Lunala every turn, well, Incineroar can just click Party Shot for the rest of the game if keep lowering those stats. But it's Terra Blast into Incineroar to knock out that measly 13 HP remaining. But you just left Lunala wide open.
We're taking the fair 1v1 fight at this point. Calm mind, previous
this should KO, right?
This time around, first time seeing it.
Oh!
Battle Gyarados, a sliver of health. Citrus Berry back up. Gyarados not going down without some.
There's no way, right? There's no way, right? There's no way, right?
How many waterfall flinches would we need in a row on 240 HP with the Shadow Shield?
That did 21 damage. Okay. GG.
That's curtains for Gyarados.
I felt like I thought it was gonna happen.
To start his day at the Los Angeles Regional Championship.
Leftovers would save him. Okay, but what if he flinched 20 times in a row? Checkmate.
And moving on to this Lunala.
What if he flinched 20 times in a row, huh?
Good decision going on forward. I didn't think that Lunala as a Pokemon in the single restricted format could look as powerful.
Bet you didn't think about that, huh?
But Andrew definitely has me reconsidering a little bit on where I feel like these restricted Pokemon fall. I mean, just the core that he has built out, reasonings why Rillaboom and Cineroar.
That was solid though. Lunala looked really cool in that.
Fake out, the constant pivoting. I mean, Geo was so pressed for answers. I mean, definitely did as best as he could to try and navigate it, but it was such a tough match.
Yeah, I just
no handshake. Andrew's pissed. I think he was just in the zone.
Less than a month, right, with the start of India.
What if a piano fell on Lunala's head and he flinched? Exactly.
Cool. Oh my God.
The tie ruling, I mean, I would be upset too. It's so cringe.
Gonna continue to see how many of these restricted Pokemon are viable. Lunala, not even one of the top 8 restricted Pokemon brought to LA this weekend, and it looked genuinely unstoppable in that match.
Yeah, I'd be so curious on how this stacks up against the other Pokemon, the other restricted ones out there, but Miraidon is the top usage restricted that we have in the format right now. The sheer damage it does, and paired up with these other sheer damage Pokemon, have been absolutely amazing. But
looking up against this Lunala, I made quick work of him.
Yeah, we check out the replay from this game 3. We know it was so intense. They had the disconnect and the tie in game 2. So much time spent on stage that can really be mentally taxing for you. But Andrew understood his win condition was effectively, you know, Lunala and then keep cycling fake out, and he made sure to keep that working.
Is so well done here.
Yeah, Lunala was so cool there.
Gyarados, how that matches up. I'm just
Actually so cool.
and going out, because an issue that I had with Gyarados in
I posted my tweet on Twitter.
just felt like with the intimidation.
My question is just, why are VGC players allowed to be on their phone in between sets?
A little bit, especially having the fake out, and it feels like as well for Gyarados to be doing the meaningful damage that you would like to be seeing done, that you need the Dragon Dance, and when you need to set up a Pokemon to be getting that damage and that longevity that you need, especially when it is on the attacking end of things that can be very easily just brought back down by the Incineroars running around everywhere, it feels like it's a Pokemon that's a little bit harder to thrive in this current format.
Yeah, for sure. That's one of the reasons we've seen, you know, why Iron Hands has had difficult times as the metagame has developed, how Gyarados has fallen off from, you know, where it was last season, where it was such a prominent Pokemon. It was used differently, right?
I'll be right back 1 second, guys. It's going to be a bit of a break, so if you guys want to stretch, good time to do that now.
And Thunder Wave, and just trying to be a supportive Pokemon with there. But that last one, the Moongeist Beam for the KO. What an incredible set from Andrew in his sweatshirt there with mid Rapagos. We have breaking news. Where looks like we might have to make a new sweatshirt out there. Any of you tech savvy people, because from our friend Rosemary, I don't know if you can see it. If I try to go in, maybe closer to my face, it's Tarapa Goat is Rosemary's response. So it's no longer mid Rapagos on Andrew's end. Turns out Tarapa Goat.
I think I'm with Andrew, actually.
I'm on Rosemary. I'm Team Rosemary here. We need another poll.
I don't know how
Twitch
this turned
chat.
into like a Team Andrew versus Team Rosemary on this one. I don't know where this happened from, but I don't know. I think if you're getting second place with this Pokemon and you're still kind of moving on and you're making a different restricted that nobody expected to seem so good.
We'll make sure it get posted to social media. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to know, is it mid Rapagos or Tarapa Goat? I'm on the Goat, and you not so much.
I mean, I just want one of those hoodies. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
it just looks so comfortable, you know?
You need a new one that has Lunala and has like the trophy around its neck already.
He might not have won if he was chilled on stage, but because he was comfortable with the weather because of his sweatshirt, he wasn't too cold. He was able to maintain his composure.
When that's the conversation, you know they had us on camera for too long. that is a crazy conversation. So we're gonna cut this one here and head over to Gabby in the lounge for an interview with Andrew.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Andrew Zhang, who is your round 3 winner here on stream in LA. How does it feel?
Pretty good, especially after what happened this morning and lingering around for quite a few hours. Feels good to actually be playing Mons, and being 3-0 is like a bonus on top of that.
For sure. And before we get into your last match, there was some casters asking about the sweatshirt. Is it comfortable? What's the story behind it?
It is very comfortable.
It looks very comfortable.
And I just wore it because I didn't bring Tarapagos to this regional, so might as well. Tarapagos is mid. I would never bring it to regional. I don't know what anyone's talking about.
I think people must be a little bit confused if they think you would bring Tarapagos of all Pokemon. But you did bring Lunala, which is a very unique pick. So what was your thinking behind that?
So my initial thought process was at Orlando, I was playing a stall team, and at Indy, I was playing hyper offense. So for Los Angeles, I want to play balance and figure out if I'm actually good or I just only know how to play gimmicks. And so far, going all right. And Lunala was a pick that I felt had really high potential on a balanced team. So I basically stole a European players team to kill Ready once again, and yeah.
I mean, it seems like it's working out very well, and it got a surprising amount of bulk in that matchup with the combination of leftovers and grassy terrain. Is that your approach when you play it like balanced style? You just try and keep its health as high as possible while you use the balance aspect of the team to pivot?
Yeah, it's a lot like Raging Bolt and Reg F.
I'm back.
Where you just want to fake out, get your calm mind up, and then just start doing damage, getting rid of everything that is like a little frail, and
Did he
then
talk about the
actually
tie?
working on like the frail mons. It's a lot like that playstyle.
What was the inspiration behind the fairy type terrestrialization?
It was actually Flutter main, because Ghost Fairy
Oh.
is just very, very broken. So I was just like, Moongeist Clean, Moonblast, two of the most broken moves in the game.
I am very thankful that Fluttermane does not have Moongeist Beam. That is a fact.
Yeah.
So let's go back to game 1 in that matchup. What were you thinking
Mid
when you saw the team
Dropagos
debut? What was going to be your initial approach?
or Terrapagoat?
My
I mean, he says it's mid. It's mid.
For Miraidon, my approach is like to be pretty conservative in my lead. In my play, obviously, you saw me like make a lot of aggressive plays, but for the first few turns, if you're playing balance, you have to play very, very carefully. And my game 1 lead of Grimmsnarl Lunala was reflective of that, very defensive. And basically, I was just calling out that Geo wasn't going to bring Whimsicott, because when you look at a balance team, usually it's really bad. But game 2 and 3, he adjusted correctly, so it made it a bit more difficult, but I'm glad I was able to pull it up.
For sure, for sure. And do you have any advice for anybody out there watching who maybe wants to try a more underrated restricted Pokemon like the Lunala, maybe even Grimmsnarl? I mean, I wasn't expecting to see any of them on stream this weekend.
Yeah. I'd say my advice would be to first play like meta teams and figure out their strengths and weaknesses before you try to like build anything unique, because if you actually know how to use the teams that are establishedly good, then you can have a better idea to figure out how to beat them. It isn't always the case, but sometimes you can make some really great meta calls in that case.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time, Andrew. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, shout out to my parents, my sister, and once again to Nikhil Reddy, and also Chupa Cross and Sempra for coaching.
Some amazing coaches indeed. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in the future rounds of this tournament, and we'll be going ahead back to casters, I believe.
Believed right.
Yeah, you are correct, Gabby. We are back here wrapping up round 3, getting ready. We know that there's not a lot of tables left before the start of round 4.
Just one.
So just one.
Yeah.
There is a singular table that the whole every judge is just like with their notebook, just at this one table.
You never want to be the last table, because everyone is going to be simultaneously waiting for you and not happy with you. But
and if that last table has a Dondozo, you did it to yourself.
Or a Tinglu.
Yeah, or a Tinglu.
The real reason that we got Fissure on Tinglu is just to not have this situation. But no, honestly, good luck to them and of course everyone out here. But I feel like cruising along with our day now that we're up and going now, so it's exciting. Round 4 just around the corner.
Yeah, and I think that was a really fun match. I think Andrew had some very interesting ways of communicating how the team works and seeing, you know, how to use Lunala and the kind of the Fluttermane inspiration. Like Fluttermane's such a important Pokemon in the metagame that it's affecting teams that Fluttermane isn't even on.
Are you saying because Lunala is just better Fluttermane?
Well, because Andrew said that's why he was Terra Fairy, because Fluttermane is busted, therefore Moonblast Moongeist Beam is busted.
Yeah, it's just a Fluttermane that doesn't get KO'd in one hit. It's
that
so
has
nice.
multi-scale essentially with Shadow Sword. Yeah,
it's just better Fluttermane. I love that. But while we're waiting for the last table to be wrapping up, we do have a couple of tweets to be talking about and going through. So kicking it off, watching VGC while catching 5-star. Oh yeah, there's raids going on this weekend.
I mean, there's a lot of raids all the time. I wish I had more friends that could do raids.
I feel so strongly about my position, though, guys, that
the trainers,
you should not be allowed to look at your phone in between VGC games. Am I the crazy one? Am I crazy?
More friends like Lewis here that are dedicated to raiding.
Hey, I mean, I have invited you to do some like the in-game barbecues to be getting the battle points, and you're the one that said no. So you're the one who we had a
a group of 3 people, and we just needed a 4th for the barbecues, and you said no. You declined friendship.
First of all, barbecues is what we call them. That's not the actual. It's the Blueberry Academy quests. We jokingly call them barbecues
because it's the abbreviation.
BBQ.
Yeah.
I know, but we can't sit here on the stream, Sierra, be like, hey, want to run some barbecues real quick?
Why not?
Anyway, shout outs to Lewis, keeping the raid culture going. Here's our next week from Blake Falls. Not a regional, but remember, Gabby asked what some of your favorite moments from this season on stream were. Not a regional, but one of my favorite moments from the season. My friends and I ending up on the broadcast while cheering on their friend at AU.
All right, so Kunal
has brought me some incredible lifelong.
Kunal says players shouldn't be on their phones in between games in the same round. That's typically been enforced at events I've been to. I told you guys. I told you guys this can't be allowed.
These incredible lifelong friendships, as Blake put. I mean, it is true. This game is such a nice community, and being able to travel around all around the world in these cases. This was EUIC with your friends. It's just absolutely incredible.
Okay, so what happened was is in the last set after game 1, game 2 was ruled a tie, and while they're waiting for game 3 to start, one of the guys was just on his phone the whole time.
Like, everyone loves beans in England. It's a thing. Like, you know, baked beans, different. They put it in.
Like, I mean, maybe the judge allowed it or something, right? I'm not calling out the players for doing something wrong. I just mean from a rules perspective, that shouldn't be allowed.
Talking about people and over you. So excited for LA Legends Arceus Regional Championships this weekend. Okay. I know I'm bad with these abbreviations and all.
Yeah, you could just damage calc, no? Like, I don't understand.
We're at Legends Arceus this weekend, but good try, Charlie.
Good try, Charlie. Team of Azumi Farms and Alpha's ready to go. Can't find any opponents though. Ooh, that's tough going. But having the team all laid out like that, that is cool.
And shout outs to Charlie. What a phenomenal job Charlie did at EUIC as well. I was thoroughly enjoying Charlie's performances on the stage during that event.
100%. I mean, if you can't battle because there's no opponents for you, then cast, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And we got one more post to showcase here. This is from Cubone Drip, and that is certifiably true, as we see dripped up and ready to start gaming. Let's go, Cubone.
Buy little sneakers for their
little sneakers.
You just went to the baby section with your plushie and we're trying on these sneakers.
This is the important question. Do you think Ken's VGC has a young child and just took their sneakers and put it on?
So Kunal, who I feel like is a pretty, I trust the guy when it comes to VGC stuff. He says it's definitely not allowed.
Oh, weird idea. I applaud it. I am right there with you.
Also, the Cubone is very dripped out.
I mean, your Cubone's set to go. That is like the coolest Cubone I've ever seen.
He has a Supreme beanie as well. That's fire.
There on the little shoe benches, you're trying on these different toddler shoes to see like.
You found proof you can't?
Appropriate for this Cubone.
Okay. Let me pull it up.
Every part of this is just cracking me up. That's what we need Hollywood movies about.
Yeah, we need more dripped out Cubones.
All right, here you guys go. If you wanted more proof that I'm not psychotic, taking a phone call or using a cellular device is not allowed while you're in tournament play.
About Ho-Oh and Groudon, and quite honestly, I mean, Sierra is flabbergasted right now that Ho-Oh beat Groudon.
Yeah, what is
like I mean maybe there was a special case here, but it's very clearly not allowed.
I just, when I'm thinking of that and thinking of the situations, I don't know. That is crazy. Where are the Ho-Oh players then? Where is this?
There was one in Puerto Rico, if you remember.
No, it was literally during the set. Like, we saw it on stream. He was doing it. I mean, we're just waiting right now, right? I'll pull up the evidence. Look, again, to be clear, I'm not accusing this guy specifically of cheating. Right? I mean, technically he did cheat. Like, by cheating, he did break the rules. But look. Like, I mean, I'm not saying he used it to get an advantage, but he did cheat, right? He broke the rules.
VGC competitor, what is this? Like your 3rd or 4th Pokemon tournament now?
I guess it's, well, I used to play Pokken first, actually, so and that was years ago. But this would be my technically third VGC tournament, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and also voice actor and honestly just awesome sparkly person. How's it going today?
I feel amazing. Games have been going well, but what's extra special to me is I used to compete in Pokken, and now I'm here. I voice act in the Netflix show Pokemon Horizons, and I voiced this one. So I had to make it a thing to come and compete with my own Pokemon for the first time ever.
Like she voices Terabagos? That's so cool.
I don't know. It's a very special glowy feeling I can't even explain. But I'm just happy to be here. It's been so fun.
I mean, you're really like channeling the Terastal energy, you know, with your headband, with the Terapagos there. How did you take inspiration from the role and put it into your team? Because, I mean, Terapagos is a very powerful restricted Pokemon, so I'm sure there were plenty of options.
Well, I was like, I really want to use Terapagos. Aaron Trailer help me. so I got help from friends. I've also just been paying attention. My team's pretty similar to, I think they got second place at Indiana. Yes.
Andrew Zhang?
Yes, Andrew Zhang. Thank you. So shout out to you, Andrew Zhang.
Andrew's calling her mid? No. I don't think he meant that.
I needed to get it. Tornadoes. I actually don't know how to pronounce it, but I needed to get one of those.
She's a voice actor? That's cool.
We had a save file for in Sword and Shield. To get it, what do you call it? The paths?
Oh, the Dynamax Adventures.
Dynamax Adventures, yeah. So I played a Dynamax Adventure with Wolfie, and I took the wrong path, and we lost the first time. So this is my public apology to Wolfie. I'm so sorry, but we got there in the end.
Monka.
I appreciate all the time and energy that my friends
I think voice actors are really cool.
share with me. So
I wish I could be a voice actor.
And you're 2-0 right now too, which is really exciting. So
yeah, well, I'm actually 1-1, but
I'm sorry. I thought you said 2-0.
Well, no, well, I beat my last person 2-0, but I got kind of lucky. They missed Rock Slide.
It happens to us all, honestly.
All evens out in the end.
It really does. So do you have any advice for any
That's cool.
like budding Pokemon trainers? Maybe they've seen the characters you've
I think I've seen her stream Unite before. I could be wrong though. It was a while ago.
Let's see. So I think it's interesting. Well, so first of all, I'll say what everybody should say. Just have fun. I definitely like to win, but I like winning with cute Pokemon. And I
You
just
bred
have
a
to be
Weezing for her
fortunate
once to use on stream?
like I was pretty
Okay.
dedicated to
Pretty
playing
good flex.
Galapagos, whether or not it was good. And I'm just lucky that it is good. But yeah, play your favorites. I think you'll have more fun. And if they happen to be good, you just got lucky. I don't know what to say. But just have fun. Play with friends. Talk about your strategies with friends. Maybe that's better advice.
I think so, but also make sure your favorite Pokemon are good.
Yeah. make sure you pick strong Pokemon that are really cute.
All right. Well, I'm waiting for the Bidoof buff coming in next generation, obviously. So.
Did you bring your plush? We need to take a picture together.
We'll do that later. So, but I need to let you go now because I believe they just actually called the next round.
She also played in the Box Box Invitational. She did. That's where I remember her from. She did play in the Box Box Invitational.
Too many friends. I'll say my sister Adrian, I love you. Happy birthday. And yeah, Aaron, Wolfie, the whole gang.
Oh look, the kid in the back is saying hi. That's cute.
And you.
Aw, thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Gabby here.
Thank you, and thank you so much.
One more thing. Shout outs to Lisa Ortiz, my wonderful Pokemon director. Thank you so much. She works me hard, but I think we made something really cool. So please check out Pokemon Horizons.
The theme song lives rent-free in my head. You have to go watch the show. Okay, thank you all so much. We'll be back with more real soon.
What's one thing you'd tell a new player before entering a tournament?
I would tell a new player before
before they do their first tournament.
Win.
To watch previous tournaments.
Just win.
You have access to high-level players competing
Just win.
with one another.
That's what I would say.
You see a whole lot of cool ideas to build
I would say to
program.
win.
Like for example, the team that I'm running.
If they didn't let me say that, I would say don't lose.
that I use at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially.
Yeah,
as
talk
you.
to your opponent
Every time I strike
to make them more nervous.
it eases a lot of nerves and it helps
That's what
you
I would
play
do.
a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community.
Talk to them and get in their heads if they misplay. You guys want to know the secret to beating people? It's a very, very toxic way to win if you can communicate to your opponent. But just continuously hype up your opponent and they will actually lose. Just be like, oh, you got this. You got this, bro. You're gonna win this game. You're in such a good spot, bro. Because then they get into their heads and they're like, wait, holy shit. Am I winning? Well, I don't see the line. I thought I was losing. And you just freak them out.
Is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how the matchups play out goes a long way.
It's a birthday girl.
The first thing I would tell someone
Birthday
who's,
weekend.
you know, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you know,
Just like chess, exactly. Oh, bro, you got this.
A million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Manipulate them. I want to go to another regionals. They're fun to just be at. You thought I was on the floor doing interviews? It would be cool if I was. But I mean, what would I? There's no Unite happening here. What would I ask them? What do you think about Pokemon? Toronto has one next year. You want to go? I'm definitely going to go to the Toronto one next year. It will. I'm pretty sure Toronto always has theirs in like November, December-ish. It's been, I mean, the last 2 years for sure. You missed your appointment? Yeah. I mean, technically we both missed an appointment today, right? Oopsies. Both overslept. Oh, these animations are so cute. I love it. I love the art style.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here for.
I want to compete in as many of the regionals as I can afford to after Worlds, because there won't be any Unite events, right? And just try to make it to day 2.
Of the Los Angeles Regional Championships. We are about to be underway. Joe Brown and Sierra Dawn. We had kind of a crazy last round, round 3. We had an even crazier interview with Gabby and Faye. Shout outs to Gabby, shout outs to
The
Faye.
ticket prizes? Yeah, probably.
We all love Gabby. The energy was awesome. And hopefully round 4 can continue on this crazy train.
You forgot that we all love Faye. What was that?
What?
You were like, we all love Gabby.
I
You're like, yeah,
said
we all love Gabby. We also all love Faye.
No,
That's
because
crazy.
Faye said, shout outs Gabby,
Okay.
I love Gabby, or
Okay,
something
okay.
like that. So I was like, I confer, I agree with Faye, we all love Gabby.
Okay, and I'm just throwing some love back. We all love Faye.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean,
Cool.
she's
So
phenomenal
round
voice.
4
Anyway.
coming up ahead of us.
Watch the anime after the stream's over. Don't do it now.
Yeah, Toronto Regional is super fun.
These notable pairings.
Yo, it's Alex Underhill. That's our homie.
Versus Alex Alex Underhill on stream round 4.
That's our homie.
Honestly, there's
He's
so many, like,
he's been a sub in my chat since like
man, that could be a day 2.
he's been following since October 2021.
So many great matches out there. So
He's actually an OG. Hold on, let me show you guys.
players are able to start getting
Flash user.
up on the competition here. Colin, James, Stefan here, Grant. I mean, great stuff.
Yeah.
But being able
That's
to see
Mr. Underhill.
regional champ this season,
Look,
go up against Zach
he's been
Thornburg,
following since 2021.
of the championship point
And he's been a
leaderboard
sub pretty much since then too.
making return now in Raiji. I think this will be really a lot of fun ahead of us, and like looking at these teams and stuff. Once we get to that point, I'm sure everyone here is going to agree.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of great names on this list. Grant Weldon also still committed to the Reggie Drago bit over the last couple months. I saw they posted online about, you know, it's still Reggie Drago's world. We're all just living in it at this point. So to continue to use Reggie Drago in a new regulation, you know, new Pokemon.
I'm rooting for him. No, even if he's playing Miraidon, I'm rooting for him.
Fairy types.
But I hope he's not playing Miraidon.
Going with Reggie Drago.
Honestly, I respect it.
I think he decided his team like yesterday.
Intrigued about Reggie Drago going on forward. I think that is the way to be putting
Intrigued
it
is a
here.
good word.
But hey, honestly, if anything, today has taught me anything, it's that there's a lot of Pokemon you can't really count.
I'll probably end up doing like a collab stream with him sometime in the near future, either on his channel or this channel. So we're definitely rooting for him, guys.
So, you know what? Keep on keeping on with the Reggie Drago. I believe in you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you have full access to the Pokedex, right? You don't have to use the same 20 Pokemon that everyone
You
else
have almost full
uses.
access.
No, to the Scarlet and Violet Pokedex. Yeah, so not everybody, but anybody that's in Scarlet and Violet, you can use any of them. So
Yeah, that's him, that's him.
Use the full Pokedex to your capabilities.
Koraidon! I like Koraidon. Oh my god, there's so many cool Pokemon. Talonflame, Screamtail, Zamazenta, Koraidon, Gothitelle. This is gonna be a fun series to watch. I love there's so many different Pokemon in this.
The bird, and on Alex, all of the birds. On the hoodie, though, on the team, the call-out, that's the Gothitelle.
Oh, man. Shout-outs to last year's conversation about who's the best bird between Talonflame and Pelipper going back and forth. I mean, Zach has never moved on. He's continually stated that it is this Talonflame Life Orb, Brave Bird, Flare Blitz.
Disable on Screamtail.
Wreck damage.
Wide Guard Zam.
And this is a Talonflame that's trying to make its way in a Pelipper ran world at this
Interesting.
point. Pelipper has been doing
Miracle
so
Seed Rillaboom?
considering
I think I haven't
that,
seen that.
Hey, it has this
I wonder why he decided. Oh, he has Protect.
hurricanes and the damage it does. Is
Interesting.
actually pretty significant. And Zach said, no, like remember last time I played.
Is there drama on how players get their mons to 100 and shiny? Not that I've heard of.
Pokemon that when you thought about Zach Thornburg and how he was playing, this was a Pokemon that you saw very commonly with. This is
And I like Raging Bull too. Nose long like garden hose.
on the opposing end, especially since neither of these are prankster.
The drama is the drama that I started about people being on their phones.
Fast Pokemon with a booster energy to really further boost that speed. So great thing. Zamazenta as a restricted, being able to build around things, amazing. And hey, I mean, I'm saying that he's a Screamtail expert, and Zach's like, yeah, I know I am. I'm that good.
Yeah,
I am that Screamtail.
There's some drama about zero IVs. I see. I already had my argument with the VGC community like last year
Pokemon, he was able to perform well with any team, and then
about genning Pokemon and cheating. And I realized that a lot of them do just get their own Pokemon, and but they also don't really care either. It's a fight that's not worth fighting for me. But if you guys want to get to know me a little bit, I'm a stickler for rules.
First off, the Koraidon.
Wait, let me look at these sets. Anything cool? I think everything Covert Cloak, Gothitelle is kind of cool.
But still being able to hit for a lot of damage and being able to have the ability to set
Specs,
sun,
Fluttermane.
but cooler.
Wait, he has two choice specs? Is that allowed?
Gothitelle is something that
Wait, are you allowed to have two of the same item? I thought you weren't allowed.
being able to
Is that a singles only rule where it's like item clause or whatever?
huge part of being able to just trap somebody on lead.
I thought it was only one of the item per team.
Other really strong Pokemon, or even just having that damage output with your own foul play.
They messed up the graphic? Oh, okay, okay.
You have these Pokemon with such high base stat attacks going on out there. This is so great. And a lot of people going into this event have made their way onto the Gothitelle as well.
Any thoughts on Muck and Smeargle? I think Smeargle's a cool mon. I like a Alolan Muck's design.
they all love breaking Gotham.
Oh yeah, he won Portland regionals too.
As we mentioned, the Portland regional champion. But you go back to 2022, the last restricted format we had, Alex and his crew really into that Palkia Calyrex Ice team, and they threw Gotham on, and they went on a tear, top cutting many events in a row, because Gotham really has that potential to shut down your opponent's game.
Vicious Scarf or Flutter as booster? Yeah, because he already has Sash on something else, right? Does that make sense?
So much pivoting
We'll find
going
out
on
during the game, I guess.
Incredible, of course. With the Shadow Tag, it can't lock down Ghost type Pokemon, and there is a lot of just being able to just straight.
So this guy's Rillaboom isn't U-turn actually, so it could get Shadow Tagged in, right?
Something like even the fake out just on that Pokemon itself.
That's kind of crazy.
I'm really excited to see it on stream, though. I definitely don't think that Alex planned to go up against this type of team.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, what I was saying is like, if something's in the rules, I don't care how cringe the rules are, right? I think breaking the rules is the most cringe thing. And that's like a personal way of looking at games that I have. I think if you're competing, you gotta follow the rules, whether or not you agree with them or not.
Such a fantastic defensive typing. If you can just get around the fairy type Pokemon out there, and with things like the Fluttermane a little bit more on the decline.
Screamtail Talon, he's cooking. He is cooking. I mean, this is going to be a fun match to watch.
There is going to be ways that you can get punished for that Trastalization, since Alex has stayed true to this.
Yeah, a lot of Rillabooms I see run high horsepower, but this guy's not running high horsepower or U-turn. He's Protect.
Pokemon that has this Moonblast. So if you do want to try and go into that Dragon type Trastalization to avoid something like this Raging Bolt doing like the Thunderclap to you, though it could just Draco Meteor you, so you could just be not so great either way, but also just be resisted against these fire hits from the Koraidon. It definitely can punish you down the line.
Yeah, so this should be a pretty fun match. Zachary Thornburg, one of the top 8 trainers in North America last season, versus Alex Underhill, a 3-time regional champion, and the champion just
Q kind of cooks his team.
Portland to start off the
True.
new calendar year.
Does look pretty good, right?
In May, it's been a while. Alex,
But surely he has.
assert his dominance over VGC.
I mean, I wonder what Terra his Zamazenta is, right? Maybe it's not that bad if his Zam just always Terras.
Versus the Talonflame Jianpao.
Right away, such an aggressive lead coming out from.
My God, look how handsome Raging Bolt is.
Deal a lot of damage just on
Just such a handsome guy.
Yes, you have this capability of Tailwind setting, but something like a Brave Bird or a Flare Blitz can also pressure a lot of damage. Of course, at this point, you are facing down a Fake Out over onto the opposing end of the field, and this Gothitelle now with the Shadow Tag is going to be trapping both of Zach's Pokemon onto the field.
Oh, this is a trap.
So
They're
Zach's going
trapped.
to make the most of this lead, and you have to be a little bit wary of the Raging Bolt that's staring you down on the opposing
He's
end.
tall and handsome.
Definitely not appreciate that. You do have the option to even just protect past this turn, though. Gothitelle swapping it out. I trapped your lead. I don't want mine, though. Whimsicott's coming in.
Yeah, the Whimsicott will take the Gothitelle's place, so following turns, Zach is able to swap his Pokemon.
Okay, so he already procced his Terra.
Maybe Zach was totally okay.
Oh, no,
with
that's
what
Alex's
happened.
Terra.
Alex deciding to Trastalize right from the jump. Turn 1 of game.
Terra Electric drop his Dragon weakness,
On that Raging
but he doesn't
Bolt.
get Icicle moved.
Is no longer weak to ice. Jianpao does not go for the Icicle Crash. Instead, will protect. Talonflame protecting as
Just
well.
double protect.
Here, this is the thing we can call back to earlier on in the day. We talked about Talonflame. It's one of the only Pokemon this Electro Web's not going to hit. We say Whimsicott's the fastest Tailwind Prankster user, but Gale Wings Tailwind, you have priority while you have full HP, technically faster than Whimsicott.
And being able to protect past the Electro Web, that means your Gale Wings is still going to be intact, because as soon as you take damage, you lose that priority going on forward. Whimsicott hitting the field, you have the option of going for a speed or even just a damaging move into the opposing end. Facing down against the Jianpao, normally if a Pokemon does lock into something like this Protect, a chance to Encore them and make it so they can't really do much going forward is definitely so tempting. But you can't into the Jianpao due to its Dark-type typing. It's going to be immune to any Prankster type move coming on out. Is Talonflame, though, with the priority that it has, it will be at this point a match.
It's not faster.
Moving first with that Tailwind.
Yeah, Whimsicott does go first. Talonflame actually using Tailwind after it there. So both sides of the field at least have their speed doubled for the next 4 turns. So it's effectively the same thing. Unless Raging Bolt is going to lower their speeds with a Terra boosted Electro Web.
He missed, he missed, huh?
Knock out the Talonflame for full HP and bring Chien-Pao speed down by 1. So now Zach is slower and his focus sash is broken.
You do get the opportunity to bring something out here and a first chance to look at what's
Okay, so he got his tailwind up though.
Screamtail and the Zamazenta. The Screamtail is definitely not one known for its damaging capabilities, but instead being able to lock down with other moves of choice. Talonflame, it definitely hurts sometimes that...
Wait, Screamtail is just floating? I didn't even know that's what its animation was in game.
Chance to be pivoting it out. Booster energy.
That's kind of cool, actually.
Be that speed going on forward.
Sucker Punch is an option to kind of circumvent the speed drops. It's not like it's super effective into either slot. So do you think
Screamtail's cool design.
you want to switch Chien-Pao out to preserve?
Did they change that? I mean, I just assumed that's what it always was. Was it not?
I mean, at this point too, if you're swapping out,
Is it normally on the ground, not sure it's floating? Oh, well, they must have changed it, guys. That looks cool, right? I feel like I remember it being on the ground too.
Raging Bolt will take quite well, but if we're going for another round of hit, that's just a straight disable into that Electro Web.
He doesn't go for the Electro Web though. Instead,
That's not good, right, for him?
so you can switch
That's good for Alex.
way low enough for that Volt Switch to be able to knock it out. Zach is down to his last 2 Pokemon.
Screamtail does whatever he wants.
The Encore away, or the Disable away by swapping out for later.
Hey, at least you don't have to worry about the Shadow Tag at this point.
Nightbot does whatever he wants to, okay?
Gothitelle has no ability.
If the Mon before Screamtail switches in flying, then it will also be flying. Oh, interesting. Maybe that's why he's playing Talonflame for the animation diff.
This point too, we'll be facing down against the Zamazenta. The Whimsicott with something like this Encore, you have to be careful because trying to lock anything
Is that
down
Terra Ice? No, right? What Terra is that?
But you cannot beat a
Or is that Terra Steel?
Encore over on the opposing end. So you have to be so careful, and at this point you did click disable on your last turn.
Does anyone know what Terra that is?
Kind of hurt Zamazenta in this matchup.
Oh, it could be water. Water makes the most sense.
Only physical attacker is
Oh, it's Dragon?
that boost to your defense stat. Yes, it helps body press do more damage for sure, but it's not going to help give you survivability because you're going to be getting hit with, psychic attacks from Gothitelle, Moonblast, Whimsicott, and Fluttermane things. It's not going to help your special defense. The fake out will go into the...
Dude, Alex is cooking.
Attack this turn, and an Encore is used into...
And I stuck on disable?
Continue to force it to use disable.
At least at this point, that is the one and done. So it's definitely not ideal, but it does mean the Zamazenta can lock into whatever it wants and is not going to be at risk for just getting shut down over onto the next turn. It does mean if you are trying to go and take the KO on to this Whimsicott over on the other end, it is Focus Sash, so you can't even hit a Dazzling Gleam, try and hit anything else.
When he's literally trapped, right? Being Encore trapped has to be some of the most tilting things ever.
Zamazenta will at least take this first hit well, but again,
Yes, Sash.
Down to that Focus Sash because Heavy Slam based on size. Obviously, Zamazenta weighs a lot more than the Whimsicott, so it does a lot of super...
Wait, is the Screamtail just gonna be forced to struggle?
Into disable, but then also taunted, meaning you can't click disable, and Zach...
If you get Encore trapped, you didn't read team sheet. That's toxic. This guy's 3-0, man. He's top 8 in points.
You're just a nuisance to the opposing end of the field, and Screamtail getting a little bit of a taste of its
This must be annoying, though.
With taunt shutting down, I mean, well, status moves and it being locked into one in that disable. The Zamazenta's only taken a little bit of damage.
Wait, is he gonna struggle now on the Screamtail? He can't swap.
I think a lot of the thought
He got taunted and he's encored on disable. What happens?
Make it through this one as well as
I don't think I've ever seen struggle in a VGC tourney.
It's definitely in a little bit of a world.
Struggle would actually be better. Actually, true. It would break. It would kill the Whimsy.
Pokemon here in game launch, showing off the Crydon. He's in a really strong spot. Even with Whimsicott at 1 HP, he's going to preserve it for the next turn.
It tries to use disable, then it fails. No. See, look, it's struggling.
We're struggling. But to struggle goes into the
Protect the struggle.
There's the worst struggle out there, but at least you're not taking.
Oh, he doubled into the Whimsy spot. What are we doing, Zachary Thornburg? You are getting smurfed on.
You will be ending your encore this time around.
Right side guy is one of our Twitch chatters. I mean, he's also a champion, but he's a Twitch chatter.
Again, Whimsicott still has one more turn of that being disabled.
Yeah, and even
Zachary Thornburg.
side, it's
Get the team sheet on, buddy.
Like, yes, Screamtail does have Dazzling Gleam, which can do something.
I'm talking smack as if I could do anything better, but being a noob is what's fun, okay?
The support. So if Alex focuses targets on Zamazenta, that's the key to victory.
Looking at this here.
I'm a yapper.
Can't click that. You do have.
Much to your dismay, you are.
I would not do better than these guys.
Not able to click that one. We'll see the
I would be in a worse spot than Zachary Thornburg. Yeah, Alex is a yapper. He's a sub. He's a sub, and he's a very OG follower. Very, very OG.
Going up a potential Moonblast coming out from the Whimsicott, but would definitely take something like a Flare.
Okay, it was Terra Dragon. You guys were right.
Charge from that Caradon a bit better though.
Oh my God, bro, are you getting cooked? Don't tell me you hit into the guy.
But he wanted to make sure Whimsicott stuck around.
Don't tell me you hit into his Koraidon. Oh my God, you are getting cooked, brother, man.
No damage onto Crydon since he protected, but this is actually pretty good for Alex because you get to swap in the Gothitelle or Raging Bolt for free without taking damage.
He did.
Yeah, you have the Tailwind, you get on out of there, even if it is at the hands of being KO'd, and you get something back in.
I'm always allowed to talk trash. Nice, nice.
He's gotten the Trashalization out of the way over on Zaxxon, and the Raging Bolt rejoining. This is something that has access to, I don't know, a Draco Meteor that Zamazenta definitely would not appreciate nonetheless.
Yeah, it's looking really tough.
Koraidon looks kind of weird being on the ground. I'm not gonna lie.
Dragon helps against a lot of the normal attacks out there.
Kind of freaking me out that he's on the ground.
It doesn't help against two dragon types because you turned yourself into a weakness essentially.
Yeah, it's a difficult.
Zachary, it's not looking good for you, buddy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Coming out from that Koraidon.
You're still taunted, Zachary. What are you doing, Zachary?
For just a bit of damage coming on out as the Zamazenta wants to try and make sure it stays protected through.
You wish Koraidon stuck his tongue out like a lizard sometimes. Hello?
Flame Charge does not do a lot of damage on the the base power, but importantly, it boosts your speed to make sure you continue to be faster.
Zachary gets a crit.
On the Raging Bolt, he is holding the Assault Vest, so they kind of neutralize each other out. Alex, I think, took a little bit more damage than he wanted to on that turn as the taunt wears off.
Taunt is off.
And at this point too, the speed.
I like Zachary's kind of back in it all of a sudden.
But the amount of damage that the Dazzling Gleam did into the Koraidon kind of caught me off guard a little bit. Of course, the Raging Bolt is the one that's really threatening now that Zamazenta with the Draco Meteor, though it isn't the most accurate, so it does have a chance to be shut down. But now that the taunt has now been up, even if there is Tailwind on the other end, you did have that booster energy for your speed. So this Screamtail is actually still really fast. So that's a way to start getting a bit more back into this. This is being played really well.
Yeah, Zachary.
Screamtail is so head empty. I love it. Screamtail's just like, I don't give a F. I'm chilling.
Hyper offensive as you can get, but once they got knocked out, he's like, all right, let's chill.
Wait, why is Zachary nodding? Zachary, stop nodding. Stop it, Zachary.
As well. So Alex will swap the Gothitelle into that slot.
Disable the Draco.
Who wants to go, or the Draco Meteor would
Oh, he catches the Volt Switch on the disable again.
Alex called the disable and clicked Volt Switch.
And so nice, because now when that Raging Bolt comes back out onto the field, it will not have clicked into a move of any sort, so there's nothing to be able to.
Yo, his Koraidon just swapped spots.
Come back out, and this is going to be, again, Pokemon that can be pressuring. Body Press, not very effective because of the high defensive.
Okay.
Will make this a 3-hit KO onto Gothitelle, but also notably.
So Zam's gonna protect here almost certainly, right? Because there's fake out pressure.
So once that is done, I mean, this Screamtail is already so fast.
Yeah.
Would be able to have a little bit more rain.
He's just gonna double protect.
Every turn at this point is so careful.
Does Alex make a read off the double protect?
You at least can't be shut down with those encores, but you still have to be so careful.
What's the play here, Alex?
Has these taunts.
But Alex does have to consider the Screamtail now that it's not taunted, not encored on its end. If you click Fake Out on this turn, you could also be in a really difficult spot.
So Alex didn't switch. He didn't make use of the double protect here.
But the Screamtail is still pretty.
I think, is Tailwind still up for one turn, or is it dead?
Too much. Even the Flame Charge didn't do a lot of damage there. Double protect, so make sure neither of the Pokemon get any damage on them. And remember, actually, Gothitelle goes down with the critical hit. He wants to give himself the speed boost and bring Raging.
Oh! Oh, he hit himself for the speed boost. Oh, what a demon. He did make a play. He did make a play, but he crit himself. That's not good, right? Did he crit himself? But okay.
Tailwind has ended, and the Raging Bolt back on the field. So that is not going to be a Gothitelle that can now be shut down by the Screamtail over onto the opposing end.
Oh, he's cooking, he's cooking, he's cooking.
KO are pretty low on health, and yes, this Screamtail, it still does have this booster energy speed, and it does threaten a good amount of damage with this.
What a Chad.
Anyways, it's going to be coming down to the speed interactions. How these are built, and if that speed boost was going to
Zachary's going back to the notes. He's like, yo, but this was not in the script, bro.
Damage beforehand, because we saw how much damage Dazzling Gleam did.
I like how he just has the paper in his hands.
This is going to be the first to be starting the wave, though.
Terra Electric, so it's going to have boosted damage to it. Screamtail down to under half HP. Koraidon is faster. The flare.
Oh, what?
On 1 HP.
Screamtail held on so you wouldn't be sad.
Into Koraidon. So Koraidon is down.
That's a friendship mechanic for sure. How does he live that?
All up to Zamazenta with this body press into Raging Bolt, and
My God, that wasn't Sash. That was the hidden Sash.
sat on the field forever and did nothing, and he still won the game.
After last season, I should know.
Don't nod, Zachary.
To call a game that Zach is playing with these Screamtail way too early. The
Focus,
momentum that
man.
Alex was able to take and bringing it down, and how he was able to shut down the Screamtail with his Whimsicott, with his Gothitelle. So well done, but really, really well done by Zach to be navigating through that situation and just be slowly taking away the threat.
Why does he keep looking at the paper?
So nice hit into the screen.
He's vibing.
That Screamtail, it is. You have the speed with the booster energy, but it has such a good amount of bulk to it as
And we
well.
got this
Now,
next
1
game.
HP survival right at the end. Fire off a Dazzling Gleam. The Zamazenta to take the last KO. Absolutely fantastic. It's crazy to see. This doesn't even feel like the
Remember
same
super
game.
long ago when Talonflame got knocked out and Chiempao also got knocked
That was an insane game though.
That kind of effectively
We should have added Screamtail to our fantasy team. True.
as you mentioned, Sierra,
I mean, there haven't been a lot of Screamtails, but it is a cool mon.
in your offensive power, you're investing in your bulk, your survivability, and
I think you did for the TCG, not the VGC.
When I said Zach was looking at the team sheet, trying to chalk up what you can do in game 2, well, if you've got game 2 planned and you take this one too.
Remember when I said Zamazenta? We should have picked Zamazenta. I think we picked the Ice Horse, who we hasn't seen it yet.
And this Whimsicott, yeah, you were shutting down the Screamtail.
Maybe we should have picked Zamazenta instead.
And unfortunately, your Koraidon had just taken so
I mean, we
many
can still
damage
change it actually, right? It's not locked in yet. We could change it after this tourney.
And that double up, that last turn, absolutely incredible.
Because it's for NAIC, not for this.
I think that was so nice to be able to have
What's up,
that
Kunal?
OT to what you were hoping to do is take down the Screamtail on this turn and be able to pick off the Zamazenta, but
Calyrex Ice Rider or the Glacier? Calyrex Ice Rider. That's like it asks you like to pick your what restricted you think will be seen the most. And I just picked that one. I don't know.
Crazy game in game 1. It looked
I figured they're all like all the good ones are good, right? Okay, game 2. Tee up.
Came away with the victory. He'll lead Talonflame Chiempao, same again, why not? But Alex can switch up with
But Alex didn't lead Gothitelle this time.
again, a defensive lead coming out from Zach. Gothitelle not going to be making an appearance, at least in the lead over on Alex's end of the field. Instead, this Whimsicott can threaten damage or just be matching Tailwind over onto this turn. And over on the opposing end as well, if all of a sudden this Talonflame, you don't want to go for something, it can definitely be taking a hit from this Raging Bolt. We saw that the Electro Web was more than enough to just kind of take care of it last time around. So we might just see a Tailwind v Tailwind to be
It's matchup roulette anyways, I see. Yeah, a lot of people have said that. I feel like I've heard that a lot in other VGC streams too. That the it's just rock, paper, scissors format.
From Chiempao, you don't want to take super effective damage. You also lose that super effective hit from Dazzling Gleam later on if the Screamtail is in the back. This time around, Talonflame does click the Tailwind turn 1. Icicle Crash, it gets a crit! Raging Bolt down to like 5 HP, and he's not long for this match. Moonblast goes to Chiempao. There's also the chance at a flinch. That would be an absolute disaster for Alex if Raging Bolt does not move. But fortunately,
Okay,
Ultra
okay.
Web does go
E-Web one-shot the Talon last time, right? Yeah, yeah.
Pokemon and claims a double knockout.
2 KOs instantly. 1-hit KO onto the Talonflame. Zach already down to his final 2 Pokemon. And this
Well,
is where
I don't know. That guy had Lunala, right? Andrew had Lunala, and his Lunala looked really good. And that wasn't on people's top 5 list, right? People's top 5s like Zacian, the 2 ice guy, the 2 horsey guys, Koraidon or something.
This Raging Bolt has such a low amount of health.
And then even Kyogre, people were rating higher.
Something that a Dazzling Gleam might be able to pick off. This doesn't necessarily have the most amount of damage, and it is a spread damage attack. But a Heavy Slime
A Terrapago, wait, Terrapagos, I didn't even talk about. I feel like there's more than 5, no?
Or do, you know, Scream Tail things and not even click the attacking moves. But Whimsicott wants none of that.
Yeah, I think that's Zach's win condition is Scream Tail things in this moment.
Oh, he got the Thunderclap.
The Terra Electric Thunderclap into Zamazenta does some solid damage. Scream Tail tried to go for the Encore into Whimsicott.
These Encore mind games are also pretty cool.
Encore that you can be going for again over onto the next turn though. So the Whimsicott would either have to be swapping out or be trying to go for like a different priority move. But at that point, then you're still kind of locking yourself into a priority move at that point. It will just be a Raging Bolt that's
No,
going
always tend to do one turning. Okay, I see. It's my first time ever seeing it, and it looked good.
adjustment, the Flutter Mane going on into
Wait, what language is that Flutter Mane in?
eyebrow goes up.
Yeah, he was surprised Fluttermane made it into game 2. That means that Alex has left something else at home. You would anticipate
That Korean? It looks like Korean.
Lead it. You don't want to.
Why has he got a Korean Fluttermane?
Try to force them in from the beginning, so it's probably Koraidon in the back.
With this Fluttermane, it is going to be choice specs, and when you're going up against a choice specs Pokemon with something like the Scream Tail, this could be
Okay, so they are saying it's choice specs Flutter.
Encores itself.
Because the team sheet was bugged, right?
Set from there. So how this is going to be navigated from Alex's end, looking ahead at the Scream Tail, and how he can try and shut it down is going to be everything. But instead, targeting into the Zamazenta.
Damn, both the Encores got protected.
Into the protect, but that's going to be available on the other end too.
Yeah, Shadow Ball though will be super effective into Scream Tail. Doesn't hang on.
Yo, how is this Scream Tail this tanky?
Gets a special defense drop that doesn't really matter.
Is Scream Tail tanky, mon?
The play. If he could have kept Scream Tail healthy at a certain point and maybe
Wait, did he just click run? Wait, did he just accidentally FF?
That might have been a way back in. But game 2,
or he just gave up?
Turns, then
Oh no.
Game 1 and Alex comes out on top.
I mean, yeah, if the Flutter
He just gave up?
Quite clicked into something.
Wait, I feel like, okay, here's another complaint I have, okay? Why are VGC players allowed to FF on stream? I think they should have to, I think they should be forced to duke it out like we do in Unite. You know in Unite, you're not allowed to FF on stream, right? In a tournament game? Hiding data for next game? Oh, true. Okay, that's true. That is true, actually.
That was a lot of damage for a 2 KOs over on Alex's end, and when you take that much damage on
Use the rest of the game to learn calcs? I mean, I guess there's an argument on both sides. Okay, I retract it.
Fluttermane instead of Gothitelle, as you mentioned after game 1, Sierra, he just caught himself in a spot with too much support and not
Your solo queue teammates FF and yeah, but in tournament games you're not allowed to if you're on stream.
I mean, yeah, Fluttermane.
Hiding data. I mean, it's you could probably learn like a calc or two, right? Or not even calc. Let's say like, I mean, maybe he didn't have a Pokemon in the back, but maybe sometimes like your restricted dies and you know it's over and you don't want to show what you brought. Maybe, I don't know. I could see there being a tactical advantage to FFing, even if it's very, very small. So I accept it. There's no tactical advantage in FFing in Unite.
After you lost those first 2 Pokemon, that is a change that I would like to see, because I don't really feel like it was a worthwhile trade coming back from Zach's end. Looking at game 1, it was a Zamazenta and Scream Tail show.
The losing player would spam protect beside target, hide as much info. Yeah, because there's a tactical reason for it, I allow it. As the unofficial commissioner of the league, I will allow it. In Unite, though, there's no reason.
Shiyu or Real Boom that have stayed on the bench the first 2 games. But let's get into game 3 here. Raging Bolt Whimsicott, why not? Alex, use that.
Yeah, because there's a tactical advantage, they should be allowed to, for sure.
Zach switching it up.
Regardless of whether or not you agree it's useful or not, because there's a clear line to the tactical advantage, it should be allowed.
First turn, that is for sure. It does mean that you can
I retract.
match a tailwind over on the opposing end, but this Chan Pao can
I
still
didn't think
use
about
the
that.
Running
That makes a lot of sense.
ways. A nice go crash would definitely do a lot of damage here, or even just the priority to make sure that, hey,
I retract. I was wrong.
priority first, especially
In this open team sheet, it is, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, you could hide which Mon you brought in the back. You could hide, like, you could hide, like, calcs on your Mons or something. Like, you know, say you have, like, a damaging move on a guy with a choice item. You don't want to reveal if you're speed nature or offensive nature, right? Like, there's a lot of, I'm a noob at this game, and I could come up with 100 reasons why you should be allowed to FF.
He is rewarded for by clicking Volt Switch. He's able to keep his terrestrialization for later. Might want to use it on Koraidon later. At least he has options now.
It's whether it would be rewarded, but I believe a body press into this slot is going to
Nice swap. Nice swap.
Gets in for free. And
That's where you're supposed to read the heavy slam into the Flutter main spot as the Giga Chad game 3 move.
So the Whimsicott can now be pressuring and can fire off an attack into something like the Qian Brow, break the sash, and the Flutter main can just go off from there. Even something like a Dazzling Gleam from a Choice Specs would do a lot of damage, and there's nothing really on the opposing end to be kind of shutting that.
Let's go, Alex. Let's go. Boom, boom.
The Qian Pao can still hit you with a priority attack, but depending on how it's built, especially too if there is Terrestrialization, could be a little tough. And now Zamazenta is no choice but to body press going on forward.
Okay, that's kind of sick. Being stuck into body pressing into 2 fairy types. Wait, that Encore is such a good move. My God.
Can't heavy slam your fairy types on the field that would obviously be taking so much damage from the heavy slam. Here's the Icicle Crash landing onto the Flutter main.
Is there an item that stops you from getting encored?
So Flutter main is no longer here in this game 3. He's got Raging Bolt, and we presume Koraidon in the back on Alex's end. Body press still does a lot to Whimsicott since you have the +1 boost, and Whimsicott really not too bulky.
Mental Herb?
But it is, I did really like forcing him to body press.
Okay. Oh, but that one gets consumed, right? It's not like it's a consumable. It's not like a held item. There's nothing like Covert Cloak, but for Encore, right? Yeah, that one stops taunt, and yeah, okay, I remember the item.
The Qian Pao with an Icicle Crash just took care of that. We don't have to worry about that problem going on forward. It does mean that you can no longer go for something like a.
I mean, Encore is just so. I mean, every game I've seen of Encore, it just seems to pop off in these tourney games.
But now that you're facing off against.
At first, I thought it was only to trap people on Protect, but like trapping the guy on body press there was sick.
It is sure that, I mean, not surely, like it just flat out does just take that KO. So. Body press not necessarily the worst in terms of the offense of something to be.
Daisy and Linkin Park would be proud. I think Snoop Dogg would have been a better guy to be proud of the Mental Herb. You know what I mean?
And now terrestrialization, that'll be into the Dragon type.
Or a dragon.
A way to try and get through these turns, making sure it's no longer weak to the fire types.
Oh, the Encore. Okay, I see. I see.
So we'll see if Alex makes an adjustment. Still no.
Yeah, the fast Encore, yeah. It's got to be fast Encore, right? They can't be slow Encore, obviously. Prankster Encore or Giga Fast Encore.
And Koraidon goes for the collision course into the Dragon type now on Zamazenta. He's got such a tanky defense stat as well, and he's going to respond with a body press that does like 90%. Maybe 80%. I might have went a little too far.
It did way more than
the what's the tailwind turns looking like?
That is for sure. That was not a fair damage trade whatsoever.
Oh, his cam is covering it. We didn't get to see. Oh, one more turn. Okay. But normally this is where the guy goes for Protect, right? Or maybe I guess he doesn't have to.
But there
Like
is
the other guys would go for
possible of
protect
a swap out or even
to
protect
stall it
on
out.
the other end. It will be the Whimsicott swapping though.
Well, if Alex is going to come back in this game, he's going to have to pull some fancy tricks. He's going to have to earn this victory in round 4 because Zach Thornburg is in the driver's seat right now.
Sucker.
Did target that Whimsicott, so it will fail on this turn. What does Crydon go for? It's the collision course yet again into the +1 defense.
Oh,
hangs on with 9 HP, responds with a body press.
bro, everything's living on one, man.
We know Whimsicott is essentially in Sucker Punch range or body press range, so Whimsicott doesn't have a lot of turns left, but crucially can Tailwind if he wants to regain the speed.
You have the option of that speed going on forward, and that has to be the first part of this.
That Screamtail living on one last game was so... I mean, it didn't matter last game, right? But still.
And the Raging Bolt, if you want to go on the attack, I mean, that is still something that you can get Sucker Punched into, and it being a priority move from the other end.
Oh, he FF'd?
So that point, towel being thrown in. What an up and down from
Okay, new rule, guys. Not allowed to FF in game 3s.
Maybe try this and this.
No, but then they could be hiding it for other people that might be watching. I retract my new rule. You're allowed to FF in game 3s.
Just have to say,
You're allowed.
Differently it played out, despite the same 4 Pokemon over on Zach's end, was incredible. Just switching up the lead, and I mean, not getting 2 Pokemon KO'd the first or second turn.
I thought about it again. You're allowed.
Qianpao make an appearance, but
Terra Dark would stop playing stronger. True.
just made it through the turns, and the Zamazenta
True. My
definitely a way to be
my Amoonguss is Terra Dark, the team that Joe gave me.
I mean, sure, Alex
for that reason.
walked him into that. Again, okay, I can't protect. Oh no, like it's kind of annoying, and then you're like, oh wait.
That rule lasted 3 seconds.
Press my way through the
Look, I don't make the rules, man.
Fluttermane was gone. It's not an issue.
Yeah, I think
Game 3 FF is good to preserve mental. That's where I draw the line. I don't care about giving players mental advantage to FF. Only if there's a tactical reason where you should not be forced into FFing will I, as the unofficial commissioner of the league, allow it or unallow it. But I understand the tactical advantage. You might not want to show things to a future opponent.
Damage from the collision course either, right? So I think just kudos to these players adjusting and like understanding not only why they lost their respective games, but also what adjustments they needed to make to then follow up and win the next game.
I'm still in awe of that game 1, honestly, out of all things, considering after losing the Qianpao and the Talonflame, I thought it was just cooked from
Time of the event and delays it's fine to FF a game. Okay, true. But
enough damage to be kind of
I don't care about that. I am strictly concerned with game integrity. Right? Time and mental are not things of my concern as the commissioner. But, however, aka, because there's a tactical advantage, a clear, direct tactical advantage to FFing, I will allow it. But if there wasn't, make no mistake, I don't care about anything else. We'll stay here till midnight if we have to.
I don't remember all the minute examples of it, but he did self-target his own Pokemon to not bring a Pokemon into Torrent range. I think it was a Blastoise. He tried to keep it out of Torrent to not give it the boost. So he did target his own empty slot, like Alex had a very famous play like that. So he's no stranger to targeting his own Pokemon or side of the field instead of the other.
Would he have been fine if his own Flame Charge didn't crit when he side targeted?
That'd be a YouTube short with like 100,000 views right there. Unfortunately, it's probably only gonna be 20,000 because he lost that game, but it was still a really cool play, and love it when.
Because his Gothitelle wouldn't have died, right, if it didn't get crit?
Having that speed boost, tried on outspeeding this for Screamtail then.
I mean, I don't know if it would have mattered.
I mean, Screamtail on 1 HP. I mean, come on.
I mean, Screamtail really cranked it up to 11 in that set. So let's head on over to the.
So here's the thing, right? The reason why forfeiting isn't good for viewers in a game like this, I'll speak from my perspective, is sometimes I don't know why it's clearly over. I'm a noob. So I need them to play it out to show me why it's over.
Control style of gameplay, so being able to kind of play the Screamtail, encore disable, mirror with the Whimsicott's encore with his Gothitelle. It was really fun. Actually, my most fun set in, probably a couple months. I really enjoyed it.
I'm so glad you brought up the Screamtail because that was one of the first things I wanted to talk to you about.
Screamtail was cool.
It's
Oh wait, now I can get a really good picture of the Mewtwo. Guys, look at the Mewtwo. It's a Stephen A. Smith reference.
Regulations F or G, but you've been running it for a while, so tell me about the journey.
No, I have.
Okay, nice, nice. I got a nice picture of it.
Season in 2023. I think I cut a couple regionals and also top cut the world.
They actually gave it a basketball and a basketball net.
As well. So that duo, I've been
In Unite terms, he took Ray. It was over. Okay, guys. But imagine someone watching Unite for the first time. They should be able to watch Ray dying and the team scoring 1,000 points on them.
Do you
to understand?
Play the same way throughout the different formats, or do you have to like recalibrate every time there's new Pokemon, there's new moves?
Sure. So they definitely need different support. I've brought Screamtail to events before that didn't go quite as well, and I feel like Zamazenta has a lot of complementing factors that make it a really good like kind of end game lock partner with Screamtail. If you saw game 1, after turn 1 and 2, I felt like Alex had the game for sure, but Zamazenta Screamtail just slowly clawed its way back. So I know it was hard for him to make some of those decision calls, but definitely I've won a lot of end games with those two.
All right, so what you're saying is, while some trainers pick their restricted Pokemon and then build around them, you picked
Why Terra Screamtail failed to KO the Mega Miraidon from Miraidon leftovers? Okay, this guy just ChatGPT his answer. I have so many questions. I don't know what he's saying.
Nice. Well, it worked out
One of your friends gonna be on the Ghost stream soon?
What your game
Hog.
plan was going into game 1. Especially given that on paper it was a very unique team from Alex too.
Yeah, no, it was. I was concerned about the Gothitelle. So
yeah.
I think so the first 2 games I led both Terra Ghost options because I wanted to be able to, if I needed to scout out.
Like I said, if there's a tactical reason to forfeit, I'm all for it. But like, I think if there's no tactical reason, FF, it's just weird to see a game that's like where you throw in the towel, like in the NBA, if there's 30 seconds left, you don't get to just walk off the court, right? You have to stay on the court, even if you're down 175,000 points.
It really was, and it was really exciting to see
Right?
as well.
But there's no tactical advantage to really forfeiting, so you got to make them play it out.
Here with us.
Sure, no.
So one thing I've been asking a lot of people.
30 seconds left on the shot clock, down 4 touchdowns. I know you know that there's not more than 24 seconds on the shot clock.
Favorite moment. Seeing my friend Rajan Ball win regionals just a couple weeks ago was actually really incredible. I had gotten introduced to him a little over a year ago, and we have a lot of
Brazil semifinal in 2014.
Is a very intelligent builder, and being able to see him just dominate so many top names in the community.
Is that the year where Brazil cooked and they beat Germany in the finals?
Where are Screamtail and Talonflame heading?
I was heartbroken when I came out of contention.
Is that year?
Being in cut of the World Championship, so I'd really like to try to top 8 or better.
That was 2014.
It's gonna be tough, but I'm up for the challenge.
All right. Well, if anybody can do that, it's certainly our resident expert on Talonflame and Screamtail, Zach. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yes, absolutely. So, my wife, Renaya, my 4 daughters, Piper, Jackie, Jasmine, and Autumn.
4?
You all mean the world to me.
My God.
Your support is so incredible.
This guy's working overtime.
My friends Jeremy Rodriguez, Andrew Ding, Carson Confer, and everyone else. You guys know who you are. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Calm
so
it
much
down,
for
bro.
coming back, and we're going to be headed into a break, so please keep on watching.
This guy's got an army. Where they lost to Germany. Oh yeah, they lost. Right. This triggered the Brazilians for no reason. My man's using Encore in the bedroom. Nah, you're not allowed to say that, man. You can't just say that about someone. I'm dead. My God. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think in sports you should be allowed to FF. I don't care. Sub out your main roster, make other people run around the field, or risk getting 15-0'd. I don't care. Play the game. People came to watch. The game wouldn't exist without people watching. Play the goddamn game. But there's a tactical reason in VGC, so I get it. It's fine. Michael Zhang.
I knew I had a good team. I had laddered a lot with it, and I just had a lot of practice. I knew that I had a competitive advantage on a lot of people because my team building was something unexpected. So I wanted to ride that as much as I could and just do the best I could possibly.
This is your boy. Nice, nice.
The biggest Pokemon that I was worried about coming into this event was Terra Fairy Heatran. It's a really good Pokemon because it resists fighting and can deal with Pokemon like Iron Hands, which is why it's been able to gain so much popularity. And my team just doesn't have a good answer to Fairy type Pokemon in general. So it was a struggle for the team, and since it's relatively popular, I was a little worried coming into the tournament. It was mostly about executing. I just needed to execute well on the day. I knew that a lot of times my opponent would have a lot less understanding of the matchup than I did, so I just needed to play it well, and that's what I did.
Respect. Just play it well.
Out of his mind.
Yeah, Rogov was definitely my hardest matchup in Top Cut. He just had a really good team that was well-rounded and had the Terra Fairy Heatran that I was worried about, so I had to just play much more aggressive to be able to beat him. I was able to beat him in top 4, but in Swiss he had easily trounced me.
Como survives body press. Michael Zhang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I think Riley had actually played my friend Donald, who was using the same team previously, and because of that, he may have had some misconceptions about the matchup, but in both games, I had known from turn 1 that I had probably won the game.
Damn! This guy knew from turn 1 he won?
Como survives, fires back at Ironhead, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley.
Michael Chad.
Sacramento, California regional champion.
Honestly, I still can't believe it. The biggest thing is that it validates a lot of things that I've been working on. You know, team building. I've always had a weird style of team building, and last season it ended up being a lot of 6-3s, and I ended up making day 2 of NAIC, but I never got that one result. So it does validate a lot of what I've been working on, and I feel that
You always believed in Michael? Yeah, me too.
So all of that,
I always believed in him. That's why he won.
and I hope to continue to compete at a high level in the future.
Oh, I love these animations. They're so good.
Welcome back, everybody.
Firecroc? We should get Fuecoco and Unite, right? It would be cool.
Really a historical place for video gamers in the games of history. We're playing Pokemon here today, though. And
I'm scared how broken they would make his Blaze, though. They tend to make the starter passives giga broken, right? And Meow is no joke with its passive.
Once again, to get an update on our community bracket for the weekend. Because what is it? The most underrated Pokemon? Is that what we're voting on?
That is what the headline says. I don't know if that Twitch chat is doing it, but
okay. I mean, I got questions. I got concerns.
See, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if we're all using the same Merriam-Webster dictionary for underrated.
Oh, well, what is the dictionary definition of underrated?
I'd have to take my phone out, and that's unprofessional, Gabby.
Fair enough.
Like, we get through Lunala. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I do think it's pretty underrated. We saw some great things out of it.
Yeah.
Rayquaza and Lugia. All right. Yeah, I could see that.
Okay.
Then Zacian.
Guys, I got people arguing on my Twitter thread.
It makes sense. That it still does a lot.
Why do I
of
always
damage.
instigate random arguments?
Then we get to Ho-Oh Groudon. And I love Ho-Oh, so this isn't coming from a hater perspective.
I don't understand why it's an argument, though. It's not. You're not allowed to have your phone. We saw the rule book.
Wiped off of the earth when we're talking about this
That's it.
and the drought, but cooler and everything else.
I mean, the only thing is that maybe he got permission, right? If you got permission, it's chill. It's a vibe.
Ho-Oh is, and I
But if he didn't get permission explicitly,
Properly rated is not too great right now in our format.
I mean,
it's not allowed.
The thing about Ho-Oh, I will say, as somebody who
The
has
only
faced
problem is that I'm
Ho-Oh
using
before
Twitter.
in the format,
True.
you're never prepared for
Stick to unite, buddy.
You dodge Sacred Fire.
I'm actually the commissioner of this league unofficially, so
types out there.
you wouldn't get it.
Like, there's hardly any rock slide in the metagame.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy Cudgel from Cornerstone Ogre Pond is literally the only rock type.
My funniest thing though, the funniest thing though,
If you're not prepared
is all the people saying, okay, he's a well-known and respected player, he wouldn't cheat. And it's like, has that stopped people from cheating before in Pokemon games?
Terminology there. It should have made it to the next.
Like, I'm not saying that guy cheated, but just saying someone's respected doesn't mean that they wouldn't cheat.
I'm respectfully disagreeing.
I'm all in on Ho-Oh. I think we understand what Groudon is at this point.
Lance Armstrong, yeah, exactly. Well known and respected.
Its moves half the time.
Didn't in the MLB, wasn't it like the Los Angeles Angels or something? Didn't they cheat one year by having someone like beat the trash can to be able to tell what the pitcher's plays were or something like that? I feel like I remember the story.
It's been properly rated as, you know, not the restricted going on. Like I said, if some people are popping
I define cheating as breaking the rules. So if he broke the rules, he cheated. Whether or not he actually gained an advantage doesn't matter.
I agree with that. But Twitch chat is wise.
Who played on Joey account? That was a demon, huh?
Look to the ether and just accept what it has for you.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
truer words have never been spoken, Gabby.
Yeah, preach. And on that note, let's go ahead and look at the day one metagame here from Los Angeles as
Okay, so Incineroar is still top.
to the ether and see what it has for you. I'll be honest
Okay,
with
good,
y'all,
good. Our fantasy team is still looking good. Our fantasy team had Incineroar, Rillaboom, or Shifu, Amoonguss. I forget the last one. It might have been Pelipper. But we definitely had 5 of these. I mean 4 of these, excuse me.
time, Gabby. Yeah. All right, Whimsicott made its way onto the graphic. That's the first step of the Tailwind Prankster.
I forget, what was our other one? Incineroar? Or Shifu, for sure. Amoonguss was there for sure. I don't remember.
And an encore way of playing the game.
I can find my list.
Something that's a little bit more tailored to specific play styles. I mean, even Zach saying about things, I think this was off camera, but talking to him about him and Alex kind of having the same kind of concept and things of this encore and how you're playing about it. I think that's more of a play style thing, and if you're not kind of leaning into that, then maybe Whimsicott isn't for you, and you'd be happier clicking Tailwind, Rain Dance, Bleakwind.
Yeah.
According to my calculations, Gabby, 72% of the entire field has either Rillaboom, Whimsicott, or Amoonguss as their grass.
Okay, no, we had Ursa Luna.
How prominent those
So that's the one that we got wrong so far. The TCG, I just picked random ones. TCG, I just picked random ones, but VGC did, I mean, it's not like I picked controversial Pokemon, right? But these are all pretty standard.
that are going to resist surging strikes.
You can still edit it though to change out the restricted and Ursa Luna to get it a little better. My TCG, I literally just picked them basically at random. If you want to give me a better list, I will go and edit it to improve my chances.
Strong grass types.
Yep.
So I do think that grass
I asked Goof, and then he told me, I think he said like Dragapult or something. But I got confused.
Yeah, Amoonguss being at 21% or 22% overall, I do think is also an indication of how a majority of people are handling their Trick Room matchups. I know you also want Amoonguss if you are running Trick Room, but as someone who's been trying to make Cali Ice work for a very long time, it does feel like a lot of people will just have an Amoonguss on their team, and that's their Trick Room answer.
Dragapult is OP is the word on the street. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing.
After that, so.
But does he do something crazy, or is he just overtuned, overstated?
So much utility overall.
I'm just thinking back to the conversation, like, oh, grass types aren't necessarily good, but these three grass types are good, and we have Terra grass, everything. Doesn't that just mean grass type is good?
No, because you're you're not using Scoville.
Tanky guy, good swing damage. I see.
you're using Zamazenta or Calyrex.
So
and
he's just
turning it into a
overstated.
grass type, so it can't be put to sleep.
This is a
I think it's a whole different world.
This is a whole Villain had a moment though. It's not this
Oh, he puts
moment.
stuff on the bench. I hate when cards do that. There's that one meta where it was like the Inteleon deck or whatever. When I was playing online, and they would just put damage counters on my bench. I freaking hate it.
With these grass types means that grass type is a strong
also
typing.
uses Terra Grass,
It
by
does,
the way.
yeah, it
so.
does. So the grass
Like, don't hit the guys on the bench. That's messed up.
Ho-Oh is the best grass type in the format, confirmed.
On that note, let's go ahead and look at our restricted Pokemon. Because while Ho-Oh is
Oh
not
wait,
on this
my
list,
restricted did good. We just didn't see it on stream.
Participation for OCD is on the list, so we had 4 in each row. 3% Groudon, come on.
that is still
Yo, Groudon is at that 8th
Okay, I picked the second most used one. Not bad.
celebrating right now. Look at me, guys. I made
I would hate Sableye. He places 12 damage counters. My God, is it called Feint Attack?
I saw a version
It'd be
of it with
funny if it was
Pokemon
Feint
recently.
Attack.
Now I need to see it with Groudon specifically. But it's still there, and I do feel like it is rising to that 8th spot because of Miraidon in particular. And that's also why we've been seeing a lot of, I won't say random Terra Grounds, but there have been a lot of
So this is why people use Groudon over Miraidon, right? Because of the ground typing into Miraidon.
in the day.
I'm not gonna lie. I think once we get to NAIC, Groudon is off the list, and Lunala is gonna be taking its spot. So I think at a 3.4
Nerf Miraidon.
there because at the other than that, we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. We're still kind of discovering some gems down there, and something's gonna.
I think one thing that's cool about VGC is that stuff doesn't get nerfed. Like, it only gets nerfed and buffed in between games, right? Like, I kind of like that. Things don't generally get nerfed or buffed like during the game's lifespan.
Perspective player for NAIC.
I just like kind of how you have to make adjustments, and it's less cringe because it's a 1v1 game, right? In a 5v5 game, you need nerfs. It's like, it's too annoying because you're just one guy.
Yes.
Good answer. Good answer.
Good answer, Gabby. Good answer.
Sometimes you just have voices in your head. If I were
Miraidon will be allowed for Worlds. Yeah, and that's what Miraidon won the last regionals, and when I saw it win, I was like, okay, yeah, this guy's gonna be legal for Unite Worlds. There's no way they wouldn't make it at the biggest stage, not let them play it. Like, they want people watching to be like, oh my God, it's Miraidon. My prediction is they're gonna make it so you can't even ban EX Pokemon. It's gonna be EX Pokemon are unbannable.
It can set its own.
So just have fun being first spec.
That Pokemon of old that used to dominate in Trick Room.
And then they're gonna buff the EXs that aren't good before Worlds. That'd be a terrible format.
For a lot of damage and threaten knockouts.
One per team, not allowed to ban.
Go for double protect or something. It could be the freest Trick Room.
Yeah, I'm gonna Uno reverse that question real quick. Sierra, what would you do if you were a prospective player to NAIC? What Pokemon would you bring?
Slitherwing.
What's restricted?
The Slitherwing Groudon was my first Reg G team. I did not win a lot of battles with it.
fair.
So,
Terra Ground Slitherwing is the.
next to Miraidon? No, I don't know. I don't know. Looking through the Pokemon, I would be looking a little bit more at the Koraidon. I think that Sun can be super, super powerful. I think the Paradox Pokemon that utilize the Sun, I think are absolutely fantastic, and being able to have the damage output that you do is incredible. I think people are we're seeing a little bit more out of Koraidon. I think it hit like 8-10%.
Yeah.
But I think it's still kind of undiscovered to truly what is the best kind of form for it. Even looking back at Indie, Luca, for example, was playing the Koraidon and was still talking about like how maybe the team wasn't quite like the version and was still pretty high placing with the team. So I'd be curious once we get at NAIC, maybe even looking at Worlds, if there's going to be something that kind of cracks that open a little bit more on where this.
You abused Tom Kench in TFT. Stylist 3-star. Nice.
It's an important question to ask.
Good job, Galu.
Timmy from Ohio is watching the stream right now.
If you like Tom Kench, you should play the Kench Bard comp. It's really fun.
And I think you would
It's really easy to play too.
To not run one of the top 5 restricteds more than like trying to, you know, counter the metagame. You know what I mean? Like those top 5, and then if you want to throw Spectrier, or excuse me, Cower X Shadow Rider, if you want to go top 6, I think they're so head and shoulders above the other restricteds that it's more like I would need a reason to not play one of those 6 more than like liking something else. You could find a way to use Lunala, right? We just saw on stream.
I love Pokemons.
As busted as some of the other restricteds in the right hands and in the right team building
Pokemons.
situations. But I would definitely probably be either Cower X Shadow Rider or Ice Rider. I'd choose, do I want to go fast or do I want to go slow, and then build from there.
One of the horses.
Yeah.
All right, well, those are our answers, but I would love to hear from y'all as well. Maybe don't give us the secret if you're planning on winning NAIC, but it would be curious to hear, especially if you are a newer player, which Pokemon
You got the item that gives Tom HP visibility? Yeah, the one where it converts shield into HP. Yeah, that one's really broken for Tom Kench. It's fun. It converts any shields he gains into HP instead, or half of it into HP, and then you can heal back that HP. So, and then also any max HP calcs that you have, like items to scale with it too.
Okay. And like Joe Brown would say otherwise if he thought it was actually bad, but he would like.
I would very much.
What would be best practice for Worlds? It's just gonna be the scrimming, bootcamp scrims, when all the teams are in NA.
Seize the day, Sierra.
Seize the day. It emits psychic power from the gaps between its multicolored frills and sprints at speeds greater than 100.
Emits psychic power from the gaps between its multicolored frills and sprints at speeds greater than 120.
I don't think I'm the only person that doesn't know what a frill is, so if we can elaborate.
Frills are like
so it's like if you were to get
like
a
ribbons.
piece of fabric and you like bunch it up so it's all like floofy.
It's like,
and I'm not speaking for me, I'm speaking for everybody in Twitch chat that is also not aware of what a frill
we know what it is. Oh, Espatra?
Have you never seen a frillish? It's what it has for
Oh, I
frills.
think Espatra is a good answer. That's a good answer.
Yeah, there you go. That is frills. That's why it's named that.
Good call, good call.
No, it's not. It's a Sparthra. On that. It's a Sparthra.
It has to be, right? Psychic power and it runs fast and it has frills.
The #1 answer on the board, so show us a Spathra.
That's a frill. The
Yeah,
wings,
that's a
a
frill.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You learn something every day.
Yeah.
Proud of you.
Famed gravity hypnosis user, I believe, in the format. I ran into several of those on ladder and ran away at 120 miles per hour.
Checks out.
All right, next Pokemon.
All right.
A light fluttering of its wings can blow apart regular houses. As a result, this Pokemon chooses to live out of sight deep under the sea.
Kyogre? Kyogre?
Lugia.
It's gotta be massive, right?
Oh, Lugia. Oh, it's Lugia. Yeah.
I watched Pokemon 2000.
Yeah. It's Lugia. It's Lugia.
That could blow apart a regular house. Like all the other bird wing Pokemon kind of live above.
Right? Like you can't.
I mean, Kyogre could probably do the same thing, but this has to be Lugia, right? Because that's what Lugia does in the movie.
Are destroying it, and as we know,
He chills underwater.
No, it's Kyogre though. I was gonna say.
Because you know it can't be Kyogre because Kyogre doesn't choose to live out of deep under the sea. It can't breathe, right? It's got gills.
The Pokemon movies on Twitch all the time. Lugia is like kind of
But Lugia
of the sea.
Can be on land or in air or in the sea. Yeah. It's Lugia for sure. Kyogre is close, but it's definitely Lugia.
And then it comes out, flaps its wings.
And then it sings its song, and the world that was looking like it was ending suddenly is okay, and Slowking doesn't have to get his pants.
How many houses did it destroy in that movie though?
I wasn't keeping track.
Kyogre has wings, right?
No, like it was one of
Does
those
Kyogre not have
situations where,
wings?
like you could tell it was about to get really, really bad, but then they saved the day before it got that bad.
It has fins.
It was a Lugia in this case that
Are fins not just water wings?
under the sea, yeah, 100%. Yeah, checks out.
It is Lugia.
Good answer.
Good work, team. Good
Sierra's
work.
5 for 5 today. So
I'm impressed. Have you been studying?
No, I'm just good today. Everything I'm lacking in VGC, I'm making up for in Pokedex entries. This is great.
All right. Can we get another? It uses its vine to pick flowers. The flowers that it attaches to itself develop healing properties.
Oh, I'm cooked, Chad. I'm cooked.
Bulbasaur is the only one I know has vines.
It uses its vine to pick flowers.
Oh, is this comfy? Oh, it's comfy.
Is it Ivysaur or something? Like
It's comfy. It's comfy. It's comfy.
Ivysaurs, like, you know, like doing
You noobs.
vines and Giga Drain is a healing move. Leech Seed,
Yeah,
right?
but it's the flowers that provide the healing power. And like, if you think about it, Ivysaur is just like, it's the middle stage, right? Like Venusaur has the full flower in effect. And Venusaur's the one that can like absorb the solar energy.
It's picking flowers
with its
which
vine.
But it means that the flowers
Does
aren't
Comfy
on
have
the Pokemon
vines?
to begin with.
I guess it does learn Vine Whip.
It has 2 vines, I think. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Lex apparently is a Pokedex master, so
Mega Venusaur has more than?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know how many vines Mega Venusaur
it's definitely
has.
comfy.
Think of other grass types with vines.
Carnivine.
Well, that's a good
But
point.
that's multiple vines because they're all just like dangling there.
He's getting baited by saying grass type.
One single vine.
And yeah, and Ivysaur does have 2 vines on its
Yeah.
sides.
It's vine to pick
so
flowers. Flowers
This is
what
this
is
is a
one
stump.
vine? I'm just like that.
They don't know.
Because most of them, any of the vine Pokemon have
Pokélex. Okay.
little arms.
Maybe we're just
That's pretty
getting
funny,
caught.
actually.
We're too in the weeds here.
All
To
right,
go
let's focus on the flower.
Yes.
She's giving them hints.
The other
On the flower.
The other thing I was thinking of was
Yeah, I know you're giving them a hint. I know.
Not to subtle nod to Parrot as you're giving us hints.
Dude, production is giving me a hint that they are going to give us a hint.
Focus on the flower,
Not a hint.
like Florges.
Oh. It's a shot that is how all of us feel right now. So it's not a hint. It's a...
Sierra has some words for Gabby in that shot.
Dude, that wasn't me. That was production.
Sierra, the story of the century,
They were coming
by the
for
way.
your win streak, clearly.
Yeah, production's like, oh, she's 5 for 5. Let's lower her ego a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta humble her a little bit.
Oof.
What,
All right,
what
so
do we
back
think
to
about
flowers. Florges?
That's a flower thingy.
I guess. I'm trying to picture it.
I'm on
It's kinda-
protest
it's kinda
honestly.
tall.
It's kind of tall, but I always got the impression that
It might have
Florges is a bush. like you have all
But you
those
said
flowers.
focus on the flowers and the healing
That's
properties.
true. That's true.
And doesn't Florges doesn't it heal its teammate from status or something? Am I crazy? Or like you can't be status?
That's one of its abilities. Yeah.
Come on, Comfy.
I'm just gonna say Shaman because I don't know what.
Oh, Shaman's not a bad
You
guess.
know, it is a bunch of stuff that's already attached to it. It might as well have a vine. 'Cause
So-
why not?
But
The
no.
only other one that I can think of is Comfey.
That's why.
Yeah, because
oh my gosh,
it has
it's totally Comfey.
It has like the little head thing, and then all the flowers go around it, right? Am I
Good answer. No,
right?
it
It's
has
also
to be that.
like
It has
Yeah,
to be
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So like there's
Bruce
that
Willis
thing going
in
on.
Sixth Sense right now? I literally said comfy like 5 minutes
No,
ago.
you didn't.
I hear you. It must
Did
have been
he-
when I was conversing with God in my head. Apologies.
It must have been when I was staring at the blown up.
No, he
image that
didn't.
Rod wanted to throw on the broadcast.
He's lying.
Yeah, I think it's Comfey. Honestly, that checks out.
He kept saying Florges. He said Ivysaur and then Florges.
Because I said it. It clearly has to be Comfey, right?
Yeah, that was a good answer. And yeah, it has one singular vine. Like that checks out.
Sorry,
You're
Joe
so
Brown.
smart, Gabby. You're so smart. You'll get it next time. I believe in you. You'll get one of these eventually.
Yeah.
I like them bullying him.
I didn't realize you said it. Okay. Good talk.
He still did.
This is a really engaging segment right now, guys. I love this conversation.
I was gonna
I'm waiting for the next Pokedex entry. Like,
An extremely cunning Pokemon, it feigns weakness to lure and prey, then it orders its partner to attack.
Okay, fair.
What's something that's a partner Pokemon?
everyone else, we're all answering together.
What's a partner Pokemon guy?
Or lose together. So I don't want credit for the correct answer. I just literally mentioned Comfy like 5 minutes before you two had the revelation that you thought of Comfy. So this question, this is all of us.
Okay.
Is it not Dragapult?
This is the collab.
All right. So the first thought of this.
What about Calyrex?
Read it out loud.
Calyrex Shadow Rider.
In my head 10 times the amount of time it took you to talk about the power of teamwork and how we all have to come together to brainstorm this. So, cunning Pokemon. when you're looking at something like the Grimmsnarl line,
All right, for
that's all known for being
passively watching the stream who didn't get to read it themselves because they have other things, maybe they're vacuuming their.
Yeah, these guys are actually. I think they're actually beefing.
Extremely cunning Pokemon. It feigns.
These guys are actually beefing.
Lure in prey, then orders its partner to attack.
Partner.
He's got a buddy. He's got a partner in crime.
Yeah. Like the three of us
Tatsugiri.
right now.
Yeah.
Oh, Tatsugiri is a good. Tatsugiri is a good answer actually.
The Grimmsnarl line, I know the middle
Feigns
evolution.
weakness to lure in its prey.
About feign weakness, it has that full surrender, though it's more so for it to attack. Whereas this, the ordering its partner to attack, is the kind of confusing part of the text, where it's like it could just be the 180 if they're like kind of living in a little pack, or if you're talking about the maybe like the
The
Impidimp.
partner part is what's throwing me off.
Online. The other one would be like Galarian Zigzagoon type vibe that I'm kind of thinking about.
Yeah, cunning
but-
definitely gives off like a dark type feel here.
But like order
The partner part is throwing me off. I feel like it has to be Tatsugiri.
Yeah, because it's got to be a Pokemon that's like attached to another. Like I was
Not
also
necessarily.
or like
Beevil?
lore-wise attached. Not
I don't know what that Pokemon's about. Does it have a partner?
For some reason, I was thinking of the Hydreigon line.
Pokemon that attack in groups like Weavile.
Distracting with one.
Does that partner though?
Heads attack, but like that's probably too far-fetched.
Execute and Phalanx. They don't give cunning vibes though.
Well, I would imagine the Pokedex entry, if that was the case, would be like it uses
Tatsugiri's kind of cunning, right?
3 heads to lure and prey, and then another one to like attack.
Well, Zweilous has 2 heads, so.
But it's still not as like its
But
partner.
yeah, I wouldn't say Zweilous is cunning. I would say Hydreigon would be cunning.
Yeah.
You know, Zweilous is like the teenager. It's the
I like Tatsugiri so far. That's my favorite guess.
Teenagers think they're cunning.
But
right? You
as
think
we
you're
know-
indestructible.
As we know, just because you think something doesn't make it true.
Oh, right. But if you think you're indestructible, why would you fake weakness? Okay, never mind. No, that fell apart.
Orders its partner. So like, do we think?
Forget it's comfy again. In Unite, it's actually comfy.
Like it's like a leader.
Or is it like? Yeah.
You're locking in Nick it. That's what someone else in the YouTube chat said as well. Scovillain? Oh, Scovillain's not a bad guess either. Wait, Scovillain's pretty good guess.
I'm honestly drawing a blank on this one.
The Scovillain's kind of cunning,
I think that was kind
and it's kind of, you know, it's a two-headed guy.
Weakness, and it kind of like checks out.
And one of the heads I feel like is like a. I think I like Scovillain actually now.
Like so, if it is being defensive, it hurts you while you're.
That's a good guess.
I think in the animation, there was a group of 3 Galarian Zigzagoon that worked together to steal the.
It's grass fire, yeah. It's got like one that's like weak, one that's like cunning.
Because it's also like smart, and then it literally.
Tatsu's good too, though.
I feel like
Best build for Scovillain?
Yeah.
Sregos, welcome back.
I feel like it
Here the 32 months. Best build for Scovillain? Usually you want to run the Jalapeno build.
Galarian Zigzagoon's eating.
Pretty spicy.
We're talking about luring and prey. I think we've actually just gone
It's got to
completely
be an
off
evil
base
dark
here.
type, like Weavile or something. It's got to be like a mean.
But Weavile's like a lone.
I like Tatsugiri still.
That icy mountain in Scarlet and Violet.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Similar to Unite DB? No. Unite DB would say to run Energy Amp.
Beating up Zangoose.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Base
We are
weakness to
stumped,
lure
I'm
and
not gonna
prey
lie.
orders its partner to attack. Yeah.
I think Galarian Zigzagoon-ish is where my brain has just landed, honestly.
What was our first
Unite DB says to run Energy Amp. Spragle says to run Floatstone.
No, like as soon as I like.
I'm saying XP share.
Lure in prey. It can't be.
We all
any
have our
like
archetypes.
prey. I just don't know what it would.
Twitch chat's probably going crazy at us right now. They all have
Twitch
the
chat's
answer.
yelling.
Oh,
Twitch
yeah.
chat's yelling.
It's Dodrio. Dodrio, I mean, kind of fits this as well, but I think I like Tatsugiri as my guess so far.
Luring in prey. When it
They're
says
taking so
prey,
long, they're
it's
stalling
also
probably,
like
right?
ocean type Pokemon.
There's probably some tech issues. I like this segment though.
Apparently, it's hard to give a hint that doesn't just give the answer.
We should do stuff like this in Unite.
Which is a hint.
I mean, not that like we do a great job in Unite as well with stalling for time, but this is really fun.
Say sick 'em, boys.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
He's cunning.
Yeah. Sure. I'll go with Honchcrow. Yeah. You've sold me.
Honchcrow?
From downtown.
Lock emoji.
I have no answer on this one. I don't know.
Sprague's in chat. No, I'm a part of it too, Toon. It is Tatsugiri. Noobs. They're noobs. We got it.
Tatsugiri cunning.
Katsugiri gets eaten for a living. He thinks he's cunning. He thinks he's
feigns
one leg ahead of us.
It does order the Dondozo. Order up, you know.
Order its partner to its bro.
How these guys are noobs. They didn't see the ordering part. That's what I kept focusing on. I told you guys.
I was defeated by a fish I could squish on my hand. The Tatsugiri.
Actually, they have a very big Tatsugiri out in the Vendo area, so maybe just make sure it's not the Titan.
The order up, yeah.
That's true.
I'm calling it. Honchkro's a better answer than Tatsugiri. I'm calling it.
I feel like
These guys don't even know Skull was the better answer.
This weekend, so yeah.
They're noobs.
Like a film noir villain.
Yeah.
I feel
His ability's Commander. Yeah. It's the he ordered it. The partner Pokemon was the key.
That's tough. That's rough, y'all.
That was the key. Oh, another one.
All right, we got our next one. We can come back from this. With its shining light, it lures its prey in close. Here we go.
More
again.
prey.
However, the light also happens to attract
Ferocious fish Pokemon. Its natural predators.
Would this be like a tentacruel?
Is that the thing? Is that the thing that has the light on its head? The lantern. Yeah, exactly.
It's based off of the same.
Oh, yeah, I think it's got to be lantern.
True. Yeah.
Lantern.
And I mean, technically, that's like how that works. Like that's.
All right, let's go to the next one.
Luminescence, like.
This is a wrap. This is lantern.
Yeah.
Chinchu? Is that the evolution?
Pokemon, or else it wouldn't be attracting ferocious fish Pokemon.
Yeah.
I like that.
And there's other fish that are bigger, stronger than Lantern. So like
They lowered the difficulty.
scarier fish Pokemon, water Pokemon that would attack you.
What if it's Gold Duck, y'all?
It does have that like.
It does have
Gold Duck? No.
I guess
It's
technically Starmie and Staryu's gems light up.
I don't think it's any of those.
No.
I don't know. It could be
I feel
the
like
Lantern.
Starmie's not afraid of fish, so it can't be Starmie.
A little bit more stuff that we've seen in VGC recently, so I'm kind of.
Lantern is very big in Pokemon Go.
Is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ooh, so that
Super
actually
big.
okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh, they gotta give us a. Where's the Unite reference for the Comfy? How do they shout out Pokemon Go and not Unite?
Oh, yeah, no, I think Lantern's a really good answer.
Grrr.
Thank you for hearing it this time.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Fish eat Starmies? Oh, I didn't know the lore. We do have resident Starmie expert.
Oh, where's the light?
Lumineon. I guess it's just.
We all
luminous?
suck. It was Luminion.
It's shining light. Yeah, I guess maybe it's light in the wall. I've seen the images in the art, like the alt art cards.
Yeah.
Where it is very bright in the water.
Yeah.
So it
I
doesn't
feel
make
like
sense that
I feel like it's wrong.
but its body is.
I feel like this should have been Lantern.
Pokedex entry 0 out of 10.
Yeah.
0 out of 10.
This has gone downhill. They heard us like doing good. They were
An old expedition journal describes the site of this Pokemon buried in the depths of the earth as resembling a planet floating in space.
Unfortunately.
Portera?
Oh, okay. An old expedition journal, describes the site of this
Soul
Pokemon
Rock?
buried
Oh, Soul Rock, yeah.
resembling a planet floating in space.
Wouldn't be Minior, would it? Because it's like Minior doesn't really look like a planet, but it does look like a meteor, which is like in space, and they would be like buried in the depths of
They
the
do
earth,
pop
right?
out in Sun and Moon.
They do.
Yeah.
I was gonna
It's
say they're always just
Terrapagos?
kinda floating in the Blueberry Academy.
Scarlet Violet
No, in Sun and Moon, remember?
Oh no.
Expedition Journal?
I need to replay Sun and Moon, especially before.
Wait,
Worlds.
honestly though, Terrapagos does make sense.
Area 0, 2.
No, they're all in Blueberry, I think.
Oh.
I think.
Because Terrapagos was buried, right?
Because Minior is in Scarlet and Violet base Pokedex.
Oh, never mind.
But I don't know if it's that. I'm trying like.
Yeah, I actually no, I think it is Terrapagos. Yeah, you're right. It's got to be Terrapagos.
Like, would somebody really describe?
Yeah, because this week makes way more sense for Terrapagos. Yeah, he's buried.
Planet floating in space.
Then, like, what else underground? Diglett?
That's why Diglett's head just perks up. Because that's a giant planet.
No, Diglett's the jump pad. How do these guys not know?
When I'm looking at, like, so the old Expedition Journal makes
These guys know play Pokemon Unite, man.
like all those old Expedition Journal things, and then one of the
He's obviously the jump pad.
really big in Area 0 was like the Glimmorras and the Glimlets.
Yeah.
But I still don't think a full Glimmora.
The drawing in one of the books for like a globe. Yeah. You guys are right. It's Terrapagos.
No.
Terrapamid.
But I also, I don't know. Is there any of like the
Paradox Pokemon?
Because that's what
It's Chinchu. It's Luminion.
To me screams like
Luminion, lock it in.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Because they were writing down, they were doing the images and stuff of all the Pokemon.
I don't believe in this Terrapagos Pokemon. I saw it get drain punched for all of its life.
Terrapagos. It was, you had to go down to the depths of Area Zero to catch it. And it's in all the crystals, and it's sparkly. And
I feel like she's getting the answers.
Like 1.5 million things.
She's always getting it right at the last second.
Yeah, no, that is exactly it. Yeah.
Is this a Hans Niemann situation?
Little Terrapagos on its head, just in case you forgot what it looks like in its baby form.
Yeah.
No, she's got it. It's Terrapagos.
Good answer, Gabby. Good answer.
All right, are we locking in Terrapagos?
Yeah.
All right.
She's got it.
As Rosemary would call it.
You're tweaking. They're taking forever.
Gabby, let's go. See, this was like the
Wait, did they get the right form of it though?
Here it was like the
Yep.
the bunch of like idealistic, like bright-eyed rookies, and we just got torn apart by these Pokedex entries. There was like tension in the group. We were fighting things.
I kind of forgot we were here to watch VGC for a second. I'd be down to just do Pokedex entries for 10 hours.
With all of these Pokemon, like I'm proud of us, guys.
Yeah, we truly had the full, I guess, trainer development arc here.
I don't know. I'm disappointed. We were so
The trap engine's looking at the commentary.
right? You don't
True.
understand. We could have been somebody, Gabby. We could have been a contender.
You don't show
Oh, right, it's VGC. I forgot. That's what I'm saying.
Also that.
On the waterfront.
Pokemon cries. If they're in Unite, I could tell you.
So it wouldn't have been boring.
Fun fact: Pupitar's cry. He goes like, "Ah."
Brown, Sierra Dawn.
He actually like
You
screams.
are somebody, okay? Regardless of if you went 0 for whatever.
If you ever die as a Pupitar, which you will often playing T-Tar, you respawn and get to hear his cry. He sounds like that. Blah.
Listen. This is important. I was trying to outline it again because they.
It freaks me out whenever I respawn.
You can see it better. That's the Terrapagoat.
The Terrapagoat. Did you know that Pokedex entry? Does your Terrapagoat studying prepare you for
Absolutely not. I said veneer too, actually. So, you know, honestly, backstage, I got all of them wrong. If we were doing this together, though, we would have gotten all of them right because I would just defer to you to the answers.
Well, we might have gotten almost all of them right. I think we were both a little lured by.
Do the Inder cry?
Maybe it was a lantern, but.
I respawn and I'm like, man, why are trio Qs allowed in this game?
It feels like we were baited a little.
That's my cry whenever I ult.
That's okay. We'll get them next time if we ever have the opportunity to play Guess That Pokemon, but we are not going to be guessing anymore about heading into some of our next rounds of Swiss for the day. 4 down under our belt, got a couple more to go, but we've had some really interesting restricted choices.
Yeah, they also thought it was Lantern. Jokes on them, it was Chinchu.
Like Lunala, kind of strong.
Yeah, it looked pretty good there.
Oh, I'm hyped. I want to see more Lunala. Lunala's been the most fun restricted for me to watch.
And so much support behind it.
I just like the idea that it's running leftovers, you know? Like, obviously, we know leftovers is a better item in this game, but we don't see it used that much anymore, right? Like, the game is like, maybe it's not that, it's worse than doubles or something. Or maybe stall is just not as good. But I swear we barely see leftovers.
Koraidon feels like it might be the right pick. It of course helps a lot that it gets to use Flutter Mane and use Flutter Mane even more powerfully than the other restricted Pokemon do. But yeah, lots of
Lunala's running leftovers.
Success and lots of diversity with the teams that are 4-0 already.
Yes, I agree. And we still get a chance to showcase even more of that power as we head into our round number 5 of Swiss today. And I wonder if we'll see like how well Terrapagos is doing. Do we get a chance to see Kyogre? That was on my caster predictions. I'm still sticking to it. I'm sticking to my guns. I think Kyogre can do it. You just got to give it the grass.
I gotta sneeze.
And make sure that you keep it safe.
Never mind, it's not coming out.
Or anything. So Zarina for Graph, make it work.
Guys, how long has it been since the last game?
Yeah, it's just the right partners away from.
It's actually been an hour.
Position it because of course Kyogre's always been able
These guys stalled us for an hour.
In the rain.
Oh yeah.
Water spout. Oh my god, that could be so much damage.
Listen, one of my favorite things about Sword and Shield was when I got to Dynamax Kyogre and just get those powerful Max Geysers in the rain with Tailwind. Fantastic.
Want to kill everything.
Will I be streaming day 2? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, exactly. Even if it's resisted.
Can I turn it up, please? I don't want to turn it up anymore. If you want to hear them, I can link the stream.
Have come up with counters to that particular
particular restricted Pokemon. We got a chance to see it a couple of times on stream already with some different partners beside it, but I think at that point you're still thinking about
Stalling for an hour with Pokedex entries, only Pokemon could do that? True.
of its kit. How can I change the terrain away so it doesn't get access to the Hadron engine boost? And how can I also mitigate it in a different way that it can't attack my team? Speed control.
Reactions like light screen, Rillaboom usage come up. Those are the kinds of small reactions that let teams have a little bit better matchup against Miraidon and make life a little bit more difficult for all the Miraidons out there. And they're what start to like turn the wheel over towards the next popular restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, light screen's been really cool.
Keep turning, aren't you?
Someday it's gonna get back to
When does round 3 start?
Calyrex Shadow, yeah.
Ironically, we're actually only at like round 4, so
Calyrex Shadow, so the Tyranitar
it should be soon.
I gotta turn the wheel a long way.
Yeah, you're in for the long game. I got you. I mean, this has been awesome so far. We have so much more action ahead of us for the day, and we've got round number
Oh, we're in Anis Lunala again.
versus Alejandro Jimenez, and it's going to be
And there's a Tatsugiri and a Gudra.
quite a bit of
He has Goopa.
restricted formats.
Oh my god, who do I root for?
Alejandro, a player with a long history.
They have Dino versus Goopa.
About 5 years. The last time
Water Bear. Oh, both of them are playing the Dinos.
I got a top 8 at the Anaheim Regionals.
They both have the Dinos.
But is back in a restricted format. Henry Rich, another player with
I want to root for Lunala, but the other guy has Goopa.
regional championships in
Goopa.
Also in a restricted format.
Oh, is it Hisuian Goopa? Is it racist if I don't like Hisuian Goopa as much? I'm more of a purist, you know?
Bringing a Lunala team as well, but with a big
I like
you have
plain Goopa.
on this Lunala next to an Indeedee.
Earlier in the day, we talked about how many different sets Lunala can run. We touched on a bunch of them. Neither one were Calm Mind, and neither one were expanding for Psychic Seed. Just goes to show the diversity of Lunala sets that are.
I like Mystic Water Shifu though. Oh, wait, is Taunt? That's kind of cool. Wide Guard Lunala, Psychic Seed Lunala. I remember someone explained this to me once before. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this is not the same case for this guy's Lunala. But the reason that the seeds are good, obviously the seed proc, but also it drops an item so you don't get hit by knockoff as hard. Is that true? Is that actually something that's valid?
Well, this physical Ursaluna can do the same thing.
I mean, factually it's true, right? But is that actually something they consider?
Damage that resembles more of a restricted Pokemon than another non-restricted.
Especially when you've got the Flame Orb too, you're burning yourself. So even if you're playing in Trick Room, Amoonguss, you're not going to be able to spore that Pokemon because it already has a status.
Trying to figure out why everything is upside down. Is he from Australia? If he's from Australia, that's genuinely funny. Reduce knockoff damage? Okay. I mean, that's... Fires confirms? Okay, okay. I mean, that's cool then.
Otherwise, you have to flip the switch upside down to evolve the Malamar.
This guy's hat is really cool, though. I really like his hat. And he has Goopa with leftovers.
Anyway, on the other side of things, so we have Alejandro Jimenez, who is bringing a...
Alejandro.
This is not this Calyrex's first rodeo at this point, and it most certainly won't be its last.
Do you think she said rodeo because of his hat?
Prove that a few things from the past can still work. Dondozo being brought into Regulation D, and other Pokemon that can have a power.
Dog plushie versus hat.
Pokemon, if it's positioned correctly. Calyrex Shadow Rider, much more popular early on in Regulation G, but can still have a huge impact. This time with expanding force and Astral Barrage, both players.
Gamma, thank you for the gifted.
Alejandro also has
Gamma's lurking.
A little bit more control of when we're in each terrain, and then Hishui and Gudra, another Pokemon that saw a little bit of use maybe in the fall, early on in these regulations, but we've seen a lot less of recently, using that acid armor to boost up defense and go for damage with body press, but also life due to heal both itself and
Wait,
its team.
acid armor body press? That is so cool. Wait, this Gudra looks like it has such a cool set. Why do more people not play this? I've never seen this mon before.
Way alongside the Shadow Rider and Indeedee.
I'm so excited.
Kind of a core that we haven't got a chance to
Not my first rodeo. Did he actually say that?
Shadow Rider Calyrex's first rodeo. It's surely not Alejandro's either.
Or did our production trolling him?
The Dozo falling out of favor is that it is much less.
I think I'm rooting for the Gudra guy too. I root for leftovers, okay? I'm a leftovers fan. The other Lunala had leftovers, this one doesn't. The other guy's Lunala team was cooler. It had Rillaboom and leftovers, so he kept proccing his shield. That's what I want to play now.
out Star Storms, or Miraidon threatening massive Electro Drifts. The Lunala is just not quite the same damage.
Hudra's baby Zama? Yeah, but it doesn't take up a restricted.
Finding damage back into Lunala, but something that can trade damage a little more.
Please run it on all your Unite builds. You would think that that's what I said with how many people play leftovers in solo queue.
The Dondozo, and for Henry, it's going to be the Lunala and the Incineroar.
Incineroar on the field gets an Intimidate into...
Why does the grass monkey have Terra Grass? Maybe just so it can hurt harder with its priority move.
Careful here, loves fighting up against Calyrex, but this is Terra Water, Terra Blast Calyrex, as well as Wave Crash as an option on the other side. So two Pokemon that can pump a ton of damage into an Incineroar if needed. And of course, Lunala very threatened.
Oh, if his Dondozo gets Will-O-Wisp, that's bad, right?
It feels like it needs to, but if you wide guard, as Tatsugiri just comes in that slot, and it's Dondozo going out on the offense, that can feel like a really
I have a shiny Dozo as well. I caught one.
It's probably not an Astral Barrage coming in right now.
I actually shiny hunted that on stream, if you guys remember, like a year ago.
I think it's tough too because in this
We stayed up all night in the laggy water catching shiny Dozo.
be on a bit of the slower side versus Alejandro's, and you also consider Trickeru might be a good option.
Where he swaps so he doesn't get willowed.
To allow this Lunala to move a bit faster than this
Okay.
naturally fast Shadow Rider.
He didn't get willowed on the Rilla. Willow Rilla.
To see that Dondozo get switched out for the Rillaboom, it's going to change this grassy terrain.
Willow Rilla.
And also give a priority option in case we do actually see the Shadow Rider Calyrex go on the offensive.
Yeah, the player avatars are generic for some reason.
Coming out on the other side means it's a good time to go grass type. That is the Trastalization spent there. Is going to make it a lot harder for this Lunala to get away from its weakness to Ghost in the future.
Wow, let's just go straight for the Astral Barrage. Not even worrying about the threat of the wide guard that Lunala has.
Oh,
Look at how that Shadow
God.
is barely able to keep it alive. The Moongeist Beam here, now at least able to fire off in response. It's going to be another super effective attack into the Calyrex.
Calyrex is dead.
That will be able to be a one-hit knockout.
Oh yeah, he's on Slash.
But we're seeing it kind of play out in real time, where this Lunala...
You were there, Draco? Yeah, that was a good stream, right? I remember that. Yeah, if you Terra boost the type you already have, you get another stab bonus. You get double stab. I think it goes 1.5 x 1.5, so it's like 2.25, right?
Goes from resisting the Astral Barrage to taking neutral damage from it. Luckily for Henry, Shadow Shield is just enough for Lunala to weather that storm, hang on, and KO right back, meaning the damage trade is maybe in Henry's favor because he gets their Pokemon KO'd, and while his Lunala is low, you can always try to find a way to fight back into it. The Will-O-Wisp on top would have really been...
This Will-O-Wisp cooks Dozo, does it not?
Just has to wide guard through this turn.
Well, wide guard is going to be helpful in order to block...
Oh, it didn't kill.
But look at that. The U-turn actually not going to do enough to finish off this Incineroar. Provides a pivot to Alejandro so that he can bring something else back in. And it is going to be the Tatsugiri to now pair up with this Dondozo.
But he's Willowed now, man.
We saw the wide guard from the Lunala to potentially deal with something like the Rock Slide. But it's going to be tough to take down this raid boss of a Pokemon now that the Tatsugiri is...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure multipliers are multiplicative in VGC.
That's the thing. It's so tough to have to make that call, but it is the Rock Slide, so Henry gets it right.
A really crucial decision. Manages to wide guard the Rock Slide, keep both of these Pokemon on the field, and give Incineroar the chance to attack.
Oh, man.
The Will-O-Wisp is
I landed.
hit into the Dondozo as well,
That's
so
bad, right?
to at least be able to land that to make
That's bad.
those boosts that Dondozo did just get to its attack.
Oh, when Terra boosts your same type, it turns stab from 1x to 2x, 1.5 to 2x. Okay. I lied. But multipliers do end up being multiplicative, right?
Could have gone much better for Henry. Has the Incineroar hang on through
Basically even with the Tatsu boost, yeah, but you don't want to be even, right?
Lunala wide guards and correctly calls it. His Rock Slide coming in, preventing 2 KOs. Now order up goes into
That's the Willow diff.
With 3 HP after the burn mitigates the attack.
Wow, and so that's going to lead this Lunala to be able to go for a Moongeist Beam, and it's not going to be afflicted by any sort of...
I mean, he's tanky, but...
So that's going to be a pretty good amount of damage with a parting shot. Just
he's also minus...
After the burn placed onto that Dondozo.
Wait, was he not Covert Cloak?
That even further.
Undoes the order up, make sure that...
Oh, did he get knocked earlier, maybe? I didn't see. Did he get knocked off?
Grassy terrain is the only reason that Lunala is still on the field as well.
Or does Covert Cloak not work into parting shot? Oh no, Covert Cloak, it's not clear amulet. Okay.
Are able to hang on on. This is
Never mind,
looking
never
more
mind.
and more bleak for Alejandro. Dondozo is going to be doing so little damage and now has to fight up.
It's. I was thinking clear amulet, not cloak. My bad. My bad.
Strange relationship between an Urshifu and Dondozo.
Cloak makes it so the secondary part of your move doesn't work, right? Secondary part of the damage moves. Clear amulet's the thing that prevents your stats from being dropped.
Especially when Dondozo can't deal a ton of damage back.
Yeah, you're gonna see the order up into the Lunala to finally be able to pick it off. And so
Okay,
that
order up.
mitigate some of those attack drops. But I think critically, you're still looking at the fact that Henry still has so many Pokemon left in comparison. So I think you're feeling pretty good about the fact that this Urshifu is going to be able to at least get a little bit done. And I wonder if something like the Tornadus would be something that you would be able to switch in at some point, given the matchup. Is Alejandro thinking about that as an option?
Alejandro definitely has to be worried about whatever the fourth Pokemon is. Tornadus could come in here, give a speed advantage to the Urshifu.
Yeah. Specs and then Sun and thing are multiplicative. You're right. Yeah. That's what I was thinking of.
Because of the one order up and the boost from Tatsugiri probably threatens damage from Rock Slide into Tornadus, but Tornadus able to just protect as well. It doesn't have to try to worry about that Rock Slide.
Something that I'm really interested in, though, is the fact that, like,
Oh.
advantage, but you also have Rain Dance, and it's so difficult to have to
Wait,
work against both of those.
taking wave crash, is that good? Shouldn't we click rock slide? Well, I guess rock slide could miss, right? Never mind.
But you also sort of want to time it with these Dondozos, where you're taking out the Dondozo and are also able to deal some amount of damage to this Tatsugiri as well.
It's round 5. That guy.
Bright Powder, so it might be a little bit harder said than done.
Yeah, with Bright Powder, there's always a way back into.
But yeah, the tourney's been slow.
Damage here puts the Dondozo pretty low, maybe in range of another Surging Strikes, which would mean Tailwind plus Surging.
I guess you mean only 4 rounds done. Yeah, the tourney's been quite slow.
Alejandro doesn't get attacked this turn, so that is exactly the input. It's first Tailwind, and then should be Surging Strikes coming next.
Yep, Surging Strikes here is going to be enough to clean up this
Wait,
Dondozo.
does Dozo? Yeah, he dies. He dies.
Too much skin in this game so far. It does leave the Tatsugiri to be able to remove itself from the Dondozo.
Wait, so Tatsugiri is Bright Powder, right? What does Bright Powder do?
But you still have the speed advantage.
Is that the thing that makes it so you don't miss or something?
Know that you really only have to deal with this Rillaboom, but this Rillaboom can be a problem. It has these super effective attacks.
Evasiveness. Oh, moves can miss on you. Okay. I knew it had something to do with accuracy, right. Okay, I mean, we could play. We're playing for the Bright Powder procs.
Having to have the choice scarf. Holding Mystic Water, meaning it can switch to close combat and just take this Tatsugiri off the field if it wants to, or deal a bunch of damage into Rillaboom. Tornadus also pretty well positioned where it can deal a ton of damage back into either of these Pokemon. You have to imagine Incineroar will come in and get an Intimidate off onto Rillaboom before this game wraps up, which can also get one of these Pokemon out of harm's way. If it's Incineroar coming into the Urshifu slot while a Grassy Glide or Woodhammer goes that direction and wastes a turn of Rillaboom, then that's a turn that Alejandro just does not have. But if Alejandro can get the right targeting down, hack into the partner while Incineroar comes back in, and then find a way to land a Woodhammer in.
You don't know how Alejandro wins? Bright Powder, bro.
For sure.
Articuno won a tourney with Snow Cloak Bright Powder? That's cringe.
Putting out so much that Henry does not want to lose that Pokemon right away. And this Incineroar will help to make sure that maybe this Urshifu does get a chance to survive one Grassy Glide or so. The Tornadus also going to opt to protect itself. At the very least, it's going to help against this fake out. But this Tatsugiri...
You're waiting for more Pokedex entries? You might finally get Pikachu.
And Helping Hand as its moves of choice. And the Icy Wind going to be super effective into this Terra Grass Incineroar that just switched in.
The Terastallization probably making the difference there in whether or not that Icy Wind is able to pick up the KO on Incineroar, and I think pretty important for Alejandro's chances in this game that it does pick it up, that KO. Force Urshifu back on the field. Of course, not a Choice Scarf Urshifu. It is able to just protect itself this next turn and give even more time for Tornadus to go out on the offense. But so far, a pretty strong turn for Alejandro. Avoids a hitting into the Tornadus with a fake out, and instead just finds the damage into
All right, Bright Powder.
KO and moves on to the next turn.
Anything new happening so far? There's been 2 Lunalas, which is really cool. And first game we've seen Dondozo, so a lot of new stuff. We saw a Scream Tail.
Which will be able to do some super effective damage to that Rillaboom, but there's also going to be a double up there into the Tatsugiri, but whether or not that pays off is going
The Rilla's AV, the Tatsugiri's Bright Powder. You can see them on the top right. items.
Offensive terrestrialization coming out from Rillaboom to kind of undo some of the impact that Intimidate had on the last turn.
Oh, helping hand, Grassy Glide.
That Intimidate and make sure this Rillaboom is threatening so much damage.
Oh.
Grassy Glide is coming out probably into Urshifu.
And is it going to be enough to get the KO?
Oh, helping hand Terra Grass still doesn't one shot.
Storm onto both targets as well, bringing that Rillaboom down.
Wait, is that a Bleak Wind that landed without the rain into Bright Powder?
Even though the Urshifu is going to get cleaned up.
And it's already not an accurate move.
That Rillaboom is that's pretty low.
Rillaboom should be able to be cleaned up by Tornadus. Always kind of
That's not fair.
As a player, when you lock all in to a Grassy Glide, try to pick up a KO and miss it, and then just see that Rillaboom is still on the field at the end of the turn.
Wait, why is he double protecting?
Woodhammer to get the KO. Instead, tries to save Tatsugiri by getting the Grassy Glide KO, misses it, and then doesn't pick up the KO at all.
Well, this is a smart positioning, though, by Henry. He's still thinking about the fact that grassy terrain is going to give priority.
Oh, to stall terrain. Oh.
That could be devastating. So at the very least, you have the opportunity here to try to get some HP recovery back. And Tailwind doesn't really matter. So you're kind of hoping that maybe there's an opportunity to go.
Oh, he's gonna rain dance so he doesn't miss. That's smart.
The guaranteed Bleak Wind later.
This is definitely the safest way through this end game. The rain dance
Oh.
the Bleak Wind cannot miss in future turns, and getting past the grassy terrain eventually. Either would the Rillaboom KOs the Urshifu right now, or it's forced to take 2 close combats.
Yep. So a great call here from Henry. Now the rain on this next turn. This Tornadus will be for sure able to KO this Rillaboom.
Urshi's like the 3rd or 4th most used Pokemon. Non-restricted. It's in a lot of teams. I think it just hasn't been shown on stream a lot.
Here as we look forward to the second game, Alejandro lost that Shadow Rider Calyrex so early. How do you feel like he might be able to preserve it for later?
The first few turns of this match were absolutely brutal for Alejandro, right? Not only did the trade for Calyrex Shadow not work in his favor, it got a ton of damage onto Lunala and to Incineroar, but of course paid back with
This Dondozomon just seems not good into Will-O-Wisp though, no?
Also then got quickly a couple turns later, the Dondozo burned.
Can we do something about this Will-O-Wisp? I mean, the only thing is Terra Fire, right? But that, but like then he's Terra Fire, and he wants to be Terra Grass, I think. Then he could just get Sword and stuff.
And it's the impact of the Intimidate, because it's on unaware Dondozo not able to reject.
I just feel like if our Dozo gets burned, I'm so tilted.
And then the burn, making sure to double up on that and make sure.
Can we Misty Terrain or something?
Damage threat. I think Alejandro has to at least stop one of those things happening in the next.
Sure brought the Goopy boy? Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. We need Goopa. Bring Goopa.
If you can then clean up the KOs with Dondozo, but having both things go wrong because of, again,
Bring
the
Goopa.
on turn 2, remember that stopped Dondozo from KOing the Incineroar and allowed the burn to go off. If you can stop one or the other, then there's probably a path through this for Alejandro, but allowing both things to happen made that early game very, very difficult for Alejandro to try to claw his way back through.
It's tough when you bring Dondozo and Tatsugiri to a matchup because similarly to how players up against a Dondozo and Tatsugiri might want to try.
The Lunala living on 1 was sad, but I mean,
you as the Dondozo player have to make
that's Willow, right?
When do you actually commit to this Dondozo being on the
Any T-Tar or Sand teams? Not on stream, no.
Do you think if Alejandro leans on something that's a bit more of a supportive piece, like the Indeedee with the Follow Me, does that fare a little bit better to at least try to redirect away some of the attention from that Shadow Rider Calyrex?
There's absolutely a game plan where you just leave the Dondozo and
Dondozo bulky. It's tanky. It also gets a +1 boost to all its stats when it eats its little fish guy.
That's just an immunity for NDD and would buy Calyrex Shadow Rider a lot of time.
But then getting Willowed and, you know, its attack stat getting gutted is really bad for it. It also just takes the chip damage every turn.
I'm just a couple Astral Barrages away from cleaning up this entire game, and NDD can absolutely buy you the time for that. And so I don't think that would be a bad game plan. I think the Dondozo with the Urshifu to crit through the defense boost, the Incineroar to intimidate and Will-O-Wisp may just be really.
I want to get Andrew Zhang's team, the guy with the other Lunala, and play it on the ladder. It looks really fun. Like, it looked like the kind of fun I would like.
much about the little Moongeist themes now, do you?
No, absolutely not. It would be redirected into an immunity. One big difference with this is when Dondozo was led next to Calyrex Shadow Rider, there were two offensive threats that Henry had to worry about. That's part of why there was no wide guard used on turn 1 of game 1 is because
Okay, both the seeds just popped.
a wave crash back from the other side. But with more emphasis
Wait, that's crazy. The other guys in DD procced this guy's seed.
just click wide guard here because otherwise it's just a water Terra Blast coming in or Calyrex Shadow Rider protecting himself. So a lot easier for Lunala to manage one attacker at a time.
Did he click Trick Room? Wait, did he click Trick Room?
I'm not sure. I've actually done my research on the speed tiers between Lunala and Shadow Rider Calyrex, and if the Tailwind actually makes a difference here for the Lunala, but it's going to be Alluring Voice into the Lunala to break the Shadow Shield with no grassy terrain right now.
What is Alluring Voice? It just confuses?
Activate that Shadow Shield very quickly.
Lunala also becomes confused from the Alluring Voice, so has to watch out for that on the next turn. No wide guard that turn. It would have been an opportunity for Alejandro to go out on the offense with a Follow Me and an Astral Barrage that would have punished Henry hugely, but both players...
Confuses if you get a stat buff. Oh.
And now, the wide guard, oh man, what a risky attack through confusion. Without the wide guard, that might have been so much damage coming in, but gets it off.
Yeah, there's going to be an Ndidi Follow Me too, just in case. But did the Shadow Rider Calyrex actually go for the
What did he click?
big spread damage? Remains to be seen as we do
Oh,
see
the speed drop.
The Shadow Rider Calyrex.
He dead.
We do know now that that Lunala should be faster, but with the wide guard in place, that Astral Barrage cannot hit into the two targets.
Such a difficult position with Calyrex Shadow Rider and in Psychic Terrain, meaning that both of the same type attack boosted moves.
Wait, so does Alluring Voice work again now? Because the speed drop happened?
For Henry to keep trying to just get wide guards off because
Or it's only if you get a
so
boost.
this turn there is no wide guard, instead just a Bleak Wind Storm coming in.
Bleak Wind Storm is actually going to miss the Calyrex as well, so the Ndidi does take a little bit more damage, but can this Lunala actually do something through this confusion? It will not.
Oh, it hit itself in confusion.
Not very much, but it means that
It hit itself in confusion.
Astral Barrage. Alejandro did not fall into the trap that there might be a wide guard back.
Oh. Oh, I thought the Lunala lived on one.
Henry getting punished for, I think,
Is that a visual bug where if your partner has sash, it like freezes you on one for like a half a second? That looked so scary.
Have opened up that same Astral Barrage damage. This time it was what should have been a damaging attack in Ndidi that is instead just a confusion hit, and Calyrex managing to pick up the KO. Ndidi can still try to redirect a Urshifu attack away. Calyrex should be bulky enough to take a Bleak Wind Storm. Of course, another Astral Barrage would just pick up 2 KOs here. So even with the speed advantage fully in Henry's favor...
Why do people run Detect instead of Protect? Does anyone know? Doesn't Detect have less PPs?
Boost getting too out of hand. Like if you allow both of those to happen, then the Pokemon you have in the
Is it because of Imprison guys or?
It's going to end up being a single target Astral Barrage.
In case of Imprison, okay.
Boost on top of it. So those Grim Nays can really start to stack up.
I see.
One of the reasons why we've seen these Calyrex forms be so strong in the meta.
Absolutely. You cannot just take a sacrificial KO and expect to win in the back of that. The Follow Me looks like it creates such a safe position for Calyrex. We're going to have to see how this...
No, Detect is... Oh, less PP is actually better into Encore, I see.
Not able to pick up the KO onto the Calyrex. It's going to help keep the speed, though, down into Henry's favor, but you can see how those Surging Strikes would have been great to be able to hit into the Calyrex here. And with that little Grim Nay boost that this Shadow Rider was able to get on that turn before, well, it's going to for sure take this Tornadus down with it, but can it get the Urshifu?
The Shadow Rider didn't have a...
Force for sure, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, Life Orb boosted, Psychic Terrain boosted, Expanding Force super...
Expanding Force looked broken. He didn't have Tailwind, right? And he also was -1.
Damage comes back into Calyrex. I think it's going to be close of whether this is a KO or not.
Ooh, oh, it's not. It's not. It's going to be able to hang on. That is wild. Just a sliver of HP. And even though you have this Incineroar, you can't fake it out, even though it is such low health. And you're just going to have to take a huge, huge KO.
Dondozo comes out of the back and makes things look even more difficult for Henry. Incineroar, a great tool into Dondozo, but not a great tool for beating Dondozo all by itself. Calyrex, it has taken 2 Bleak Wind speed drops. Should probably
Ending
still be
hose.
Incineroar anyway.
Yeah, he FF'd.
an Astral Barrage for a ton of damage into that. Henry sees the writing on the wall, is going to concede this game and take us into a game 3.
Yeah, because with the Covert Cloak on the Dondozo as well, you can't just fake it out and stop the attack for one turn. You take a Wave Crash regardless, and also an Astral Barrage. So
I think the reason why people don't normally run the expanding hose on the horsey is because you already have Astral Barrage, right? So like you have 2 moves that get canceled by Wide Guard.
An Astral Barrage to KO the Lunala, despite the threat of Wide Guard on the other side. It's a
Expanding horse.
Feels very 50-50. I'm not sure that either player wants to be in that situation again.
But it looked broken there.
Trying to click Astral Barrage and hope that there's not a Wide
It looked really broken there.
Accomplish something. And from Henry's side, you don't want to be having Lunala on the field. Feels like any turn I could just lose both my Pokemon if I don't click Wide Guard correct.
You can concede in VGC. Never knew that. Yeah, we had a whole meeting about this earlier.
Interesting is I'm not sure I see
At first I was like, how dare they be allowed to FF? And then we realized that there's a tactical advantage, like a very, very clear tactical advantage in FFing in VGC, like not revealing more information. So it's kind of toxic to make the players play that out.
I think things get much easier as well.
But in Unite, there's no tactical advantage to FFing. You just play it out. Yeah, we had a meeting. The council had a meeting, and we decided it's okay. They're allowed to.
So I think it's important for Alejandro to continue to preserve that Dondozo Tatsugiri if he opts to bring it in for this 3rd and final game.
160 base power move, spread damage, and then it gets boosted by terrain on the restricted too.
As much accomplished despite just getting chip damage down with those bleak winds.
Tornadus
120. Okay, I mean that's still crazy though.
Really critical to that game as well. If the Astral Barrage hadn't come through earlier, I think what's
And then there's the boost still, right? So the boost makes it 180. Oh, and it's stab, right? Wait, is the horse psychic? I thought the horse was. Oh no, he's ghost psychic, right? The ghost psychic horse.
Meanwhile, Lunala and Urshifu on Henry's side. A pivot there as well as Urshifu hits the field earlier in this game.
Oh yeah, and Life Orb and Helping Hand. My God.
It looks like from Alejandro because Rillaboom finds his way into the lead against Urshifu immediately this time. Doesn't have to try to catch the Urshifu out of the back, and also no Incineroar led this game while 2 physical attackers are led for Alejandro, but that's an easy thing to fix.
Okay, so he's instantly bringing out the Incineroar.
To intimidate both of these attackers.
But is it telegraphed at all? Knowing that Urshifu does not want to stay on the field in front of something like a Rillaboom, do you then, as Alejandro, double into that slot, expecting to see some damage? Doesn't opt for that. The U-turn into this Lunala will break the Shadow Shield, but this Dondozo gets a chance to maybe even get some of these boosts online. But you run the risk here.
Oh, he's getting his boosts.
On the field next turn to potentially go for a Will-O-Wisp to neuter the game plan that we saw in game number 1.
Alejandro didn't bring his Indeedee this time.
Let's see. I feel like it's just a tough call. Maybe you do get the Wave Crash into the Incineroar. That would be great. That'd be a huge call to make, knowing that there was an Urshifu there just moments ago.
Can't imagine the guts it would take.
Wave Crash?
There's a Wave Crash coming out.
Oh, it's in Lunala.
And that did a good amount of damage, though.
Pretty sizable damage, but the Lunala is able to stay on the field. So Moongeist Beam, as a response, that special defense boost.
Also decent.
Dondozo takes that pretty well, but it is still mounting damage onto Dondozo. No damage into Incineroar. That turn means that Incineroar is pretty safe to try to get a Will-O-Wisp off if the Grass Terastallization is used. Of course, that is still committing a good amount of resources because you have to spin the Terastallization there instead of...
Oh, and did he not proc seed? Yeah, but he won the last game, right? So...
How to win the game out of
and expanding force is what looked broken.
For the end game, even something like a Grassy Glide starts to look like it might be.
This Will-O-Wisp on the Dondozo tilts me, man. Why didn't we just bring Goopa?
There's going to be a terastallization here as well for this Incineroar. The Terra Grass going to be really important to deal with both the Rock Slide as well as the Wave Crash. The thing is that this Dondozo does have a way around those resistances, having Order Up as an option to not only help get through some of the burns if this Will-O-Wisp does land, but also just to make sure that you're going to be able to deal some pretty big damage. Even though that wasn't very effective, you actually got a sizable chunk into that.
He never misses his willows either.
It hits its target, and so that Dondozo is once again in the same predicament.
Still cut Gudra's damage, yeah, but I would be less tilted.
Dondozo very differently than he did in game one. Game one, it looked like he was playing it for more of a long-term game plan, trying to get order ups and boost and get past the intimidation.
I guess he's just trying to get chip damage, right?
I think it's some good recognition here that Incineroar is it's so easy for Incineroar to pivot in and out to threaten a burn. It's going to be hard to establish Dondozo long-term. So instead, Alejandro just taking the short-term damage that he can getting a couple of big wave crashes in.
Yeah, it's Hisuian Gudra that he has.
Find the win condition out of the back. For now, order up is the best damage option in Incineroar. You can see just how little it does.
Yeah.
Is it a rain set? It's not. It doesn't have drizzle.
Negate it once again. And so it's tough. I think it's really tough here because this Dondozo, like, yes, you have to weave in some of that damage, but where's that damage now going to come from if you can continue to cycle through these intimidates?
It looks more and more difficult as time goes by. It's the Dondozo hokey pokey, put your intimidate in, put your parting shot out. And Dondozo just looks like it really won't be much of a threat to either of these Pokemon. That's going to give time for a little bit of grassy terrain recovery into them.
Will-O-Wisp wouldn't affect body press damage. I think it does do. I think it still does a bit of it, but not as much. I think.
Blocks your opponent with just 2 Pokemon left in a very difficult in-game. Dondozo, though, even this mitigated, can probably do enough damage to Lunala to be a threat to leave it for a Grassy Glide or Tatsugiri cleanup, and so instead it's just Lunala coming back out, Incineroar coming back in, the hokey pokey continues, and another Intimidate onto Dondozo.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a dance that Alejandro wants to be dealing with, though, or the game, but it is the game we are playing right
Caliper
now.
is a good Drizzler too, right?
Just continuing to whittle away at this Incineroar.
Caliper and Kyogre.
Do that is going to be fine. And even with these Surging Strikes, you're putting this Dondozo in a position where another bit of Surging Strikes will be able to pick it up, and there's not really a way for this Dondozo to easily get through this Urshifu now.
The damage output from Dondozo just gets lower and lower as time goes by.
Wait, Eviolite doesn't increase body press damage, really?
Incineroar looking plenty healthy, and like you said, Dondozo
I thought
should be in
body press took your defenses into consideration.
That opens up opportunities like Surging Strikes and knockoff.
Your defense stat.
Tatsugiri or Parting Shot to mitigate the damage from Tatsugiri. I think interesting choice here just to protect, even if it is Surging Strikes coming in, but it's not detect from Urshifu, and so this protect will accomplish something for Dondozo.
Well, it does, and it also blocks the Parting Shot here from this Incineroar. It's kind of like, do you get enough grassy terrain recovery back that you feel like you might be able to survive another Surging Strikes? I think it's tough when you know that the burn is continuing to even that scale.
Dozo sucks in this meta. I mean, it's not looking good in this matchup where the guy just willows you. But I mean, it's not as restricted, right? He's just trying to chip stuff down.
At this point, it might just set up for future damage, but Rock Slide.
Oh, it's doing nothing.
At least maybe a chance for a flip.
It's actually doing nothing.
Just lands into Dondozo and picks up the KO.
Yep. And that does leave this Tatsugiri vulnerable.
Wait, so if you have Technician and you get burned, does it proc your Technician if it gets used on a 120 base power move or higher?
We've seen Bright Powder as a held item.
Any VGC Turbo nerds?
Don't get a chance to see that regardless.
Yeah, don't get a chance to see between the Bright Powder and the Rock Slide some okay odds for Alejandro to get through that turn unscathed and manages it. Tatsugiri pops out to be now a partner for the Calyrex Shadow Rider instead of a partner for the Dondozo. I'm sure Alejandro, when he imagined this game plan, expected Calyrex Shadow Rider to come onto the field against a very weakened team. Wave crashes and Rock Slides.
Technician calcs before burn reduction, I see.
Range. That didn't really happen. Urshifu and Incineroar are still healthy here, but at least Incineroar did have to spin the Terastallization, means there's no Astral Barrage resist shown on the other side. Probably not enough damage to pick up the KO. Tatsugiri can add some extra damage of its own to create a KO. Alejandro definitely has the speed fully in his favor, and it can be a little bit difficult to find a path for Tornadus to come in. If Tornadus tries to switch into this situation and just gets Astral Barraged and Icy Winded, then you'll never find the speed control again.
What's a very interesting modifier to this, though, is that we know that Tatsugiri has access to Helping Hand, and we have not seen this Terastallization get spent yet on Alejandro's side. So this Calyrex
All right.
use it now. Get that water Terastallization.
Terra Helping Hand.
From these Surging Strikes from this Urshifu, does open itself up to a close combat now, but who knows if that was actually what got locked in. The helping hand, though, ready and waiting to make sure this Shadow Rider Calyrex is going to be able to potentially pick up something. And a very, very risky switch in here for Henry to have brought in this Lunala to an incoming Astral Barrage.
But does he have his shield? Does he have Shadow Shield?
Wasn't going to provide that much value in the game, and something had to
He doesn't. Oh yeah, he's dead.
there. And maybe you preferred to just let Lunala go down than to have the Incineroar take it. But of course, giving a sacrificial KO over to Astral Barrage just means a boost.
He gets a boost now, though.
The Calyrex Shadow Rider. Maybe there was a chance that Urshifu could take the Life Orb boosted help.
Oh, he can get faked out now, though, right?
It can take a helping hand boosted one.
Because he terra'd?
On Hellhunter's side does mean that Calyrex is vulnerable to fake out now, though. It's a pretty easy fake out, close combat, double up into Calyrex that lands a ton of damage no matter what. Tatsugiri probably can't threaten a KO onto either of these Pokemon, and of course we know that Henry's fourth Pokemon is Tornadus, and so at some point after a KO gets taken, Tornadus can come on the field and try to establish speed control.
Yeah, and I think that it's tough because you also just can't protect in front of this Urshifu. Otherwise, you'd look at the Shadow Rider Calyrex having protect and go, oh, there's an easy way to deal with a fake out. But because of Urshifu's ability, it's not
I like
easy to
Tatsugiri's face.
Calyrex on the field. So instead, you still have this Rillaboom in the back that'll be able to take that combination much better. On top of that, you now have the ability to set up that grassy terrain, giving an opportunity over to this Rillaboom to go for a priority grassy glide into this Urshifu, knowing that that terrestrialization was also already spent. And if Incineroar wants to negate this Rillaboom's attack stat, it has to go for a parting shot, or it's going to have to manually leave
Oh, it missed. It missed on the Incineroar. That would have done good damage, too.
This, fairly interesting. Do you think that the Urshifu is actually in range now where the Rillaboom could just go for Woodhammer?
In speed range, yeah, I think the Rillaboom probably should be faster than the Urshifu. I also think between the close combat defense drop and the grassy terrain amplification on Rillaboom, it's in the offensive range for just a grassy glide to KO. Of course, Tornadus can just come in that slot, but because Tornadus is holding the focus sash, even if you just don't get a KO there, you're kind of happy to get at least some chip damage into Tornadus and open it up into Astral Barrage later on. I think Henry does a great job of using one turn of threat to undo a Grenade boost, force Calyrex Shadow back into the back, but it still looks like the Rillaboom is in a pretty powerful position here. And Incineroar doesn't feel like it's offering that much. You can try to parting shot off the field to try to get Tornadus in and establish speed control that way. You can mitigate the damage output of either of these Pokemon and threaten a fake.
Oh, helping hand. Did he try to go for the Urshi slot?
Yeah, well, the helping hand into the Rillaboom. There is a detect coming through from the Urshifu, but the Incineroar is wide open if you want.
Oh.
And that's going to be for the U-turn.
That's a huge U-turn, actually.
The damage down into the Incineroar means that this Shadow Rider Calyrex gets to come back in. And because that Urshifu protected, it's not in range of being able to be knocked out at this very moment. But
you're telling me a Tatsugiri cooked this rice?
For Alejandro in terms of that damage.
It's interesting.
They should have brought solo Tatsugiri, no Dozo. Actually, true.
Much damage is coming from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. This starts to look a little bit different.
A
than
parting shot.
Boost a second ago also means the parting shot's going to let Tornadus come back on the field with Tailwind in Henry's favor. Urshifu should be faster than the Calyrex Shadow Rider and able to get to threaten a close combat. The kind of one time that you can spend, I'm going to switch Rillaboom in and take it in close combat, has been spent already. Rillaboom, if it comes back in, will just go down to another close combat. And so this feels like it's Henry's opportunity to go out on the attack and find damage into the Calyrex under speed control. The option for Grassy Glide is gone because
Does the Calyrex not protect?
You would have almost rather just had U-turn for the damage.
Oh no, Urshi goes through protect. Urshi's broken.
Rillaboom in the back and Calyrex kind of stuck on an island here.
It is still tough though, because even though you get the parting shot into the Calyrex, you can still drop your own special defense by going for the close combat. So maybe tipping the scales once again into that Calyrex's favor, but you're not going to be able to get that special defense drop before the Calyrex gets to move unless you go for Tailwind.
There was Icy Wind a while ago as well.
Oh, he didn't click Tailwind.
In whether or not Tailwind actually puts Urshifu faster, and so Henry not going for that hit. The Tornadus just going to protect itself on this turn while Astral Barrage comes out. It's going to do a ton of damage to this Urshifu. Probably not the KO though.
Maybe not, but you still have to deal with the fact that this Urshifu is within a KO range,
it is the KO.
It is going to be a KO. Okay, that is.
Why didn't he Tailwind?
A little bit more damage.
Wait, why did he protect?
Just like that,
he has Sash.
Able to get that Grenade boost right back.
Yeah, between the special defense drop and the Life Orb, even with minus.
Wait, why didn't he Tailwind though? I don't understand.
Astral Barrage has the damage to pick up the KO into Urshifu, and now Calyrex looks pretty stable, has grassy terrain that's healing off this damage. It's going to take a few hits between Incineroar and Tornadus to actually...
Didn't want to take the damage. Maybe he thought that Urshi would live. Is that why?
Firing off Astral Barrages. Calyrex should just be able to close out this game. I'm not really clear how Tornadus and Incineroar would put together the combination of speed and offense and bulk that would be necessary, but if there is a way, it starts with a fake out into Calyrex to buy a free turn.
It does, and so this is going to carve an opening for this Tornadus to go for the Bleak Wind Storm, but the Tatsugiri is going to avoid it. It's going to be a
double miss.
Way back into this game. This Calyrex is going to maintain a ton of HP. This Icy Wind as well to drop.
How broken is Bright Powder?
As well as this Tornadus just feels like it's going to put a lock on this game for Alejandro.
Speeds continue to drop, damage continues to mount. Calyrex gets out of that turn unscathed despite taking a fake out and not protecting itself. Looks like it's all going Alejandro's way as Astral Barrage.
This is best of 3, yeah, but this is game 3.
2 KOs absolutely does, and Alejandro takes this set 2-1 and moves to 5-0 on the day.
Maybe he's reading Protect on Cali. It wouldn't matter if he protected on Cali into Urshi though, right? The play was Tailwind close combat, and the close combat goes through Protect because it's for Urshi.
Make some really smart calls so that the Shadow Rider Calyrex could do what Shadow Rider Calyrex does best.
Absolutely. I think the game plan adjustments from Alejandro were really top-notch in that match. From game 1 to game 2, recognizing to switch to
Bright Powder Tatsugiri.
Just had the follow me support unlocking Calyrex Shadow Rider. And
God looks tilted.
Well,
He didn't bring Goopa though. Sad, I know.
Finding another game plan that was safely using the Dondozo to spread early damage so that and force the Trastalization
When the PayPal transaction doesn't go through. Just accusing these players of cheating. What if they appeared in the chat right now? Would you say that to their face?
Spinning the Trastalization
I don't think so.
A ghost resistance instead of trying to create another one or create another damage threat into Calyrex makes it so much harder to deal with that Calyrex Shadow Rider later on in the game.
It was nice too because now it also makes that Incineroar vulnerable to something like an Expanding Force if for some reason we saw the Indeedee in the back instead.
Alright guys, I'm gonna go grab a quick snack. It's probably gonna be like a good break. There's gonna be a Pokédex round too. So I'm excited for that, but I'll be right back real quick.
It has still looked so interesting on all of the teams that we've seen it on today. And maybe the usage stats don't necessarily speak as highly to what this restricted is able to do in this meta right now.
It has such a unique position with Wide Guard. It kind of functions more like a supportive Pokemon than the rest of the restricted Pokemon out there. It was definitely its role in this match. In game 1, it dealt a pretty good amount of damage out, but otherwise it felt like it was more there to Wide Guard and try to support the team. But that's hard to have your restricted Pokemon supporting things like Incineroar to try to deal with a Dondozo and Calyrex Shadow Rider up on the other side. And it just felt like the Lunala was pretty far behind in how much damage it dealt in that matchup compared to the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, it was definitely tough. And I think too, when you look at like just kind of how Lunala has positioned itself, like you talk about Wide Guard and I immediately think of Pokemon like Pelipper. That's a non-restricted Pokemon that can take up a very similar role. And a lot of the ways that players were dealing with the threat of Wide Guard on a Pelipper is just keep forcing it to have to Wide Guard. Because if it's Wide Guarding, it's not doing any damage.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. If you're okay with the trade of I won't do anything because you Wide Guarded me, and you won't do anything because you Wide Guarded, then getting Wide Guarded is not a problem. And a lot of times you can find positions where, well, I actually don't have to worry about, the Lunala being able to click Expanding Force or Moongeist Beam this turn because I'm clicking Astral Barrage. And if it was going to go out on the offense, it would just get KO'd. So it has to Wide Guard. I have to get my other attack off.
But when it works, it works. So I think it's still going to be a unique way to navigate how Lunala gets a chance to be a part of this meta in this landscape. But I think the Shadow Rider Calyrex looks so good in that matchup as well. But that Pokemon has also struggled to really find its footing in a single restricted format.
I think very early on, it was having some of the most success before we actually got into regionals and special events.
Oh, yeah.
Because it has some of the strongest raw power behind it. Faster than Miraidon and Koraidon and Fluttermane naturally, has that massive 120 base power Astral Barrage. But all of that can get undone when every team has an Incineroar and then maybe a normal type or two on top of that. But as those counters draw back, even when you have a team that looks like it could be pretty well prepared for it, Henry did have a Wide Guard and an Incineroar to resist Astral Barrage and a normal type. actually 2 normal types. We never saw the Ursaluna hit the field. Still managed to, Alejandro still managed to find a way for Astral Barrage to sweep through an in-game because there's just so much raw power behind Calyrex if you can position it well. But that is the trick, is positioning it well. I think Alejandro had to do a lot of really tricky little things, whether it's using the Dondozo to force a Terrestrialization or just the plays down the stretch in Game 3, where the Rillaboom was having to switch in because Calyrex has been kind of exposed to a fake out and close combat double up. And then trying to figure out, well, now Calyrex left the field, so I didn't lose it. How do I find it back onto the field and able to have a threat again? Those are really difficult things to do with a Pokemon that can be as like frail and vulnerable as Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Well, only one way to find out maybe if Shadow Rider Calyrex truly was to play, and that's to ask the player himself, with Gabby standing by with an interview.
Thank you so much, Rose. I'm here with
Oh, interview. No Pokedex yet.
Undefeated trainer. It's not your first rodeo. How's it been to be back on the saddle again?
Yeah,
there we go.
It's been really, you know, I kind of choke up because seeing the scene grow so big from where it was a few years ago. My last regional was in 2018. We had about 180 players, I think, back then, and now we have 600, 700 in that range. And so it's a beautiful thing to see the game grow so much. The skill floor is definitely way higher than it used to be. From round 1, I faced somebody that I believe this was their first regional, and they were very close to take the set from me. So you can't.
Nice.
How do I put it?
I got some rice cakes.
Like disregard someone's skill level, because even the beginners are very good these days.
You can't count your, I was going to say Calyrexes before they hatch, but you can't hatch a Calyrex. It's a mythical Pokemon, or legendary. But anyways, I digress. What got you back into the scene and ready to compete again?
I've always been really into VGC. Despite not coming out here to regionals and stuff, I play on the ladder a lot. And I enjoy Pokemon.
Plain ones? No, they're
Yeah, and it's,
I think they're
honestly,
chocolate.
I like to
Yeah, I
watch
think
you
it's
play that
chocolate.
last
Just
match.
plain chocolate.
I love the construction of your team because on the one hand you have the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which is a very frail Pokemon, and then you have arguably one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the format with the Dondozo, especially after the Commander boost from the Tatsugiri.
Calyrex mouse hold sounds broken. You can feint the wide guard.
For me,
Mmm.
felt like hyper offense was going to be very strong.
What if you ran Sableye with feint?
Seeing Zamazenta take
Yep.
Stockholm, and so I knew I wanted to do a side spam mode, but the problem with going full on like hyper offense is then you have no defensive backbone. And so I worked together with a few of my friends, and I was like, well,
The Mewtwo basketball is so
like,
good.
if you lead Shadow Rider into a not desirable matchup, you just switch Shadow Rider out to Tatsugiri, and now you're in a more positive matchup, right?
Yeah, and I think that worked out very well for you in that match. Have you always been sort of pivoting Dondozo and the Calyrex Shadow Rider like that? Is that your normal game plan for these situations?
So I think, I mean, for me, in terms of this season, I went to 2 Premier Challenges in my local scene, and then this is my first regional of this season. And so I've been a Dozo player at heart. I've been using Dozo. I'm the guy that randomly shows up to the locals, and I'm using Dondozo. So shout out to all my Dozo bros out there.
There's always one, right?
Yeah.
Nice. So let's talk about that set. So game 1.
I'm a Dozo bro now.
Earlier before this
I'm a
interview,
Dozo bro.
Salo was not one of the matchups you were prepared for. What was your mindset when you were trying to craft your approach for the matchup?
So I did know that my opponent had to respect, I guess, my skill level to an extent. Not to say that
Don't become a Dozo bro.
I think they knew, okay,
I'm a
this is
Dozo bro.
4-0. They're going to respect my wide guard. And so turn 1, you saw me just click Astral Barrage and they Terra Grass because they feared the Terra Water.
Yeah.
Which is actually a really nice tech on Shadow Rider, and I'm surprised we don't see it more often. I think if you look at past regulations with the Iron Crown, a lot of people ran Terra Water, Terra Blast on the Iron Crown to pressure Incineroar. And so I looked at some of the teams in previous regulations. I was like, why aren't we doing this with Shadow Rider? Right?
Yeah. Well, it's clearly working out well for you. You're undefeated. One question I've been asking everybody back here this weekend is, this is the last regional of the year. What has been your favorite moment from competing this year? But also, you're a newer player, so you can also go back to the 2018 memory banks if you want. I just curious, what stands out to you as like the moment?
To me, honestly, the time that I spend with my friends. I love them to death, every single one of them. You know, they really make me enjoy this game. They make me believe in myself. And so every single moment I spend, I make new friends. You know, Henry Rich up there, this is the first time I've ever played against him. Very friendly guy. I knew he was good. So I did have to respect him too in terms of how I played. So yeah, I think just getting to meet
I just want to play. Now I want to play.
You know, hanging out.
I know. That's always one of my favorite parts of regionals too, is the friends you make along the way. So speaking of friends, do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
So there's 4 people in particular that helped me with this team. Riley Factura, Haley, Vincent, and my boy Sean, who's also using this team today. They helped me prep for matchups versus Cali Eyes, Maridon, Zamazenta. Versus a lot of these teams, I already have kind of like a
Boot up showdown before the matches start.
and then I just adapt it based off of.
I want to play the Lunala team.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for your
You would
time.
shout me out? Nice. Guys, if you ever get here, make sure you shout me out, okay? If not me, at least Pokemon Unite.
So much, Gabby. Len and I are back to talk us through this next upcoming match at some point. But before we get to that, it's kind of been a great day of action so far. If we want to do like a brief check-in on all of the different restrictions that we've had, quite a few at this point. We're honestly missing some of the big ones. Where's Ice Rider Calyrex, actually?
No Ice Rider yet today. A couple of Maridons, a couple of Terapagos, a couple of Lunala, oddly enough, but yeah, no Ice Rider yet.
Huh. Where are all the Ice Rider out in the field right now?
Yeah, I want to see some Ice Riders.
I'm in a different universe or timeline where there's no.
Actually, what I want to see is Kyogre. Kyogre is the one I really want to play.
Tomorrow will be very interesting when we get to day 2.
Kyogre seems simple.
It's in a different dimension.
And I like how he just spits water at people. That's cool.
That's true, parallel universe or something. But yeah, it's been a pretty great day so far, and I'm really looking
Kyogre and Lunala I want to play.
Coming up ahead, but I think we have a couple of things to check in on before we get to that. And
More Terapagos? I'm not a believer in Terapagos anymore.
Because we all know right now it is about being able to shore up your Worlds invite if you're still looking for that. But these regional championships have been able to give so much prizing now for not only just the cash you get, but the card packs are pretty cool knowing that Twilight Masquerade just released.
Yeah, these are some pretty high stakes. Definitely looking for that cash to take home and mark a successful weekend. And
Some Kyogre teams. Oh yeah, I know. There's plenty of Kyogre teams I can borrow.
Beautiful. I don't know the last time you opened up a Pokemon card pack, but Twilight Masquerade has some really big chase pulls for me. It's got Ogerpon in it.
Okay.
So there's some really cool Ogerpon cards.
Is that the one that looks a bit like a stained glass window?
Getting 5th in seniors and you just get half a booster box.
Nice art. I really love it.
It's probably way more, feels more rewarding to get as a TCG player.
Trade in such unique ways.
Yes. I mean, like, we got Paradox Rift and Temporal Forces that were the 2 more recent TCG expansions before Twilight Masquerade, and those, the Raging Bolt art, the Walking Wake art, all the Paradox Pokemon, I feel like look even better when they're in card form.
I love the illustration rares when you get like the full scene. The Pokemon is kind of small there, but you have the whole environment around it. It's so much fun.
Oh my gosh, it's been so much fun. I feel like whenever I have my memories of opening up
Just to get
packs,
5th out of 8 seniors out.
Illustration rares, or I'm thinking back to the good old days where I could buy a base pack at a like supermarket and open it up to get my Charizards and my Bulbasaurs.
My favorite ones are always the one that looks like someone had just taken a photograph of a little clay figure out in the world.
Those
or
are
something.
great, yeah.
Those are so much fun.
I like the crochet ones too. There's also
that's a
like
good
the
one.
crochet set that every once in a while you have a Pokemon that's just cute. And then people are doing that in the real world now, like actually physically crocheting Pokemon.
That's such a fun way to make your own TCG kind of art, is to do it not by just a sketch, but with one of those crochet or claymation or something like that.
I love that. And then we also have all those cute little Pokemon shorts that we get, like with the Quaxley, the Sprigatito, and the Fuecoco. Yeah, keep it up. We love seeing all of the amazing content around Pokemon, but we also love seeing even more content on the Twitch channel, don't we? We talked about this a little bit before, but in case you missed it, this is what's coming at you for this upcoming week. That's on Pokemon Advanced Battle, as well as a rerun of the 2018 Oceania.
All right, should I play?
But all eyes ahead.
I want the Lunala team.
Event of the year, going to the Bologna special event.
Should I make the Lunala team by looking at the guy's team sheet?
More metagame to develop the last tournament.
More Amoonguss?
Before, and I see more Amoonguss. Yeah, you're expecting some Amoonguss in Europe.
Yeah, it'll be funny for sure.
I don't remember when it was.
We met that with the usage graphics from Stockholm into this weekend, and we're like, huh, where did Amoonguss go?
But I have to do the EVs though, right? That sounds too hard.
Americans are just afraid of the mushroom, I think.
It's a scary one. I mean, it's the fungus among us. Or...
The fungus among us?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Isn't it one of these guys?
Very sus. Very sus. I don't recommend. But I think it's also been tougher to actually run the Amoonguss when there's been so many Miraidon in the field.
I do think you're right about
Is Lunala?
Usage as it goes up. A little bit of future power for that.
No, that's Miraidon.
Makes it a lot less interesting to bring Amoonguss. Of course, Amoonguss offers a lot more than just Spore, has Regenerator and Rage Powder. But if you're not able to consistently...
This is Miraidon.
Because there's Rillabooms and Safety Goggles and Miraidon.
Terrapagos, that was just Miraidon.
A bit less Safety Goggles. Now that I'm thinking back to some of the teams that we've had on stream, I feel like that is a much
This was round 3?
held item now across the board.
I guess that's a different...
Yeah, it was round 3. It was round 3. It was Andrew saying.
Where does Amoonguss fit into all of this? Miraidon, Amoonguss, Safety Goggles, wheels turning around somewhere.
So best you gotta add that onto the
Yeah, what
field.
happened to the
Different
EVs?
special attackers we have in the field, but like when you think about like the item meta
Train recovery, being able to just consistently build health back up.
Emulate take a front row seat as one of the premier items to hold.
I yoinked the team.
It seems like suddenly we have very well-established offensive items. It seems like every special attacker restricted has choice specs, whether it's Miraidon or Terrapagos, or maybe even like an Eternatus out there. But it also feels like every physical attacker just has to have Clear Amulet. When Incineroar is at the usage that we've seen it at over the last few weeks, and it's this restricted Pokemon that you can't afford to be having to switch out every time it takes and Intimidate, well then the Clear Amulet is a little bit forced on you, and so you see a lot of Koraidon with the Clear Amulet, or Groudon with the Clear Amulet, kind of being forced to bring that whenever you want to consistently threaten physical damage.
That's a good point. And it also blocks... that maybe is why we've seen Incineroar usage actually go down, that I'm thinking about it. Ponder on that a little bit more, because it is still at 40% and very high. But here that we have Gabby on the floor with a couple of interviews, so let's hear what they have to say.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. My name is Gabby Snyder, and I'm here with Void at his first ever official VGC tournament. How's it going?
It's going really good. I'm having a great time.
Voice scarf.
I'm so glad to hear that. Now, I know you competed in Wolf's Invitational about a year ago, and that was your first ever Pokemon tournament. What was it like preparing for that?
Well, a big thing for
It's
that,
good.
I was really worried
Probably
about
good.
Hard Trick Room, and shout out to my coach Billa, but it was like, there's what's meta and there's what you're comfortable fighting against. I wasn't really comfortable against Hard Trick Room, and I feel like at this tournament there's a lot of terrain control going on just because Miraidon's really popular and I'm running Miraidon. So I wanted to prepare my team in a way such that I could have an easier time when it comes to those matchups.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, and you mentioned that Aaron Traylor was helping you prepare. So what adaptations, what changes did you make on the team that Aaron gave you so that way you can handle the terrain a little bit better?
This is good.
So one thing that's cool is not only do I have his team, I literally have his Pokemon. So I'm kind of carrying the torch here. I hope I do a good job. Thank you, Aaron. But one thing,
Big defense.
I don't like fighting a lot of Pokemon with Miraidon when either they change terrain or just like certain terras to fight Miraidon. So I brought Fake Tears on my Whimsy. Just so that way I'm like, okay, well, you think I'm going to switch Miraidon, or maybe I'm not going to click the move. I am, and I just hope that I read the switch properly so I can just 2-hit KO you.
Yeah, I mean, that team has so much offensive power. I have to wonder, I know you have a background in Smash. Do you feel like there's a particular Smash character that plays almost like the Miraidon team plays? Just being able to hit really hard and, you know, knock your opponents out?
I really don't know if I have a one-to-one comparison. But usually I would say I have more of an aggressive play style, which I think is hilarious because I looked at my team sheet and I was like, I only have 1 Protect on my entire team. Like, what am I doing? But I just know that's who I am, so I'm cool with it.
I mean, if it works for you, it works, right? How have your batches been so far? Has the community been welcoming?
They've been really nice. I've like talked both with my opponents like a whole lot. the people around us, you know, everybody's just having a great time. I'm honestly pretty surprised. And I'm doing pretty good so far. I'm currently 2-1, and I mean, I'm really happy about that. I was just worried about going 0-3, honestly. So I'm doing above and beyond my expectations, and not only that, like, I'm having a great time, so.
I'm really glad to hear that, and I'm so glad that you're having a great time, because at the end of the day, that's what these tournaments are all about. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give, or any hellos to people at home?
Shout-outs to everybody from the Wolfie Invitational on the Pokemon side. Streamers, you guys are whatever. Pokemon side, you guys are all sick. You guys are a big reason why I'm here. That event was awesome. I hope that there are more events to bring people outside of Pokemon into it, because I just think it's a really fun game.
All right, well, Void, thank you so much for your time, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action real soon.
What do I want to make my Rillaboom, guys? What's a good Rillaboom kind of thing? 250, 2 HP defense. Okay.
Every day leading up to a tournament. Don't, like, not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournament.
How am I supposed to make Rillaboom?
It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice like every day just to learn the decks and like how all the matchups go, and like just to see how like the meta goes. It's just fun, and I like to play Pokemon.
52 HP attack. Okay, okay.
And all them, and like I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against like the matchups that are like good into my team, so like counter teams, so that I can see
So this guy,
strategize a way
should we make this guy a puncher?
outsmart my opponent. I think those are like my main ways of practicing, and then of course just like reps, just getting as many battles in as I can.
What's up? What's a Pelipper set? I got a lot of people with defense. Ecolytics, the top spreads. They don't have the new thing though, right? Modest 252, 252. Is that good? But def and HP because it's not tailwind. Oh, okay, okay. We're not tailwind. 252, 252 never hurt nobody, right? Go 4 in the speed, you know?
Listen, one of these players is going to have their cake and eat it too. James Beck.
I think what we saw from James throughout this entire week was just a masterclass in how to have that proactive play.
Yeah, I got my 4.
My strategy involved 2 different modes where it was either try to overwhelm
252 HP, 116. Nah, it's fine, bro.
or by setting up nasty plot with Golden Go and supporting it to sweep other teams.
Golden Go is just going to go for a nasty plot here.
I think that is the right play at the end of the day.
It shifted between the matchup, and if I thought that there was something better that I could do, I would change up leads and board positions. When I made it to top,
Yeah, exactly. Gotta win the mirror in case, you know, in case he's also not speedy.
I actually got to rematch everyone, so my strategy actually did not really end up changing except my finals match.
GU is knocked out for all of its troubles, and
Okay.
it's just the Ogre Pond remaining. The rock slide to connect. James takes it out, and he
Or a
wins
ghost.
the top 4 set 2-0.
I was worried about facing the Rillaboom, specifically with Sword Stance, alongside King Gambit.
Game number 1 of the Peoria Regional Finals.
Yeah, I think I want to bring my Rillaboom
Luca is gonna kick things off
for sure.
and the hard flame Ogre Pond.
My plan was to bait attacks and get calls correctly because they hit me for so much damage.
I lead my Lunala.
Have to get the read right of who they're going to target. And
Oh, he led like passive stuff early on, right?
For this Ogre Pond to go down here, as it's gonna fall to the Earth Surging Strikes coming through from James.
My most difficult matchup, I would say, would have
Maybe I bring
been
the Pelipper.
in the finals. He was the one who brought me to one of my closest sets today, and he's just a really good player, one of my best friends too from this game. So like I knew that he would be able to threaten a lot of pressure against me.
Maybe my Incineroar.
Is not an ogre pawn. That is in fact a Tornadus, and you were
I'll bring the
saying
Incineroar.
correctly that is the poison terror type. Luca is going to continue to commit to the Tailwind and Bleakwind Storm.
Board of Ruined.
The moment that I knew was when I was able to just get Scarf Urshifu into a really good position with
Focus
certain
Sash.
shots on the Tailwind, and he just was not able to do enough damage to bring back the position, and I had Water Ogre Pawn in the back to threaten the Flutter Mane in rain.
James Beck,
I fake out.
regional champion.
Put up Reflect. Or I could Spirit Break. I'm gonna Reflect.
My name is Riley Factura. I'm from Orlando, Florida.
We're chilling.
Now has to take at least one turn of sleep, and this Cresselia is in good position to start picking up KOs.
Knock
Wolf
off.
doesn't want to run out the clock. Looks like this is going to be Riley Factura taking the first regional championship of the 2024 season, and is now our first world qualifier in Honolulu.
Yeah, Wolf's matchup.
I mean, Reflect and my Rillaboom's chilling, right?
He played really, really well, and there were multiple turns where I had to make a risky play,
Nice.
or it could have been risky, and there were so many options that he could do that it was hard to cover for every single option that he could do. My strategy was to check my opponent's
I wanna eat
see
Knock.
what holes they had and utilize
On my Lunala.
Urshifu and do a fast mode either with that and Chen Pao maybe, or
Haunted.
go of a more bulkier slow mode with Cresselia, maybe the Amoonguss and Heatran. This event played into my overall Pokemon journey because I haven't won a regional
parting
since
shot.
2018, and I took a long
I'm clicking Spirit Break.
coming back. I felt like it wasn't as good as I used to.
Running
be, so
Timber.
it really boosted up, my confidence. Am I winning worlds this year? Yes.
Parting
But
shot
there are a
here
lot of good
because he
players,
protects or
so it's gonna be
something.
very, very difficult.
Oh, that would have been
Work
sick if I
really
partinged
hard
done that.
in order to do so.
He partinged me and then I partinged him. Oh, vitamins and okay. Wait, my camera hasn't been on, huh? Let me put that back on. Pick my vitamins. I forgot I turned it off. I don't remember when I did it though. Oh, it's my turn. Oh, I didn't do Terra types. I didn't do my Terra types. Oops. I'm pressing Calm Mind. Yo, I lost my boost. I'm pressing Calm Mind again. Yo, can you stop snarling? I'm leaving. Oh, my Reflect's OP. How broken is Reflect?
Do we have what it takes to win?
I think we do.
I think we do.
Yeah.
I know our players definitely do.
What are we going to win at?
Winning it day one of the regional championships here
right.
in LA. Hooray! Yay! I was trying to figure out a good answer for that, but I think it's truly just having a great first day and getting through it together, because we have what it
Bang.
takes to win.
We absolutely do.
Well, we have all of these tweets as well.
I did
from
nothing.
All of these lovely people that have been watching at home. Thank you so much for using that hashtag #PlayPokemon and joining in on the conversation. Can't wait to go through a couple of those with you as Len and myself are back for the next Swiss round. Wow, look at the Leon cosplay. That's so
And he can't body
great.
press my Lunala on the right side, right?
Yuki, thank you so much for sharing.
I'm
your
clicking that guy now.
cosplay. You're ready to go X3, but meet some great Pokemon fans. I would love to check in later to see how Leon is actually doing in the tournament.
Yeah, because I love that attitude to be out here just to have some fun, meet some friends, but, you know, maybe it went even better than that.
Regardless, he's having a champion time, so can't ask for more than that.
Dude, not having my Terra is not great, right? But I mean, maybe I wouldn't click it anyway.
Lisa, bombastic side eye, because he just wants to sleep and not being photographed. But yeah, Bruce is.
My God, we're doing no damage, man.
I love that. We love Bruce.
He'll get to sleep eventually. Hopefully he enjoyed the morning on the stream and seeing some VGC action.
And we still have so much more ahead. Don't you wait. But yeah, that's very cute. That's very cute. As we take a look at our next tweet as well, we've got one coming in from Liz. Terrapago's having a Terra Shard snack. That's much cuter than the Terrapagoat that I drew. Much cuter and much better.
I love that he's just munching away at these Terra Shards. Is that how he becomes the stellar form?
You are what you eat.
Oh, I see. So you eat the stellar shards, you eventually become stellar form Terrapagos and become
This is toxic.
Yeah, they must
Let my guy out.
in that too or something.
My guy's in jail, man.
So all the extra vitamins on top that you've spent money in game for goes into the Terra Shards.
Some smuggled Dynamax energy just coming in through the
I
shards.
kind of wish I T-waved that guy.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, so cute. Love that, Terrapagos.
Never.
Thank you so much for sharing that cute little artwork. Keep sharing your art. Keep sharing your cosplays, your thoughts, your
Finally, he
experience
missed
here at
once.
the LA Regional Championships. We want to hear it all, especially as we start looking forward to the fact that we are also so close to the end of the season. I think that's wild, and we also are so close to the end of this bracket. Community, I gotta stop you though for a second.
He misses double snarl.
Len? Because how did you somehow convince the people to vote Ho-Oh over Groudon?
I think they understood. They understood that they don't want to be clicking Precipice Blades and missing 15.
This is not going well, I would say.
Sacred Fire and Regenerator are just great options. And you know what? I don't even
Allegedly.
think this is a hot take, but I think that Ho-Oh a better pick than Zacian. I mean, if we're going back,
you're with you. I'm with you on this, actually.
if we're going back to the choice of how they fight up against each other, well, obviously Ho-Oh wins that.
Hello,
little bit.
can I just crit everything yet?
Not going to do that much damage back into Ho-Oh and does not want to take a Sacred Fire, but I just think Ho-Oh has a better spot in this metagame. Zacian, the biggest problem for it, we mentioned a minute ago, that it feels like every special attacker needs a choice specs and every physical attacker needs a clear amulet. Well, Zacian can't both have the Rested Sword and the clear amulet. You have to pick one, and if you pick that Rested Sword, you just get intimidated away. It feels like it can't have quite the impact on the game that something like Zamazenta can have as an immediate threat. So I feel like Zacian is, if anything, overrated and should not be winning a most underrated restricted bracket.
I'm with you. Okay, you sold me. I think you
All right,
sold
crit.
me. I think the people
Oh.
have heard you. Whatever bird propaganda
Yeah, we
that
lost
you've
this
been
one.
spilling out into the world, like
I gotta remember to do my
Lunala,
Terras.
Lunala, they're all birds in my book. They are winning the polls right now.
Just a gold and silver fan at heart trying to get Lugia and Ho-Oh up to the top. I don't disagree with Lunala winning over Lugia. I think, if anything, our stream matches today have shown the impact that Lunala can have, the huge range.
Maybe I need one more puncher, you know?
Making the finals.
I feel like maybe I was down a puncher.
Lugia at X and O out in the field.
I don't know.
Proving that Lugia can also have
How do I get rid of the guy? How do I get rid of this guy?
Which is a combination of Pokemon that we've seen already at the Indianapolis Regional
Oh.
Championships, but I want to see if people can
I'm Terra fighting or
iterating
Shifu.
on that formula a little bit more. But I was kind of hoping for a Lugia versus Ho-Oh finals, because I'm with you. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, best games. Full stop.
I totally agree with you. Those are my favorite Pokemon games. I think that would have been an excellent final. Lunala getting in the way a little bit, but we'll
Still a
allow it.
bird.
Yeah, still a bird.
Bird up. You have an option to vote in the next community poll right
All
now.
right, we're bringing a
So
puncher.
Make your vote heard. Which one do you think is the more underrated between the Zacian and the Ho-Oh? Ho-Oh.
He intimidated
There is
first,
one
right?
correct
So
answer, and it is Ho-Oh.
chances are he's got the fake out on me.
Put Ho-Oh into the finals.
Before we get to that, though, we do have more VGC action. But like, we can maybe go through some of these teams that we have actually seen at an undefeated record, because you talked about one that I think is really important, and that's going to be that Lugia and Comfy.
Terra ghosted me. What a gamer. I didn't even read his Terra. I'm a noob.
5 and 0.
Okay.
Apparently there's a Skeleton
Fine,
and
though.
a Chandelure that's at 5 and 0. It's the ghost types. The ghost types are rising up in resistance to these Zamazenta.
I think that's you've diagnosed it
I
perfectly.
could just switch. Actually, I could U-turn, right?
Comes to the top of the wheel, and now everything that beats Zamazenta sounds a little
I feel like
bit
knock.
pure.
He could knock in that spot though, which might be annoying.
Or Psychic type or something to resist body press, and then can also resist steel. So Skeledirge resists steel, Golden Guard resists steel. Then you look like a pretty powerful option into Zamazenta. And if you think that you're gonna have to
Okay.
fight Zamazenta
I mean,
consistently,
Nala should be safe now, right? He could have. I mean, he might. He probably. Okay. I say he could have just bodied into my Incineroar spot though. I kind of wish I partinged instead. I thought that would do way more, but he's. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'm -1. He's +1. He has no item.
Great answer to Zamazenta too.
Resist some steel, immune to body press. Of course, this is where we get back to how the wheel continues to turn. Because if every team feels like it has a ghost type on it, well, that's a lot of juicy Astral Barrage targets.
I care about. I mean, I'm gonna get snarled, right? But
last round, there's another Calyrex Shadow Rider out at 5 and 0. So maybe we'll start to finally see some successful conversion for Calyrex Shadow Rider if they can find the right matchups.
The wheel is
Oh,
spinning and the
thank
gears
you.
are turning as we get ready for this next upcoming round. So while that's all happening, we're going to go to a short break. But when we come back, we've got the next round of Swiss for you here at Regionals for LA.
I could T-wave this right and then outspeed him.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would
Okay.
strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great
Okay.
mentors, professors, and other players
Okay.
among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you.
Oh man.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. For Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try and analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, this is my light play.
That I would give to somebody
Fine, I
who
guess.
start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have.
Does
for people
taunt
looking
stop
to
parting
compete at
shot?
home
It does,
is
huh?
Really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally.
He already
my advice
terra'd.
as well. So I know Go's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Pokemon trainers, we are in the privileged position of being joined by Maurice Uteg here, who's going to give us his insight onto advice to give to newer players getting into VG. So Maurice, take it away.
Okay, so what I did as a newer player is
Mm.
build my own teams for a long time, for about a year, I would say. I just looked at the past regional results and took a team from Top Cut, because that had to be good, right? Just tried to build it with my own spreads and stuff. And it worked out
I'm gonna
quite
Terra Psychic, I guess.
in Bremen. I just changed like one item.
Okay.
That was,
It means I won't Like the knock or the knockoff won't do as much.
Underrated to keep working on your play instead of something else.
Went ahead and became the Bremen regional champion. So absolutely.
That's a team I'm going to be looking at.
What else would you say?
Okay, I lived.
A different thing I would point out is that if you change up teams and cores, or if you're like really building your own teams, then every decision you make during the team building process have to have a reason. Even a Rage Powder on an Among Us can be changed sometimes if you don't need it, if you don't click it. So be careful with that and think about your decisions you're making in team building.
And definitely something that you can test during the process as well, because you maybe put a move on and maybe you're not clicking it, and that gives you opportunity to change up what you're using as well.
Yeah, I think it's sort of, trainers are so conditioned to go with the moves that players tend to run, but this is where the experimentation and creativity comes into the game.
Exactly, and that would be my last point. Even it would quite transition into is like you have to look at your losses and try to identify, why did I lose this game? Was it because of my play? Was it because of team building issue? Because of reads even?
Okay, we fake out the guy and then my Urshifu gets to come in.
Aspect of the game, because a lot of people miss a rock slide.
That's fine too. I just
and then
wanted to bring my Shifu in. Oh, I lose my scarf though. That's not good.
This rock slide, so unlucky. But I think that's, if you really want to get better, then you should try to be.
No way Aqua Jet kills, right?
Yeah, you've got to be critical, haven't you? It's so tempting to, when you lose a game, say, that was a
No. Definitely doesn't.
Of course, there's so much more going on under the surface. And I think it takes a brave trainer to really examine those things that might have gone wrong and be honest with yourself about, well, yes, I missed the hydro pump here, but if I'd done X, Y, and Z earlier in the game, then I wouldn't have had to rely on that miss. Anyway, thanks so much, Maurice. That's fascinating to hear. Hope you've learned a lot from that, trainers, and we'll be getting back to action very shortly.
I'm 1 HP. It is not looking good still though. Alright, we go for the double protect. I didn't get it. Wait, if I had hit that turn, no, I would have got suckered, right?
Welcome back, everybody. It's day one of the Los Angeles Regional Championships, and we are
Choice items are too much of a commitment.
all of this action
Lucky.
live, and we are just
Okay, we gotta fix our Karas, right?
round number 6. It has been a long day, but it's been a good day, Len, hasn't it?
So much fun.
Kara
Actually, it's
Ghost.
gonna get a little bit more sunny here in LA with the next round.
Kara Ghost.
Should be pretty fun.
Kara Fairy for sure.
We've seen Koraidon in a couple of different ways.
Kara
now.
Grass.
Like originally at the start of the format, we've seen a lot of people lock into
Kara
Flare
Steel?
Blitz, Flame Charge, Collision Course, and Protect. There have been
Look at Steel.
a couple of different flavor additions there. We saw the Sword
Both
Stance
these
earlier
guys.
on today, and I feel like that was a very unique adaptation to drop the Flare Blitz instead. But you were also able to pick it up in different ways, having Incineroar
I think-
and then some to be able to take
I think the
advantage
game's
of
gonna
some.
start soon.
Yeah, there's so many different ways to take advantage
Be able
of
to resist Ice Rider. I see, okay.
direct boosts to fire type Pokemon. I feel like the Koraidon is kind of a similar spot to Miraidon a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where it feels like it's a very powerful Pokemon and there's a lot of cool things you can do with it, but it's not established what is the thing you can do with it that makes it kind of the pinnacle.
Achirusu MVP win.
G.
True.
But definitely one of those Koraidon teams lurking out there could be the one that establishes, okay, this is how Koraidon works, in the same way that after Indianapolis, suddenly all of them were Miraidon mature specs. We had a lot of consistent partners around them because it'd be kind of established how to do well with Miraidon.
True, yeah. I mean, just leaning into the offensive power of either of those single restricted picks feels like a very strong way to be able to use both of those Pokemon. For our notable matches, though, we do have a couple of really notable pairings here. I mean, I'm even just looking
Wait,
at the
isn't that Joshua Diamond the guy that's in the chat all the time? Demontuev? And Joe is 5-0 as well?
I think immediately kind of got on people's radars. I'm remembering like Dreadnought strats. So much fun.
So unique in some of the Pokemon he can bring, but also just so much success over years. Consistent day 2 level player. And we're getting to the part of the day where once you hit 5-0, then just today starts to look like a really successful tournament. And so these are all players who are having strong days, have teams well prepared
It
for
is.
this tournament. Now fighting up against other players.
That's him, right?
That same level of success to have won all
Going on stream, yeah, that's him.
so far today, only one of which
He's a sub.
6-0 record.
He's always hanging out in the chat.
Now past the halfway point.
All right, we're rooting for him. Joshua's a homie.
To that day 2, you can just taste it. And as we head into our Swiss round number 6, we've got Joshua Diamond.
He's a
versus
viewer.
Colin Hire. Joshua Diamond, maybe a bit of a more unknown factor when it comes down to the VGC scene. Just not like when you look at a player like Colin, kind of know that Colin has been around the block for several years and has a lot of regionals to account for.
It can be.
He got his Diglett out. All right, everyone, whip your Diglets out.
A very successful day 5-0. You're like you mentioned halfway.
He's a Unite player, so of course he's gonna bring Zacian.
Really strong player like Colin. It can be like a challenging moment, but Josh is gonna have to stick with what he's been having success with, which is these Pokemon in front of us.
It's wild because you immediately look at this team, and we were talking about ghost types galore as a great way to be able to deal with these more
Stellar Terrorization. Is that cool?
threats like Zamazenta, and you've got an Annihilate here with a Choice Scarf and Final Gambit.
Annihilate with Choice Scarf, something we've seen all the way back to Regulation A. Anytime a Pokemon has Final Gambit in its
He has his wedding ring on too.
Choice Scarf set out there that can try to trade
Ladies, be respectful.
can do that while also trying to, for this team, Zacian's biggest problem is generally Incineroar. You lose that Rusted Sword boost to an Intimidate. Well, Annihilate can do a really good job of punishing Incineroar for that. You get a Defiant attack boost by leading.
What's his Twitter?
And then can just threaten back with a close combat.
Right here.
So,
Demonutive.
can try to really punish with close combat.
Like his last name, but with Utiv.
Pokemon that's really spiking in popularity, it feels like this weekend.
Yeah, he's always in the chat.
Lock in Pokemon, try to maybe
He's always vibing.
so easily switching back in. If both the opposing Pokemon are stuck on the field, well then you can't switch out. But no Incineroar on the other side, and so it's gonna be interesting to see.
How does Stellar Terra work for defenses again? Joe is also undefeated. He's also 5-0 right now.
A little more clear for Zacian itself, but some of those partners may not have the matchups they're used to fighting against.
Has perfect pitch too. That's very interesting. It's very unique. Not a lot of people have that. So I think that's very cool that Joshua does have that.
Wait, I feel like we saw this team already once, no? We saw a very similar team, if not this exact team already. I think the other Crydon has Swords Dance, though, maybe. No, wait, isn't this the team that,
Built with the 3 attacks and protect, like you mentioned a moment ago.
that Alex had?
Partner in Fluttermane with the Photosynthesis.
Isn't this the same team Alex had?
Choice specs, but then also crucially, especially for this matchup, has the Chi-Yu with Sun there to boost the fire damage output.
It was, right?
Chi-Yu, and if you look over at the other side, there's only
On and Alex built together for this one. Nice, nice. Look at that. Look at me having a memory. They're both your boys? Yeah. Alex is the homie. He's always in the chat too.
You look at these 6, it may be Chi-Yu that's one of the most important Pokemon for this matchup, but Crydon can also function as a fire attacker, has 2 fire moves, Fire Blitz and Flame Charge.
Yeah, the Fish's Scarf. Last time they didn't have the items right on screen.
And not only put the Sun boost behind those fire moves, but put same type attack boost behind them as well. So it's going to feel like, I think, a lot of fire offense for Colin, and Joshua trying to withstand the flames.
It's going to be tough when Colin's worst finish with Gothitella is 2nd place.
Damn. Wait, so these guys are both. They're both vibers.
Strategies we've seen with Gothitelle with its Shadow Tag ability to trap opponents in, and maybe even pair song strategies. It can really come up to some shenanigans. But
Guys, there's a lot of dads that play VGC.
Round number 6 between Colin
That's pretty cool.
Joshua, and for Colin, it is going to be the Koraidon and the Whimsicott, and for Joshua, the Annihilate and the Raging Bolt. We weren't really sure that the Annihilate
Shout out to the
would win this
dads.
matchup.
It felt like Annihilate might not have had a place in this matchup, but it is something you can at least safely lead and try to trade away, whether that's just Final Gambit directly trading it or trying to get a close combat into Crydon and kind of force
Coaching, what is this, Unite? What are you, Mew? Yappa.
And overspeed the Tailwind that the Choice Scarf that Annihilate has. and can also just try to Moonblast the Annihilate itself without taking too much damage back into Whimsicott. I don't think much surprise to see Raging Bolt led here. I think any lead that didn't have Raging Bolt would feel like
Last dude used Encore in bed too often. That was a funny joke.
and it would have been too expensive to try to switch Raging Bolt in. But of course, with no Chi-Yu on the other side, you have to be very careful about allowing too much damage into Raging Bolt. If Raging Bolt takes something like a Moonblast and Collision Course double up, well, there may be nothing left that
Draco?
can take a Heat Wave in the
Swap the swap to the Ice Dog.
And instead, the Chien Pao from Joshua now going to hit the field. A little bit difficult to think about that switch, knowing that that sort of ruin is going to affect your Raging Bolt partner. But this Koraidon did protect this turn, so at the very least, you're going to be safe from any of those physical attacks.
My God, that
Doing
Moonblast.
more damage into that Raging Bolt. But the Raging
That
Bolt
Moonblast hurt.
Draco Meteor, Colin, keeping that Koraidon safe with that protect.
Koraidon protecting itself possibly from damage coming out from Annihilate, especially if you know you want to Moonblast on the turn and not Tailwind, then that Choice Scarf is a little more threatening.
Who do we root for?
Just stay safe. No risk to it from a Draco Meteor.
I think I might have to root for Joshua. But maybe Colin's also sometimes in the chat. I don't know.
The Raging Bolt, but
A lot of the VGC players like to watch Unite apparently, which is cool.
there, Colin playing a little bit more safely, doesn't take
But Joshua's, I know, is a chatter.
I think still finds himself in
A regular.
position. Chien Pao can threaten a bunch of damage back into either.
We might have to root for him.
Reduces a lot of the possible damage output from Joshua, and then if you combine that with a Tailwind.
And I know Zacian is cringe in Unite, but you know, we gotta rep the Unite guys.
Well, that Tailwind
When we go to foreign lands, we have to rep our guys.
Pokemon on the field, but we see the Raging Bolt go for the Thunderclap.
He drinks milk and plays VGC. Yeah, if he's not a Unite guy, then we gotta go Joshua.
Flare Blitz in the sun. His follow-up into the Raging Bolt is not enough to be able to knock it out for this turn, which is going to leave it vulnerable to a Thunderclap in the next one. But the Ice Spinner.
Ice Spinner.
Into this
Meow.
Koraidon that did not terrestrialize to the fire type
Meow.
will be enough to be able to pick
Wait,
it
why
up.
didn't he Terra?
Such an interesting decision to not terrestrialize there.
How come he didn't Terra?
I was fully aware when making that decision that it means less damage coming out from Flare Blitz. Enough less damage that Flare Blitz does not.
His Flare Blitz would have killed and he would have lived.
He's opening up for Ice Spinner to deal a ton of damage back, but choosing to save that terrestrialization for later and making a trade there. Maybe not expecting.
Or maybe he's saving it for something else.
But the double target means it does, and doesn't really manage to capitalize on it that much. But of course, we talked before the match. The Raging Bolt was one of the best things to stop Chi-Yu if it is the last thing in that spot. And now it is so low on the other side.
And what a great way to invest this terrestrialization now, even though you didn't have it for that Koraidon. This Raging Bolt does get the electric Terra type and has access to spread damage in that Electro Web. Whether you wanted it to be speed control or not, it will be plenty to be able to pick up this Raging Bolt. And you're also
Protect.
going to terrestrialize away from the weaknesses to the Chien Pao as well as this Raging Bolt. Even going for the Thunderclap though into the Whimsicott, gonna sense that Moonblast is coming, but it's going into the protect of the Chien Pao. So pretty nice call there.
Nice damage, nice damage.
For the Electro Web.
Do we live the E-Web?
Leave this Raging Bolt on Joshua's side really vulnerable.
Do we live it?
This Terra on top, that should be plenty of damage.
Oh.
But as I say that,
It's not enough. AB's broken.
Assault Vest of 4 times resistance and Electro Web's really low base power means that even at the extremely low health that Raging Bolt was at, Electro Web is not able to pick up the KO. Colin looking to pick up a KO himself on Chien Pao that turn, goes for the Electro Web plus Moonblast double.
It doesn't matter much though, right? Maybe he would have wanted it to die, to be honest.
Can't accomplish much. It now has speed dropped. Could easily just go down to another Electro Web. The Thunderclap will do a chunk of damage into either of these Pokemon, but not like a critical amount. And so the double up is probably still there into Chien Pao. And if you can get it on this turn,
I feel like the Whimsicott is just not gonna attack, right? Yeah.
Whimsicott just going to protect
Because he knows that he wants to get a free Thunderclap off.
and it's not gonna be able to hit.
Yeah, I think he probably would have wanted his I think he wanted his Raging Bolt to die last turn. I think it not dying was bad for him actually.
Coming into play, and that double up would have definitely been enough. And this time the Electro.
But then Zacian would have been out for free, right?
2 times the charm.
A smart little play from Joshua there tries to. The Electro Web wasn't going to be enough damage to pick up the KO into Whimsicott, but if Whimsicott had gone for the Moonblast and an Electro Web plus a Sucker Punch would have been enough damage to pick up the KO. But because Whimsicott just protects itself on that turn, Sid doesn't capitalize at all, and so leaves the same field.
The last turn to protect now. Or Tailwind.
Zacian can deal a bunch of damage in this position, can probably can certainly KO Whimsicott, can probably 2-hit KO Raging Bolt from this position, but shouldn't be able to 1-hit KO Raging Bolt from this position. A combination of Sucker Punch might like start to amount to enough damage. I think a little bit difficult of a position for Colin. You can't be too trusting that just leaving Raging Bolt on the field, you'll get an Electro Web off, especially if the Stellar Terrestrialization is used to amplify the damage from Zacian. And I think if Zacian can kind of come through this turn a little bit unscathed and the Raging Bolt goes down, things start to swing pretty heavily back in Joshua's favor. That Tridon trade from far earlier.
He didn't get double protect.
No, and I mean, here too, trying to go for the double protect, just in case there was a super effective attack from the Zacian coming through, it will be able to hit
The E-Web spam is kind of annoying.
And the Selector Web will not be able to pick on.
Yeah, the Annihilate is final gambit. He's Scarf final gambit.
It does do a sizable amount of damage into Zacian as the speed is going to drop as well, but this Behemoth Blade, boy, has it been a long
No, it's
time
Zacian
since
ult.
we've seen this animation, but it's not into a Dynamax target. It feels so different.
Whimsicott goes down there. I don't think Colin's too sad to give that up. It's, I think, a better loss for him than a bunch of health onto Raging Bolt. You can also see the Tailwind was able to make Raging Bolt faster than Zacian there, so that it got an Electro Web off. Definitely now, with one stage of speed dropped onto Zacian, it will still be faster. And now is the moment. We talked before the match that Chiyu might be the most pivotal Pokemon, and it's on the field at this point. The Electro Web and Heat Wave double up will easily KO both of these Pokemon. She and Pao can try to get a Sucker Punch off ahead of that, but is not going to pick up the KO onto either of these Pokemon with that. Of course, accuracy can still be a big factor here. Neither of those moves, Heat Wave or Electro Web, is 100% accurate. But I think.
But is he Terra Dark Sucker Punching?
Joshua just attacks into this and does lose 2 Pokemon to a double spread move. Well, Annihilate, but a Choice Scarf single target in the back is not going to close out that game. If you can manage to lose only one of them, then Annihilate can have a much bigger impact.
Okay, well, Terrestrialization is going to get committed here. It's going to at least boost up one of these dark type attacks from this Qianpao. And with the Sucker Punch now heading into this Raging Bolt's way, I mean, that is 50%. If you can get the follow-up here, that's huge. But the Thunderclap going into the Qianpao, even though the Qianpao is faster, means it's not going to be able to hit. But doesn't matter when the Chiyu is able to land both targets with this Heat Wave to pick up a double KO. And it does come down to just this Annihilate in the back.
Colin looking for a little extra on top there. If the
Shouldn't he have Terra'd on his Zacian instead? And just, or was he playing for the Sucker Punch crit there?
Doesn't get that, instead just a Heat Wave for 2 KOs, and that leaves Annihilate on an island by itself. Annihilate could do this with a couple of turns, but it's going to be, you know, a combination of probably 2 Raging Bolt attacks that it has to take. And the first one is going to be this Thunderclap. We'll have to see how much damage it does.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
No, that did a lot.
That's definitely enough, especially when this...
It's going to get his draw. Oh, it didn't even kill with that.
Knockout either, and lowers its
That's
special
GG.
defense in the process. You're hoping that this Chiyu is going to miss a Heat Wave when it comes down to that, but it does not. And so, just like our Chiyu before...
Could have died before moving.
Have those great Heat Waves and bring Colin to victory in this game number 1.
I thought the Heat Wave wouldn't kill him.
And have Chiyu close out the game.
Because he's not steel typed anymore.
Might have liked, but it does feel like Chiyu is such a trump card in this matchup that when it hits the field, if
Or does it
Colin
still
has
kill
done
him?
enough work ahead of time, Joshua's gonna have so
He was just a demon?
slowing it down and stopping it. I think the Raging Bolt, it's so interesting.
Stellar keeps his defensive typing. Oh, I didn't know that.
You have to have something to withstand that initial attack. But when Chiyu isn't led, and all
That's what that
damage can
does.
go into Raging Bolt, even when Flare Blitz wasn't
Okay, you guys did mention it keeps its original typing. I see.
left to take those Heat Waves.
I don't know. That's why people run like Terra
Joshua doesn't have any kind of
water or whatever, right?
to try
A
to
lot.
get above the Choice Scarf for Chiyu. It's always going to be the fastest thing, even if you can outlast
Or Terra Fairy or Terra
Whimsicott on the other side, or KO
like
Whimsicott
a
before
defensive
it
Terra.
It doesn't need the Tailwind. It's just going to be naturally faster.
Yeah, I mean, that's an important thing to note for a lot of the Pokemon here. Koraidon, Qianpao, they're actually in the same speed tier. And so you have to consider that
Joshua's
having
got
the
this. Look,
other
he's
sources
locked
of
in.
Control play a role, whether it is like the items, the Choice Scarves, the Electro Webs.
He's locked in. Don't worry. He's doing one of these.
Priority moves. There's a lot.
You know, he's leaning. He's gonna lean in for the next game.
This particular match, and even though Joshua felt like got some really good damage trades with the
Colin is
Raging Bolt,
hyped though. Look at him go.
Colin got what he wanted out of the Koraidon at all.
it's really good recognition. It can be a very hard decision to make as a player to not focus on the one turn in front of you. The one turn in front of you, the fire terastallization onto Koraidon could be the best option. But the game is more than the one turn in front of you. And so it can be really important to recognize when to preserve those resources, how to play the macro game, and to execute on a game plan that you established before that. And it felt like Colin was successful in that. I think the bad news for Joshua is there are a lot of ways for Colin to be successful through that. It's not one game plan that was executed one time. There are a lot of paths, whether it's leading Chiyu and closing with Koraidon, or the opposite like we saw in the previous game, that feel like they should work. And it's going to be a different...
Might be a shirt diff? Oh, true, actually. Alright, the Goth is out. Oh, but the Goth is out, but there's Flutter's out.
Wow, okay, well,
He read him.
That's great news. You have your Ghost-type Pokemon in front of this Gothitelle, but the Gothitelle has access to so many other tools that we can really take advantage of next to this Chien-Pao.
Gothitelle definitely can try to fake out Whimsicott. I think its fake out presence could be one of the more impactful things for Joshua. If it can end up against the Chiyu at some point, that fake out can be really disruptive. But here, of course, you can't fake out Fluttermane. Whimsicott is threatening a Ghost Terastallization. You don't expect Colin would actually use it in the situation, but you have to at least consider, oh, I can't give up too much if that were to be the selection.
He's saying, frick it, I have the read.
And doesn't kind of provide any...
Oh, he Terra'd. Turn one Terra'd.
Save it from just taking something like a Moonblast plus Dazzling Gleam double up.
Is it Terra Ghost Whimsicott? It is Terra Ghost Whimsicott. Are these the type of plays you make when you're up a game?
Just make yourself a Ghost type also.
That's broken.
It gives you the flexibility to be able to switch out if you want to in the face of this Shadow Tag Gothitelle, but you're just gonna go ahead and get the Dazzling Gleam damage to bring down this Chien-Pao to its Focus Sash. The Ice Spinner, not gonna be able to hit into the Whimsicott, and it wouldn't be super effective anyway now thanks to the Ghost typing, but Fluttermane is not the bulkiest of Pokemon, so it is gonna go down to just that Ice Spinner, but the follow-up from this Whimsicott...
Okay, I mean, Flutter's down at least.
Colin recognizing that getting Chien-Pao down was probably the most important thing that could happen out of that turn, and so
The taunt was smart.
The Ghost Terastallization to try to catch a fake out, but I think there's a lot of little things in that turn that probably don't go the way that he expected them to. The Gothitelle does not fail a fake out into Whimsicott, instead it taunts this Whimsicott.
So you can break the Shadow Tag.
Supporting options that Whimsicott would like to use, and Fluttermane just goes down to an Ice Spinner there. A lot of times players are being forced to use Icicle Crash because they need the extra bit of base power to make sure they can land that one-hit KO into Fluttermane. In this case, the Chien-Pao able to just do it with an Ice Spinner. That's either a more frail Fluttermane than we're used to, maybe a Chien-Pao without a speed boosting nature but an attack boosting anyone's nature instead, some combination of it, but it's a really impactful change to this game, because if Fluttermane had stayed on the field for an extra turn, that trade looks a lot better, I think, for Colin. Instead, it's pretty neutral, and the Terastallization was spent for Colin. Of course, that does just open things up for Chiyu to come out on the field and start having the impact that it's capable of in this matchup, but it's also the perfect moment for Raging Bolt to come back on the field. The best answer for Chiyu, and this time, not whittled down. No other source of damage into it means that it comes in at...
Time's running out.
Watch out for Whimsicott Moonblast. The damage can mount really quickly, especially with Dark Pulse as an option from Chiyu on the other side, but for the moment...
Alright, we Terra'd our...
And it's tough, because I was going to say that this Raging Bolt has...
Our giraffe guy.
...been forced into a Terastallization, but... Even not having the Terastallization for the Chiyu, you would have loved if you're Colin to have the ground typing with the Terra Blast, but you force the Terastallization in a different way, knowing that the Whimsicott is stuck, having to Moonblast into this Raging Bolt. And with the double up of the Overheat...
Oh, so the Terra kept him alive, nice. Oh, but he got the special attack drop.
...within another Moonblast's range. Foul play into the Whimsicott is going to do a good chunk now that it is a Ghost Terra type, but...
Wouldn't have mattered, right? But still.
To go with another Moonblast.
This is a very delicate position for Colin, though. If you know, you could be really tempted to just switch Chiyu out here, go for another Moonblast to pick up the KO and Raging Bolt, undo the Overheat drops. They can so easily be disrupted for, say, a Thunderclap into Whimsicott. It's been taunted. It can't do.
But he can't swap the Chiyu out, right?
Terastallization, it's now neutral to Thunderclap, and if you just pick off Whimsicott while there's a switch, then maybe things don't look as
He can't switch the Chiyu because the Shadow Tag, right?
Allow that to happen, because you really do need to reset the boost on Chiyu, and you're probably not that worried about what Gothitelle does in the other spot. But definitely a tricky position. It's going to be hard for Colin to both have the position he would like to have and keep all these Pokemon healthy.
Ooh, okay, well...
Oh, the Whimsicott's leaving. Did it go to Koraidon?
You see the Whimsicott leave the field for the Koraidon.
Oh.
And the slot looks even better if you're Joshua. You've got the Orichalcum Pulse, though.
Oh, and he's going to get Photosynthesis.
It's going to help
Oh,
with,
defense.
the this Chi-Yu here.
Oh, defense because he had the special attack drops, huh?
And so now that it is still one of the
Okay, never mind. It's not. It's getting outspread, so never mind.
able to do what it had locked into, which would have been great if it hit the target that it actually wanted. God, that Draco Meteor would have been so clutch.
Would have been a lot of damage, but Chi-Yu elects to stay on the field, go to -4 special attack, and pick up that KO. Of course, can always switch out in the future. Very easy to just switch Chi-Yu into Whimsicott and undo those drops, or to just stay out on the offense. I think even at -4 special attack, Sun-boosted Overheat is going to do a lot to Zacian. It's not so assumed that Chi-Yu would just switch out here. And of course,
I think we lose. No.
Used from Colin's side can also
How does Joshua win this?
Zacian's offense and threaten a ton of damage.
Well, this Koraidon is just going to protect here. It does not need to worry about taking an attack this turn, especially when play rough is on the menu. The Zacian is going to be able to take out the Chi-Yu.
There's a free swap to his Whimsicott though.
But I think you still have to worry a little bit about whether or not you're able to just close out the game here if you're Joshua. Like, is this Zacian going to actually be enough, knowing that Colin has the opportunity here to have released the taunt from this Whimsicott and go for something like the Tailwind?
Absolutely. I think the play here, the expectation is Tailwind plus Flare Blitz to pick up a KO into Zacian. And Gothitelle can't really do much to punish that. It's not going to win an end game. Even if it gets a chance to protect, it can foul play and knock out the Whimsicott, but Koraidon should be able to close this game, but it's not going to be that assumed. Flare Blitz is going to do a lot of recoil, and those foul plays will start to mount up. It is a Flare Blitz into the protect. It is the Tailwind. Let's have to see what the Gothitelle goes for.
Yeah, I mean, the Gothitelle here just gets to go for the foul play. The Whimsicott is going to get picked up, but you saw how little it was able to do to the Koraidon.
Yeah, I think there was a weeb. There was a weeb.
So it should be like 6 or 7 attacks
There was a weeb.
that foul play. When this Koraidon is still free to just go.
There's
for
an
the
electro
Flare
weeb.
The problem is how much recoil the Flare Blitz is going to do.
Is he going for double protect?
To attack twice should be able to take the recoil plus a Flare Blitz. The double protect might have made a little bit of difference, but Zacian does not get it.
So now we finally get the answer to our question with this Flare Blitz being a one-hit knockout into the Zacian. We see what recoil this Koraidon is going to take, and it's pretty comfortable. You can take another foul play or 2 or 3 from this Gothitelle and just close out the game here. So Colin, really well done. You still go for the foul plays though if you can, but I think this Koraidon has one job and one job only, and that's to go for another fire type attack. The flame charge though, really smart to make sure you're not going to be taking too much recoil.
I think the one way to lose that game was to miss a KO with Flare Blitz and do enough recoil that maybe a foul play crit picked up the KO. Now you've got Gothitelle low enough that you can just comfortably Flare Blitz and know that you'll pick up the KO, and it's exactly what Colin does to pick up the KO on Gothitelle, win this game, this match 2-0, and move to 6-0 on the day.
6-0, you're feeling so good. You only need one more now to make your way into
Nice, nice, nice.
And Colin, continuing to show us.
Unlucky for Joshua, but you know, he can still go day 2, right? You can drop a game.
There are definitely good matchups for it out in the field. I think Colin with a really great demonstration in that matchup how to execute on a good team matchup. I think a lot of players could look at these two teams up against each other and recognize that Colin was going to have the advantage with his fire attackers and the Zacian on the other side. But there are definitely ways to
Unlucky protect fail.
Focus too much on the
I mean, it still would have been tough for him to win, right?
Stuck to his guns.
He's just gonna get one extra fake out from that.
And was able to play kind of flexibly within that advantage as well.
Yeah.
Closed the first game with Chi-Yu, but then in game 2 was willing to just keep attacking with Chi-Yu.
He only lose 2 games?
Chi-Yu, and then know and trust that Koraidon is the other piece of the team advantage and that it can also close out that end game.
I mean, still though, the one-hit knockout under the Fluttermane with Ice Spinner, we really don't see that every day. I was like confused when it happened because a lot of the times we do see those Fluttermane.
All our boys are losing. Joe, I think Joe is looking good still. I think Joe is. I mean, I have no idea, but Joe was 5-0. I'm assuming he's just 6-0.
Being able to get the Chi-Yu in a better position.
The call.
Okay, I gotta go check. I think there was like some shuffling happening upstairs. I think I'm supposed to be home alone.
Is also an enormous one in that game. Chi-Yu holding the choice scarf.
They're doing round 8 and round 9 tomorrow morning. Oh, okay, good to know.
A dragon type.
Next round is the last round. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. I'll be right back.
Of damage between Overheat and Moonblast, which makes the Overheat lock a lot safer for Colin than a Dark Pulse lock that looks very poor if the Raging Bolt does Terastallize. But got the full value of it, which is the Overheat hitting into the Fairy Raging Bolt. and dealing so much damage between that and Moonblast so that the Raging Bolt was able to be traded away the next turn.
Yeah, it was super well thought out, and Colin still kind of thinking back to like even the end game. Okay, make sure it's a flame charge. I don't want to take too much recoil. I don't want to take too much damage. Just make sure it is a clean and locked up end game, and there's expertly played. But credits to Joshua. It's not easy having to face up an opponent that you know is as well known as Colin, and also with one of the more underrated restricted Pokemon. I know you call it overrated, but like still got to 5-0 with the Zacian.
Yeah, the Zacian obviously still having valuable impact on games out in the field, just maybe not as much in that one. Like you said, Colin just really well executing on the end games, executing on the advantage that he had, and Joshua doing the most that he could to make them close. Despite that, I think recognizing that Colin wasn't going to make that many mistakes, I think found pretty good avenues to try to leave room for those mistakes or find paths back into the game. But Colin just expertly moving through with the advantage that he had and picking up the win in that match.
Like you said, the worst placement he's done with Gothitelle is second place at an event, so
that's a pretty good track record.
I think
Putting it on the line in this tournament too. Making the call that he's going to make it at least into our finals tomorrow.
Listen, there's been a lot of Gothitelle, maybe more than I had expected. Maybe we get the chance to find out a little bit more from Colin why that Pokemon choice was made as Gabby's ready with an interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Colin Heyer, currently undefeated going into round 7. How does it feel?
It feels amazing, honestly. Like, I've had a really bad season, I would argue. Like, I had that top 4 where I, played incredibly out of my mind. But that ended up being kind of a fluke, and I never was able to get close back to winning a medal, winning a tournament. So it feels good to start out at 6-0.
Yeah, and you're using your favorite Pokemon of all time, Gothitelle, right?
I would say Azumarill is my favorite Pokemon, but Gothitelle feels like I'm genuinely cheating when I play the game. Like, when they can't switch, it just makes it so much easier.
I was going to say it's not Cresselia, so that was the joke I was going for. But, I respect it because I do feel like there's a lot of value in this format with being able to pin your opponent's Pokemon on the field, and I really felt like that was what we saw try to happen in that game last round.
Oh yeah, from his Gothitelle.
From his Gothitelle, yeah. So I want to know, I mean, you saw the team preview, you saw you were facing off against another Gothitelle user. What was your strategy?
I kind of felt like Gothitelle isn't that great into my team. I have Terra Ghost on Whimsicott, obviously, which I did use in game 2, and that was always my plan. I'm like, if they lead Gothitelle, Whimsicott is going Ghost. So I knew that with, I just feel like I'm just nutty with Whimsicott. He's like the best Pokemon. I swear he's restricted levels of strength right now, and you need to be using Whimsicott. And so I feel like I'm really good with Whimsicott, so I was like, I'm just going to lead Whimsicott and let him take me home.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been saying that for years, so thank you for the validation.
All right, I locked the door. I don't know what's... I definitely heard some noises, but maybe it's from outside.
It was between...
But I'm home alone, door unlocked. A little monka, right?
I used Kyogre at Indianapolis, and it just kind of felt mid, so I was like, I'm off that train. And Koraidon just feels good. Like, it's not a great restricted Pokemon, like, by itself, but I feel like I get 3 restricted Pokemon when I play them because Fluttermane and Raging Bolt become near gods, so...
Yeah, and you also have the bonus of not missing Precipice Blades, right?
Exactly. I think Groudon sucks.
Well, I mean, you're undefeated so far today. You just locked in your Worlds invite last weekend at a local. What are you thinking for the rest of the season? You think you're going to keep going on the Koraidon train?
I'm not sure. I don't know where the future will take me, but
That's
like
fair.
Koraidon feels good for this tournament, and I felt like for this tournament, this was the team.
Wait, is Worlds going to be double restricted, or do we not know yet? The Worlds format.
It's an amazing team, built my friends Raghav, Alex, and myself, and so it just feels amazing.
All right. Well, Colin, do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home?
Yeah, I got to shout out my girlfriend, Allie. I got to shout out my mom, sister, and dad who are watching. All the boys in the boiler room as well. I know they're watching as well, so yeah. And Alex for helping with the team.
Don't know yet? Okay.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I hope that you're able to keep that momentum going. Get those flame charge speed boosts maybe to the end of the day. And casters will be rolling on back to you.
Reg G ends soon after NAIC. Okay, so it could be double restricted, right?
Opportunity there to say Colin is riding the Koraidon train.
Reg G ends... runs through end of August. Well, Worlds is middle of August, so if that's the case, then it is Reg G.
And you're just riding the Koraidon into victory.
Okay, so you're looking for Koraidon or Colin Koraidon Rider out
Yeah.
here.
Exactly. You get me. You get me. That's what we should come up with when we have a champion that wins a tournament with a Koraidon or a Calyrex. We're missing it. We're missing. So we had the Rajan. I missed
Rajan Rider.
I love it. We'll keep workshopping that one. But it's been, I think, interesting to hear from Colin.
No Kunal shout out. Yeah, where's my shout out? I basically made the team for them, if you think about it.
Think about Michael Kelsch's team from EU and how that Koraidon
Yep.
was so well supported by things like Flutter Mane as well as Raging Bolt, but still had other options. I think that team also included an Incineroar.
Wait, if Joe won, they might show Joe's game, right? If Joe's 6-0.
Bonus in the sun as well. Interesting choices.
I really want to see what Joe's playing.
Part of this metagame are there restricted Pokemon that are kind of selfish. All of the value is about themselves and how they can sweep, and the restricted Pokemon that are more team players. To Colin's point, Koraidon is not necessarily about the value innate to itself and how well it fights, but the fact that you get Flutter Mane and Shiyu and Raging Bolt all with really impactful boosts. Some Pokemon haven't decided which they are yet. I think Koraidon looked like it was a team player, becomes a little bit more selfish, but I think figuring out how to best make use of those Pokemon to provide the best value.
Actually, the team is based on Michael Jordan. Oh, true.
For the team.
That's why Mewtwo has a basketball.
Part of this metagame.
It is. I love that that's the way that you put that. More like selfish versus selfless types of restricteds. Where does Ho-Oh fall?
You know, Ho-Oh is just a hustler, just working hard, just making sprints onto the field.
Ho is Regenerator, right? That's kind of cool. Coach Joe shouts us out.
What about Lugia?
If he shouts me out, it'll be because I was annoying him in his DMs.
Just trying to like all in on supporting Lugia. Lugia
Yo,
is the
guys, I'm
star
still
there
hearing
to
noises.
make it work and needs all of
Is
the
it raining right now? Is that what it is?
squarely on Lugia.
Okay. What about
It's not.
Groudon?
There must be like a squirrel or a cat or something.
That it's selfless and trying to support the team with the sun, but then just wants to take.
Or there's someone in my house right now and I'm getting robbed.
and misses them every time, and so ends up hurting the team. And so I think that's the problem with Groudon.
Maybe a little bit. I'm still a Groudon believer personally, but I've also probably played the most games.
Our neighbor's cat, or one of our neighbor's cats, is an outdoor cat. So, like, it's always outside. It could be their cat.
What about Rayquaza?
He comes to our backyard and starts meowing for food. But I don't feed him.
Airlock away weather boost for its teammates. It is there to extreme speed and 1-hit KO and demands a lot of support from the team. And I think that's part of the problem with it, is that selfish for Pokemon. The Pokemon that needs that many resources poured into it just to trade successfully is much harder to use in this format.
Kyurem White.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I think also selfish, right? You're requiring that Ninetales be on the team. You need to make sure that you're positioned well to get the blizzards off, and really not providing much support for the team or dealing with any critical threats that open up the team.
Lunala.
Oh, the most selfless, right? Like, it is there to wide guard and trick room in ways that you don't expect a restricted Pokemon to use its move slots and attacks for, in a way that maybe it's best used when it's a little bit more
There's a Sableye in my house. True.
Resources are poured into Lunala instead of the other direction.
I feel like similarly, maybe Zamazenta.
Yeah, I think Zamazenta just kind of does its own thing, trades back and forth. Doesn't need a lot of help, but doesn't really help that much either.
I love this. I feel like we just got a good hustler at the end of the day. I'm just gonna remember that forever. Like, regardless of the other knowledge you just imparted on everybody about whether they play selfish or selfless, that's the one thing I'm gonna take away from this, is that Ho-Oh is a hustler. Oh my gosh. Well, let's see what the community has had to say. We have a couple of tweets to share with you. Speaking of hustlers, maybe Mewtwo be ballin'.
Yeah, I think you could probably take just about anyone in
That's pretty good.
Definitely.
That's actually so funny.
Angel's Laker in a 1v1.
Oh, no. Don't say that too loud. You literally live in LA.
Wait, how could he be on the Lakers? Is he taking LeBron's spot?
Looking good with the basketball there, and I love the inspiration from our set with the little Mewtwo with the basketball.
I think Stephen A. Smith would be very happy about seeing this. That's for sure. But thank you for the wonderful illustration of the Lakers Mewtwo hustling with the basketball.
That's lit though.
As we get a chance to take a look at a very wholesome tweet. This month I got.
Who's gonna tell LeBron he's not on the team anymore?
Looking at my first invite for the Pokemon World Championships this year. It is really a child dream that became true. And this couldn't be possible thanks to some special people who helped me on this journey earlier. That is awesome. I can see all of the Zero to Rio family with you, being able to support you. A couple of players I think that we all remember, like Thiago Latanzi, part of the Latin America International Championship broadcast, and just a ton of just like great community down there. Awesome to see that type of support.
Yeah, I love that support. I love that camaraderie between the team and the success to get into the World Championships, and hopefully we'll see him in Honolulu in a few months.
The LA Wakers, I'm dead.
Team effort though. When you think about all of the players that shout out like help to my teammates,
The LA Wakers.
team and things like that. I know you've been on that side too, where you have a village behind you. When
A Mewtwo emote? We have one in the Discord. It's a pretty funny one.
Went and built it by myself in a room somewhere. It's always a team effort to put these teams.
He doesn't come out great in emote form in my experience though, sadly.
And so it really does take a group like this to create successful Pokemon players.
That's really awesome.
The Aki way.
On your Worlds invite, and we are very much
Sure.
in Honolulu in just a couple of months. But as we take a look at our caster predictions, okay, Len, are you okay? Blink twice if this Smeargle is not holding you hostage.
Look, I think Smeargle could have had its place. To me, Smeargle represented maybe another support option next to Calyrex Shadow if the wheel were turning such that Calyrex Shadow was in a successful place. Golden Go.
But Chiyu definitely has been the right call, right?
On top, and Zamazenta trying to. Or Golden Go trying to answer Zamazenta, and then Koraidon, of course, we just saw it have success in that last.
Chiyu definitely has been the most popular one out of all these.
My picks here.
Okay. I just can't forgive.
And then Koraidon for the restricted, right? At least from what we've seen on stream.
Take a break from the game, and so seeing it as
Slitherwing propaganda, yeah. Where's Volcarona is what we actually saw, right?
let you defend it and say your piece.
Look, it no longer has Dark Void. It is reformed Simply Spores now.
It's Simply Spores, Thunder Waves, and Fakes Out, and yeah, okay. All right, maybe I'll give it another chance in like 6 months. I'll see how I'm feeling. Okay.
It's Regieleki. It's Rotom's older
I'm a
brother.
little surprised we haven't seen Ting Lu.
Rotom's big bro.
That was kind of one of those Treasures of Ruin that I really thought would see a bit more play as a Miraidon counter, especially just with the ground typing that it has, and it's very bulky. But we haven't seen it yet.
I think part of the problem for Ting Lu is how poorly it matches up against Zamazenta. Zamazenta, a Pokemon that had a ton of success in Stockholm. So if you're looking at your team builder, think, do I want to add this Pokemon that will feel almost impossible to bring anytime I'm against Zamazenta? Now, if your main rationale for bringing it is to answer Miraidon, well, they can't ever have both Miraidon and Zamazenta. But you might just be playing a 5-Pokemon team against, 15 to 20% of the field out there who have the Zamazenta, because it is so difficult to use it when it's weak to body press and it really doesn't provide the same value with the reduction of special attack.
True. When
you're just looking down at Chien Pao and a Zamazenta.
That's true. That's a good point. Maybe I'll get him next time. We got the Chiyu one right though. That's good.
Yeah. Chiyu having a good amount of success out in the field, partners really well with so many of these different special attacking restricteds. Trapagos, the Miraidon,
True.
In the last game with Koraidon, not even boosting a special attacking restricted, but just taking advantage of the sun from Koraidon.
Yeah, and we've even seen just like Snarl, I think in general, versus things like Calyrex Shadow Rider coming back around the wheel. I think it's going to do pretty well. And I'm also interested to point out that we all pick different restricted Pokemon for our predictions.
Oh, that's
so only
really
one of us
interesting.
can come out on top.
That's true. Only one restricted Pokemon's going to win the tournament. Only one of us could be right, or none of us could be right.
Could be right.
Some,
Could
some
just be
pretty
Miraidon or
powerful
Terrapagos. Where's the Shadow Rider Calyrex?
I don't believe in it that much because
Okay.
there's still so many great. It feels like Calyrex Shadow Rider just keeps taking strays in every direction too. Even when the field opens up a little bit for it with Gothitels everywhere, there's still Chiyus everywhere
True.
as well with Scarf Snarls and just making life extremely difficult for Calyrex Shadow Rider.
There are way more Gothitelle than I thought that there would be. Like, we all missed the boat on that one with our caster prediction.
Absolutely. Would have been a really great call about the field. So many having success today, and it's interesting to just follow those in our Shoot format. It feels like those kind of metagame developments can be so rapidly forming.
Yeah.
Where Pokemon can be not very popular, and then just a week later, well, suddenly, well, yeah, it's everywhere, and of course it's everywhere because it's pretty good and has a nice impact on the game. But it can be a little bit of a flash in the pan too. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Gothitelle's kind of gone again a week or two later.
Yeah. King Gambit without Zamazenta has some hope. Actually, we'll have to check in with Luca Traeger on that one, whether or not he's actually a King Gambit believer in the meta. Yeah. Well, I have some thoughts about that one. Maybe I shouldn't have put that into the universe, but we have Gabby on standby with a couple of interviews, so let's go down.
Where's the Pokedex entries, man? That's what I'm here for. I'm here for more Pokedex entries.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. My name's Gabby Snyder, and I'm joined here by Super Duper Danny, one of my favorite content creators, literally world traveler, card opener extraordinaire. How's it going?
It's going great. I'm happy to be here.
I'm so happy that you're here as well because I love going on socials and seeing all of your updates. You were just in Japan and Korea, I believe. Yeah. What was that trip like? What did you all do over there?
Oh, it was great. So we planned like a multi-country tour around Asia to go see it. To be honest, it was mostly revolving around Pokemon. We went to a bunch of different Pokemon centers, a bunch of different card stores, and really just like took in the culture and everything they had over there. But yeah, we definitely bought a lot of plushies and definitely bought a lot of Pokemon cards.
All right, not to put you on the spot, but favorite purchase from that trip?
Oh man, that's hard right off the top of my head. We went to Taipei, and Taipei does have a brand new, like the newest Pokemon Center. They have a Dragonite plush that it's huge. It's like this big. Took up like half a suitcase, so probably that one.
I am jealous, and I can't wait to see more from your adventures. To bring
Augers.
it home a little bit, I know this is your first regional championship in a while. How have you been finding it here today?
It's been great. It's been really cool to see everybody like in the zone playing their different games. So I really enjoy it. I play a little bit more casually. I'm not as like super competitive.
All right, let's play some.
Be, like in this energy amongst everybody, like really going at it and competing for the championship title.
Play while we wait.
You'll ever compete someday? You thinking about it?
Maybe
for Showdown
stuff like this really like inspires me to want to, but I don't know.
Could I possibly send
Where is
you
Showdown?
on side events?
Yeah, actually, I could be easily persuaded on the side events for sure. I was eyeing that over there, the registration.
There's my Showdown tab. Okay.
Booster battles where you get a booster pack and you open it and that's your deck.
This is the Lunala team that we saw literally in this tourney.
Yeah, actually.
Okay, well, I love opening cards, and that makes it easy. I might have to check out that.
And worst case, I'm trying to put together a Unite squad for maybe some sides at NA.
Unite!
So maybe?
We can unite.
They shouted out Unite. Let's go.
Yeah, to dust off the Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, Danny. Well, what's next for you? Do you have any big travels coming up that you're excited about?
Unite is real.
I think up next we've got the North America International Championships in New Orleans.
Okay, Calyrex Shadow, Pollen Puff, Choice Specs, Raining Kiss.
Pokemon card event coming up the following weekend in Orlando.
You guys hear that male voice? Am I going schizo?
Well, best of luck, safe travels. Do you have anybody at home you want to say, give a shout
Hear
out
that?
to?
My cat Rafiki. Shout out Rafiki. I know she's watching at home.
Fluttermane.
Rafiki, I think you're very cute. Danny, thank you so
Fire
much for your
Ogre
time.
Pun.
Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action soon.
Bringing Incineroar in the lead. Lunala.
Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijun Park. From South Korea, Seijun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Seijun is the best player who's never won a World Championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team
he died.
revolving
I
around
died.
another uncommon Pokemon.
I thought maybe I would live.
2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't.
Playing Calm Mind.
Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage. Each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both Electric Immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team?
Huge.
The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had 1 weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to
Let's go
electric
FF.
moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados.
6 minutes? Okay, let's chill.
Move that dealt
We'll
a little
finish
bit
this.
of damage, but would always inflict the target.
If I'm waiting, let's play C battles. The next game's gonna start. I was just playing some Showdown in between.
And now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C.
C battles.
by storm.
Okay, we can play one quick one.
Against Jody Azarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but
You have to give me a
thanks
code
his
though, I
dominant
think.
team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd
Oh, no,
was
no,
ready
no.
for the little
Just invite me.
Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see
Okay, you're not allowed to stream snipe though.
on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer.
No stream sniping.
Ice punch into that Talonflame. That's
You
some
guys,
good damage onto
I'm gonna be
Talonflame.
very sneaky, okay?
The ice punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had 1 chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat.
Oh, oops.
Sejun is not
I took too long. I took too long.
Gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The life
I'm trying to.
Super Fang from Pachirisu.
Oh, she's getting mad. We have to hurry. We have to hurry.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in game 1.
Okay. I'm going.
That even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the
Okay, whatever. I'm ready. I was trying to be sneaky.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in game
My turn?
2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however,
Okay, this is kind of loud. I'm gonna mute this. She's not happy, guys. Oh, she found my singles. Oh, I found one too. Danny Konik. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Bowlers.
On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than
Play Jaja Ding Dong. He keeps finding my little guys. Stay safe. She's finding my little guys.
With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu's not going to do any of that.
Pachirisu!
Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after.
You're very good. It's not your turn to play.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the best Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching. And let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history.
Prepare to lose.
Play Pokemon.
Thanks. Oh, it's my turn. No. Sorry. No. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god, Monka. I've been shot. Okay, we clutch from here. Okay, we clutch from here. Okay, we clutch. This is my clutch moment. Inshallah. No. Sorry. Okay. Down. No. No. Oh, we're good. We've been shot. It's got to be in here, right? No! All right. Clutch up. No. Thanks. I lost. Okay, the game, it's starting. That was fun. Alice just always smurfs on me. I don't know, I'm just a noob. I'm a Sea Battles noob.
All right, everybody, we are here at the Los Angeles Regional Championships in beautiful Los Angeles.
I'm a Sea Battles noob.
Round 7 coverage is almost underway here on
Play Jaja Ding Dong.
Joe Brown, joined by Sierra Dawn. And Sierra, it's been a long day, but we are here at round 7.
We are, and we do have a little update as well.
Round 7 at 7.
Of the tournament. So, because of the delays that happened at the beginning of the day, to be respectful of the staff as well as the players' time and energy, Swiss rounds 8 and 9 have been switched to tomorrow. So, schedule will be adjusted accordingly, but this way...
Wait, so does this mean technically a whole bunch of other people made day 2 in VGC?
Round of Swiss for the day.
Yeah.
And honestly, with how things have been shaking up through the whole of today,
This is how I make it to day 2 in my VGC debut. We ask for a bunch of delays so Swiss goes to day 2.
having a lot of great matches, a lot of great best of threes, going to game 3, crazy crits, crazy survivals at 1 HP, 5 HP on many Pokemon. So we've had a blessed day. You know, kind of happy little accident for us. Usually we stream round 3 through 9. That's 7 matches. We did 1 through 7. We still got 7 matches in the books, right? So.
Great math. But no, Regulation G, I think, has just been absolutely fantastic.
They literally can't keep going.
We got to see Zashi.
Oh, are there film rules in play? That makes sense, I guess.
Today that was doing the most. Even saying, like, the words coming out of my mouth is still like, wait a second, yeah, we did see that. So no, it's been so much fun so far. And of course, when we're looking,
Are we seeing a Joe game? Can we watch a Joe game?
Day with winning in. So of course, some people will be coming here knowing that they secured their spot in our day 2.5, which is gonna be super exciting.
Yeah, I think it's obviously this is kind of unfamiliar territory, right, for everybody involved in this point, because obviously if round 8 and round 9 are tomorrow, it's not just the players that are 6-0 or 6-1 after this round that are impacted, right? You could be 4-3 and you need that 6-3 after tomorrow to earn some championship points on your way to Worlds. So obviously it's kind of affecting everybody involved, but at least everybody is still.
He's still salty about not saying Comfy. True.
To wake up bright and early tomorrow and have some fun.
Can we see Joe? I want to watch Joe.
Pokemon though, because we've
watch Joe.
Crazy things today, or even just like out in the
Joseph
field.
Ugarte.
What do you think has been the craziest
Give
kind of
Joe.
thing that's been kind of shaking up in Regulation G so far as we get the usage stat? But what about even like something that's not on here that's kind of caught you a little off guard?
Yeah, I think obviously I would imagine Screamtail is not anywhere near close to this graphic.
Oh, Screamtail kind of was nutty, no?
There, but,
I was a big fan, actually.
His performance with that Screamtail, it was actually, I guess maybe if you want a specific answer, it is these supportive Encore Pokemon, because it wasn't just Screamtail in that match against Alexander, it was also the Whimsicott that had Encore. That's really
Sure, there's a Whimsy too.
Funky strategy sometimes that is limiting your potential. It's limiting your tools as a player, because I can't click Protect. I can't click, you know, Calm Mind or something, because I'll get punished by them encoring me into it. So you have to kind of.
I want to see some Walking Wake. I think that Pokemon is so cool.
Plays or sometimes suboptimal decisions because your opponent can punish you really hard with Encore. So I think that's the one thing.
I want Walking Wake.
To Sierra, either Whimsicott, you know, or.
I want Joe playing Walking Wake.
Like Encore is really strong.
100%. I mean, even before Whimsicott, this has been a move that's been around. I mean, even looking back at last year with even Pokemon like.
Can we start already?
Like Jump Bluff or whatnot. It was been such a cool move, and really being able to influence how your opponent has to play and punishing them for something as simply as going for a Protect on their Pokemon, I think is just so insanely powerful. And being able to have that unlocked with the Whimsicott, even just the sheer amount of damage this Whimsicott can do at some points. I mean, these Moonblasts, they have been hitting, and they've been hitting hard, especially when there are so many Dragon-type Pokemon that kind of been kicking around. It's a really good way to actually have a way to hit a strong move into them, something that Bleak Windstorm could never.
Yeah, it's kind of fascinating that you can still have.
Push for broadcast really quick.
When you don't even invest in your.
Yeah, I know the admins always, whenever we're in lobby, they're like, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up! Go, 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 go!" They're always yelling at us.
Like we saw, since Koraidon is 4 times weak to Fairy, an uninvested Screamtail is still doing massive damage to it, or an uninvested Whimsicott is still doing a lot of damage to Miraidon.
To be fair, though,
maybe Qianpao, other Pokemon that are weak.
They probably have to gather like assets and whatnot, right, for the broadcast for people's team sheets, depending on who's the broadcast match. Like I imagine they're not like prepping a bunch in advance. They only get to find out the moment someone wins. They have to put all the items probably in their OBS or whatever.
It's not only because she uses strong Pokemon and it helps Miraidon
Get their buttons ready.
thanks to its Beads of Ruin ability, but when you're playing against other.
Whereas the Unite teams, they have all their stats pretty much ready to go before the tourney starts.
It gives you an out that you might have not otherwise had.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see just even little tweaks like that going on in the meta and how that's kind of shifted things. And Terra Ground Chi-Yu, I think, is just very silly looking as well. Terra Ground with the Terra Jewel. I mean, the Terra Ground Jewel is too big for the Chi-Yu's little body. It's like, you can't.
Can we start?
It's so funny. But
we start.
While we're waiting for final round of Swiss for day 1 to get started here, I believe we're going to be heading over to the lounge with Gabby, Len, and Rose for a little game.
Pokédex entries? Please.
Unfortunately, Len used Transform to turn into a Fuecoco, but I have Rose here with me. So how's it going? How's your day been?
You have half of me.
I have half of you.
Half of the brain cell.
Okay, well, I have the other half of the brain cell. So we're going to be doing some more Pokedex.
Let's go!
Because what else could top this incredible day of Pokemon by making us use the entire brain cell between us to try and guess these Pokedex entries?
Excellent.
Okay, can we get the first one on screen? It will only open its heart to a trainer with a compassionate spirit. It can fly faster than a jet plane by folding its forelegs to minimize air resistance.
What?
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
How did we compare this Pokemon's air
It'll
speed
only
to
open
a
its
jet
heart to a
plane, first of
trainer.
What about a
Oh, one of the Latioses. True, true. I remember that from the movie.
Asking for a friend. I don't
Asking
actually.
for us? Okay.
Yeah.
Like, let's.
Okay.
I could see that.
Let's start with the first part here. Let's start with the first part. It's a Pokemon that will only open its heart to a trainer with a compassionate spirit. So it has to be a friend.
Okay, well, Ogerpon's a friend.
Ogerpon is a friend.
But Ogerpon can't fly.
Faster than a jet plane.
Maybe if it's on
It's Pikachu. I think it's Latias, right? Is that the one that the girl transforms into? Or it transforms into a girl?
In my head, honestly, and I'm liking it.
Exactly. You're riding them right on into battle with the Ivy Cudgel at the helm.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, then it's Latias, I
You
think.
actually run Cornerstone Ogerpon on that team. That could be the thing.
Exactly.
That's the team report graphic. Oh my goodness.
Someone's gonna do it. Someone's gonna do it, and it's not us.
The brain cell's coming up with great ideas right now.
It's giving infinite possibilities.
It's giving, it's giving.
Okay, so it's a friend shaped.
Yes.
Got it. It can fly faster than a jet plane.
I know Pidgeotto can fly Mach speeds.
Yes, but it has 4 legs.
No, not 4 legs.
Could be legs.
No, it doesn't have 4 legs. Those are its 4 legs.
It has to be. It has to be.
I can't think of anything else.
I mean, unless there's another Pokemon that flies.
Latias kissed Ash on the cheek. Maybe it was a friendly kiss. Why you gotta romanticize it all?
I can't think of any.
Maybe they were in like Europe, right? Europeans do that.
Mega Pidgeot. That's what the brain cell is giving us.
That's not close.
Oh, it was Latios.
Okay, so this
It wasn't
might be my
Latias.
personal
arms.
Yes, but also this just might be my personal understanding of the 5th Pokemon movie, Pokemon Heroes.
Okay.
Latias was the friend. Latios was the moody older brother who was like, I'm too cool for this.
Yeah.
But then still hung around anyways.
That's what I'm saying.
Secretly a dork. That wasn't me as an older sister.
Yeah, they were in Europe. Europeans kiss each other on the cheek.
Well, okay.
It's not a romantic thing.
0 for 1.
That's okay.
All right, we got this next one though.
Able to cut down anything in a single strike.
Down anything with a single strike. It became known as the Fairy King's sword.
Is that Zacian?
Inspired awe and friend and foe alike. Zacian.
Is that Zacian?
It has to be Zacian, but
Has to be Zacian.
who's the Fairy King? Because,
Zacian?
well, but it.
Wait, how did it become known as the Fairy King's sword?
So that implies that there is a Fairy King that it was the sword for.
Chairman Rose.
Oh, yeah.
It's Surfetched?
Because Eternatus is not a fairy.
Not a fairy or
nor
friend.
a king, nor friend. And we all know Calyrex is sort of a king, but is not a fairy.
What about King Gambit?
So...
But it is a king. Right?
Yeah. It had the crown thing going for it. Crown
Single striker Shifu?
Brain.
True.
Well, yes.
That's the Demon King sword? Oh.
Is the
True.
answer to that
Fair.
one. Okay. I'm ready to lock in Zacian.
I am too. I'm just confused about the lore implications, but that's okay. That's for another time.
Show us.
It's Zacian, it's Zacian.
Please.
Right?
Yeah, it's Zacian.
All right. We're 1 for 1. We're bringing it back.
I gotta play that Sword and Shield again. I
Now
know.
we get to go.
I remember Swordbert and Shieldbert, or whatever their names were.
Swordbird and Shieldbird are the characters of all time.
Yes.
In Sword and
But
Shield.
there
It's
was no
Squidward.
Fairy King with them. So where's the Fairy King?
It,
Wait.
it's Squidward.
Is Swordward the Fairy King?
Oh, you heard it here first, guys. We're dropping the real deep lore here.
Oh no! Get me out of this universe.
All right,
let's move into the second half, please.
Let's go into a new generation with this next Pokedex entry, please.
Legend says
Legend.
that by using its power to see all events from past to future, this Pokemon saved the creatures of a forest from meteors.
Oh, Celebi. Celebi. This is Celebi, no?
So, the first thing I thought of...
Dada Zarude?
Actually, I did not think of Dada Zarude.
Oh.
So I thought of the post-game from Pokemon Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire.
Okay.
When you do
Tree
the whole,
Hugger
like,
Mew.
Zinnia, the timelines, you go into space, you fight...
Nah, this is Celebi.
And there's like Rayquaza there, and... So yeah, but that's not a forest. That's more like the entire planet.
Yeah.
Which does contain forests.
That makes logic.
Jirachi?
Yeah.
Jirachi is more space related, right?
Talk about forests and see.
But I think Celebi's the thing that can go through time is the thing.
But then you get into
Celebi's the other time guy.
Pokemon movie.
And it's the forest protector, so it's got to be Celebi.
It's one of my favorites, but it was kind of strange. Not gonna lie.
I will revisit that at some point.
Wait, have you seen it?
Pokemon the 4th movie?
Yeah, Pokemon Forever.
Oh, I was like, doesn't it have a title?
It does, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Have you seen it?
No.
Oh my goodness, we need to have movie night.
I think we do have to have a movie night. Maybe not tonight.
No, not tonight. Even though we're in Hollywood, and I'm sure we could find somebody who has 35mm print of Pokemon Forever.
That would change my perspective if we could see that in a theater with 35mm print.
All right.
I'd be down.
I'll work on that. I don't know. I got a guy. I actually
got a
don't.
guy.
But I
You know a
probably
guy.
Doesn't 4Kids own the rights to that? They're never getting that.
35mm tape. Anyway, show us Celebi,
please.
Please?
No.
Huh?
Oh my goodness.
One of our directors actually off camera right now.
Huh?
A little prance that was supposed to give us a tip.
I mean,
and I missed it.
I saw it, but I was just thinking that in the world of Pokemon,
Huh?
every Pokemon's either a horse or a dog.
What forests exist in the Galar region?
So
There's no trees in the UK.
Is the Tanglewood where you find Zamazenta and Zacian? That's a forest.
I said Timeless Woods, and I think I'm in the wrong.
This is messed up.
universe.
Yeah, that's different. And then there's also the woods with all the beautiful mushrooms and where the fairy gym is.
That's obviously Celebi.
Yes, thank you. I was like, the word
got
Tangle's in there
you.
somewhere.
Yeah, this
I
is-
literally, like, just
this is just
a
toxic.
couple weeks ago too to get another
Cubfu?
Calyrex.
Oh.
No, Cubfu is a Scarlet and Violet now because that's sort of faster. Anyways.
Yep, true that.
Go watch the 4th Pokemon movie if you haven't seen it in a while. It's a movie. It's good. It's actually the first time they ever used a Japanese soundtrack in an American version of the film.
That is an amazing fact to know.
So
We're about to get meteor striked. Uh-oh. It rides on the wind and slips into people's homes. After it has turned a room into a cotton-filled mess, it giggles to itself and takes off. Is this Whimsicott?
I need that in my life, thank you.
There's no way this is what Whimsicott does.
Yes, okay.
This is toxic.
Moving on.
Okay.
It rides on the wind.
Calyrex
and
Ice
slips into
Rider.
people-
I'm kidding. Sorry, go for it.
Calyrex Spaceship Rider.
Yes.
I think they've gone crazy. It's been a long day.
It rides on the wind and slips into people's homes. After it has turned a room into a cotton-filled mess, it giggles to itself and takes off.
Huh.
Jumpluff.
I was gonna say Whimsicott.
Whimsicott's literally a troll? Oh, really? I didn't know.
I never thought Whimsicott would be the type of Pokemon that would just see an open
I haven't
window
seen it in the anime or
as an
anything.
invitation to, you know, make you have to clean up a little bit after it with all the cotton
spore.
everywhere and, you know, knocking the glasses off the table, kind of like a cat. You know,
Whimsicott?
Whimsicott, yeah.
Whimsicott.
Whimsicott.
Somebody now make an animated short of Sprigatito and Whimsicott causing chaos.
Oh my goodness.
In a house.
And then Quaxly's just in the corner, like,
Quaxly's
I
just
can't believe
there.
y'all.
Yeah.
I can't believe y'all.
Fuecoco is also just there.
He's like biting something that fell on the floor that like
He's fighting
Sprigatito
the
saw.
cotton spores.
Yeah.
Oh. Free ideas from the half brain
Please
cell.
make this happen. I'm begging you.
Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, Whimsicott.
Show us Whimsicott.
Does have prankster, true. Yeah, yeah.
Yay!
You did that. That's all you. That's all you.
It's because Whimsicott's a favorite.
Whimsicott is a
It
favorite,
was one of
actually.
the first Pokemon I ever shiny hunted for.
Its shiny is very good.
It's very good.
And we even got a chance to see it today already.
I know. It made me very happy. We have one more.
Okay.
One more.
Brain cell can come together for this.
It sure will try.
Academic theory proposed that its arms were once the head of an ancient dragon Pokemon.
You're very good.
Its arms were once the head of a dragon Pokemon.
You always know all
Why does that sound really familiar?
like fish and plants.
Do not count on that side of me.
Is that Archaludon? No, right?
This is fine.
Oh, Regidrago. Yeah, yeah.
Arms were once the head.
Yeah, it's gotta be Regidrago.
The theory remains unproven. Okay.
Regidrago?
Have you ever heard the theory, and I think this is a fan theory, that the Pokedex is actually written by a bunch of 10-year-old children that are just released onto the world? This is one of those times where, like, I just think of myself as my 10-year-old trainer, just getting my first partner Pokemon. Professor Oak is like, here, Gabby, take this Pokedex, make my life dream happen, go research all these Pokemon. And I'm like, wow, that Pokemon must fly faster than a jet plane. Wow, that Pokemon must be an ancient Pokemon. I'm telling you. It really checks out.
Yeah, it's Regidrago. It's Regidrago.
I've been awake for so long that I'm having an existential crisis listening to this fan theory right now.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to open your mind's eye here today, but...
I was Celebi reaching.
Future Hydreigon? Really?
Regidrago would make sense.
I feel like it's Regidrago.
The arms are the head, and the Terra hat is on the arms, which means it is the head. And admittedly, this is one of my biggest pet peeves with the Pokemon universe, because I just don't understand how it works. But, you know, maybe I just need to be the 10-year-old child and just commit and say this is just how the world is. So I think we lost.
Iron Jugulus?
Show us.
No. See, look, this thing's arms are dragons. Yeah.
We got it. There's two of us with half a brain cell, and we got some of those right. So I think that we can take this as a win. I'm proud of us too.
Yeah, that was great. Go team.
Iron Jugulus Dex entry talks about Hydreigon having babies with a robot.
This lovely segment, and are
How old was the robot? Uh-oh.
For today, so please take it away.
Thank you very much, Gabby and Rosemary. This is a proud moment for me because I think this is the first time I've ever had the most brain cells remaining at a regional.
Oh, I was about to say, like, they're sharing half a brain cell. I found the other half of the brain cell that's over here about to take you through Swiss Round 7. Great stuff ahead of us, guys.
No, I mean,
He's still tilted that they didn't hear his comfy call.
Questions right today, you know. I think it's been, we've had some fun matches. So I think overall it's been a pretty positive day for us.
Let's talk about this next match coming up, because there's
Walk about it.
Be our final round of Swiss 4 today.
Joseph!
8 and 9 gonna be played
That's our coach!
This is
That's my coach!
For 6-0 players, and it's going to be Joseph Agarte going up against Justin.
That's my coach.
Right away, the thing that catches my eyes, we got Dittos galore around here.
Yeah, great trainers and great trainers think alike as they're both using the imposter Pokemon in Ditto.
It's a Ditto mirror match.
Practice against other Ditto teams because it's not a common Pokemon. So I know there's like really interesting interactions or lack thereof when two Dittos hit the field.
I mean,
let the Ditto hit the floor.
Hasn't been too widely adopted. Aaron Trailer did get top 8.
He said that was for us, guys. He said hi to us.
And it's a Pokemon that I think should fare really, really well into this meta, considering its imposter ability to let you
Isn't that crazy?
into a Pokemon out there on the field. And when you have a restricted format, that can be so powerful, and a lot of other good stuff Pokemon on this team. This Whimsicott that has been taking off, gonna be rounding out.
Okay, but our coach is playing Miraidon.
Very reminiscent of this Miraidon teams that we saw in Indianapolis. But with
He's saying hi to his girlfriend casting. Oh.
We're going back to the land
No.
Incarnate. This is
It was to me. It was to us, guys.
Then also dealing a bunch of damage, but can it break through what Justin Burns has over on his end?
Yes, and of course we mentioned the Ditto already on Justin Burns' side, but Amoonguss, kind of a tried and true Pokemon.
It was for us. It was for
Burns
us.
has very often, since he does like to run Trick Room teams in such a great.
Oh, it's the first Ice Rider Calyrex today.
His restricted Pokemon of choice
on stream.
is the Ice Rider Calyrex, a Pokemon he is very synonymous with back in the Sword and Shield era of VGC.
And Justin Burns as well, placing really well at Indy, getting top 8, but also accredited for a couple of the really powerful teams that have already been dominating in Reg G. So excited to see what he's got going ahead of this.
Yeah, this should be a great match, a win-in scenario for both Justin Burns and Joseph Ugarte. Winner of this will be 7-0 and guaranteed their slot into the later rounds tomorrow. So Justin has the Iron
Dreamtail, Whimsicott, Flutter, base. They're all cute.
Transform into the Landorus on Joe's end.
Landorus?
It's going to be the only Ditto brought to this one, as Joseph has opted to leave his Ditto at home, and Justin leading the Ditto to start. I feel like that is such a risky choice, because it's always just going to be imposturing whatever is straight ahead of it. So in this case, the Landorus.
Oh, it imposters what's ahead of it.
Threatening a heavy ground type attack into the Miraidon. So no wonder we're going to be seeing a swap to kick things off. Furrygraph, this will bring the Armor Tail.
Furry Giraffe.
Potential fake out on the horizon as well.
Yeah, and
Electric Seed. Oh, I love Electric Seed Giraffe. I think it's so cool.
Imagine Justin's not going to target down the floating Pokemon. So this damage goes right into Furrygraph. Bring it down to half HP. Iron Hands takes well over half of its HP from that Earth Power on Joe's end.
Okay, Volt Switch at 0.
Working out for Justin because Miraidon was in such a bad position that he effectively knew Joe had to switch it out. You get a free Volt Switch, let Iron Hands take that damage, and get your Calyrex on the field for free.
This Calyrex is something that can definitely be threatening later on with an attack, and Joe has to be so careful here on out, more so when you're facing off against this Landorus Eye over on Justin's end of the field. When you have a Ditto, both trainers have Choice Scarf on it. If you're copying the opposing Pokemon, you want to make sure that you're outspeeding with moves of choice. Even if you want to be trying to go for a powerful attack into the Calyrex at this point, it could be super dangerous, so I like seeing a Protect to kick it off.
Yeah, Landorus will protect on Joe's side, but the Earth Power goes for Furrygraph again. So how much damage it did the prior turns, we know.
Yo, this Ditto is popping off. What the heck?
Damage. First KO of the series goes.
Ditto, chill.
Glacial Lance will not do any damage as Landorus protected, but as long as Joe doesn't terrestrialize out of that 4 times.
Ditto Landorus have the Ditto phase. It doesn't do that in the games.
This is already, when you're looking at where you'd want to invest the Terra over on Joseph End.
It doesn't make the face in the games. That's an anime thing.
It's definitely going to be something that pressures a Landorus, but when you're also eyeing up this Miraidon in the back that's also going to be taking a hit, or even the Incineroar that's here now, you have to really be prioritizing your pieces. And if you're taking care of the Calyrex at this point, well, this Ditto, this now Landorus Eye, is still threatening a lot of damage. It's something
It's too difficult to implement.
But
it would.
Which damage that you want to go after first?
The game's already laggy enough, right?
You do get to outspeed it with these things, whereas when you're facing down this Choice Scarf, you do know that there is no option to protect. It is going to be locked into this.
How crazy would Ditto and Unite be? It would be crazy. Maybe too crazy.
Is interesting. A way to do a little damage, or even if you're calling a swap to see if the Ditto wants to go into something like a Pokemon in the back, but it'll just be the Calyrex swap in.
Yeah, Burns is going to swap out his.
Yeah, they'd have to make 2 models for every mon. It would be too ridiculous.
Of the clear amulet, or he does.
And then for the shinies as well.
Preserve it for later. Iron Hands will go into that position, but Fake Out hits the Ditto, aka Ditto Landorus, on his side. Earth Power from Iron Hands, or onto Iron Hands, I should say, is more than enough for the knockout. So Burns has lost his first.
Joe's popping off.
His Incineroar on Joe's end, I think, it's a really important Pokemon. It's really in a tough spot when you have a ground type on the other side, but I think it is crucial for Joe.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing a look at the terrestrialization going on forward to this, and being able to take the first KO onto the Iron Hands is great, but at the same time, that is just allowing something else to be swapping in for Burns. And now looking at the Amoonguss over on the other end, this is something that can be redirecting moves coming out from the Landorus, and another way to just try and keep this.
I mean, this is the set Landorus set that Joe gave me day 1 when he coached me. It's the GOAT set. He believed in this Pokemon from day 1.
Ditto finally gone. The Landorus Eye Imposter is taking his appearance. It'll be Calyrex coming back out.
The Calyrex goes into that slot. I think it's actually important for later on in this match whenever Ditto comes back, especially if Justin can choose which slot he wants to put it on. Because
He terra the Incineroar, right? Yeah.
Have that super effective damage into Miraidon, or take your own Miraidon and effectively get a second restricted.
Because we're AV, so he doesn't want to get spored here. That's the call.
You want it to be in still full health. That could be dangerous down the line, but we got to talk about the right here, right now, and that's Protect on the Amoonguss. The terrestrialization comes out from the Incineroar, and is just going to be an.
Oh, we didn't click Sinister Storm.
A protected mushroom. The swamp going off freely.
Incineroar is going to use the Flare into the Protect, so Amoonguss will.
Imagine we had the read on that turn though.
With the use of terrestrialization, Joe has 2 Pokemon that don't appreciate.
He can't be slapped with electricity. Oh, do you think Joe forgot?
To get those Glacial Lances off and do that.
Why did he Terra Grass then?
And that's the thing. At least when you are facing off against this Calyrex, it is a little bit slower, and you do have access to a spread.
There's no way Joe forgot. He's the goat.
Won't be able to help you in that case. And now that you've used the grass terrestrialization on Incineroar, well, the powder move.
Well, maybe activating it makes it so that if the terrain drops, he can switch into it, right? Maybe it's still valid for that reason.
Now, this is where we're going to see the terrestrialization coming out from Justin to make.
Also protects into Rage Powder, I guess.
Rider is going to be staying potentially safe past this turn, but into the Terra Fire type, even if it's safe from a Flare Blitz, it won't be from a ground type move from Landorus.
Yes, it's really important what Joe.
It did help on the Rage Powder.
Crossy knows how nervous, how important this decision is. Amoonguss
protect from the Lando's ground type moves. Oh, okay, fair. He landed the Sinister Storm.
So much damage onto the Calyrex. It doesn't even
and
resist the Flare Blitz.
Joseph Ugarte
gets the KO. Justin Burns losing his crucial restricted Pokemon on that turn without attacking.
And that is big. Now bringing Justin down to just final 2 Pokemon. The Mushroom is taking a lot of damage.
That's a cute Togepi.
Ditto the Sleepy is going to be coming back out onto the field. Imposter yet again.
How broken is Joe?
Into the
The Fugarte.
You do have to make your decision on this turn of what you want to lock into. But if it's going to be something like the Sludge Bomb into the Incineroar to deal that super effective damage there, well, that's going to be utility you lose later down versus the Miraidon. And even super effective, the Incineroar Assault Vest takes that so well.
Half health Amoonguss is not able.
Let's go, Joseph. Let's go.
Sheer Force Earth powers from Joe's Landers, and Burns is down to his final Pokemon here, just this Ditto that has transformed and choice locked itself in.
Oh, he crit him.
To be able to survive thanks to the critical hit.
It didn't matter though. Crit did not matter.
Game 1 in this round 7, 1 win away from making it in tomorrow to those extra rounds.
Really well played around there, and really just being able to get the Calyrex in a perfect position, as well as just the great team building, having that Sandsear Storm to not have to worry about a redirection. Super well done. I was a little worried to kick things off when the Landorus Eye from Justin, the Ditto actually, was threatening so much damage, but if you were just kind of taking off the other Pokemon, it ended up being absolutely fine. So I'm curious now, coming out from Justin's end, where you want to make that adjustment going on into game 2, because in theory, getting that Lando Eye or even any Pokemon, you could threaten so much damage, but I'm even wondering if taking it off the field when he did, instead of just continuously applying pressure, was maybe where we saw him take a kind of a step back when we're looking at that momentum.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Ditto's is in a precarious position because you can't counter the Pokemon you're copying. A lot of times when people use Ditto in restricted formats, it's to take a Pokemon that has stat boosts or that can really do a lot of damage to itself, like Ditto on Zacian teams back in Sword and Shield do a lot of super effective Behemoth Blades. You can't really hit the opposing Landorus with Earth Power or Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb does hardly any damage, Earth Power does 0 damage. So just because you're copying a strong Pokemon doesn't mean you're stopping the value that Joe is getting out of his own Landorus Incarnate.
And it was just a great thing here, too, with being able to pick off the other threats. And definitely, the Flare Blitz crits to secure it in the end, but you still had your Incineroar, you still had your Landorus, and there was a Miraidon still in the back. And once the Sludge Bomb lock-in was done, it was done there. But time now, head into game 2.
Here we are with Iron Hands and the Calyrex Ice Rider on the field. So 2 of Justin's slower Pokemon to start turn 1.
All right, G2.
Against Miraidon and Incineroar for Joe.
Fake out pressure on both ends of the field here with an Incineroar and the Iron Hands over onto the other end. And that'll be the terrain as well that is going to be also bringing up the attack of that sorry, the Iron Hands over on the other end. It's been so long since we've seen it used so often. Of course, the speed is in Joe's end and in control here. The Calyrex does have access to go for something like a Trick Room, but you do need to get through this barrage of hits as well. And when Fake Out is over on Joe's end with his Incineroar, that is also something that could be shutting it down. Notably, when you're looking at the Miraidon as well, it's not really too threatened on this turn if you are thinking of the Calyrex just going to be flinched and stopped in its tracks right there. So definitely a way that you can start to immediately put pressure on.
Iron Hands feeling very threatened in that slot on Justin's side. So
Amoonguss swap
onto the field in that position. Yet another slow Pokemon. So
there it is, Miraidon.
Really showing that he values those Trick Room or bulkier Pokemon in this matchup. Terra Electric Miraidon for Joe Ugarte. Massive amounts of damage. The electric terrain is up. Hadron Engine as well. This could be a lot of damage.
Probably a massive amount of nothing this turn, depending on where it's targeted into, as it's going to be instead Draco Meteor and nothing being done, hitting right into Protect on that turn. And notably, too, when you are looking at the Miraidon, it is going to be locked into that Choice Specs now at this point, so it will have another opportunity to power off a powerful attack. Of course, Amoonguss now on the field, it does have the option of Rage Powdering to redirect from that Calyrex. Miraidon in this position, gonna swap out, not wanting to stick around.
There is the Ditto. It's not transforming. It's metamorphosized, or whatever. Yeah, I don't know how you say it in French.
Metamorph.
Instead of Ditto, that's a
metamorph.
cool name there.
Metamorph.
Copy both of those abilities that Calyrex Ice Rider has because it's such a strong Pokemon, and of course with access.
They're not playing the last two sets, Eclipse. They're playing them on the next day. They're playing them tomorrow.
I love that we've gotten to see both trainers bring Dittos, two different battles, how differently it's playing out, and a great swap coming out, as it'll be Amoonguss going into the Fairy Terastallization with the Rage Powder, so great opportunity to not have that Draco Meteor.
Now that knockoff does hit the Amoonguss, it's of course not a lot of damage as a fairy type, but it does get rid of the Covert Cloak. Glacial Lance hitting into both of Joe's Pokemon, but hardly doing any damage. So now it's not like there's Trick Room on the field or anything. This Choice Scarf Calyrex on Joe's side is obviously going to be moving first.
Amoonguss just
This is OP. You just get the copy there restricted. How is that fair?
We're going to see another Ditto. This is going to be hitting into that center.
What is this board?
There's too many imposters out here. What is even going on? And of course,
I thought Amoonguss was the Amoonguss.
you get a round of Intimidate, and since it's
How many Amoongusses are in this game, Kiappa?
over on Joe's end, that is going to be an Intimidate and an attack drop that is going to be sticking on this turn.
But Justin did not Terastallize Calyrex so far like he did in game 1 to turn into a fire type. So he did take super effective damage, albeit intimidated. Trick Room is finally set up. Justin twisting the dimensions. That Choice Scarf is to Ditto's detriment now.
Oh wait, Trick Room's not good for us.
How then you look at the speeds, because you copy all the other stats, but since Ditto's running the Choice Scarf, notably the Ditto Incineroar over on Justin's is going to be faster, so slower in Trick Room. And the same could be said about the Calyrex over on Joe's end. So it's always, you're going to know how the speed tiers are going to be playing out. It's going to be the Calyrex on Justin's end that will get the opportunity to attack first. Incineroar over on Joe's end. The real Incineroar swapping out for the Farigiraf this time around.
The real Incineroar, please stand up. At this point, it's on Joe's bench watching Farigiraf and Calyrex Ditto form on the field. That did hardly any damage to the Farigiraf, so great swap.
Okay, that was a pretty good swap.
Glacial Lance on Ditto's end is just really not doing.
U-turn did 0.
Now Justin gets to U-turn out and then be able to switch his Ditto, transform his Ditto into a more effective Pokemon at the right time.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about Ditto. Why have just one Pokemon on your team when you can just have basically whatever you want from the pick of what's on the opponent's end of the field?
Wait, what if he brings his Ditto into the other Ditto spot? Does he copy his own Pokemon basically?
Well placed off in a position here.
That's crazy.
You do have the electric train still on the field thanks to the Miraidon leading the charge, so it isn't something like a Spore that you can be firing off, but instead just some chip damage with something like the Pollen Puff, healing up your own Pokemon, and that's what we're going to see Justin kick off the turn with.
Yeah, Calyrex is going to be way healthier now thanks to that Pollen Puff. increasing 50%, recovering 50% of its HP. Glacialent still has not gotten a KO onto any Pokemon, so he's not going to be able to boost that attack stat. Glacialent from Joe's Ditto Calyrex is still doing hardly
Oh, it
any
fails if
damage,
he's...
so,
Okay.
as electricity disappears, that means Miraidon's going to have to swap back in.
Wait, so it wouldn't work against Hoopa Unbound?
Stop any potential spores.
This is where things get a little bit interesting, though, because if you're worried about the Amoonguss going for something like a Spore and you bring in that Miraidon and it goes for the side Pollen Puff instead, if you're swapping out this Farigiraf that was offering that pressure with that Owl play, all of a sudden you lose that and the Calyrex gets healed up, basically back to full. It gets a significant amount of health back. But if you don't get this right and this Amoonguss gets a free Spore, that's not going to look great either. So Farigiraf is going to be taking a leave, bringing back the Electric Trade and the Miraidon.
It also looks like Joe's Ditto's kind of running out of Glacial Lances. Suppress looked like it was yellow there, so it's getting a little close. This Ditto's not going to be able to click Glacial Lance forever on Joe's end. Here's the Pollen Puff from Justin on this turn, this third turn of Trick Room. Healing it back up. Glacial Lance into these two Pokemon. No KOs because Miraidon is just an electric type, no longer super effective. Joe could really use a crit or something to help do more damage, but he doesn't get it.
This is too confusing.
There should probably be about one more turn of Trick Room left, and you've done good.
It fails against Ogre. Oh, okay, interesting.
Calyrex is if it starts to take a KO, then things get really slippery
I'm dizzy.
from there on out. And with the choice specs on the Miraidon, you don't have the option to protect. So a swap would be the only thing that you're safe to be going for at this point. As well, your own Ditto, Calyrex, whatever you want to be calling it, also locked. The damage that you're doing over these turns hasn't necessarily been doing the most, especially with the Pollen Puff. But it's good, honest work, and swapping that out into something
Good honest work.
Really dangerous. Incineroar coming back out, of course, no Intimidate that's going to be significant here, but it will have options for next turn as Offensive Pollen Puff, is that's going to be taking down that hit. Critical.
Crit onto Joe! Instead of healing his own Calyrex, Justin decides to knock out that Ditto so he no longer has access to it. Here is a single target.
He killed his own guy.
Into Joe's Incineroar that does more than you would expect since it's
A gamer moment?
Attack, but as the Twisted Dimensions return to normal, the fast Pokemon Miraidon can start to take over.
And this is going to be something where you could hopefully see something thrive a little bit more. You do still have that redirection over on Justin's end. So the Amoonguss can take one hit away from the Calyrex, but that's going to be it. And both of these Pokemon do threaten a lot of damage. The Amoonguss can normally resist a hit from the Miraidon, which is going to be the fastest thing right now, quite well. But it's already so low from the consistent damage coming on out.
Uh-oh, he protected on the Moongus.
Is it going to be the double, or he's just leaving the Calyrex out to dry? No protect there.
But he gets rewarded for it as Volt Switch goes into the Amoongus's protect, so Joe's damage there is not going to hit this Calyrex.
Okay, Flare Blitz is good though.
The horse goes down, but at the same time, you have the Ditto in the back, and you're staring down a slot now with the Miraidon over on the opposing end of the field. That is something that you can be stealing, and all of a sudden, with that Choice Scarf, be outspeeding. We know how much.
Wait, there's. Oh my God, Ditto's broken.
To come back in to now put this pressure back on. Well, this is something that can be wreaking havoc.
Yeah, this is why Ditto is so difficult to deal with, because Joe tried to preserve his Miraidon the whole match for the perfect time, and Justin said, thank you, this is the perfect time for my Miraidon.
My Miraidon now.
Our Miraidon.
I love that. I mean, yeah, Joe does not want, he doesn't want to share. He's going to get his out of there. Would definitely be, it's low enough that it would not be faring well. Neither really this Farigiraf looking too hot either. Electro Drift instead. That is going to be heading into this Incineroar slot. Just had a sliver of health to be picking off. Going to be no problem there.
Yeah, Incineroar goes down. Joe will be down to his final two Pokemon, the Farigiraf and Miraidon, who's in the back. Moongus designed to Pollen Puff offensively yet again into the Farigiraf.
Uh-oh.
For this bloodthirsty
Uh-oh.
This Amoonguss, yeah, anything
is not good for us.
You keep talking about this Miraidon, I'm going to make it about me.
I might go to game 3 here.
Jozen has to join the field yet again, but already about a third of its health, and regardless, the other Miraidon's going to be outspeeding it. Yeah, it's no surprise to see the towel locked in there. Both trainers bringing out Ditto, and I love that we got such a showcase on how much this can do, because this was, and where there's actually a lot of shortcomings into this as well, because we saw a Ditto over on Jozen copy this Calyrex Ice Rider, and that was damage that kind of kept stacking up, but you were the slower thing in Trick Room because of your choice scarf as well. You could.
All right, Joe bounces back here. Joe bounces back here.
Was able to keep whittling down over and over.
Every day.
Then when Joe started to finally get himself in an okay position, having that Miraidon that would put on a lot of pressure, KOing that Calyrex. I mean, Justin just let that get KO'd, but that is just the definition of a free swap to something better.
We're rooting for Joe.
Ditto coming in.
Joseph Ugarte.
Miraidon stance, just put in so much work. There's going to be so much more people eyeing up Ditto after this.
Yeah, I think this is a really eye-opening moment. We know Aaron Trailer got top 8 with it, so people had already had Ditto on their horizons thinking about it, but seeing how it works and how it interacts in this mirror match and just how dynamic of a Pokemon this very simple Pokemon would just transform, and it's a simple Pokemon, but actually really dynamic. And I wonder if Joe is going to bring it in Game 3.
Add Ditto to the fantasy team. True.
He gets a lot of value out of copying Landorus and Miraidon and things, but Joe copying Calyrex that gets intimidated, or Amoonguss that really doesn't do any damage, might be tough in this Game 3. Amoonguss and Iron Hands for Justin, Incineroar, Miraidon for Joe.
When we're looking at the Pokemon in the Landorus that Joe decided to leave at home last time, that you don't want Justin to be copying that, but that's also something that pressures into a lot of different things over on Justin's end. So another way that you have to be so careful when that there's a threat even of a Ditto over on the opposing end. No Lando to kick things off. It's going to be the Miraidon that can be then dealing some offensive pressure into this. Fake out for both of our players here. Notably, we're not going to be having the Calyrex start things off. The Mushroom over on the opposing end. The sports are going to be shut down thanks to that electric terrain.
Yeah, that's one of the tough parts for Justin. He can't put anything to sleep, but then again, since that is a constant aspect of this match, you can make different decisions and not waste a turn on a spore.
Protect to kick things off. No redirection, nothing, and no knowing this Iron Hands.
Joseph got the read this time.
Hit into it.
Yeah, the Iron Hands takes a lot of damage from the Draco Meteor. Flare Blitz
okay.
Is down. Critical hit not mattering there. The double.
That's my coach. That's my coach right there.
To KO Iron Hands anyway, but Justin loses his Paradox Pokemon on turn 1, and Amoonguss just idly watching by with the Protect.
Yeah, last time we saw that it was a attempt hit into the Calyrex that led the field, and the next turn that Amoonguss Terastallizing into the Fairy type in the redirection to make sure the Pokemon was safe was great. You are now looking at a -2 special attack for this Miraidon, so eyeing up the swap, especially now that there is going to be this there's restricted over on the other end.
We're gonna become the ice horse.
Copying it, especially in Trick Room. You weren't quite favored for the Trick Room situation. We'll have to see, but more of the work in this time as the Metamorph comes out and Posture goes off.
Yeah, the Metamorph from Ditto, or that's French name, is going to turn into Calyrex Ice Rider on his end. We saw last time Choice Scarf, Glacial Lances really not doing as much into the ice types on the other side, but Justin will Terastallize into fire typing here, wants to resist the Flare Blitz that Incineroar might be throwing in its direction. We know Justin loves clicking Trick Room, might be his best strategy to win this Game 3. Knockoff gets rid of the Clear Amulet, that's huge, so Incineroar can lower its stats later. Glacial Lance though, no Trick Room, instead does resisted damage into both of Joe's Pokemon, and the Pollen Puff follow-up brings Metamorph down, or Ditto, down under half. It's just so fun to say.
The French name is so much better. That is a lot of damage hitting into that Ditto to be starting things off, but no Trick Room. You now have the fastest Calyrex Ice Rider out here. You got a Speedy Horse on your end, and the knockoff into the Calyrex on the other end. We saw that you had no way of really slowing that Calyrex down in Game 2, but now the potential for a parting shot, or even just to be hard pivoting in and out here, just have that Intimidate, can work out really, really well. You aren't going to be threatening as much damage with the Glacial Lance into something like that Calyrex, which is where things are going to be tough. But if this Amoonguss wants to go on the offensive for the attempt at the double up into that slot, well, the Amoonguss is going to be taking a lot of damage, since that will be a super effective hit. Electric Seed for Rigoraph, that will be a defense boost to help take this hit.
Yeah, the Amoonguss does swap out here on this turn because he doesn't really provide too much value.
Joe's looking good now.
Calyrex, you can no longer
Ditto the Sleepy.
Or get out of that ice weakness that is facing it down. So Ditto will instead transform into the Farigiraf on the other side. Here's Ditto's Glacial Lance into both these Pokemon. Does a pretty solid amount to Justin's Ditto. But here's the real Calyrex. Glacial Lance to the other side.
Damn.
Ditto hangs on. Farigiraf, because of the defense boost as well, doesn't take a lot of damage.
And now when
Damn,
you're
Joe's
looking
just
at
locked in
Ferrer
here.
over on the opposing end of the field and the fake one, and you have your own that has a helping hand boost, you can all put a lot of damage and even just take care of that Pokemon. And if it wants to be swapping into the Amoonguss by any chance, well, that Amoonguss is not going to appreciate a helping hand Glacial Lance. And looking at this
Helping hand Glacial Lance, but it's a Ditto. How broken is that?
actually have a Furgraph on his one. He has the fake one.
His moves are Joe's Furgraph's moves.
Yeah, we got to look at the other sheet. No Protect has to go for the Terra Blast. So he's going to be taking a
No.
lot of damage, gets KO'd, and bringing Calyrex over on Justin's end down to a third of its health.
Yeah, so now Ditto has 3 abilities. He's got Transform, he's got Unnerve, and Chilling Neigh, boosting his attack by 1 stage, but Justin is able to twist the dimensions. Now for the next 4 turns, his slower Pokemon will be moving first. That means his Calyrex is underspeeding the Choice Scarf Ditto on the other side, and Amoonguss, one of the slowest Pokemon in the metagame, he's going to be moving first.
You do have the option of swapping out and bringing something that can intimidate back in. This Furgraph as well, it'd be a little hard pressed because if you do get the double up, it could be dangerous. But you could.
He's gonna break the Trick Room with Trick Room. It's so G. I'm so down for that.
And bringing in the Intimidate, you'd hope to survive the double up hit with the Chilling Neigh and the Pollen Puff if Justin decides to opt to attack into your side as opposed to healing up his own Pokemon.
Right?
Yo.
These Intimidates will stick because he was able to knock off the clear amulet before. Pollen Puff does not go towards the Calyrex. Instead, it brings Furgraph down really low.
Is he gonna live though? No, he doesn't live.
From this Glacial Lance, so now
That was a good double from Justin.
thanks to that Chilling Neigh ability. But the question is, did he leave his Calyrex too vulnerable at a low HP?
Yeah, electricity disappeared now.
Double target, which he definitely
We're gonna put the electricity back up.
by itself would not have knocked out Furgraph.
At least you're now just dealing with it's not a Calyrex that's going to get out of control since you did
How do we not get rage powdered here?
amulet and you have that Intimidate. You're now looking at one that's going to be neutral. You do need to be getting through this Trick Room, but you have the Fake Out on this turn.
Are we gonna Terra Grass to not get rage powdered?
Again, Amoonguss is definitely a very different threat to be talking about in this Trick Room situation when you do have something like that Electric Train out on the field here. This is the IF, I think it is. This is definitely
Okay, Terra Electric Discharge.
But hey, we're going for it here in this game 3.
Yeah, Joe is going for broke, but he also wants to show me the money on this turn. Let's see if this is the money move with Miraidon. If it hangs on through Justin's Trick Room Pokemon, this could be
Did he rage powder?
damage. Discharge does not care about redirection. Obviously, Electric Terrain is going to be boosting it as well. But Joe,
We don't know.
This is his moment.
Because if he side pollen puffed, it's over, right? If he side puffed, it's over.
Since you are in Trick Room, you do need to be getting through a Glacial Lance hit. And it's going to be something
This match is live, yeah.
It'll be the Protect.
Okay, he protected. I mean, that's good. That's good.
Joe is excited about that Protect. We'll see how the turn works out for him. Fist pumping the double Protect on his end. So that means
Maybe that's less good.
taking damage.
We're kind of just killing our own mon now, right?
You're burning the Protect over onto the opposing end of the field, and looking at how little health this Calyrex has, it's something that's going to be taken down. This, talking about KOing your own Pokemon, is going to take it down. This is going to be Incineroar coming back in from the back, bring another round of Intimidate, and now you have Burnt Protect on both of these Pokemon and a valuable turn of Justin's Trick Room.
So that essentially means Justin lost out on a free Chilling Neigh boost because Joe knocked out his own Pokemon, taking that option away.
And now he gets a free Fake Out.
We've seen trainers opt to knock out their own Pokemon so that it doesn't benefit their opponent.
2 more turns of Trick Room. At this point, you can stop one of these Pokemon in its tracks. Justin could go for something like a double Protect.
And now there's no Protect, so he had to go for double Protect. Does he get it? He doesn't get it. Lit. Joe's put the controller down. It's over. It's over.
Now Pollen Puff, it's gonna do what it can, and what
Oh, he didn't. Okay.
nearly enough as a discharge coming out across the whole entire board.
Terra Electric Miraidon clears 2.
Okay, it's a 1v1. I mean, we win these, right?
And Justin's restricted on the
We're just stuck clicking discharge here. But it's full damage discharge now.
Versus Miraidon right now. He's Choice Specs locked into that discharge, but now it's single target and Electric Trains on the field, so it's a lot stronger.
Goes the goat.
That's just gonna be the towel.
It's over.
And that
It's over.
be the Electric Miraidon and Joseph Ugarte made
Joseph Ugarte.
into day 2 of our competition. 7-0 record.
Superman is in the building.
2 top
of the best trainers in North America, and they showed it. They showed just why in round 7. The incredible
GG's.
2 dittos. We saw ditto every
But Joe's my coach. The other guy isn't. So
million times. I think
go Joe.
that was of all things we saw today, that might have been the craziest, was the battle of Ditto versus Metamorph.
I thought we were
Ditto versus Metamorph. Lol.
You know, a very popular game out here that was popular for all about like 2 weeks with all the imposters out here. Yeah, this is a little suspicious, I'm not gonna lie, but honestly, I love that we got such a showcase of these dittos and really the viability it has with this, because ditto, I mean, being able to see it in battle is really cool, but even just threatens a lot from a team preview standpoint. And I'm not always sure if we're showcasing a ditto, whether we're gonna see the ditto, but both trainers having it as such a core part of their strategy going on into this, and how that just added so much more layer, complexity, and depth to the battle. This was absolutely fantastic. And even just like game 1, I know it's something that didn't go in Justin's way, but I love that he even just led the ditto. Like, you know what? Like, your Pokemon seem pretty cool. I'm just gonna take one of these from the ramp. I don't care which one, but I'll take one.
I also really love Joe's adjustment because obviously the Landers Incarnate, it's an important.
Did I ask him why he doesn't play Unite? He said he might be down to play after Worlds. I'm sure
But he understands that
he's just busy with this game.
Terra Electric Miraidon by Glacial Lance isn't super effective.
Got to be a grinder to play VGC.
To beat my Miraidon is him copying my Landorus, so I'm just not gonna bring it.
I'm just still cracking up at this play where it's not really too often that you would see a discharge that hits the entire field and you're popping off about the fact that your opponent double protected and won't be taking any damage. I mean, this strategy makes sense, being able to self-KO. That was so well done. But at the same time, it was just so funny. Like, yes, my opponent protected. Let's go. They're not taking any damage.
Is a Pikachu demon? That's funny.
It's definitely kind of like upside down of what you would conventionally think.
Well, Miraidon is, I mean, Pikachu's the original Miraidon.
But you know, sometimes they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. So maybe that was one of those terms.
Yeah, I mean, the ditto for all it did, like, just to get KO'd by your own trainer in the end, that's kind of rough. But it was really, really cool to see. And of course, Justin Burns, 6-1. I'm sure at this point you just need to take one more match, and considering how
No, Rage Powder is like follow me,
between these 2 trainers,
where it forces the redirect onto the Rage Powder user.
I mean, Justin Burns is a pretty acclaimed
Not like Swagger.
Ice Rider player, and just how he was comfortable using this ditto with his team. I mean, I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Best of luck to
your
Justin.
president.
Yeah. Well, he's my captain. I'm the president of the fan club. He's the captain. He's the leader.
My bad.
That's how it works. We're accepting applications for anyone who wants to join the Justin Burns fan club. But no, Joe Ugarte is the winner of this round, so we got to give him his shine in that moment. And yeah, I think one of like probably the only people that's brought Landorus, like the ditto on his end too. I feel like it didn't get a lot of value in game 2. But in game 3, it was pretty solid.
Oh, 100%. But of course, what we got to see in the match was awesome. But also,
I think Swagger's allowed, but it just got nerfed, right?
Through the rest of the day, so Gabby is standing by with Joe in the lobby.
I haven't seen any Swaggers.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I am here with Joe Ugarte, our undefeated player here at the end of the stream. Congratulations on making it this far undefeated. That's quite the accomplishment today.
No, I appreciate it. You know, obviously, feels really good to be 7-0 going into next day. So, you know, honestly, definitely, especially, you know, playing versus someone like Burns, definitely a relief to be able to, you know, be like, yeah, like I won, you know, I did that. So it's pretty cool.
And I mean, talk about the mind games as well. So I know Ditto was a very last minute addition for you for the team. And then to come into this matchup where you had to face down another Ditto. Do you need like a breather? Like, I feel like your brain must have been working in overdrive.
It was definitely hard. It was funny because, you know, as soon as we were kind of chatting before the match, and right as we get in team preview,
Yeah, it's our master. Look at him.
Oh, come on! And like he didn't react, but like I know he was probably thinking the same thing. Because like the thing is with Ditto, right? Is like it's the whole mind games of like wanting to copy each other's restricted, right? Like if you know, Justin is able to get a boost on that Cali Ice, and then I bring in Ditto and I get the boost. Obviously, that's not fun. Or you know, if the Miraidon gets copied, that's really bad. Like in game 2, I was like, that's not good. But honestly, it was a lot of fun. Like I feel like sets like those are pretty fun because you know I kind of realized more, especially over playing so many events this season, getting the opportunities to play versus really good players and like in challenging matchups like that, like in the end, my end game goal is like I want to win Worlds, I want to win like an international, and like those are matches that'll help me like practice and like get better at the game, right?
Oh, for sure.
It was definitely a really good match, and I have to say, like,
He's a student of the game. I like it.
He played incredibly well, and it was a really close set.
Yeah, I mean, I think personally, I really want to go back and break down the end of Game 3 when I have more than just half a brain cell, because I gave the other half away, unfortunately. Because there was just so much going on there between the trick room, between the terrain, between the dittos. Like, what were you thinking in that moment?
Yeah, there were a lot of interactions there, to be honest. Like, once I got Miraidon in that spot, I knew it was 100% coming down to a 50-50 call of, okay, is it going to be a Kali Ice attacking, or is it going to go for a safer play, right? And from knowing Burns, like I've played Burns multiple times, you know, we work together. We also have like.
He better shout me out. I don't think he's gonna shout me out.
And I know that the way he plays is he likes to avoid.
He sent me the official EVs for the Nala team. Oh, lit.
Kind of thinking it's still a
But he
call, like,
lost.
and he could definitely,
Oh,
like, also
unlit.
surprise me, 'cause I've seen him make plays where he like obviously reads what the opponent's
But
going
thank
to
you.
read.
I'll try it out.
But I was like, I just kind of trusted my gut. I'm like, I feel.
How long has the stream lasted?
And, like, the discharge self
I've been streaming around the time it started.
Like it's kind of obvious, but not really.
Yeah.
Because you know when you're in like seeing a bunch of different things playing out on the board, it can get like you know there are a lot of different opportunities to kind of change up how the game goes.
9.5 hours.
I'm gonna go with this option. It's what I feel like is right, and even
9 hours, yeah.
You know, there's like odds for a double protect, but it's still in my favor if I get the call right. And
Yeah.
At that point, I felt pretty good about it. Once like I saw the protects go off, I knew that like there was a very strong chance I had it. So.
Well, congratulations. Again, I really need to go back and watch that match again.
What he's saying is it came down to a Ray flip.
To let you
Where he
go
had 70-30
and
odds.
do you have any shout outs? Do you have anybody at home you want to thank?
So like I have like a mini story to tell, not super long because I don't want to keep you here forever, but like the Ditto addition to the team. So last minute, I'm sitting in my hotel room like thinking about like what I'm going to do in terms of the slot, right? So I'm in a call with friends and I'm like, okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna do Ogrepon Cornerstone because that's what was there. And I was like,
yeah,
you know, it just kind of feels like it's like just there, but like I can't really think of anything else. And like I like end up like really procrastinating, right? So like I'm supposed to submit my team like before I go to bed, right? But like I just gotta take my chances. I just like knock out at 12. And I wake up at 5 a.m. and I'm like, oh wait, I really gotta like figure out my team because I'm like, I have the 5 months, right? But I'm just like, I don't have like the last slot. So I was thinking about it, and like in the back of my head, this like message from Aaron Trailer comes in my head. He's like, yo, Ditto was insane. It was like a second restricted, and I was like, I'm struggling with all the other restrictions. I'm like, what if I just like, I don't know, copy them or something, right? So then I end up putting it on the team like I had no practice with Ditto at all. Like I was just kind of like, this seems like it would be fine, right? Because the other 5 seem really good, and Ditto's kind of like this patch slot. And yeah, I mean, since then it's been good, but that was pretty much like the rundown. So thank you, Aaron, for talking to me about how good Ditto was in your run, because obviously that kind of got me thinking.
Ditto.
And all my friends as well, because they were talking through options with me as well. You know, obviously so many friends I mentioned, Ale, you know, Sempra, Tyson, all those guys. You know, I'm incredibly appreciative of them. Kian as well. You're like they're always there to kind of talk through ideas, even if like we don't fully agree. Marcus as well. But yeah, literally like it just felt like I always had someone to talk to like kind of go through the ideas with, even if it wasn't like we were in agreement. It still gave me like ways to defend my ideas, and I think that's really important when you're like trying to, you know.
Oh,
build
for
a team.
sure.
And
Yeah.
thank you to Mom, Dad, you know, Sierra as well.
The usual crew.
Yeah, the usual.
No, I think it's great that you're able to harmonize different viewpoints and, you know, together build a stronger team.
So massive, he didn't shout us out.
Thank you for sharing that
Yep.
story. I hope you sleep through 5 a.m. today, or tomorrow, I should say.
That would be nice.
Just so that you can come here well rested for tomorrow. And we're going to take a short break so we can be rested for the closing of the show. So please stay tuned.
We're not taking a break yet, but we'll quickly come back here
Gabby
before
gets a break.
Yes, Gabby gets a break to come back to us. You know, I don't want to speak out of school.
Message him, ask me why didn't shout out. Leave him alone, guys.
Scarlet Pokemon.
He's trying to win a tourney.
The person that traded him the Miraidon for this event's really cool, really funny person, really great at Pokemon. That's just my guess here.
I'm guessing it's your Miraidon.
It's my Miraidon that Joe is using at this tournament.
It's actually funny because I'm also a Scarlet player, but I know my mom also has both versions.
Another Comfy Dex entry, true.
Mom, have you beat Violet? Have you caught your Miraidon yet? Like, Joe wants to run one for the tournament.
Practices Ditto Ring. Yeah, I mean, that is pretty goated.
Thank you very much.
That's what I do best. I was
If you need Pokemon, Astro Brown.
yeah, I was Joe's Reggie Drago in Brazil, and now I'm Joe's Miraidon. So
There you go.
He just
Perfect.
loves my legendary Pokemon. But yeah, I mean, what a day it's been, honestly, Sierra. That match was incredible. Like Justin and Joe, two of the best trainers, but pretty much all 7 matches that we have to showcase.
Okay, you guys will shout me out. I know. When you guys become VGC pros, you'll shout me out.
And we still get
Virus
2
got me.
more rounds of a typical day 1 of Swiss, so we'll still have a little bit more competition before finding out who has made their way into our official day 2 of competition, which is going to be fun and exciting. So we definitely have a full jam-packed day for you tomorrow.
Yeah, but for now, we're gonna head back over to the lounge with Gabby and friends to close out our day 1 coverage here in
All right, guys.
LA. So
I think it might be over for today.
Thank y'all so much. I'm here with Len and Rose for one final time today. How y'all doing?
Yeah, having a lot of fun. This has been a lot of fun matches. A great day of Pokemon.
I am Fue Coco.
You have to wait till next year.
The other half of the brain
Well,
cell? No.
I mean,
Okay. Well,
there's NEIC, but then there's also
truly been an incredible day.
the next regionals won't be next year. They'll be in like September.
The regionals in North America that happened this year is happening currently. Will be past tense tomorrow.
Right, September or October they get started again.
But it's really been
These guys don't take a big break.
New Orleans in just a couple
There's only
of
Unite
weeks,
that has the giga-long break for fun.
August. Make sure you tune in for all of those
VGC gets
battles
started
around the world.
fast.
And make sure you come back tomorrow as well, because this was only one day of this tournament.
Like,
We
look,
have Sunday
you can even see
tomorrow,
on that
and
menu on that screen that
really,
it started in
I'm excited to
September.
see how people do after they go home, get some sleep, get some food, and come back for our final 2 rounds of day 1 of Swiss.
Honestly, that's going to be great for our 7-0 players.
Yeah.
Like, they finished out already a very difficult day of Pokemon. They get a chance to continue that success run tomorrow, very fresh. I think that would bode well for players like Joe Ugarte that just went 7-0.
Yeah, he knows he's going home to come back in the morning and just play 7 more rounds of Pokemon tomorrow and try to fight his way into that top 8.
So we will be here at 10:45 a.m. Pacific time. That will be a little bit later on in the tournament, so we'll be able to check in and see
1:45
how all of our
Eastern.
favorites are doing. Make sure
I'll be home by like 2:30.
follow the channel on
Yeah, I think I'll be live by 2:30. I mean, I'll be home by 2, and then live by 2:30.
how amazing they are.
Yeah, I'll pretty much catch first round
today, and I believe in
because the stream won't get started for like 40 minutes at least, right?
But for now, we do need to take a moment to recharge. Hit up the Pokemon Center.
All right, guys, I'm gonna take a moment to recharge too.
Have a great night.
Thank you guys for hanging out, watching VGC. A little bit different than what we normally do, I know, but it was still fun. Thank you guys all for hanging out. We'll be back again tomorrow. I'll probably end up playing some more VGC tomorrow in between games. Now that I have the Lunala pace, I might try it out a little. And yeah, have a good night, everyone. W stream.